smiled. If it weren't effective, our sect wouldn't have prepared it specifically for us. These Heavenly Realm geniuses came well prepared with various treasures provided by their sects, allowing them to handle restricted lands challenges. Moving next to Yanis, Ansley examined him, providing another pill. Though disliking the Purple Rose Immortal Palace, Ansley's assistance elicited gratitude from Yanis. Compared to others, Ansley showed more warmth. Why, with 5 breakthroughs foundation, are you not more renowned? Ansley asked curiously. Yanis pondered for a moment and said, I didn't have any secret limit-breaking techniques before. Later, by a stroke of luck, I entered a cave residence where I obtained some opportunities. This allowed me to reshape my foundation and start cultivating anew from the beginning. Reshaping one's foundation to possess the potential for 5 breakthroughs is indeed quite rare. If you cooperate well with us to complete our mission, in the near future, I might be able to bring you to the Heavenly Realm, Ansley promised. Without a doubt, she had developed an admiration for talent. Geniuses who could achieve the potential for 5 breakthroughs in this exiled land were incredibly rare, each having the qualifications to be taken to the Heavenly Realm. Her standards were very high. Ordinary people couldn't even catch her attention. Not only would she not make such promises, but she wouldn't even acknowledge their existence. Chapter 516, Dragon God Ancient City. The God Burial Ruins were whether it was the legendary treasure or the cursed evil object lost long ago, both were likely hidden here. Thus, every time representatives from the 8 major powers descended, they focused on searching the God Burial Ruins. Even if they couldn't find the 2 treasures, discovering other artifacts and secrets would be worthwhile. The compelled primordial spirit realm experts were filled with trepidation. They all knew how dangerous the Dragon God Ancient City was. Once inside, none could predict how Dustini would survive, but it was certain that Dustini would die. Isidrot they had no choice. Defiance meant instant death. Entering the city offered at least a sliver of hope for survival. Enter the city. One of the prodigies from Zilluo Immortal Hall ordered. Even though they were reluctant, the group had no choice but to flash toward the Dragon God Ancient City. Aya! Upon stepping into the Dragon God Ancient City, someone let out an agonizing scream. His body veins bulged, his face contorted in agony, radiating a dense and overwhelming aura of malevolence. In the next moment, he attacked those around him, tearing apart one individual with bare hands before the latter even realized what was happening. Witnessing this, everyone hurriedly backed away to keep their distance. Adele acted immediately, unleashing her colorful ribbon to bind the person down. However, God Ancient City, despite knowing it, was the most perilous of the 5 ancient cities. The prodigy did not stow away the bronze furnace, but kept it hovering above his head, specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits. Each of the 4 prodigies carried a secret weapon tailored to counteract the bizarre dangers originating from the God Burial Ruins. Bam! With acute perception, the prodigy quickly activated the bronze furnace, destroying a malevolent spirit just as it revealed itself. Seeing the prowess of the prodigies, the experts present heaved a sigh of relief. They truly didn't want to lose their lives needlessly. During the following period, the prodigies continuously dealt swift and precise blows to nearby malevolent spirits. This area is relatively peaceful. Spread out and search carefully. Report immediately if you find anything. The prodigy calmed, stinting the bronze furnace ordered. Following his calm Dustin, everyone scattered to search the surrounding buildings. These structures, although standing for countless years, were well preserved and clean, as if still inhabited. Don't be complacent, Colin reminded Adele and Yanis. Peace was relative. This area was still rife with dense malevolent energy, and anything could happen. Aya! Before long, tranquility was shattered by another blood-curdling scream. A dead tree suddenly came to life, its branches moving like octopus tentacles. Energy, forming a large whirlpool of saber winds. The tree's extending branches met resistance, unable to reach him. However, the branches were remarkably resilient, clashing with the saber whirlpool without breaking. Yanis couldn't help but question reality. With his current cultivation and full exertion of saber techniques, why was the effect so poor? It made no sense. Opal, however, remained calm. She had already encountered these troublesome dead trees during her time in Residual Moon Ancient City and knew how difficult they were to handle. Her inability to deal with them then made it unsurprising that Hill was also struggling now. In the blink of an eye, the saber energy vortex that Hill had created was torn apart by the dead tree's branches. Seeing Hill about to be attacked by the dead tree's branches, Opal swiftly deployed her colorful ribbon, wrapping it around his body and pulling him back just in time, successfully freeing him from the tree's grasp. At the same moment, one of the Zilluo Immortal Hall prodigies also intervened, wielding a crescent-shaped saber to slash through the air, severing the dead tree's branches. Die! With a loud shout, the crescent saber unleashed a massive blade of light, slicing downward. There was a crack, and before the dead tree could retreat underground, its trunk was cleanly split into 2 by the blade. Then, a chunk of crystal glowing with a dark light was extracted from the tree trunk by the Zilluo Immortal Hall prodigy. With this, the dead tree immediately became still. A gust of wind blew, and it decayed into dust that floated away. Chapter 517, Great Crisis Appears. As time passed, the team from Purple Orchid Immortal Hall gradually ventured deeper into the ancient city of Dragon God, searching through most of it. With 4 geniuses from Purple Orchid Immortal Hall present, despite encountering numerous dangers, the casualties in the team were not too severe. Finally, they approached the mountain ridge where the massive dragon statue stood, and anyone could clearly sense that the evil aura around them was becoming increasingly intense. The ancient city of Dragon God was different from other ancient cities. Within it, not only were there buildings, but also several peaks and hills as well as lakes and rivers, all of which had long since dried up. Beneath the hill where the dragon statue stood was a winding riverbed, steep and twisty, indicating that the river flowing here in the past must have been turbulent. Everyone move up. Whoever can pick the dragon origin fruit will get the chance to go to the heavenly realm, said one genius from Purple Orchid Immortal Hall. As he spoke, He released spiritual energy to form the shape of a dragon origin fruit. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Since such an enticing condition was offered, it meant that the dragon origin fruit was definitely not easy to obtain, and seemed to come alive at this moment. But it was not holy. It exuded evil, its malevolent curse spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the entire city shook as evil and powerful energies erupted and headed towards this hill. Oh no, this dragon statue has also been corrupted by evil. The faces of the four geniuses from Purple Orchid Immortal Hall changed drastically. According to their information, the dragon statue atop the hill had not changed for millennia, which is why they dared to bring people close. Isidrat, no one expected that things had changed. Their perception of the statue's corruption after it turned evil indicated that it was far more terrifying than anything else, posing a significant threat even to them. Hastily withdraw from the ancient city of Dragon God. All evil entities in the city have revolted, and our combined efforts cannot counter them, one of them said grimly. Yvonne frowned and asked, what about them? These natives are bound to be cleared out eventually. Why bother about their lives? Another one sneered. Although Yvonne felt a bit reluctant, she couldn't change the other three's minds. Ultimately, the order given by their sect was indeed to carry out a final cleansing. Even if these people escaped now, their fate was still death. She felt sorry for Opal and Kieran, two geniuses she valued highly, who could have been brought to the heavenly sect for cultivation, but now it seemed impossible. Don't hesitate, we need to leave quickly. Escape through this way, someone urged. If they didn't leave now, they'd soon be surrounded by countless evil entities, especially with the dragon statue watching over from the hilltop. Even with numerous trump cards, it would be difficult for them to retreat unscathed. Whoosh. Immediately, the four moved out, dashing between buildings at top speed, slightly disordered, having lost their initial calmness. They were indeed strong, but the burial ruins were too bizarre, full of uncertainties. Many talented youths from the heavenly realm met their demise here. How could they not be afraid? Roar. A stone tiger suddenly pounced out of a building, its claws flashing. Though one genius from Purple Orchid Immortal Hall reacted swiftly and blocked the attack, he was still thrown away by the stone tiger's immense strength. Just as he was about to retaliate, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he was being targeted by venomous beasts. In an instant, he sidestepped. Pooh. However, he was still a step too slow. A whip filled with thorns slashed across, causing his shoulder to bleed profusely, soaking his treasure robe. Despite the high-grade treasure robe, it failed to fully deflect the attack, resulting in injury to his physical body. On closer inspection, it was not a whip but the tail of a stone beast, a stone leopard with 3 tails, one of which had struck him. Ancient city of Dragon God at once. Any future exploration into the burial ruins should avoid this place. Of course, the immediate priority was escaping. Otherwise, nothing else mattered. On the hillside, dustiny evil spirits emerged, fiercely attacking the group of deity realm cultivators. The few individuals who fell earlier had done so due to attacks from these evil spirits. Realizing they couldn't withstand it, they jumped off the hill. However, the lower regions proved even more perilous, with blood rivers and blood corpses lurking below, offering only certain death. Kieran and Opal joined forces effortlessly, supporting each other against the attacks from evil spirits. Both having equivalent power and both possessing the foundation of 5 breakthrough limits, together they might still have a fighting chance. Chapter 518. Descending from the heavens. There are 2 dustiny evil auras, and the shadow demon's attacks are relentless. I fear we can't hold on for much longer, Domenico said solemnly. He felt deep resentment in his heart. After all, he had finally received a great opportunity to rebuild his foundation and gain the potential for 5 breakthroughs. To die here now was truly humiliating. Opal remained silent. For some reason, Malik's figure inexplicably appeared in her mind. During their last entry into the god burial ruins, dangers were everywhere, yet every time they faced injured by the shadow demons, while the evil auras tried to control his body. I, Domenico, will never be controlled by mere evil auras. Domenico roared, his strong will resisting the evil auras. However, he underestimated their corrosive power, and his divine soul could not withstand it. He could only watch helplessly as they gradually infiltrated. Meanwhile, Opal also faced dire straits under frenzied shadow demon attacks, with her body being pierced through. It's over. Both Opal and Domenico felt this way. They had reached their limits and could not hold on any longer. Rustle. Suddenly, space split open as if cut by a sharp blade. In the next moment, a figure flashed out from the spatial rift, standing mid-air without being affected by the special conditions of the god burial ruins. Malik. Opal stared blankly at the figure in mid-air, finding it hard to believe her eyes, thinking she might be mistaken. Dalton scanned the area with his true insight divine eyes and instantly spotted Opal and Domenico on the hill, both in perilous situations. Swoosh. Dalton unleashed the void-shattering sword finger, shooting countless razor-sharp sword energies from his fingertips. He used full force, employing laws and martial arts truths, and even activating his supreme sword bone, executing the void roar. At this moment, the revived dragon statue atop the hill emitted a deafening roar, causing the entire hill to tremble violently and start collapsing. Seeing this, Dalton hastily flew downwards with Opal and Domenico. He didn't dare fly upwards due to the terrifying presence of the stone dragon. However, just as they were about to land, the blood river below churned violently, a massive blood hand emerging from it, reaching out to grab them. Boom! A fearsome heavenly force blashing burst forth from Dalton's body, striking the blood hand mercilessly. This lightning was derived from the thunder source tree, which Dalton had assimilated. Although limited by his cultivation level, the heavenly force blashning's destructive power was still astonishing against evil entities. The blood hand sizzled and turned black, retreating into the blood river. But immediately, a colossal wave surged from the blood river, sweeping towards Dalton. Behind him, the thunder god's dharma body emerged, invoking thunderous light. With one strike, the blood wave exploded. Taking advantage of this moment, Dalton successfully landed with Opal and Domenico. Isidrot the ground was far from safe, filled with shadow demons, evil auras, stone beasts, and withered plants, dangerous creatures everywhere. Be gathered. Dalton calmed Astinded, activating the soul-refining gourd. The soul-refining gourd was particularly effective threat. The blood corpse immediately tried to retreat into the river of blood. Unfortunately, it was too late. Several soul-binding chains were thrown and wrapped around it, tightly restraining it despite its desperate struggles. No matter what kind of corpse it was, it belonged to the Netherworld. Once captured by the Netherworld soldiers, escape was impossible. In an instant, the blood corpse was forcefully dragged into the path of shadows, bound for Mount Yama. However, some Netherworld soldiers did not leave. They shook their hands, casting the soul-binding chains into the river of blood. Soon, 2 more blood corpses that lurked in the river were dragged out, unable to flee. Then, the entire river of blood was guided to flow towards the path of shadows. According to the Netherworld soldiers' judgment, this river was not allowed to remain in the mortal world. Kira and Josephine and Howell watched in astonishment, unable to understand what was happening or where these Netherworld soldiers came from, nor where they would take the blood corpses and the river of blood. But undoubtedly, all this had to be related to Dalton. Such a display of power left them utterly bewildered. Roar. At that moment, the massive stone dragon swooped down, emitting an overwhelming aura. Dalton instantly activated his Azure Dragon bloodline, origin, and innate law, releasing a sacred dragon might to counter the stone dragon's pressure. Immediately, the true form of the Azure Dragon appeared autonomously above his head, coiled like a living creature, radiating immense dragon might as if a real Azure Dragon had descended. Even the golden dragon pearl within Dalton's body reacted, with the dragon soul flying out to confront the stone dragon. A hint of reverence flashed in the stone dragon's eyes as it rapidly retreated. Not just the stone dragon, but the surrounding withered trees and stone beasts also withdrew like receding tides. Dalton quickly retracted the true form of the Azure Dragon and the golden dragon soul back into his body and also retrieved the soul-refining gourd. Just as Dalton was about to leave, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. On the desolate hillside, there stood a small tree only 3 feet tall, its trunk twisted and covered in dragon scales, resembling a true dragon. On this tree hung fruits of various colors, similar to dragon pearls. Despite growing on this ominous hill, it emitted a sacred aura, which was indeed very strange. Dragon Essence Tree. A gleam of surprise flashed in Dalton's eyes. According to his knowledge, the birth of a dragon essence tree required extremely stringent conditions, one of which was irrigation with dragon blood and the absorption of vast amounts of dragon chi and spiritual essence, usually found only within the dragon clan. Expanded his domain, enveloping them, while the crimson flame Nate returned to his body. Although he had Destiny questions, he knew this wasn't the time. Despite driving away the stone dragon and other strange entities, it didn't mean safety. Being able to fly through the city gave him an advantage to avoid Destiny dangers. Having flown not far, Dalton noticed intense battle vibrations ahead to the left. Looking down from the sky, he saw an outstandingly graceful Wadustin battling a group of evil creatures, her situation dire. A genius from the heavenly realm? By her aura alone, Dalton discerned her identity and background. He had little affection for those from the heavenly realm, and thus had no intention of helping her. He had suffered much at the hands of people from the heavenly realm, a powerful demon suddenly appearing in his seas and severely injuring him. If not for Bisui Aidenanjan's rescue, he might have died, and a major figure from the deicide demon sect sending him into the dark void, barely surviving to return to the mortal world. His luck seemed poor. Emerging from the dark void placed him right in the dangerous burial grounds. Isidrot saving Kira and Josephine and Howell was fortunate. Can you save her? Kira suddenly asked. Please save her life, Josephine and Howell also said. Dalton looked surprised. Why would Kira and Josephine and Howell want to save a genius from the heavenly realm? Since they asked, he reluctantly acted. Drawing his Een sword, he executed exquisite sword techniques, filling the sky with sharp sword energy. Wherever the sword energy struck, numerous evil creatures were shredded, freeing Lucia from their attack. Then, Dalton secretly activated the profound Azure Dragon skill and the Dragon Pearl, edustinating vast dragon might, intimidating all directions. As expected, the evil creatures, fearing dragon might, quickly retreated without attacking him. He didn't let this get to his head, swiftly enclosing Lucia in his domain and hurrying towards the city's exit. It was clear to him that chaos reigned inside the city, making early departure wise. Other teams exploring the city faced terrifying attacks, with few survivors. Finally, Dalton led the 3 out of the city. But he didn't stop immediately, flying much farther until well away from the ancient city, losing all sense of the city's activity. Phew, we're finally out. Dalton breathed a sigh of relief, easing his heart. Honestly, given the chaotic state of the ancient city, he lacked confidence. Those evil creatures, if they launched a coordinated assault, would overwhelm even his formidable strength. Who can tell me what that place was? What happened? Josephine and Howell replied, that was the dragon god ancient city. We don't know exactly what happened, only that after climbing that mountain, the divine dragon statue at the top came to life, leading to chaos. The dragon god ancient city. You say that stone dragon is the most iconic divine dragon statue of the dragon god ancient city? Dalton asked. Josephine and Howell nodded. Isidros, that's it. No wonder the city is in chaos if even the iconic statue came to life. Dalton realized. No wonder the stone dragon feared his dragon might. It likely had a genuine connection to the dragon clan. He then focused on the heavily injured Lucia, asking again, why did you want me to save her? In the divine burial ruins, she once saved our lives, Kira replied. Dalton showed a look of surprise. A genius from the heavenly realm would be so kind-hearted? She said we have good bone and talent, and planned to take us back to the heavenly realm, Kira explained honestly. Dalton's expression turned understanding. It seemed Lucia cherished talent. As a genius, there were indeed advantages at times, even attracting admiration from Heavenly Realm geniuses. But not every genius from the Heavenly Realm was like that. In fact, such cases were extremely rare. At least among the Heavenly Realm geniuses Dalton had encountered, only Lucia had a heart for cherishing talent. Dalton smiled and asked, "So what are your plans? Follow her to the Heavenly Realm in the future?" Honestly, this could be a pretty good, never let them off. He was prepared to clash with them until the bitter end. Chapter 520, The Confidence Behind Arrogance. Suddenly, Dalton felt an instinctive warning. A lightning spear tore through the air at an incomprehensible speed. Dalton dodged rapidly, but found himself unable to shake it off. The lightning spear clung relentlessly. Humph! A cold snort. Dalton unleashed the White Tiger Profound Art, striking the lightning spear with a claw. The power within the lightning spear was formidable, forcing Dalton to stagger back several steps, yet he ultimately shattered it with sheer force. Dalton's gaze focused on a distant hill where a distinguished figure stood. This person had launched the lightning spear. He instantly recognized him as the Nate from the Thunder Marsh encounter, a blonde-haired Dustin who was a genius of the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace. Besides the blonde-haired Dustin, there were a few other figures nearby, each exuding extraordinary aura, clearly all hailing from the Heavenly Realm. "Malik is a genius we recruited from the Purple Orchid Immortal Temple. Do not harm him," Thea immediately interjected. Regardless of what happened, Dalton had saved her life this time. A massive favor she couldn't ignore. The blonde-haired Dustin sneered. "What if he's recruited by your Purple Orchid Immortal Temple? To dare oppose our 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace means certain death." The others around also glared at Dalton coldly, showing no intention of giving face to Thea. "You've gone too far. My Purple Orchid Immortal Temple isn't to be trifled with either," Thea said gravely. The blonde-haired Dustin retorted, "Shut up, or I'll finish you off too." It wasn't hard for him to see that Thea was heavily injured and alone, clearly having encountered trouble in the God Burial Wastes. Thea's heart sank, realizing the name of the Purple Orchid Immortal Temple wouldn't deter these people from the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace. They might just kill her here. After all, this was the God Burial Wastes, without witnesses from other factions. Anything could happen, and no one would find out. "Malik, I wonder where you will run this time." The blonde-haired Dustin's eyes blazed with killing intent as he stared at Dalton. Last time, allowing Dalton to escape was a humiliation he couldn't forgive. "Run? Why should I run? A few brutish beasts, what can they do to me?" Dalton said arrogantly. Thea was stunned. She hadn't expected Dalton to be so brazen, openly insulting geniuses from the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace without regard for consequences. However, from the blonde-haired Dustin's words, she understood that the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace had no intention of letting Dalton go. Even if he backed down now, it would be meaningless. Hearing Dalton's words, not only the blonde-haired Dustin but also the others grew enraged, their gazes turning bitterly cold, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Golden lightning surged around the blonde-haired Dustin, who then attacked. One after another, highly condensed thunderballs shot out, targeting Dalton's presence. Dalton showed no fear, unleashing the Blashing God technique, his avatar appearing, fists pounding the incoming thunderballs. Boom! Each thunderball was shattered with a punch, not only unharmed, but absorbing the lightning energy. Then, the Blashing God avatar formed a powerful lightning seal and retaliated. Bang! The blonde-haired Dustin staggered back under the intense impact. Shock flickered across his eyes. Since their last encounter, not much time had passed, yet he found himself at a disadvantage in pure lightning techniques. Moreover, he sensed changes in Dalton's lightning technique. Not only tyrannical but also highly corrosive, surpassing even the lightning he cultivated. Unbeknownst to him, Dalton's lightning techniques incorporated dark force, capable of corroding anything, an achievement from practicing in the dark void. Seeing the blonde-haired Dustin disadvantaged, the others were startled. One quickly joined the fray. "Don't waste time. End it quickly," he said to the blonde-haired Dustin. With that, he conjured over 100 menacing black snakes that lunged at Dalton. The black snakes were vivid and lifelike, ferociously fast like lightning. Boom! Thick lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the black snakes, dispersing them into wisps of smoke. But the subsequent waves resisted the lightning and grew even more ferocious. Dalton noticed that Dustin held a staff from which the snakes originated. Seeing the snakes approach, Dalton took out a stone seal and threw it. The stone seal rapidly enlarged into a colossal 200-meter rock, smashing and crushing the snakes. Blinking, the snakes flattened and were slowly absorbed by the giant rock. This stone seal was crafted from land in the dark void, possessing immense weight, hardness, and dark attributes, able to consume various things. Seeing his black snakes being absorbed, the Dustin paled. Losing the snakes would render his staff useless. He transformed into a huge black snake, opening a gaping mouth, generating terrifying suction to swallow the giant rock. Dalton's eyes gleamed oddly, allowing the black snake to ingest the rock. At this moment, the blonde-haired Dustin attacked again, brandishing a war spear aimed directly at Dalton, clearly intending close combat. Dalton didn't dodge but met the attack head-on, striking the spear barehanded, staring at Dalton in shock. Previously, when Dalton saved her, she already sensed his strength but hadn't imagined he'd be so powerful as to effortlessly overwhelm a 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace genius. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Van Chengshi and Josephine and Moya were dumbstruck, witnessing the supposedly invincible, Heavenly Realm geniuses fall to Dalton like a dream. Roar! The blonde-haired Dustin roared and transformed into his true form, his aura surging tremendously, every hair radiating brilliant golden light. Whoosh! Numerous beams of golden light shot out from Nate, each radiating intense sharpness. Dalton had witnessed this move before during their last encounter, so he paid it no mind, standing still without making any move to defend himself. Ding! The golden beams struck Dalton's body, emitting crisp sounds but failed to pierce through. Even when they hit his eyes, there was no effect whatsoever. His formidable physique, combined with the imperishable golden body technique he cultivated, made such attacks incapable of causing him any real harm. Chapter 521. Severed Head and Body. Do you only have this much strength? You really disappoint me. Dalton shook his head in disappointment. Upon hearing these words, Nate was almost driven mad with rage. No one had ever dared to insult him so, involuntarily reverting to its original form and writhing painfully on the ground. Finf, can my treasures be swallowed like that at will? Dalton couldn't help but sneer. He knew all too well that the stone seal was now taking effect. The dark and spatial forces within were erupting, tearing apart the intruder's flesh while wildly eroding them. Together, subdue him. Seeing their comrade in such agony, the others dared not remain spectators any longer. Immediately, the other two attacked as well, using all their might without reservation. Dalton drew the engsub twin swords, one in each hand, and unhesitantly engaged them. Roar. Nate roared and once again lunged at Dalton. With a mental calm dusted, Dalton summoned the Crimson Flame Metal Blazon from within him to confront Nate. The Crimson Flame Metal Blazon was no longer what it used to be. Not only had Nate sustained injuries, but even if it were uninjured, it would have the confidence to fight Nate. In an instant, the two beasts collided, engaging in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Dalton also clashed with the other two. Even fighting against both at once, he did not fall behind. The engsub twin swords contain the mysteries of engsub life and death. Actually, if it were another person, even Billy and Hill, they probably wouldn't have survived either. However, though this person was not dead, he was virtually crippled. As for the other person, suffering the combined strike of engsub forces, their situation was similarly dire. Hassan Malik, how dare you? The Dustin who took 3 strikes from Dalton tried to speak, but before he could finish, his head flew high into the air. Seeing this, the 3 remaining companions were all terrified beyond measure, hastily activating their life-saving Talus Dustins to escape. But when they transformed into streams of light, they collided with an invisible boundary made of runes and were blocked. Did you think I wasted so much time with you just for fun? I anticipated this move all along, Dalton said coldly. Earlier, he intentionally slowed the battle's pace and secretly set up a rune-bound barrier, ensuring none of the 4 could escape. Since he had already crossed paths with some heavenly powers, he had nothing left to fear. The severed Dustin's soul attempted to retreat to his companions, but Dalton didn't give him the chance. With a shake of the 9 Radiance Alchemy Cauldron, he captured the soul inside. However, Dalton didn't rush to kill him. He intended to gather valuable information from these heavenly talents. Losing his soul, the Dustin's body reverted to its original form, a massive black ape. Demon Sect, Black Sky Demon Palace, and Inyang Ghost Sect would never accept him. They were likely searching for him right now. Furthermore, he had offended Penglai Immortal Island, whose backing included the 3 major Orthodox sections. If they pursued him seriously, they wouldn't let him off easily. Thus, among the 8 powers controlling the Exile Land, only Blood Phoenix Ridge of the Savage Beast lineage remained without conflict with him. However, considering the style of the 8 powers, unless he chose servitude, confrontation was inevitable. Someday, he might face all 8 simultaneously. The outcome remained unpredictable. You killed them all. Yvonne stared at Dalton, her emotions turbulent. Dalton answered calmly, enemies mean only one of us survives. You've incurred a causal connection with these 4. You won't evade the myriad Beast Heaven Palace's pursuit, Yvonne said sternly. Dalton dismissed it. Let them investigate. If I dared to make the kill, I won't fear their retribution. Don't be overconfident. Although you eliminated them, they were ordinary among the 36 myriad Beast Heaven Palace geniuses. The real elites are incredibly formidable, Yvonne warned kindly. Just like the previous team of 4, they were relatively ordinary. Had they been elite, they wouldn't have been assigned to scout Dragon God Ancient City. And their luck was also very bad, encountering great chaos. Of the 4-person team, 3 were lost, and only she was saved by Dalton, preserving her life. Dalton smiled faintly and said, I am someone who enjoys challenges. If the opponents are too weak, it would make me feel uninterested instead. Alright, stop worrying about my affairs. I will first take you away from the Burial God ruins, far from this place of trouble. With that, he collected the physical bodies of the 4 myriad Beast Heaven Palace geniuses, then enveloped Yvonne, Billy, and Hill in his domain. He performed the flowing blash technique and instantly disappeared into the distance. He originally intended to fly through the air but reconsidered. Doing so would attract too much attention and easily make him a target for attacks. It was better to remain low-key. Chapter 522. Acquaintances of the Parents. Phew, finally out. Dalton let out a long sigh, feeling his heart ease up. Being inside the God Burial ruins always left him somewhat uneasy, constantly worrying if any danger might appear. Do you follow her or me? Dalton asked. Billy and Hill did not hesitate. They immediately stood behind Dalton. Joke aside, if they followed Thea, they would be reduced to servants of the Purple Luo Immortal Hall again. Who knows where they'd be sent on their next adventure. Though they felt Thea was nice as a person, she clearly didn't have enough power and had to obey orders herself. However, he did find an interesting piece of news about the Beast King Cave. The Beast King Cave was established in the Western Sea by 2 major forces of the Savage Beast lineage. Every 10,000 years, they welcomed the arrival of geniuses from these 2 forces. The Beast King Cave was extremely mysterious, rarely showing itself like the Penglai Immortal Island and the Chaotic Demon Temple. Hardly anyone knew about it before. However, in the last 10,000 years, the Beast King Cave has not been idle. They secretly supported the Savage King sect, helping gather rare treasures and spy on various sides. Unfortunately, the Savage King sect suffered a disaster halfway through and became door-destined for 1,000 years. It was only due to the Beast King Cave's assistance that the Savage King sect could rise again. From the Soul Search, Dalton learned that the Beast King Cave had spent great effort cultivating a 1,000-soul blood tree, which finally bore fruit and was almost ripe. Cultivating this tree took the Beast King Cave 20,000 years with destiny ups and downs, making its growth and fruit-bearing a challenging feat. The fruits of the Thousand Soul Blood Tree are truly good stuff, highly beneficial to all sorts of rare birds and beasts. I should visit the Beast King Cave, Dalton immediately began to ponder. He had destiny rare birds and beasts around him, and the fruits of the Thousand Soul. Dalton laughed. When I first went to the chaotic region, I changed my identity to avoid some troubles. Didn't expect to stir up more. It seemed some issues couldn't be avoided no matter what identity one used. In just a blink of an eye, you've become so powerful. If your parents knew, they would be very pleased. Hill couldn't help but marvel. Dalton's heart stirred and he quickly asked, "You've met my parents?" "That was over 30 years ago. I once roamed with your parents, and then your mother gave birth to you but disappeared afterward. Your father went to look for her and has been unheard of since, leaving me alone," Hill said sadly. Hearing this, Dalton understood why Hill had treated him so well in Boblin City. It was clear that Hill had deep ties with his father. Hill had shown genuine emotion that couldn't be faked. Dalton believed his parents had probably already left this place of exile and were likely in the heavenly realm where the ancestor family resided. Unfortunately, he didn't know how his parents had left. Otherwise, he would try to follow in their footsteps. "When you were little, I even carried you and changed your diapers. Can't believe that kid has grown up to crush heavenly realm geniuses," Hill remarked emotionally. Dalton was taken aback. Did Hill really dare to say anything? Didn't he notice the others nearby? Dalton cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and said, "Uncle Josefinen, stop reminiscing. I believe you'll have the chance to meet my parents again. For now, let me send you to where your old friends are staying." These old friends naturally included Elwin, Eric Hoamo Josefinen, Alicia, and others. Isidores ago, Hill dealt with them frequently, forming some bonds. And because Hill was his parents' friend, Dalton started calling him Uncle Josefinen instead of Senior. "Sure, otherwise I'd be lonely alone," Hill immediately agreed. Dalton then looked at Billy, asking, "Fairy fan, what about you?" Billy's eyes showed confusion. She had lost her past memories and didn't know what to do, let alone where to go. Isidores ago, she left her family and only associated with Dalton and some people from the Findred Beasts Valley. Her retained memories were only of interactions with them. "How about you stay with me for a while? I'll take you out to sea," Dalton suggested, mainly because he noticed something was wrong with Billy. Having explored the God Burial ruins together, they were friends after all. He couldn't just ignore her. Billy nodded and said, "Okay," hesitating a moment before adding, "Thank you." She wasn't stupid. She clearly understood that Dalton was taking care of her. At this point in time, it was incredibly fortunate for her to still have someone who cared about her. Chapter 523, Swift and Decisive Victory. Immediately, Dalton decided to divide the forces into two. He sent Mike and Opal ahead to the western seashore, while he took Abelardo towards instructing him to leave the Devil Sect and join him. To ensure safety, Dalton also headed near the Devil Sect, preparing to rendezvous with Brennan. Times had changed. The Devil Sect was now entirely under the control of the God-slaying Demon Sect, and no one could move freely as before. Before long, Dalton successfully met with Brennan, who sighed in relief upon seeing Dalton. He too had wanted to leave the Devil Sect, as life there was increasingly perilous and filled with constant fear. "It seems I made the right decision," Dalton murmured, a glint of insight in his eyes. Brennan looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind these words. But quickly he understood. Someone had stealthily followed him without his awareness. "Master, I didn't know they..." Brennan tried to explain, his expression changing. Dalton said calmly, "This isn't your fault. It seems you were exposed long ago. They were merely keeping you as bait. All right, hide first." He activated the All-Heaven Spirit Gourd, drawing Brennan inside. Suspecting that Brennan might be compromised, Dalton ensured his safety within the gourd, which could isolate everything from the outside world. Once the matter was resolved, he would help Brennan eliminate all troubles. Almost instantly, Dalton was surrounded by more than a dozen top-ranking experts from the Devil Sect, including the Ingerard Holy Messenger. Among them, a strikingly cold and glamorous Wadustin in tight black attire drew Dalton's attention. Within moments, over a dozen Kashans were pierced by sword chi. Most died on the spot, and the survivors barely clung to life. Finn? The cold Wadustin's expression changed abruptly. She had heard of Dalton, but never expected his strength to be this formidable. The Devil Sect elites she brought couldn't resist a single blow. Infuriated, the cold Wadustin whipped out a bone whip made of dragon bones, capable of extending to hundreds of feet. Findreds of skulls dangled from the end, belonging to various creatures, including Wadustins. She loved melting strong opponents' skulls into her whip as a testament to her prowess. Dalton blocked with the Een sword, which got tightly entwined by the bone whip. He then heard an eerie laughter coming from the moving skulls on the whip, attacking the soul. Protected by the Divine Sorrow Pagoda, Dalton remained unaffected. Attempting to pull him, the Wadustin failed due to his immense strength. "Come here," Dalton condescended, pulling hard. The Wadustin flew toward him involuntarily. Stabilizing herself, she saw Dalton rapidly approaching. Bang! A powerful punch from Dalton hit her abdomen, causing her to fly back, spitting blood, the pain nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Reacting quickly, she retracted the bone whip to avoid further entanglement, but was still too slow. Dalton. Revised translation. Dalton retracted the 9 Stars Alchemy Heaven Cauldron, trapping the group of Devil Sect experts inside as well. He then immediately activated the Void Mirror, vanishing from the spot instantly. Improvements made. 1. Retracted is more appropriate than So Hui Ed, as it conveys the action smoothly. 2. Capitalization of devil for consistency. 3. Minor phrasing adjustments to ensure a natural flow. This location wasn't too far from the Devil Sect, and he had caused quite a commotion just now. He figured that people from the Devil Sect would soon arrive. He didn't want to be surrounded by a group of geniuses from the God-slaying Demon Sect. This time, she found herself powerless to break free. The intricate patterns inside the cauldron intertwined, instantly binding her tightly, leaving her fate out of her own control. The cold beauty was utterly stunned, unable to react for a moment. No matter what, she was a Tansai who had descended from the god-slaying demon sect in the heavenly realm, with high cultivation and profound strength. She also possessed destiny formidable treasures. It made no sense that she would suffer such a crushing defeat in the exile lands. If this news spread, it would likely damage the dignity of the entire god-slaying demon sect. Dalton retracted the Nine Suns Heaven Refining Cauldron and sealed the group of demon sect powerhouses inside. He then immediately activated the Void Mirror, vanishing from the spot in an instant. This place wasn't too far from the demon sect, and he had just caused quite a commotion. He suspected that someone from the demon sect would soon arrive. He certainly didn't want to be surrounded by a group of geniuses from the god-slaying demon sect. Note, genius should replace Tansai to ensure fluency and natural reading in English. This time, she was powerless to break free. The intricate and mysterious patterns inside the cauldron intertwined, instantly and firmly restraining her, leaving her fate in the hands of others. The cold and glamorous Wadustin was utterly stunned, unable to regain her composure for a moment. No matter what, she was a genius who descended from the heavenly realm's god-slaying demon sect, with a high level of cultivation and profound background, possessing destiny formidable treasures. There was no reason she should suffer such a crushing defeat in this exiled land. If this news spread, it would likely damage the entire god-slaying demon sect's dignity. Dalton retracted the Nine Stars Alchemy Heaven Cauldron, trapping the group of Kashans inside as well. He then immediately activated the Void Mirror, vanishing on the spot instantly. This location wasn't too far from the Devil Sect, and he had caused quite a commotion just now. He figured that people from the Devil Sect would soon arrive. He didn't want to be surrounded by a group of geniuses from the god-slaying demon sect. Chapter 524, Two Immortals and Two Kings. Moments later, several figures appeared at the location of the previous battle. Among them were both males and females, all prodigies of the Godslayer demon sect. Arya can no longer be contacted. It seems she has run into trouble, one of them said solemnly. In such a short time, who could have done this? Could it be that evil spirit mentioned in the message from the Eastern Sea? It might also be a sneak attack by another force, but why would they target Arya? For a moment, the prodigies of the Godslayer demon sect fell into deep thought, pondering over the reasons. They wished to rescue Arya, but there were no clues left at the scene. They had no idea where to start. We should report this matter to the Demon Prince. After discussing, everyone agreed on this course of action. The Demon Prince they referred to was the grand figure who had recently arrived in the Eastern Sea, the true overseer of the Godslayer demon sect in the exiled lands. On the other hand, Dalton did not delay, speeding towards the Thunder Marsh. Along the way, he performed a soul search on Arya before promptly dealing with her. There was no room for compromise with the Godslayer demon sect. He could not afford to be lenient. He also spared none of the demon sect's powerful figures, as each bore blood-stained crimes and deserved death. Dalton then helped Yush eliminate the hidden dangers in his body, allowing him to completely break free from the control of the Godslayer demon sect and the demonic cult, thus attaining freedom in a sense. Seeing Dalton bring back Yush, Egan couldn't help but feel delighted, as a wish had been smoothly fulfilled. Yush, on the other hand, was filled with futa, complex emotions. He hadn't expected that it would be because of Egan that he could escape from the current demonic cult. Perhaps this was karma. He had always held Egan in high regard, providing the best cultivation resources and ensuring that Egan wasn't bullied in the demonic cult. Now, he received good repayment. It proved that choosing Egan as his successor was an incredibly correct decision. Yush, however, was emotionally complex. He never expected that it was because of Egan that he destined to escape the current demonic cult. Perhaps this was karma. He valued Egan greatly, offering the best nurturing and ensuring he faced no bullying within the demonic cult. Now, he received favorable returns. Indeed, choosing Egan as his successor turned out to be an excellent decision. With this matter settled, Dalton immediately headed to the western seashore, where Opal and Chiakani were waiting for him. The outlet he chose was located within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Before the arrival of Celestial Realm powerhouses, the Great Xia Kingdom had been thriving, consolidating all local factions. But after the appearance of these powerhouses, the Great Xia royalty lost their power, becoming subordinates to the Purple Lotus Fairy Palace. Upon arriving at the shore, Dalton noticed that Opal and Chiakani were engaged in fierce combat with others. The Kobe and Benjamin from Penglai Immortal Island, Dalton remarked in surprise, not expecting Chiakani's opponents to be these two strong figures. This wasn't the Eastern Sea but the Western Seashore. Why would two of the Penglai 3 Immortals appear here? The Penglai 3 Immortals were extremely powerful, each having achieved 5 breakthroughs, making them top-notch geniuses comparable to Celestial Realm talents. Blessed with outstanding talent and nurtured by the Celestial Realm forces, their future prospects were limitless. After the calamity passed, their patrons would lead them to the Celestial Realm for even better cultivation. Unfortunately for the Kobe and Benjamin, despite their near-celestial prowess, they could barely match Chiakani, destinaging only a stalemate. Meanwhile, the people they brought were ganging up on Opal but were being overwhelmed. Opal, a 5-time breakthrough genius, though less profound than the Penglai trio, was far beyond what ordinary nascent soul cultivators could challenge. Dalton didn't stand idly by. He extended his hands to seize the Kobe and Benjamin transaction with Beast King Cave. By his calculations, the Beast King Cave representatives should arrive soon. They had agreed to meet at this shore, as going deeper into the Western Sea meant entering Beast King Cave's territory. Penglai Immortal Island took this transaction very seriously, sending both immortals together. In fact, each carried special life-saving artifacts for immediate escape during emergencies. Sadly, encountering Dalton nullified their plans. Before they could activate their artifacts, they were captured. Dalton's strength exceeded that of regular celestial geniuses, leaving them defenseless. Very well, continue with your transaction with Beast King Cave. Dalton devised a plan. Earlier, he had instructed Opal and Chiakani to capture rather than kill the Penglai members. Using the spirit control technique, he temporarily controlled the captured immortals and cleaned up the battlefield before hiding with Opal and Chiakani. Now, they would lie in wait. Dalton was patient, biding his time. The sword in Benjamin's heart sank. They knew their plans would fail, and their fate wouldn't be good. "They're here," Dalton murmured, sensing the faint ripples on the sea. Soon, a massive warship appeared, quickly approaching the shore. A conspicuous banner bearing the Beast King cave emblem flew atop it. Not bad, quite a few came, and 2 of the 4 Beast Kings are such flood dragons were relatively small compared to others which could reach hundreds of fathoms in length when reaching the 6th rank peak. What about the item? The Brogan extended a hand and spoke directly without any pretense. The Kobe flipped his hand and produced a box. "It's here. Where is your part?" "Of course I have it, let's exchange," the Brogan said as he too brought out a box. In unison, they threw their boxes towards each other. Upon catching his box, the Brogan was about to open it, but didn't expect a net woven with spell runes to fly out upon opening, enveloping both him and the green-patterned flood dragon instantly. At this moment, Dalton moved, lifting the warship from the sea. Without the 2 great Beast Kings present, despite its uniqueness, the ship lost much of its power. The Brogan and the green-patterned flood dragon tried to resist, but the rune-woven net tightened and restricted their movements and powers, leaving them immobilized. "Excellent, everything went smoothly," Dalton said satisfied. Enraged, the Brogan roared, "Izar, how dare you? Do you know what you are doing?" "What am I doing? Isn't it obvious?" Dalton chuckled. Coldly, the green-patterned flood dragon asked, "What does Panglai Immortal Island intend to do? Are you planning to start a war?" "You're wrong. They are like you, all under my control and working for me now," Dalton replied. Bitter in heart, the Kobe and Benjamin knew they would never sabotage this transaction if not under Dalton's control. Now, with the 2 great Beast Kings also captured, they realized it was all over. Dalton didn't waste time arguing and immediately used the Calm Dust and Spirit spell to subdue them. He then transported everyone from Panglai Immortal Island into the Celestial Transformation Gourd, including Kira, before boarding the Beast King Cave's warship alongside the 2 controlled Great Beast Kings. Under their guidance, they sailed towards Beast King Cave. The ocean was chaotic, yet the warship traveled unhindered towards Beast King Cave. As they neared, Dalton replaced one of the stronger members with himself, assuming that member's identity. His original plan involved capturing someone from Beast King Cave and infiltrating using that identity to obtain the 1,000 spirit blood tree they cultivated. Beast King Cave was located on a vast island well hidden, virtually undiscoverable. The warship smoothly docked, and several powerful beings disembarked. Despite being confident in his transformation, Dalton remained cautious. He knew through soul searching that there were several Heavenly Realms geniuses within Beast King Cave, and various defenses made things more complex. Under Dalton's instructions, the 2 great Beast Kings headed straight for the 1,000 spirit blood tree. No one questioned or stopped them due to their status. Angry. "Everything was done on my order. Who are you?" Instantly realizing the Dustin wasn't a Beast King Cave member, but an outsider in disguise, she asked. Dalton revealed his true form and walked towards the 1,000 spirit blood tree, nearing his goal. Seeing Dalton's real face, the alluring Dustin's expression changed. "Izar, how dare you target the 1,000 spirit blood tree? Why shouldn't I? Aren't you frustrated seeing the Heavenly Realm pluck the 2 10,000-year-old fruit?" Dalton laughed. She frowned, clearly reluctant. Such a fruit could propel her cultivation further. Isidrat, resisting the 10,000 beasts' Heavenly Palace and Blood Phoenix Ridge was futile. Knowing there were only 13 fruits, she had little hope of getting one. Continuing, Dalton said, "If you follow me, perhaps I'll grant you a fruit. Call the Black Gold Beast King. The 4 great Beast Kings should gather." With 3 already controlled, he couldn't let the last one go free. Hesitantly, the alluring Dustin sent a message to the Black Gold Beast King, accepting her fate. She knew making the right choice was crucial. Shortly, the Black Gold Beast King arrived but was swiftly captured as well. Being the only avian among the 4, it had a pure lineage, exceptional speed, and defense. Thus, Dalton's plan advanced, securing the final Beast King in front of the 4 great Beast Kings. Dalton waved his hand and uprooted the 1,000 spirit blood tree. "Don't. The 1,000 spirit blood tree can't be moved. It will wither and die," the alluring Dustin hurriedly interjected. If anything went wrong with the 1,000 spirit blood tree, the 2 10,000-year effort of Beast King Cave would be in vain. Moreover, she still hoped to obtain one of the 1,000 spirit blood fruits and couldn't just stand by as Dalton potentially destroyed it. Dalton directly stored the 1,000 spirit blood tree inside the Celestial Transformation Gourd and reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, the 1,000 spirit blood tree won't wither." Given the special abilities of the Celestial Transformation Gourd, ensuring the survival of the 1,000 spirit blood tree was not an issue. In fact, he wished to hasten the maturation of the 1,000 spirit blood fruits, but he dared not do so because once they matured, it would create a significant disturbance, likely alerting the powerful figures from the 10,000 Beasts, Heavenly Palace and Blood Phoenix Ridge, thus complicating the situation. Therefore, the best choice was to take the 1,000 spirit blood tree out of Beast King Cave, and then induce its fruits to mature afterward. Since the items needed to ripen the 1,000 spirit blood fruits were already in his possession, the location where he chose to ripen them didn't matter. Chapter 526, Luring the Enemy into a Trap. The item exchange. "Wait a moment, I'll call Jetty to join you," the lean youth said after pondering. Although he didn't think Malik would possess outrageously formidable strength, believing the 4 geniuses might have encountered an accident and were taken advantage of, for caution, he felt it was better to bring another companion along to ensure Malik couldn't escape. Soon, a handsome Dustin arrived. He was precisely the Jetty mentioned by the lean youth, exuding a profound and reserved aura. Dalton secretly estimated that this Jetty should be among the elite of the myriad beast Heavenly Palace geniuses, clearly stronger than the 4 he had dealt with in the God Burial Ruins. "Depart immediately. If Malik truly came to the Western Sea, he must not escape," Jetty stated grimly. The fact that a local from the exile lands killed a myriad beast heavenly palace genius was a great disgrace, only redeemable by Malik's blood. Without delay, they left the Beast King cave and headed towards a nearby sea area. Before long, they quietly arrived at a sea region shrouded in thick fog. This area was peculiar, not just because of the fog, but due to its strong magnetic field that greatly interfered with various sensing methods. Did Malik really enter this sea area? Jetty asked, frowning. Even he struggled to sense the broader surroundings here, feeling a sense of unease. Hawkins nodded. Indeed, according to our subordinates, Malik entered this area recently and hasn't left. Jetty scoffed. Malik, did the 4 geniuses of my myriad beast heavenly palace die at your hands? Isidro's, I killed them, but it wasn't my fault. They brought death upon themselves, Dalton replied coolly. Jetty's eyes turned cold. You're too arrogant. Let's see if you have the power to back it up. He wasted no words and attacked immediately. Instantly, gale force winds erupted on the sea, dispersing the surrounding mist. Dozens of thick whirlwinds formed from all directions, converging on Dalton. Each contained immensely destructive power, capable of tearing anything apart with their rapid spinning. A loud explosion resonated as the whirlwinds collided, creating terrifying force that seemed to tear space apart. Dalton stood at the center of these whirlwinds, tall and unwavering, with a faint golden glow dustinating from his body, untouched by the attacks. In the next moment, Dalton extended his arms and tore the surrounding whirlwinds apart. The force was incredible as even some collapsed and crumbled. Seeing this, Jetty's pupils constricted, shock evident in his eyes. He hadn't held back. He'd used his full strength and most skilled secret arts. He was cautious, never underestimating anyone. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full effort. It did not extinguish. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. In an instant, a large amount of seawater was evaporated, and the sea surface in this area sank significantly. Mont Josephine's thick trunk lashed out and suddenly sucked in, releasing an incredibly terrifying swallowing force, actually destinating to forcibly draw in a large amount of flames. This was another of his innate abilities. His trunk could devour everything. Dalton remained unperturbed, continuously releasing flames. He wanted to see just how much Mont Josephine could devour and who could endure longer. For a moment, the encounter between the flames and the gale did not extinguish the flames, but made them burn even more fiercely. A large amount of seawater was evaporated, and the sea surface in this area sank significantly. Note, the phrase, his trunk could devour everything, seems incomplete or incorrect as tun is Chinese. I assume it should say, his trunk could devour everything. Additionally, the last paragraph wasn't translated in the provided text, so I included it for completeness. This was another of his innate abilities. His trunk could devour everything in its path. Dalton remained unperturbed, continuously releasing flames. He wanted to see just how much Mont Josephine could descending from the heavenly realm, but he had never encountered such a situation before. Clearly, not every genius descending from the heavenly realm possessed this ability. Only the elite among them did, and it undoubtedly served as one of their trump cards. Malik. Jetty emerged from the sea, roaring in rage that shook the heavens and earth. An indigenous person actually forced him to this point. Shocked and extremely enraged, he vowed to kill Malik or his hatred would never be quenched. Dalton remained calm, waving his hand to summon the 5-element sky sealing map. 5-element sky sealed, all methods imprisoned. Dalton whispered softly. The 5-element sky sealing map flew into the air, rotating slowly and emitting dazzling 5-colored light, enveloping Jetty. Immediately, Jetty panicked. The power he had just unsealed was sealed again, and this time even more thoroughly. He could no longer shake it off. Dalton smiled faintly. The 5-element sky sealing map originated from this very land, containing a vast amount of rule forces that greatly strengthened the rule forces here. Furthermore, it inherently contained the supreme sealing power, otherwise it would not have been able to tightly seal the true body of an unparalleled great evil demon. Roar. Jetty let out an agonizing scream. His power was sealed once more, and the flames he had just suppressed re-erupted, counterattacking more fiercely this time. Unable to resist the 9 luminous alchemy heaven cauldron anymore, he was immediately pulled inside. With a wave of his hand, Dalton retrieved both the 9 luminous alchemy heaven cauldron and the 5-element sky sealing map, marking the end of the battle. On the other side, Mike, Kira, and the 4 Beast Kings also successfully subdued the emaciated young Dustin without any mishap. The 4 Beast Kings fell silent. By acting against the geniuses of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, they had positioned themselves firmly against it. There was no going back. But they had no choice. Since they were already under Dalton's control, disobedience meant death. Dalton did not linger in this sea area and immediately retreated. He had other matters to attend to. No one would expect that the 4 Beast Kings of the Beast King Cave had been controlled and taken away, along with 2 geniuses from the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Once revealed, this would cause a huge upheaval. Leaving the Western Sea, Dalton hurried toward the Eastern Sea. He intended to reach Panglai Immortal Island before news of the Beast King Cave incident spread, to accomplish another task. Blazed the Beast King Cave, Panglai Immortal Island had spent immense effort cultivating an extraordinary treasure tree, the Purple Judah Tree. The items exchanged between the 2 major powers earlier were exactly what each needed to accelerate the maturation of their respective treasure trees, or else Kobe and this spirit vine's main trunk was larger than a millstone, stretching over 300 feet in length, resembling a dragon coiling around a steep cliff wall, emitting a dense life force. The purple dragon vine was originally a spirit plant that had embarked on the path of cultivation, with an extremely high growth limit. The heavenly realm forces intervened, imposing a special seal to give it simple consciousness like ordinary plants, thereby granting it an exceptionally long life. The heavenly realm forces did this deliberately, partly to guard the purple Judah tree and partly because the purple dragon vine, sealed for countless years, accumulated boundless essence. Upon being released and transported to the heavenly realm, its latent power would explode, ensuring it achieved exceptional heights. It was a win-win strategy, and it couldn't be denied that the heavenly realm force's plans were truly well thought out. Risking his gaze, Dalton focused on a spirit tree enveloped in thick purple chi in the garden. Its branches were sparse, bearing 14 fruits, each resembling apricots with skin nearly completely turned purple, adorned with faint mysterious patterns. These patterns seemed alive, moving across the surface of the fruit, constantly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Why did you take so long? At this moment, a very melodious voice came from beside them. Dalton looked over to see a graceful Woodustin sitting cross-legged on a cushion next to a table with an incense burner, emitting a thin white smoke. Unlike other women Dalton had seen, this one was gentle and serene, like a lotus blooming out of water, transcending the mundane world, free from dust and dirt, exuding the aura of a celestial maiden. Undoubtedly, this Woodustin was Sage, one of the 3 immortals of Penglai, whose name truly embodied the essence of natural beauty and grace. Not bad for the most mysterious and strongest of the 3 immortals of Penglai, she is nearly at the level of having undergone 6 limit breaks, Dalton inwardly praised. Among geniuses with 5 limit break foundations, Sage was definitely at the top, a pinnacle existence. Kobe spoke, we encountered a small issue on the way, which slightly delayed us. Did you finalize the transaction with the Beast King Cave? Sage asked again. Kobe nodded, saying, we did. He then threw a box over. Sage reached out to catch it, trusting it was safe, and prepared to open it immediately. Chapter 528, Leaving No Earth Unturned. The moment Sage opened the box, countless talus dustin patterns flew out, transforming into a large net that swept toward her. But to Dalton's surprise, Sage reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly sidestepping and avoiding the talus dustin net. He had used this same method to capture 2 Beast Kings in the Beast King Cave, but never expected it to fail this time. What are you planning to do? Sage shouted as she attempted to leave the spirit medicine garden. She was concerned about potentially damaging the purple Judah eastward tree and acknowledged that she was no match for the Kobe and Benjamin combined. She needed to call for reinforcements from the heavenly realm. Unexpectedly, while Kobe and Benjamin did not move, another figure suddenly appeared behind her. Before she could resist, a Tao diagram shimmering with Ingerard energy descended upon her, suppressing both her spirit and physical form, rendering her immobile. The attacker was none other than Dalton, who had transformed into a Penglai Immortal Island elite. The Tao diagram he used was the exceptionally mysterious 2 instruments Tao diagram. His sudden move caught Sage off guard. Thankfully, his vigilance paid off. Otherwise, allowing Sage to escape would have meant facing a group of talented beings from the heavenly realm. Your alertness and reaction time are truly remarkable, Dalton remarked approvingly. Sage stared intently at Dalton and asked, who are you? What do you want? Don't be nervous, you'll understand soon enough, Dalton said with a faint smile. Without further ado, he immediately cast the soul-controlling incantation, permeating Sage's body and spirit with controlling celestial patterns. He had a keen interest in subduing such talented individuals. More importantly, unlike the geniuses from the heavenly realm, Sage's body lacked special restrictions, making her controllable. Dalton had once considered controlling the geniuses sent by the heavenly realm, but their bodies contained powerful restrictions that he could not influence. Naturally, these geniuses were backed by colossal entities that would not allow their disciples to be controlled. Thus, Dalton dealt with the heavenly realm geniuses simply and violently, executing them without mercy. It wasn't due to bloodlust but because they were mortal enemies. Showing kindness would only endanger himself. Apologies, we're forced into this, Kobe said apologetically. The 3 Penglai immortals shared a close bond, and he would never betray Sage if not for being controlled by Dalton. Sage remained silent, but did not give up. She practiced an extremely profound spiritual cultivation technique, which made her spirit exceptionally strong. Any attempt to infiltrate her spirit would be challenging. However, she underestimated Dalton's prowess. Having cultivated the unmarked primordial spirit rebirth technique to the 13th level, his primordial spirit was incredibly powerful. Furthermore, he also cultivated the underworld's most mysterious and potent spiritual secret technique, the 9 Abyss Unhindered Sutra, alongside the all-encompassing Return to Emptiness Imperial Scripture. At this stage, finding someone whose primordial spirit could match his within the same realm would be difficult. After expending some time, Dalton successfully took control of Sage. The Purple Mansion spirit scripture you cultivate is indeed refined. It was the strongest spiritual scripture from the once-renowned Purple Mansion Sanctuary. However, you possess an incomplete version, leading to inherent flaws in your spirit. You needn't feel disadvantaged following me. I will now grant you the complete Purple Mansion spirit scripture, as it's rare to find someone capable of mastering it. With that, he infused Sage's primordial spirit with the complete Purple Mansion spirit scripture. In ancient times, the Purple Mansion Sanctuary flourished, specializing in spiritual techniques. Unfortunately, it eventually perished, and its scriptures were looted. Even when recovered later, they were incomplete. Coincidentally, the ancestor Heim discovered a record of the Purple Mansion spirit scripture in a hidden domain and obtained the complete inheritance. The ancestor Heim's Return to Emptiness Imperial Scripture incorporated elements of the Purple Mansion spirit scripture's essence. Given this, after cultivating the Return to Emptiness Imperial Scripture, there was no real need to cultivate other scriptures simultaneously. Only supreme texts like the Ultimate Heavenly Martial Scripture or the 9 Abyss Unhindered Sutra warranted dual cultivation. Dalton wasn't afraid of fighting the vine, but feared the disturbance would attract the heavenly geniuses residing on Penglai Immortal Island. Escaping might be possible, but endless pursuit by the 3 major mystical sects would follow, preventing peace. He aimed to quietly take the Purple Judah eastward tree without alarming anyone, leaving the theft unnoticed by the 3 major mystical sects. This is a rare and formidable plant. Despite rule constraints, its accumulated essence is astonishing, Dalton remarked after observing it. Even advanced stage cultivators couldn't compare to the vast essence accumulated over 10,000 years of growth. I can try communicating with it. Surprised, Dalton turned to see Sage speaking. Then go ahead and try, Dalton replied. If Sage succeeded, it would be perfect, sparing him from taking dangerous actions. Without delay, Sage approached the purple dragon vine, gently placing her hand on it and closing her eyes. Kobe and Benjamin exchanged glances, unaware of Sage's ability. It was clear that, in dustiny ways, they were inferior to Sage. Talented individuals sometimes had obvious differences. After a short while, Sage opened her eyes and retracted her hand. I've communicated with the purple dragon vine and changed its orders, Sage said, somewhat fatigued. Clearly, communicating with the purple dragon vine was not an easy task. It was almost more exhausting than engaging herbs be ordinary. Leaving it behind would be a great waste. After completing all this, Dalton didn't linger. Accompanied by the 3 Penglai immortals, he quietly left Penglai Immortal Island. He was quite curious to see the expressions on the faces of the 3 major mystical sex geniuses when they discovered the theft from the spirit medicine garden. It would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Chapter 529. The Devilish Heart Fruit emerges. After leaving Penglai Immortal Island, Dalton finally had the time to conduct a soul search on the 2 geniuses of the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace he had suppressed earlier. Jetty, as an elite genius of the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace, knew much more about internal affairs, including those concerning the Chaotic Devil Temple. As Dalton had suspected, the Chaotic Devil Temple indeed possessed an extraordinary object, a rare devilish heart tree, which was highly beneficial for demonic cultivation. Although he himself did not practice demonic arts, he did not want the treasures born in this place of exile to be enjoyed by the heavenly geniuses of the demonic path. Besides, he had someone who could make use of it, like Egan. Thus, he decided to pay the Chaotic Devil Temple a visit, and see if he could obtain the devilish heart tree. Dalton spent considerable time near the sea domain where the Chaotic Devil Temple resided, but never saw any core figures of the temple, which gave him a headache. Quantity was limited, and it wasn't enough for all the heavenly geniuses vying for it. Too bad, too late. Dalton couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Since the devilish heart fruit had already ripened, and he hadn't yet entered the Chaotic Devil Temple, he was destined to miss out. Not that he couldn't infiltrate the temple. It was just that most people didn't know where the devilish heart tree grew. Rash actions could invite significant trouble. Just as Dalton was preparing to leave, something unexpected happened. A dazzling devilish light erupted from the Chaotic Devil Temple, shooting up and scattering in all directions. That's the devilish heart fruit. Dalton's expression turned surprised. He hadn't expected the fruit to fly out of the Chaotic Devil Temple upon ripening, behaving as if it had a will of its own. Considering the Chaotic Devil Temple was enveloped by powerful rune formations, it was astonishing that the devilish heart fruit could break through. This turn of events was likely unforeseen by both the Chaotic Devil Temple and the heavenly geniuses. In an instant, several silhouettes resembling cranes flew out of the Chaotic Devil Temple, racing towards the flying devilish heart fruits. What a great opportunity. Dalton reacted swiftly and immediately dashed towards the nearest beam of devilish light. Even from afar, he extended his hand and unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, attempting to capture the devilish light enclosing the devilish heart fruit. Rapidly converged, enveloping the devilish light, which he then seized firmly. Though the devilish light struggled fiercely, it was firmly subdued this time. Release the devilish heart fruit. Another explosion of shouts echoed. Be quiet. Dalton snorted coldly, releasing a barrage of lightning with a wave of his hand, striking the attacking heavenly genius. Simultaneously, he sealed the devilish light into the zodiac spirit gourd, completely confining it. Without stopping there, he darted towards other beams of devilish light. The devilish heart fruit was a valuable resource, and having more was always better. With experience from capturing the first beam of devilish light, he quickly succeeded again. By the time he secured the third beam, the remaining devilish lights had been claimed by the heavenly geniuses. Overall, his haul was quite substantial. Die. 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Dalton, simultaneously swinging magic sabers at him. One Dustin in black and one Dustin in white moved in perfect harmony, their sword techniques doubling in potency when combined. Black and Torias. Dalton instantly recognized the assailants. These 2 were indeed powerful. Together, they could rival a top-tier genius with 6 breakthrough foundations, easily matching the heavenly geniuses. Dalton spun around, intercepting their sabers barehanded. Despite the immense power contained within the sabers, he did not budge. In the next moment, the netherworld evolved around him, a real river of nether slowly flowing above. The Black and Toria's faces changed drastically as they felt restrained, their bodies sinking involuntarily into the netherworld. Just as they tried to break free, a massive serpent emerged from the nether, wrapping around them. At this moment, a heavenly genius rushed over, sending out a demonic seal. Dalton willed the netherworld to extend in all directions. The demonic seal, entering the netherworld's range, was affected and unable to approach him. Seeing this, the heavenly genius unleashed a palm strike, sending out a 100-meter-wide palm print straight towards him. Struck by the palm print, the netherworld shook violently but remained intact. Ah! The attacking heavenly genius emitted a piercing scream. His body twitched uncontrollably, his face contorted in agony, hinting at some unseen phenomenon. Ding blasting blasting. Mysterious bell sounds pierced flesh and directly assaulted the soul. Immediately, a faint glow emerged from the screaming heavenly genius and vanished. Dalton showed surprise. He intended to use Dark Soul to swiftly dispatch one person, but failed due to these bell sounds. Even Dark Soul couldn't withstand save face. Beyond just saving face, they were fully aware of the immense value of the devil heart fruits and the black and white devil monarch. They simply couldn't afford such a loss. Moreover, due to their efforts to collect the devil heart fruits, the heavenly realm geniuses had dispersed too quickly and could not immediately gather together, thus failing to surround Dalton effectively. Bobble. The eerie bell sound rang out again. Even with his powerful primordial spirit and the protection of the God Morning Pagoda, Dalton felt slightly affected. Is this a replica of the soul-capturing bell? Dalton guessed inwardly. The soul-capturing bell was a well-known demonic treasure that specialized in attacking the primordial spirit, making it almost impossible to resist by any means. If one's primordial spirit wasn't strong enough, it could be forcefully captured by the soul-capturing bell. But for every famous treasure, there were Dustini replicas, ranging from different grades, just like the celestial transformation spirit gourd Dalton possessed, which was also a replica. Stay here. The owner of the soul-capturing bell coldly shouted as torrents of black magic energy surged out of his body, transforming into dark waves that charged at Dalton. Suppress. Dalton waved his hand, summoning the demon-suppressing seal. It emitted a dim light that immediately suppressed the surging dark waves, nullifying the power laws contained within them and drastically reducing the attack's effectiveness. Then, the demon-suppressing seal hurtled directly towards the owner of the soul-capturing bell, its strange force exerting a significant suppression on demonic powers. What the hell is this? The owner of the soul-capturing bell was shocked and hastily retreated. Before he could act, the flow of his internal magic energy was already disrupted, making him feel an inexplicable and intense threat. Pound. He released a palm strike, colliding head-on with the demon-suppressing seal, but suffered a minor disadvantage, being sent flying far away. Despite this, his strength was formidable, on par with Jetti's, placing him among the elite geniuses of the heavenly realm. Otherwise, his soul-capturing bell wouldn't have been able to affect Dalton. Dalton did not continue to tangle with him. Retrieving the demon-suppressing seal, he continued his rapid retreat. 2 Dustini heavenly realm geniuses were stationed at the Chaos Demon Hall, and he didn't want to be surrounded. Moreover, he worried that a major figure from the Godslayer demon sect might still be lurking nearby. Although his strength had greatly increased, he still harbored considerable fear of that person. Boom. The earth trembled as an enormous palm print descended from the sky, pressing down upon Dalton. It's him. Dalton instantly recognized it. Since they encountered each other, he wanted to spar a few rounds to gauge the opponent's strength. The Godslayer demon sect's top genius withdrew a war spear and charged over swiftly. Clang, clang, clang. Dalton and the Godslayer demon sect's expert clashed violently on the sea surface, both moving at incredible speeds with each collision containing terrifying power. Their figures became blurry, leaving afterimages scattered across the sea. For a moment, both fought evenly, neither side gaining the upper hand. Dalton secretly marveled, realizing that if not for his astonishing advancement to the 13th level of the Nirvana primordial spirit law and some training in the Dark Void, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this opponent. A pity, today isn't suitable for a prolonged battle, Dalton sighed inwardly. Encountering such a formidable opponent was rare, and he really wished to engage in a thorough battle to hone himself. Unfortunately, besides him and the Godslayer demon sect's top genius, the other heavenly realm geniuses were fast approaching. Void Exile. Suddenly, Dalton summoned the Void Mirror, distorting the space around the Godslayer demon sect's top genius. Despite his fierce resistance, the top genius was instantly sucked into the distorted space and vanished without a trace. Dalton wasted no time, withdrawing the 5 elements heavenly boat to flee rapidly. Boom. The distorted space fractured, and the Godslayer demon sect's top genius emerged, looking somewhat disheveled. Dalton hadn't expected this move to cause much damage. It was merely intended to temporarily trap him, allowing Dalton to escape. Daring to snatch devil heart fruits, wherever you run, there will be no escape. The Godslayer demon sect's top genius spoke, chillingly. Being tricked by Dalton left him thoroughly displeased. Never before had he imagined encountering a match here. Originally, such talents could have been recruited, but since Dalton chose to oppose them, there would only be death awaiting. Undoubtedly, after this incident, Dalton would land on the demon path kill list, facing endless pursuits in the future. However, Dalton didn't care much. If he were truly afraid, he wouldn't have tried to snatch the devil heart fruits in the first place. Successfully seizing 3 devil heart fruits was a significant accomplishment. 13,000 spirit blood fruits, 14 eastward purple Judah fruits, plus 3 devil heart fruits. This trip hasn't been wasted. Dalton nodded and smiled. It was unfortunate that he couldn't infiltrate the Chaos Demon Hall early and uproot the devil heart tree completely, allowing most of the fruits to be claimed by the demon path. Still, things never went exactly as planned. Stealing the 1,000 spirit blood tree and the eastward purple Judah tree was already a great achievement. Judah fruits. He had absolute control over the cave establishing treasure, so no matter what changes or incidents might occur during the ripening process, he would be able to handle them. Along with this, he also transplanted the purple flood vine into the cave establishing treasure. With all preparations in place, Dalton summoned the 4 great beast kings and the 3 immortals of Penglai, instructing them to begin the ripening process for both miraculous fruits simultaneously. He was unwilling to waste even a moment. Once obtained, these treasures must be used as soon as possible to avoid any additional uncertainties. Even the purple flood dragon vine was transplanted into the cave establishing treasure. With everything prepared, Dalton summoned the 4 great beast kings and the 3 immortals of Penglai, instructing them to proceed with ripening both types of extraordinary fruits simultaneously. He was unwilling to waste even a moment. Once obtained, these treasures must be used as soon as possible to avoid any additional complications. Chapter 531. The Revival of the Great Array. As Dalton had anticipated, when the 1,000 spirit blood fruit and the purple Judah eastward fruit ripened, they created an enormous disturbance with various phenomena. The fruits detached from their branches on their own, flying about in all directions, unobstructed by any force. Fortunately, this occurred within the cavern artifact. Otherwise, he would have had to chase after them all over the world. Pity, these 2 trees have withered and died, Dalton said regretfully. After the fruits matured, the 1,000 spirit blood tree and the purple Judah eastward tree quickly withered, and the vibrant life force that had previously gathered vanished instantly. He had originally hoped to cultivate these trees to see if they could bear fruit again in the future, but now those hopes were dashed. With a wave of his hand, Dalton utilized the power of the cavern artifact to gather all the 1,000 spirit blood fruits and purple Judah eastward fruits. There were 27 in total, not dustini. Allocating these fruits required careful consideration. A fine steel must be used where it is most needed. Especially during such critical times, selection should be even more prudent. Besides reserving one purple Judah eastward fruit for himself and one for his immortal bone alter ego, the remaining 13,000 spirit blood fruits and 12 purple Judah eastward fruits would be distributed among his close companions. After deep contemplation, Dalton decided to give the 1,000 spirit blood fruits to Mike, Avon Shan Zhu, Evander, Bob Ming, Blood Swordgrass, Evelyn, Green Fire Bodhi, Fergus, Demon Tiger, and the 4 Beast Kings. All 13 of them possessed exceptional talents, and with the aid of the 1,000 spirit blood fruits, they might have a chance to challenge the foundation for breaking limits 6 times. G. Scarlet's brother, with exceptional talent. Kira was chosen entirely because of her high talent, capable of joining forces against the 8 major celestial powers in the future. Benton pursued the path of a pure Talus Dustin master with profound skill, undoubtedly serving a significant role. Xerxes was one of the strongest assassins Dalton had subdued from the shadow-killing organization, highly talented and powerful. Josephine and Howell possessed extraordinary talent, and was a friend of Dalton's parents. Kinley was one of Dalton's earliest friends at Tianze Academy, exceptionally gifted in illusions. Nelson was Dalton's senior brother who loved experimenting. In terms of talent, few could match him. And Zhu Fanaden was an unexpected gain for Dalton. Initially captured after attempting to assassinate him, it turned out Zhu Fanaden possessed the rare Zhu Yin constitution, leading to rapid cultivation progress after issues were resolved. The 3 immortals of Penglai needed no further introduction. They were the top 3 geniuses cultivated by Penglai Immortal Island, with great potential to advance further. With all the fruits allocated, Dalton immediately began his closed meditation. With the purple Judah eastward fruit, it was time for him to break limits at the essence spirit realm. In fact, his accumulation was already incredibly robust. Without the purple Judah eastward fruit, he could break limits anytime he wished. But with the realm had set up this great array ages ago, which revived every 10,000 years to automatically search the exile lands. It served as a means for these powers to find legendary artifacts. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Great Array had another effect. It would expose essence spirit realm cultivators and 6th stage savage beasts, no matter how well hidden they were. Blazed a few select powers, residing in extremely secretive secret realms, even if the forces themselves wouldn't be exposed, the strong individuals within them would hardly avoid detection. Additionally, upon the revival of the Heaven and Earth Great Array, the cultivation environment in the exile lands would drastically deteriorate, with spiritual energy becoming scarce, lasting for about 1,000 years. During this period, cultivation would become extraordinarily difficult, possibly leading to the extinction of all cultivators and savage beasts. Until after 1,000 years, when spiritual energy would re-emerge, cultivators and savage beasts would appear again. Thus, long-lasting forces in the exile lands were rare, unaffected ones being only the Chaos Demon Hall, Beast King Den, Penglai Immortal Island, and the 4 Dragon Palaces. Exhausting the spiritual energy in the exile lands was also a method to find legendary artifacts. During this period, the Chaos Demon Hall, Beast King Den, and Penglai Immortal Island would actively is rapidly dissipating. There's no mistake about it. The great array set up by the 8 major powers of the heavenly realm has been reactivated and will soon drain all the spiritual energy from this world, taking a millennium to recover, Dalton said gravely. Earlier, during his visit to the Celestial Wolf Forest, he had learned some secrets from Ramon, including what terrifying means the 8 major powers of the heavenly realm had prepared in the exiled lands. Without delay, Dalton summoned everyone in this small world. What happened? Many were still bewildered, unable to understand the situation. Thus, Dalton briefly explained the circumstances. How should we deal with this? Everyone furrowed their brows, feeling utterly at a loss. They had tried every possible method, but could not prevent their spiritual power from leaking out. Worse, the essence stone stored spiritual energy was also quickly depleting, as were various rare treasures, rendering them mundane. Have I rebuilt my Tao foundation only to lose it so easily? With 6 breakthroughs to my name, this is too cruel, Bentley murmured, his tone filled with resentment. After encountering a setback, his fate's trajectory changed dramatically from ordinary to exceptional, achieving more than Dustini geniuses in the heavenly realm. But just as he gained such achievements, they were about to be lost, making him feel as if fate was mocking him. Fanjadonxi, Ajax, Chris, Elwyn, and others shared similar feelings, their hearts brimming with unwillingness. I can't stop the reactivation of the Great Array, but I can significantly reduce everyone's spiritual energy leakage. Additionally, my cavern artifact can isolate us from part of the array's influence. For a short while, the spiritual energy should not run out, Dalton declared. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Dalton wasted no time and immediately acted. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals, condensing an abstruse Tao seal and first injecting it into Bentley's body. How do you feel? The seal he used was the 10 Supreme Sealing Heaven Tao seal, one of 10 highly mysterious seals created by his ancestor, each possessing unique functions. Due to its profound complexity, it was beyond low-level cultivators, and even Dalton barely mastered one type due to his deep cultivation. Fortunately, he obtained the purple Judah Donglai fruit and dragon essence fruit, enabling him to cultivate this seal in a short time. Earlier, in Dragon Deity Ancient City, amid the crumbling mountains, he stumbled upon a dragon essence tree bearing dragon essence fruits. The fruit contained extremely potent energy, unrefinable by ordinary people. Dalton Dustinaged to refine it thanks to his Judinglong profound art and the essence blood and laws within him. Bentley's face showed surprise and excitement. Master, the spiritual energy leakage has slowed down to the point where I almost can't sense it. This meant he could last for quite some time, provided he didn't engage in combat. It seems effective. Let me place this seal on everyone here. Dalton smiled and proceeded to act. Despite the large number present, even with his true self and immortal bone alter ego working together, it took considerable time to imprint everyone. Then, he gathered everyone into the cavern artifact before leaving the hidden small world. Not because he wanted to leave, but because it would soon collapse, dragging Thunder Valley into silence. Izar, so you were hiding here. No sooner had he left when Dalton was intercepted. Sensing the cold demonic aura from 4 individuals, he concluded they were disciples of the Een Ming ghost sect. Just got a new treasure. Let's test its power on you. One of them sneered, launching a silver dagger that sped toward Dalton like lightning. Unexpectedly, Dalton extended 2 fingers, stopping the dagger just an inch away from his forehead. On contact, the dagger released fierce blade chi and lightning, trying to tear through everything in its path. Isidrot, Dalton remained unharmed. That's a fine treasure, but you don't deserve it. With that, Dalton effortlessly pocketed the dagger. He recognized it as a treasure born in Thunder Valley under the influence of the Great Array, causing the head to explode this time. Desperate, the Dustin abandoned his body and fled with his essence spirit. Dalton's essence spirit slashed hundreds of times in an instant, shattering his opponent's essence spirit and collecting it into the gourd. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the other 3 stunned. By the time they reacted, their companion was already dead. In rapid succession, they too met the same fate, becoming victims of Dalton's sword. Anyone who dared provoke him must accept the dire consequences. Hashtag chapter 533. Blashning Law Confrontation. Boom. The thunderous marsh shook violently. Waves of surging lightning energy surged towards Dalton. Dalton stood firm. His towering dust infestation of the thunder god appeared, and with a forward thrust of both palms, he forcefully parted the overwhelming surge of lightning. He then activated the Gue Josephine Heim scripture, actively absorbing the vast amounts of law forces contained within the lightning, even complete strands of lightning laws. With his formidable physique, these law forces and complete lightning laws were rapidly refined upon entering his body, leaving only pure essences that fused into his martial Tao essence pill. Whoosh! A large net of lightning descended from the sky, enveloping both the thunder god dust infestation and Dalton. Immediately after, several more nets of lightning appeared, layering one on top of another, exerting an incredibly strong binding force. At this moment, Dalton finally saw what was attacking him, a gigantic spider. It was exceptionally large, standing several hundred feet tall, with each leg sharp like a war spear. Its entire body was pitch black, brilliant lightning shimmered around it. Its aura was terrifying, as if it ruled over the thunderous marsh. Dalton's gaze was sharp. He immediately noticed a figure standing atop the giant spider's head, a strikingly tall Woodustin with long, exposed legs, quite eye-catching. Very powerful, Dalton narrowed his eyes. Based on his judgment, this Woodustin should be at the same level as the supreme prodigy of the god-slaying demon sect he had previously encountered outside the chaotic devil palace, possessing the strength of having broken limits 6 times. And with the revival of the world array, she not only remained unaffected, but became even stronger. It was clear to anyone that this was the doing of the 8 major forces of the heavenly realm, suppressing native cultivators while partially unsealing the power of their disciples. In this shift, even those among the native cultivators who showed extraordinary talent could only be overwhelmed. 10,000 thunders darken. Dalton pressed down with one hand. Instantly, the lightning power within the thunderclouds above was mobilized, descending in thousands of terrifying bolts, engulfing the Woodustin and the giant spider. When it came to controlling lightning, he had never feared anyone. One must not forget, he cultivated the Thunder God Sutra, the orthodox thunder law, and he mastered the powerful lightning laws originating from the blashing spirit world. Within his body, he also possessed a thunder source tree, making him practically an incarnation of lightning. Dalton showed a curious expression. The giant spider was very peculiar. It was wildly devouring the lightning power, and his attacks did not seem to harm it. Could it be a beast born from the essence of the thunderous marsh? Dalton guessed inwardly. As thoughts raced through his mind, he immediately channeled the Gue Josephine Heim scripture at full capacity, swiftly drawing a large amount of lightning power from the blashing spirit world and condensing it into a sphere of lightning. Swoosh! The lightning sphere flew out, charging directly toward the giant spider. Bam! The giant spider extended 2 legs, crossing them to block the lightning sphere, intending to devour it. However, this time was different. The lightning sphere unleashed terrifying destructive power, inflicting significant damage to its legs. Boom! In the next instant, the lightning sphere exploded, unleashing devastating destruction that battered the giant spider. Its 2 front legs were severed first, and then its massive body was thrown backward, its hard shell breaking, blood splattering everywhere. Indeed, as I suspected. Dalton's eyes revealed understanding. As he had anticipated, the giant spider could be immune to the thunderous marsh's lightning, but not to the lightning from the blashing spirit world. The Woodustin standing on the spider's head was also affected by the blast, but her quick reflexes allowed her to retreat instantly, avoiding serious injury. Dalton rode on the lightning, swiftly charging toward the Woodustin, throwing condensed lightning spheres before even getting close. The Woodustin also employed lightning laws, condensing the lightning into spear-like forms to ward off the flying lightning spheres. Boom! One by one, the lightning spheres exploded, creating intense shockwaves. Though the Woodustin continuously retreated, she was still injured by the impact, her expression becoming increasingly stern. She was puzzled. How could Dalton's strength have increased so much in just half a year? This was simply unreasonable. Logically speaking, Dalton's cultivation and strength should have already peaked. There was no reason for him to continue improving. What she didn't know was that when Dalton first battled Heavenly Realm geniuses, he had yet to fully master the aniconic Jameson Nirvana method, let alone break through the limitations at the Origin Soul realm. Dalton's current cultivation had only reached the limit of the Exile Land. Afterward, unless he could break the shackles and advance to the fusion realm, he would need to seek improvement in other aspects to enhance his strength. While the Wadustin was astonished, Dalton's attacks grew even fiercer. In addition to the lightning spheres, a sea of lightning quickly formed around him. Roar. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon roar, a massive lightning dragon emerged behind Dalton, twisting its body and lunging toward the Wadustin. Immediately after, a mighty lightning tiger also appeared, vivid and lifelike, emitting an overpoweringly fierce and tyrannical aura. Facing the attacks of the lightning dragon and tiger, the Wadustin could no longer hold her ground and soon suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, the Sun True Fire Fan appeared in Dalton's hand, which he waved vigorously, sending blinding flames streaking outward. Bam! Just as the Wadustin was sent flying by a flaming tiger paw, she was struck by the flame light before she could react. Even with her protective garments, she couldn't completely resist the power of the flame light, suffering severe burns on her fair skin. Burst! With a fierce look, the Wadustin launched a demon tower. The demon tower emitted terrifying demonic light, causing the lightning dragon and tiger to explode. Slash! Dalton soared into the air, wielding the Een sword and channeling the surrounding vast lightning power, slashing downward. Instantly, an enormous lightning sword beam, over 1,000 feet long, shone brilliantly, darkening the heavens. Boom! The lightning sword beam slashed against the demon tower, engaging in a deadlock. But this standoff lasted only a moment as the demon tower was slashed away, the demonic light dimming. Puff! The Wadustin flew backward, spewing blood profusely. This blow truly left her severely wounded, her aura weakening. Before the Wadustin could catch her breath, Dalton once again concentrated his physical power and unleashed a void blast. The void blast pierced through her protective garment, piercing her body and attaching void energy to her wound, further eroding her. From this strike, the Wadustin nearly lost her ability to fight, even her vitality rapidly fading. Just as Dalton prepared to deliver the fatal blow, the giant spider, which he had already crippled, suddenly leaped up, charging at him with all its might. He sensed that the spider's power was rapidly consolidating, and the lightning power of the thunderous marsh was frenziedly converging toward it. Boom! In an instant, the giant spider exploded, unleashing horrifyingly destructive lightning like a flood, surging toward Dalton. In moments, everything within tens of miles was reduced to nothingness, devoid of life and vitality. Such terrifying destructive power might even be too much for a fusion realm powerhouse to withstand. One had to admit, the Wadustin was ruthless, using the spider to gather the thunderous marsh's formidable lightning power for a self-destructive explosion, an attack far beyond the origin soul realm. Thus, the desolation of the thunderous marsh would come even sooner, and this special secret realm would soon be completely sealed, only reopening after a millennium. Any living beings trapped within the thunderous marsh would be doomed, unless they could evacuate quickly. Chapter 534, Respected Elder Broken Sword. After a long while, the raging thunderstorms gradually subsided, revealing the immense Thunder Source Tree. Ferdy stood beneath it. Fortunately, he had summoned the Thunder Source Tree in time to absorb a large amount of lightning essence. Even so, he suffered minor injuries, with thin streaks of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Luckily, the giant spider was of the lightning attribute. Its power was also that of lightning. Otherwise, this trouble would have been much more significant. The spatial collapse of Thunder Sound Swamp is imminent. I must leave quickly. Fiend hurriedly cast a spiritual charm, forming a defensive barrier around herself. She never imagined that in the exiled land, she would be hunted by a native and have to use a defensive spiritual charm. More infuriatingly, her defensive barrier held for only a moment before being shattered by the lightning. Reluctantly, she cast another spiritual charm. Within a short time, she had consumed multiple charms, yet the distance between her and Ferdy kept decreasing, putting her in an unfavorable position. When her supply of defensive charms ran out, the Wadustin activated a defensive spirit artifact, a magical shield covered in dark energy with strong defense capabilities. However, it destined enormous spirit power, which her current heavily wounded state couldn't sustain for long. Why hasn't anyone come yet? The Wadustin thought anxiously. She had already sent out distress signals. According to logic, there should be Dustini Heaven Realm geniuses near Thunder Sound Swamp, but none were in sight. At that moment, she felt the sky darken as a massive black stone seal descended from the heavens. Undoubtedly, this black stone seal was the dark seal crafted by Ferdy using the landmass from the dark void, known for its heaviness and hardness. Bang! As the dark seal continuously fell, the protective aura quickly crumbled. Struck by the massive impact, the Wadustin plummeted, smashing through a small mountain below, reducing it to rubble. Suddenly sensing danger, Ferdy immediately channeled his Josephinian Wushengong, Josephinian Wuxingguang, adopting the true form of Josephinian Wu to protect himself. Note: for better fluency and consistency in English, it should be. Suddenly sensing danger, Ferdy immediately activated his Josephinian Wu mystical art, assuming the true form of Josephinian Wu to protect himself. Whoosh! Next, countless sharp sword chi tore through the air, all striking the true form of Josephinian Wu and being deflected. Such powerful sword chi, Ferdy's gaze hardened. He had already identified and comprehended the identity of the attacker who struck him. The mysterious powerhouse who escaped from Broken Sword Ridge, Ferdy murmured. Though the person now wore a different body, he vividly remembered the evil aura destinating from them. Initially, the mysterious powerhouse at Broken Sword Ridge had seized the body of Barrett from the Jilu Academy, maintaining Barrett's appearance for a long period. Now, having found a better host body, he abandoned Barrett's 6 limit break foundation. Indeed, a remarkable new host body, Ferdy inwardly remarked. Finding such a top-tier host body must have required considerable effort from the mysterious powerhouse at Broken Sword Ridge. It's him. When Ferdy fully perceived the mysterious powerhouse's current appearance, surprise colored his features. From his soul search of Black and White Devil Lord, he knew that the chaotic Devil Hall possessed an absolute genius, whose talent rivaled theirs, but faced some cultivation issues early on, leading to a closed-off seclusion. Unbeknownst to them, this sequestered genius became the new host body for the Broken Sword Ridge mysterious powerhouse. This undoubtedly involved the three major Heavenly Realms forces backing the chaotic Devil Hall, likely forming some agreement. This mysterious powerhouse at Broken Sword Ridge was undeniably stronger than ever, giving an impression of unfathomable depth. Young one, you are indeed capable, worthy of my personal attention, the mysterious powerhouse said calmly. Ferdy's gaze met his coldly. Who are you? With the passage of time, what's past is past. Now, you may call me Wily, the mysterious powerhouse replied pensively. Clearly, this wasn't his former title. Whether he wanted to sever ties with his past, or hide something remained unknown. Ferdy's gaze turned fiercely. Wily, I have no interest in fighting you, but don't meddle. With that, he moved toward the heavily injured Wadustin. Do you defy me, disregarding my presence? Wily's gaze grew cold as he waved his hand, unleashing countless sword chi. Ferdy didn't resist but summoned his immortal bone doppelganger. Now, his main body appeared as Malik, while his doppelganger retained his original look. The two exuded distinctly different auras, making it impossible to assume they were the same person. The doppelganger wielded the Flameblaze sword obtained from Broken Sword Ridge, employing mystical sword techniques to deflect all of Wily's sword chi. The Flameblaze sword was an exceptionally unique blade, associated with a mysterious sword's dustin buried at Broken Sword Ridge. Made of extraordinary materials, it had the ability to grow, becoming a 7th-rank spirit artifact. It contained powerful sword doctrines, metal doctrines, and fire doctrines, making it a formidable weapon. Most importantly, the Flameblaze sword resonated with the sword soul within the doppelganger's body, rendering it the most suitable blade for him. Wily's gaze locked onto the Flameblaze sword, deepening significantly. You are Hutch's successor. Very well today, I will erase everything Hutch left behind. As he spoke, Wily's aura soared, emitting fearsome killing intent. As Ferdy predicted, Wily was likely suppressed by another sword's dustin at Broken Sword Ridge. Both cultivated swords dustinship, one righteous and one malevolent. Unfortunately, the sword's dustin suppressing Wily perished, unlike Wily who endured until this era. The Wadustin was gravely injured and could barely move, otherwise she wouldn't have waited for Ferdy to retrieve her. A tyrannical blade light suddenly appeared, severing the spiritual energy Ferdy had released, allowing the Wadustin to regain her freedom. The next moment, a dashing figure appeared before Ferdy. It was the supreme prodigy from the god-slaying demon sect who had briefly crossed swords with him outside the chaotic Devil Hall. This individual possessed the foundation of breaking limits 6 times. After the revival of the Great Heavenly Array, the suppression on him had weakened somewhat, enabling him to wield even greater power. Take her away. The dashing Dustin ordered. Instantly, someone appeared to carry the severely injured Wadustin away. Want to save her? Did you ask me? Ferdy coldly snorted and gripped his sword, slashing it out in an instant. The dashing Dustin's eyebrows lifted as he shouted, Impudence! He swung his demon blade, blocking Ferdy's strike. With him present, how could Ferdy harm the Wadustin? Though the Wadustin wasn't from the same faction, in such circumstances, unity against external threats was necessary. Clang! The dashing Dustin struggled to block Ferdy's sword, involuntarily stepping back. His expression turned grave, all traces of disdain vanished. The weakening suppression of the heavenly laws greatly enhanced his strength, but Ferdy held the sword, standing proudly, his eyes disdainful. Want to recruit me? Show your true strength. Weaklings can only die under my sword. Hashtag chapter 535, Berkeley reappears. Seeing Dalton unyielding, the valiant Dustin didn't say anything more. He swung his devilish blade, unleashing a 100-meter-long immense blade beam that seemed to cleave through the entire universe. Dalton was fearless, raising the sword in his hand and effortlessly blocking the ferocious blade beam. Then, he took the initiative, displaying exquisite swordplay, continuously attacking the valiant Dustin. At the same time, he summoned the Karina to chase after the person who had taken away the heavily injured Wadustin. The Karina, treading on fire clouds, moved incredibly fast. Despite the considerable distance, it initiated an attack using the bell around its neck. Though the valiant Dustin wanted to intervene, he was already fully occupied by fighting Dalton, daring not to let his attention wander even slightly while battling him. After clashing dozens of times, the valiant Dustin put away his devilish blade and instead took out an extremely formidable battle halberd, striking Dalton from the air. Dalton slightly sidestepped to avoid the halberd and then waved his hand, launching the Void Returning Seal. The rune laws contained within the Void Returning Seal awakened, generating numerous The valiant Dustin reappeared, looking quite disheveled. Even with the protection of his treasure armor, he was bruised and bleeding profusely. Dalton, with a mere thought, recondensed the spirit sword torrent, once again surging towards the valiant Dustin. Leveraging his extraordinarily powerful primordial spirit, he performed the sword control art with perfect proficiency. This sword control art, originated from the ancestor Heim, was naturally unparalleled in its sophistication, and ordinary methods couldn't counteract it. The valiant Dustin was also enraged now, brandishing his devilish blade and charging directly at the spirit sword torrent for a direct confrontation. Dalton could sense the valiant Dustin's aura rapidly growing stronger. Clearly, similar to Jetty before, he was using some means to unlock partial restrictions on his power, allowing for an intense burst of strength. The power of Unity stage? Dalton murmured, still calm. Tingling. Suddenly, a strange ringing sound echoed. Dalton wasn't unfamiliar with this bell sound, having heard it in the chaotic Devil Hall 6 months ago. It came from the soul-capturing bell, clearly indicating the elite genius from the Ming Ghost sect had arrived. Finf. Dalton let out a cold snort, immediately activating the Divine Sorrow Tower. The Divine Sorrow Tower vibrated, emitting an intangible wave that struck directly toward the location of the soul-capturing bell's owner. Instantly, the soul-capturing bell's owner's primordial spirit was heavily impacted, momentarily freezing his consciousness. The effect of the Divine Sorrow Tower on the primordial spirit far exceeded the soul-capturing bell's effectiveness. Then, Dalton condensed strong primordial spirit energy, thus manifesting countless rays of primordial spirit light, ignoring any defense, slicing directly toward the primordial spirit of the soul-capturing bell's owner. With his enhanced primordial spirit, he naturally had mastered some techniques for attacking the primordial spirit, using this individual for practice. However, during this moment of distraction, the valiant Dustin broke through the spirit's sword torrent and condensed the terrifying demon seal, hurling it at Dalton. Dalton didn't dodge, casually extending one hand to intercept the incoming demon seal. Though the demon seal was powerful, his physical body was even stronger, standing immovably rooted in place. Bam! The demon seal was shattered by Dalton's powerful palm strike, and this force continued toward the valiant Dustin. Struck by the palm force, the valiant Dustin staggered backward, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Even with the removal of some restrictions and release of stronger power, he was still no match for Dalton. Next, a massive vermilion bird flew out of Dalton and Dustin with 6 breakthroughs. Despite prolonged battles, the Immortal Bone Alter Ego couldn't gain an upper hand. Booming! The Immortal Bone Alter Ego unleashed the Soul Lock Bell, originally seized by Dalton from Avram of the Barbarian King sect, bestowed by a major Heavenly Realm force. Surprised by the sudden activation of the Soul Lock Bell, the Ike suffered a mental impact. Seizing this opportunity, the Immortal Bone Alter Ego spared nothing, unleashing his lifebound skill. 2 dazzling golden beams shot out from the Immortal Bone Alter Ego, forming a dragon and a snake, intertwining to form an incredibly terrifying force. Utilizing his cultivated lifebound law to perform the lifebound skill marked the Immortal Bone Alter Ego's strongest trump card. The Ike was hurled away, spouting a stream of blood. This single blow inflicted unimaginable damage, even shattering one of his arms. But just as the Immortal Bone Alter Ego planned to finish him off, the Ike used Blood Escapade, vanishing instantly. Such a pity. The Immortal Bone Alter Ego sighed slightly. This was a rare chance, yet despite using all available means, it failed to capture the Ike, inevitably leading to future complications. On the other side, the Karina returned, spitting out 3 people, including the previously injured Dustin by Dalton. These 3 individuals were geniuses from the heavenly realm, immensely strong, yet unable to match the Karina, ultimately ending up captured alive. Hashtag chapter 536, a common enemy. Dalton waved his hand, subduing the 3 people brought back by the Karina and pressing them into the 9 luminaries heaven refining cauldron. He then turned his gaze towards Berkeley, who was surrounded by malevolent energy. Berkeley, it's been a long time, said the Immortal Bone Avatar calmly. A flash of coldness passed through Berkeley's eyes as he replied icily, Indeed, it has been a long time. I never imagined that you, once a small fry, would grow to such heights. There is no fundamental conflict of interest between us. There's no point in rehashing what happened back then. It would be better if we joined forces to deal with the external threat. The Immortal Bone Avatar continued. Berkeley sneered. Deal with the external threat? Why do you think I will join you in this? Just because you disrupted the arrival of one of the powerful figures from the Godslayer demon sect when you went to the sea region, it suggests that whoever is behind you likely has a grudge against the Godslayer demon sect. Since we have a common enemy, why can't we cooperate? Dalton's true body spoke at this moment. Berkeley did not deny it, but shook his head. You're too naive. Are the 8 major forces of the heavenly realm so easy to handle? Now that the great formation of heaven Godslayer demon sect's major figure? I don't. Dalton shook his head. Berkeley explained. That person has already attained immortality in the heavenly realm. The Godslayer demon sect paid a great price to send him here. In the spirit martial stage, he broke through 9 times, with the first 6 realms all achieved through self-breakthrough. His foundation is incredibly robust, far surpassing that pseudo-genius who barely Dustin-aged 6 breakthroughs. More importantly, he has cultivated the extreme Dao celestial martial canon and achieved significant success. He also mastered one of the most famous god-killing techniques of the Godslayer demon sect. Even under the suppression of celestial rules, his strength remains formidable. Berkeley's expression grew serious. The more he understood, the more he feared. Dalton understood well that Dustini people who claimed 6 breakthrough foundations actually had flaws, basically reshaping their Dao foundation after reaching high realms to break previous limitations. True 6 breakthrough foundations should come from successive breakthroughs across each realm, which was extremely difficult. Besides himself, only the Karina Dustin aged to achieve it. Even for those with strong talents, like Ingerard Divine Crow Evander and Golden Bat Bob Ming, Dalton provided them the best training from the beginning, yet they failed to successfully break limits even at the first stage. For Who Dustin Warriors, Foundation Establishment, and for Beast Warriors, the first stage, are starting points and the lowest level foundations, making limit breaking extremely challenging, rare among billions of living beings. Of course, reshaping one's Dao foundation to break limitations is also remarkable and achievable by only a few. From Berkeley's words, Dalton realized this major figure from the Godslayer demon sect must be specifically seeking the legendary item. Due to its mysterious nature, the only clue was its potential connection to the extreme Dao celestial martial canon. The real test will reveal who is stronger. What are you afraid? The Immortal Bone Avatar asked, eyes flashing with intent. Berkeley snorted, don't try to provoke me with words, but I indeed want to measure the true strength of this so-called major figure. Let's not delay any further. We'll settle our accounts later. Deep down, Berkeley was fearless and courageous. Although wary of the major figure, he was not afraid of confronting him. With that, Berkeley transformed into a streak of malevolent energy and dashed off at incredible speed. Seeing this, Dalton, the Immortal Bone Avatar, and the Karina hurriedly followed. There was no doubt Berkeley knew where the major figure of the Godslayer demon sect was. The exile land was in chaos, with native Dustin warriors and beast warriors all panicking, unsure of what was happening. The rapid revival of the celestial form. Honestly, he had little confidence in dealing with the major figure, let alone with 12 other geniuses present. I'll arrange for others to handle them. We need to focus on defeating the Godslayer demon sect's major figure, Dalton assured him. As he spoke, he summoned a large group of people from the treasure trove. All those who had consumed the 1,000 soul blood fruit, purple Judah eastward fruit, and demon heart fruit were present. After reshaping their Tao foundations, some had 6 breakthrough foundations, like Bentley, Evander, Eva, Kira, Jijamal, Keegan, while others had 5 breakthrough foundations, with greatly enhanced martial intentions, allowing better use of law powers. In short, none of these people were weaklings. Seeing the crowd Dalton summoned, Berkeley couldn't help but show surprise. He hadn't expected Dalton to have so dustiny powerful allies. However, this reassured him. So let's not delay any longer. Let's attack, Berkeley urged. At this moment, the Gold Pupil Mountain Master spoke up. Let me first disrupt this mountain's momentum and control its spirit. Upon hearing this, Berkeley showed surprise again, amazed at the Gold Pupil Mountain Master's capability. The Gold Pupil Mountain Master did not say much more and immediately began to secretly employ the secret techniques of his lineage to communicate with the mountain not far away. He was actually very excited. Fierce impacts, flung away from the impact. Attack! Guhei Dinwi let out a cold shout, charging forward first. The rest did not hesitate either, each dashing out and executing the pre-planned actions according to their plan. All were powerful and fearless, even facing the heavenly elites nurtured by major forces. In no time, they engaged in combat with the 12 geniuses of the god-slaying demon sect. With 27 strong figures on their side, they outnumbered the enemy significantly. With the help of the Devil Heart Fruit, Purple Judah Donglai Fruit, and 1,000 Spirit Blood Fruit, most of them possessed the strength of 6 limit-breaking levels. Their martial arts' true intent was formidable, and they wielded immensely powerful rules within them. Dalton also aided them, enabling them to unleash part of these powers. Thus, when the battle commenced, they held their ground, even overpowering the 12 geniuses in terms of morale. Mainly due to their sudden attack, the 12 geniuses were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation fully. On the other side, the violent force inside the sentient mountain broke through forcefully. A Dustin exuding overwhelming aura soared into the sky, surveying the world arrogantly. Descendants of evil ancestor, and you weak native, you dare appear before me again? Are you tired of living? Monty causing Dalton's flames to diminish. Chauncey summoned a yellow copper pagoda, powered by martial art true intent, innate rule, and 3 purest flames, forming an immense sea of fire surpassing Dalton's efforts. Mike brandished a golden knife, cutting through space with myriad sharp edges. Berkeley transformed into evil chi, launching covert soul attacks, a field he excelled in. Together, they surrounded Monty, preventing any chance of escape. However, despite this, Monty was overwhelmingly powerful with no apparent weaknesses. In fact, Monty himself was shocked. Despite his power, he could not subdue the 4 temporarily, which made no sense to him. Suddenly, the mountain below rose and collided with Monty. Reacting swiftly, Monty countered with a palm strike, sending the mountain crashing down. But this distraction gave Dalton and the others an opportunity to launch more intense attacks. Dalton cast the Demon Suppression Seal, momentarily disrupting Monty's internal power flow. Chauncey swung the burning flame sword, merging with it to deliver the strongest slash, while Mike infused his strength into his bells, unleashing golden and fiery lights along with a heavy gravitational field. Die! Berkeley roared, unleashing his full divine spirit power like a tidal flood assaulting Monty. Instantly, Monty's defenses crumbled. The thick layer of demonic chi scattered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Very well, truly commendable. Monty's gaze turned lethal, his aura spiking dramatically. Enraged, he decided to hold nothing back and kill everyone present. Overhead, boundless demonic chi condensed above Monty, mixed with copious amounts of rule power, rapidly forming a terrifying heaven-covering demon seal. Damn, it's the heaven-covering demon seal. Berkeley's face paled. He knew that Monty mastered this, one of the strongest techniques of the god-slaying demon sect. Even suppressed to the divine spirit realm, the power of the heaven-covering demon seal remained formidable. Realizing the severity, Dalton, Chauncey, and Mike did not hold back, using their innate skills without reservation. 5 elemental divine lights emerged from Dalton, intertwining to form the 5 elements blast death seal, spreading the rhythm of life and death. From Chauncey came a dragon and a snake, emitting radiant golden light as if creating the world. Mike gathered immense crimson golden divine light, forming a heavy gold seal capable of collapsing the heavens. Berkeley conjured a surging tide of darkness filled with roaring malevolent spirits. Boom! The various techniques collided, unleashing destructive forces that obliterated everything around them. Even those further away felt the shockwave, having nowhere to hide. This version ensures consistency in terminology and reads more naturally in English. The magic jar emitted an eerie dark light and released a disturbing aura that made one's heart tremble, as if a terrifying creature was awakening. This is the soul-devouring magic jar. We cannot let it awaken, Berkeley shouted loudly. Indeed, he knew Monty very well, familiar with his methods and treasures. He just did not expect that such an important treasure would be brought to the exile land by Monty. Berkeley sneered. At this point, are you still pretending? You will die today. Really? You're too naive. Do you truly believe these are all my means? Monty chuckled mockingly. Even as he spoke, a pitch-black magic jar materialized behind him, looking bone-like, as if it were refined from the skull of some living being. The magic jar emitted a chilling, eerie glow and radiated an unsettling wave that sent shivers down one's spine, as though a terrifying creature was awakening. It's the spirit-devouring magic jar. We can't let it awaken, Berkeley shouted loudly. Indeed, he knew Monty very well, understanding his methods and treasures. He just didn't expect that such an important artifact, the Monty, would actually bring it to the exile lands. Chapter 538, Trinity United. Without Berkeley's prompting, Dalton also unleashed his power, instinctively sensing a threat from the spirit-devouring Mabuttes, highly graded and not yet fully refined by it. Given the urgency, the Crimson Flame Nate utilized this treasured item. Berkeley, on the other hand, summoned a mottled black gourd, appearing quite ancient. Even without activation, it emitted a profoundly malevolent aura, making Dalton feel uncomfortable. Driven by evil energy, the black gourd trembled slightly, emitting a dark beam from its mouth that distorted space as it passed. Facing the intense attacks from 4 directions, the spirit-devouring magic jar emitted profound darkness, resembling a black hole that absorbed all the chaotic forces directed at it. As more force was absorbed, the jar became darker, and strange magical runes clearly emerged, continuously changing, making it impossible to comprehend thoroughly. Vaguely, a colossal creature's silhouette coalesced within the dark glow, accompanied by an eerie phenomenon of reversed star rivers, causing the heavens to darken. Instantly, the devouring power of the spirit-devouring magic jar surged, seemingly intent on consuming all the spiritual energy in the world. The spirit-devouring magic jar is made from the bones of the star-devouring beast, with its essence soul sealed inside. Once awakened, it will exhibit the innate ability of the star-devouring beast to consume everything, Berkeley whispered. Dalton knew about the star-devouring beast, a terrifying creature from the vast celestial expanse, capable of his aura soared, completely transforming his presence as if breaking through celestial shackles to reach the next realm. They are indeed one person, Berkeley realized upon seeing Dalton merge with his Cien Bone avatar. During their last encounter at sea, he had already suspected Dalton's identity. When Dalton and the Cien Bone avatar appeared simultaneously, his suspicions became clearer. Berkeley was astonished. Dalton and his Cien Bone avatar were individually immensely powerful, surpassing even him. How they achieved this was unimaginable. Rarely did anyone specialize in cultivating avatars, since most were weak and could hinder the main body strength. Dalton was exceptional. By integrating the Cien Bone avatar and the Crimson Flame Nate, Dalton's strength peaked, halting the loss of his spiritual power and essence blood. He waved his hand, deploying the 5 elements sealing sky diagram, driven by elemental forces, hovering in the sky like a canopy covering a vast area. Next, he summoned the 2 principles Dao map, placing it below. The 2 treasures, positioned top and bottom like grinding wheels, trapped Monty in the middle, unleashing crushing forces from different directions. The 2 principles Dao map emitted yin and yang energies, combining with the 5 elemental forces from the 5 elements sealing sky diagram, seamlessly merging into one. For the first time simultaneously activating both treasures, Dalton was surprised by their perfect compatibility. Reflecting on it, it made sense. The 5 elements originated from yin and yang, and vice versa, 5 elements could revert to the origins of yin and yang. Influenced by the 2 treasures, Gerard 5 elements Dao diagram appeared under Dalton's feet, hinting at the dust infestation of chaos. His ethereal divine body was fully activated, alongside movements in the Supreme Sword Bone, Innate Cien Bone, and Innate Cien Vein. Seizing the moment, Dalton deployed the 5 elements Celestial Boat and dual Gerard swords, combining them perfectly with the 5 elements sealing sky diagram and the 2 principles Dao map, enhancing their powers significantly, successfully suppressing the spirit-devouring magic jar. He then mobilized his primordial law and sword soul, wielding the blaze incinerating sword, slicing towards the spirit-devouring magic jar. At the instant the blaze incinerating sword was about to leave his body, the Supreme Sword Bone, Innate Cien Bone, and Innate Cien Vein emitted mystical energies, infused into the sword, along with dark and void powers. The ethereal divine body's strength was also imbued into the sword. Undoubtedly, this was Dalton's strongest strike at this stage, incorporating all his abilities. Simultaneously, Berkeley launched his mightiest attack, the black gourd shooting a pitch-black beam that tore a dark rift in space. An unprecedented feat, given the stability of the Exile Realm's spatial fabric after the Great Formation's resurgence. Boom! Their strongest attacks hit the spirit-devouring magic jar simultaneously, forcefully blasting it away. Instantly, the star-devouring beast's phantom and vast phenomena collapsed, disappearing in an instant. After this blow, the magical runes on the spirit-devouring magic jar dimmed, and the awakened star-devouring beast essence soul fell silent again. Whoosh! The blaze incinerating sword, undiminished in power, slashed towards Monty. Swift beyond imagination, it cut through the void before Monty could react, cleanly severing his left shoulder. Remarkably, the precious robe Monty wore was also cleaved by the blaze incinerating sword, resulting in the severance of his left arm at the root. Aya! The demon lord Gerard let out an agonized scream, his entire body staggering backward. Fresh blood gushed wildly from his left shoulder as various terrifying forces invaded the wound, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Gerard let out an agonizing scream, staggering backward. Fresh blood gushed from his left shoulder, and all kinds of terrifying forces invaded, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Monty let out an agonizing scream, his entire body staggering backward, with fresh blood gushing wildly from his left shoulder. Various terrifying forces invaded the wound, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Chapter 539, Near Failure. Dalton did not stop there. He immediately summoned all his power and all the laws within him, using the essence of the martial path he cultivated to unleash a beam of chaotic light. The chaotic light continuously transformed, containing Gerard and the 5 elements. Dragons and snakes danced, giving rise to the birth and destruction of all things, mysterious and unfathomable, blurring reality from illusion. This move was the embodiment of Dalton's martial cultivation, crystallizing all his martial achievements. It was inspired by a stroke of enlightenment, but was still crude and incomplete. However, it provided him with a clear vision for the future of his martial path. Anthony felt his scalp tingle as he sensed immense danger. Without much thought, he hurriedly summoned the spirit-devouring devil gourd back to defend himself. However, at this moment, the spirit-devouring devil gourd had already gone silent and no longer possessed its previous formidable power. Boom! The chaotic light struck the spirit-devouring devil blast, causing an earth-shattering force to erupt. Pooh! Anthony flew backward while spitting out. Boom! With Anthony's self-sacrifice, the spirit-devouring devil gourd suddenly revived, bursting with terrifying power, warping the void forcefully. Swoosh! In an instant, the spirit-devouring devil gourd merged into the warped void, passing through a special spatial channel and fleeing. Darn it! He destined to escape again, Berkeley seethed. Despite the significant sacrifices made, they failed to eliminate Anthony, leaving him feeling deeply unsatisfied. But this was inevitable. None of them expected that Anthony would bring down such a treasure like the spirit-devouring devil gourd, leading to their failure. Dalton frowned. He realized that the spirit-devouring devil gourd had taken Anthony away from the exile land, missing the opportunity to kill him. If Anthony remained in the exile land, even if he escaped, given his severe injuries, survival would be unlikely. If he survived, he would certainly be crippled. However, now Anthony had returned directly to the heavenly realm, which changed everything. The god-slaying demon sect had destiny powerful individuals who could easily treat his internal injuries. Boy, if you can leave the exile land one day, we will settle our accounts then, said Berkeley, transforming into demonic energy and disappearing into the ground. He had to leave quickly. Witnessing Dalton's final 2 attacks left him feeling deeply threatened. If Dalton turned again cautious of the major figures descending from powerful factions, each one of them was likely as strong as Anthony. After the tremendous expenditure earlier, his last resort techniques were difficult to use again, and without Berkeley's assistance, he was truly powerless against those on Anthony's level. Continuously teleporting, the battlefield shifted far away, ensuring no one would notice them. Dalton then focused on restoring himself and digesting the insights gained from the battle, especially refining the technique he used in the final moments. His cultivation was nearly at the peak allowed in the exile land. To enhance his strength further, he would need to find other ways. Meanwhile, Eva, Kira, and others continued battling the 12 geniuses of the god-slaying demon sect. Dalton did not intervene, considering it a form of tempering for them. After all, with him present, there was no fear that the 12 geniuses would stir up any real trouble. On the other side, soon enough, someone arrived at the devastated battlefield, scrutinizing the aftermath, trying to discern the truth. Anthony actually left the exile land. Upon uncovering some truths, the arrival was visibly shocked. Such a situation indicated that Anthony must have encountered a huge crisis, forcing him to retreat. And who was Anthony? A long-cultivated immortal with various ultimate arts and treasures. How could he encounter such a crisis in the exile land? What did you find? Another person arrived at this moment. The first arrival replied sternly, Anthony met with misfortune and was forced to leave the exile land. What? Is that true? The newly arrived person showed great surprise. This was undoubtedly a significant event, with enormous implications. The major figures from powerful factions would pay utmost attention. If someone could threaten Anthony, it meant they could threaten them too. Who? Who did it? The new arrival continued to ask. The first arrival shook his head, saying, I don't know. All traces have been eliminated. However, I have a suspicion. Whom do you suspect? The most outstanding genius of the current exile land generation, Malik. It was him. These powerful beings from the heavenly realm were well informed about the geniuses of the exile land, but they knew little about Malik. He seemed to appear out of nowhere, growing at an unimaginable speed. Every time he appeared, his strength surged, accompanied by astonishing feats. Someone once investigated Malik, but obtained very little information, even unaware of where Malik resided. But based on Malik's early ability to leave his name on the stone stele in Phasian City, it's easy to infer that he likely already possesses the foundation of having broken through his limits 6 times. After another, Dalton said, waving his hand to gather everyone into his spatial treasure. With the rapid depletion of celestial chi in the outside world nearing depletion, it was no longer suitable for recovery or cultivation. Dalton was also pondering a crucial issue. How to replenish spirit energy in future battles when the celestial chi had completely dried up. Falling into a perilous situation due to an inability to replenish expended energy would be disastrous, so this was a major problem that needed solving. With a thought, Dalton separated the crimson flame nate and then entered the spatial treasure himself, leaving only the lion outside. Given that the Grand Formation was active and scanning the world, he couldn't risk having his spatial treasure easily discovered. Dalton did not yet separate from his immortal bone avatar because in this state, he could better comprehend the profound truths of martial arts. After half a month, he emerged from seclusion, fully restored to his peak condition. By then, the Grand Formation had fully revived, depleting all celestial chi in the exile zone, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. The heavenly realm's 8 major forces truly went to extremes. There's not a trace of celestial chi left. Dalton couldn't help but sigh. This was undoubtedly a great disaster for the exile zone. It wouldn't take long before the land became desolate, with both martial artists and beasts regressing to ordinary states. Riding on the crimson flame nate, Dalton traveled extensively, noticing everything had reverted to ordinariness. Not a single plant with spiritual properties remained. He realized that the spatial treasure indeed was extraordinary, preserving its own celestial chi and remaining unaffected by the Grand Formation. Thus, it had become a sanctuary amidst the barren exile zone. The Blackwater Abyss in the Wolf Forest was where the dunk was sealed. Once mysterious and perilous, Dalton found it utterly different now. Previously unfathomably deep, he could now see the bottom after descending just 100 meters, with no black water in sight. Despite attempting to call out to the dunk multiple times, he received no response. Clearly, influenced by the Grand Formation, the dunk was sealed deeply in hibernation, unable to exert any power. The same fate befell other places like the Sky Python Ridge and the sea domain of the Jason, where he met similar disappointments. Indeed, the Dragon Clan stands apart. Passing by the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Dalton noticed this region differed noticeably, still retaining traces of celestial chi. Intrigued, he instructed the Crimson Flame Nate to dive into the sea to investigate, despite it not being a water elemental. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace lay stable. They saw a brighter future if they could eventually leave the exile zone. Observing the chaotic demon hall, Dalton concluded that it too possessed special means to remain isolated, avoiding the depletion of celestial chi. The peculiar barrier surrounding the hall likely kept it untouched by the Grand Formation. Interested, he activated the void mirror to blend seamlessly into the void, concealing his presence. While ostensibly isolated, the chaotic demon hall occasionally admitted heaven realm geniuses with unique configurations allowing them partial freedom from the Grand Formation's effects. After thorough observation, Dalton noted few heaven realm geniuses present, with key figures from the Angerard Ghost Sect and Black Heaven Demon Palace absent. Inside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's barrier, murmurs arose. Malik is indeed unfathomable. Not just Malik, but even his mount is inscrutable. He defeated significant figures from the Godslayer Demon Sect, forcing them to withdraw early from the exile zone. Anyone daring to provoke the Godslayer Demon Sect and crush them is formidable. We must not cross him. The dragons feared provoking someone who had bested the Godslayer Demon Sect, knowing it would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Dalton studied the secrets behind the chaotic demon hall's isolation. At this stage, these influential figures were extremely busy and couldn't possibly hide away to slack off. So that's how it is. After thorough contemplation, Dalton successfully deciphered the general secrets of the chaotic demon hall's barrier. With this understanding, he finally knew how to solve the problem faced by everyone around him, a significant gain indeed. Without delay, he began experimenting. Using the void domain to isolate external forces, Dalton took out a 7th-rank spiritual object and began refining it with his true fire. Having slain so dustini formidable opponents, he had acquired quite a few 7th-rank spiritual objects. Stored in treasure caverns, they retained their essence without any loss, still preserving their extraordinary properties. It didn't take long for Dalton to refine a spirit pearl, adorned with intricate spirit patterns that shone like the stars. Even a 6th-rank Talus Dustin Master would be dazzled by it. Upon completion, Dalton connected with a special spatial realm and channeled a large amount of spirit energy into the pearl. Then, he retracted the void domain, exposing the pearl completely to the outside. After waiting for a considerable amount of time, the spirit pearl showed no changes, retaining every bit of its internal spirit energy. Dalton smiled with satisfaction and said, "Excellent, the spirit locking pearl has been successfully refined." The ancestor flickered, and Dalton quickly reached the floating island where the chaotic demon hall cultivated medicinal herbs. This island also housed the hall's treasure vault, storing countless treasures accumulated over millennia. Despite dustini valuable items being consumed or taken away, quite a few good things remained. Having analyzed the floating island's rune restrictions beforehand, breaking them wasn't difficult. It felt almost effortless. Seize. Dalton activated his precious artifact, releasing a force that enveloped the entire floating island. In a blink, the enormous floating island vanished without a trace. Unlike before, now that the exile region had become a place of absolute spiritlessness, all resources became extremely precious, so nothing could be wasted. What? Almost instantly, loud shouts erupted. Next, several figures soared into the sky, arriving at the floating island's previous location. Among them were heavenly realm geniuses and the chaotic demon hall's own powerful beings. Although Dalton had captured the Black and Toria, dustini powerful beings still resided in the chaotic demon hall, far outnumbering those of the demonic sects. However, these powerful individuals found no one upon careful search. Oh. Suddenly, one heavenly realm genius's face changed dramatically. He immediately flew downwards, appearing very urgent. A heavenly genius shouted anxiously. Under their watchful eyes, the spirit veins swiftly entered the body of a figure standing mid-air. With the extraction of the chaotic demon hall's spirit veins complete, Dalton turned around leisurely, smiling at the frantic approaching powerful beings. At this point, everything was too late. All extracted spirit veins were incorporated into his precious artifact, improving the cultivation environment and extending its support, helping dustini warriors and beasts survive the extraordinary winter. Thus, having completed the 3 most crucial tasks of attacking the chaotic demon hall, he could now act freely. Otherwise, recklessly damaging the floating island, spirit mountain, and underground spirit veins would have been counterproductive. Over. Many of the chaotic demon hall's powerful beings showed expressions of despair. Without the floating island's medicinal herbs and treasures, and the multiple spirit veins underground, they couldn't last. They would soon meet the same tragic fate as other warriors. Indeed, with the spirit veins extracted, the chaotic demon hall already disintegrated, its outer barrier cracked, and spiritual energy leaked rapidly. Therefore, besides the heavenly geniuses, everyone in the chaotic demon hall sensed their spiritual power draining, causing their cultivation to regress. Black Sky Demon Palace rushed in. Seeing the ruined chaotic demon hall, both men's faces darkened, nearly dripping with water. Malik, he is openly challenging us 3 major forces, unforgivable. The Black Sky Demon Palace major figure roared in anger. A mere native dared challenge the top powers of the heavenly realm, which was intolerable. The Enming Ghost Sect major figure said deeply, "Henceforth, we shall act together," seizing opportunities to eliminate Malik. Even the silent Gerard Demon Lord of the Divine Slaughter Demon Sect fell to Malik. Thus, they naturally feared and avoided confronting him alone. Simultaneously, they worried about facing Malik's attacks, so acting together was best. Regardless of Malik's prowess, he wouldn't stand a chance against both of them. They had that much confidence. "Do we tell other forces?" the Black Sky Demon Palace major figure asked. After a moment's thought, the Enming Ghost Sect major figure replied profoundly, "No, I prefer they suffer losses too." At this point, Their three great demonic forces would become laughingstocks, but if everyone suffered at Malik's hands, no one could mock each other. Then, perhaps all forces might unite to corner Malik, leaving him nowhere to hide. The Black Sky Demon Palace major figure soon understood the key points, nodding. He also hoped for a shared suffering, rather than just their faction being targeted, making it not too difficult to penetrate. Without spending much time, Dalton successfully infiltrated the cave. As with the chaotic demon temple, Dalton first secretly collected the most valuable treasures in the Beast King cave. He would never have enough of heavenly treasures. Especially during the Spirit Severance era, these resources were invaluable. Rumble. The ground violently shook, then shattered as numerous spirit veins anchored underground were forcefully extracted. Under the watchful eyes of the powerful figures present, all the spirit veins were gathered into the treasure formation within Dalton's possession. Thus, the number of spirit veins within the formation increased to over 10, each thick and brimming with spiritual energy, transforming it into an ideal cultivation ground. Without further ado, Dalton summoned Eva and others who were rested up for practice. Meanwhile, he cast a seal over the Beast King cave, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. The Spirit Mountain of the Beast King cave also carries unique Daoic resonance, suitable for Bentley and the others, Dalton murmured. The Spirit Mountains from the Chaotic Demon Temple contained demonic crane resonance, perfect for demon path practitioners. But Dalton's own cultivation method was special, allowing him to absorb any kind of resonance to enhance his martial essence. From the beginning, Dalton intended to acquire the Spirit Mountains of the three major applied. You can take a guess. I'll gauge your weight then. The Amabel's eyes suddenly sharpened. She wouldn't allow Dalton to leave once encountered, regardless of whether the Silent Ocean Demon Lord truly fell at his hands. Swish. Her two companions simultaneously acted, flanking around Dalton and heading straight toward the disrupted Beast King cave. They were both elite geniuses of the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Palace, possessing 6 breakthroughs in cultivation depth after reconstructing their Dao foundations. Dalton summoned the Crimson Flame Nate from within his body. It activated the 3 bells around its neck, instantly creating a terrifying gravity field, trapping the 2 elites. Then, beams of golden fire shot out from 2 bells, hitting each target. Daring! One of them coldly shouted and tried to block the golden beam with a wave of his hand. Bang! Though he dustinaged to intercept it, the incredible force sent him flying back. Meanwhile, the other was thrown back by the fiery beam with burnt skin. Shocked, they exchanged glances and skillfully teamed up against the Crimson Flame Nate. With disdainful eyes, the lion didn't consider them a threat. It had achieved 6 breakthroughs independently since the start and underwent Dark Void tempering with Dalton. Afterward, it refined the 1,000 Spirit Blood Fruit, establishing an incredibly robust foundation. Moreover, equipped with Dalton's impartisance, containing the refined blood, origin, and innate laws of the White Tiger Divine Beast, it was akin to an incarnation of the White Tiger Divine Beast descending into the world, hence its overwhelming power. Note: the word Ningjir Chulaida has been directly translated to Dustinifested for better readability in English. Especially the White Tiger true form conjured by Dalton, which embodies both spirit and mind, contains within it the essence blood, origin, and life-bound laws of the White Tiger Divine Beast. It is as if a Dustinifestation of the White Tiger Divine Beast has descended into the world. Its intimidation power cannot help but be formidable. Chapter 543, Capture Alive. The Carly's expression changed slightly. She could clearly feel her bloodline pulsating, obviously suppressed. Her aura diminished significantly, and no matter what she tried, she couldn't enhance it any further. What's going on? Her heart raced with a mix of astonishment and confusion. As an ancient species, Shadow Cat, and with an exceptionally pure bloodline, there were rarely any beasts that could suppress her in this way, let alone to such a degree. Most importantly, Malik was evidently a Whodustin warrior. How could he suppress her bloodline? Regardless, the current situation spelled trouble for her. Unable to unleash her full strength, she doubted she could overpower Malik. However, as she retreated, she noticed 4 other divine beast forms appearing around her, trapping her alongside the White Tiger's true form. 5 elements sealing heaven array, combine. Dalton uttered the calm Dustin, forming intricate seals with his hands rapidly. He maximized both the 4 symbols profound technique and the ascended snake profound technique, creating a mysterious formation. This formation was derived from the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram, capable of sealing all and suppressing all under heaven. The pressure from the 5 divine beasts enveloped the Carly like massive hammers, weakening her aura and almost entirely silencing her bloodline power. Despite fighting desperately, the Carly ultimately failed, gradually being bound by the 5 elements sealing heaven array. Her powers were sealed, forcing her to reveal her true form. Seeing this, Dalton immediately cast the spirit control spell, binding the Carly tightly with spirit control celestial patterns. The Carly felt an immense sense of frustration. A mighty immortal martial realm expert like her had actually been defeated by a mere Jameson realm youth from the exile lands, unable to even escape. With one grab, Dalton took hold of the Carly who had reverted to her true form. The Shadow Cat struggled fiercely, but her powers were entirely sealed, making her efforts futile. All she could do was glare at Dalton, baring her fangs. As an outstanding talent of the 10,000 Beast Palace, she never imagined she'd become someone else's plaything one day. Don't bare your teeth at me. You're still an immortal martial realm expert. This is really beneath you, Dalton said with a faint smile. He felt excellent. Capturing a big figure from the heavenly realm was a pleasant surprise. Unlike other heavenly realm geniuses, big figures lacked special restrictions within their primordial spirits, indicating that major heavenly forces trusted them fully. This meant the Carly could be controlled by him. If he could secretly control the Carly without alerting the major heavenly forces, he could plant a hidden chess piece in the heavenly realm, which might prove useful in the future. Of course, achieving this wouldn't be easy. He needed to research it carefully. The Shadow Cat closed her eyes as if in deep slumber, ignoring Dalton. Dalton didn't mind. With a thought, he sealed her inside a mystical artifact. Once matters here were settled, he would deal with her slowly. The two elite geniuses from the 10,000 Beast Palace, who had followed the Carly, watched in shock as she was suppressed by Dalton. They couldn't imagine such a scenario unfolding. Daring not to linger, they attempted to retreat. But Dalton wouldn't give them that chance. The 5-element sealing heaven array shifted, encompassing them as well, King Sect, then forcefully intruded. Boom. The barriers outside the Barbarian King Sect couldn't withstand Dalton and broke immediately. Swoosh. Several figures darted towards Dalton from different directions, instantly surrounding him. Malik, it's you. Seeing Dalton, everyone's faces turned grim. Dalton smiled faintly. Weren't you all looking for me? Now that I've come to you, are you not happy? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sinking sensation. Could they be happy? Hold him down. Hassan Fong Josephinian will arrive soon, a heavenly genius instructed. Immediately, the assembled experts worked together to create a sophisticated combat array, enclosing Dalton tightly. They didn't aim to harm Dalton severely, but merely to detain him long enough. The rest didn't concern them. Dalton remained calm, not rushing to break through the formation. He awaited Hassan Fong Josephinian's arrival. This Hassan Fong Josephinian, sent from Blood Phoenix Ridge, seemed to possess Phoenix bloodline, a remarkable trait. While Dalton lacked confidence against figures from the orthodox sects or demonic factions, he felt very confident against a great figure from the savage beast lineage. Having successfully captured the Carly, he believed, with some preparation, capturing Hassan Fong Josephinian should also not be too difficult. It was virtually impossible to break free, certainly not for the people here. Dalton didn't rush to kill them, so as not to alarm Lord Augustus who was on his way. Surveying the surrounding people, he recognized some familiar faces, such as Todd, Avram the Barbarian General, and others, who weren't strangers to conflicts with him. Each time, due to certain circumstances, they had dust and age to escape. But this time, there would be no more escapes for them. The kingdom of Savage King would be erased from history. With a mental scan, every detail of the kingdom of Savage King surfaced clearly in Dalton's mind. Then, he reached out and grabbed the altar deep within the kingdom of Savage King, which flew into his hand. This ancient-looking altar was circular, surrounded by 36 stone tablets, with 2 more in the center, totaling 38 stone tablets. Each tablet bore intricate patterns and characters, symbolizing important inheritance of the kingdom of Savage King. The core legacies of the Patriarch and the 36 barbarian generals both originated from this altar. Indeed an object from the heavenly world, quite extraordinary, Dalton commented lightly as he gave it a cursory glance. He then tossed the altar to Gerald, for besides its inheritance function, it was also an unusual treasure in itself. Thank you, Master. Gerald couldn't help but feel delighted. Treasures were never in the exile land. Only Izar could make him feel threatened. Despite not having met before, Izar's ability to best G. Gerard Monarch made him wary. Lord Augustus, long time no see. Do you wish me to make a move, or will you surrender? Dalton looked at Lord Augustus with a faint smile. Through his sharp senses, Dalton confirmed the rumors. There truly was Phoenix blood in Augustus, albeit heavily suppressed in the exile land. Lord Augustus gazed at Dalton and said gravely, Izar, you are too arrogant. You shall remain here today. With that, he attacked, summoning a phoenix projection behind him that emitted 10,000 rays of rosy light. Dalton waved his hand, creating a spiritual barrier that deflected all the light beams. Next, the vermilion bird dustinifested behind him, instantly forming a vast ocean of fire, so intense it seemed capable of evaporating all the seawater. This is... Lord Augustus's face changed, sensing immense pressure, causing his phoenix blood to tremble involuntarily. This left him greatly alarmed. What force could suppress his phoenix blood? His companions shivered, almost collapsing, unable to muster any strength. Their avian forms were completely overpowered by the vermilion bird's aura, inducing boundless fear. Everything unfolded smoothly after that. Though Lord Augustus was slightly stronger than, while he wasn't entirely confident in dealing with other major figures, he was certain he could retreat safely. Hence, he had nothing to worry about. Boom. Dalton casually struck with a punch, shattering the barrier encasing the palace like a broken vase. Intruder alert. Immediately, the palace's defenders rushed out to investigate. The true school geniuses stationed there realized the seriousness of the situation. Knowing they were in the city and daring to attack meant the intruder was far from ordinary. Upon seeing Dalton, their expressions changed drastically. This was the notorious slayer responsible for defeating G. Gerard Monarch. Who could not be wary? Dalton didn't bother with idle talk, directly evolving the Gerard 5 elements diagram to ensnare all these powerful beings who had rushed out, binding them tightly with Gerard 5 elements divine light. Izar, what do you intend to do? A heavenly world genius struggled to speak, questioning him. Dalton gave him a casual glance and replied, You geniuses from the heavenly world have wreaked havoc in the exile land without restraint, harming countless people. Did you never think that you might meet the same fate yourselves? With that, he waved his hand and extracted an ancient-looking compass from within the imperial palace. It faintly emitted profound and mysterious Tao rhythms, now intertwined with the fortune of the Daxia Empire, exuding an enigmatic and unfathomable aura. The heavenly world geniuses were using this very compass, combined with the Daxia Empire's fortune, to search for treasures across the land. The compass itself was undoubtedly an extremely precious artifact. Dalton didn't bother with idle talk and directly dustinifested the Gerard Wuxing diagram, using its divine light to instantly immobilize all the powerful figures who had rushed out. Malik, what do you intend to do? A Tansai from the upper realm struggled to speak, questioning him. Dalton glanced at him indifferently and said, You geniuses from the heavenly realm have acted recklessly in the exile lands, causing countless deaths. Didn't you think that you might face the same fate? With that, he waved his hand, summoning an ancient compass from the imperial palace. It emitted a faint yet profound aura, blending seamlessly with the fortune of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, giving off an air of inexplicable mystery. The upper realm geniuses were using this very compass, combined with the fortune of the Great Xia Kingdom, to search for treasures across the world. Undoubtedly, it was an extremely precious artifact. Chapter 545, The Shadow Assassin's Lair. Truly an outstanding heaven-searching compass. It searches the world and reveals all things. Dalton murmured as he toyed with the compass. This was an auxiliary treasure that did not possess offensive capabilities, but was used to search for all things in the world. If one's strength was formidable enough, searching within a radius of billions of miles would be no problem. With a thought, Dalton put the heaven-searching compass away, and then turned his gaze towards the group of imprisoned experts. Dante and Janet are actually not here. Dalton's brows furrowed slightly. He had made a special trip to the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom not just to create trouble for its court, but primarily to settle past grievances with Dante and Janet. Initially, when the Great Xia Kingdom's court consolidated all sect forces within its territory, logically speaking, Dante and Janet should have been under the Great Xia Kingdom's jurisdiction. Turning his eyes, Dalton locked onto someone, the former soul. Reaching out his hand, the Chancellor appeared before him. The soul was completely immobilized, filled with terror, unsure why he had been targeted. Where are Dante and Janet? Dalton asked straightforwardly. The soul quickly replied, they have already left. Where did they go? Dalton pursued. They went to the heavenly realm, the Chancellor answered. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but show an extremely surprised expression. These two had previously encountered the Celestial Bone Avatar, having their innate celestial bones and meridians stripped from them, leaving them semi-wasted. In the heavenly realm? Very well, then we will settle our accounts there. Dalton whispered. He wasn't concerned about the magnitude of the opportunity they received. They were merely defeated foes. He could cripple them once, and he could do it again. Next, Dalton summoned the 9 stars refining heaven cauldron, imprisoning several heavenly realm geniuses and some of the Great Xia Kingdom's powerful figures within it. Initially, the Great Xia Kingdom's court acted arrogantly, attempting to destroy Tianzai Academy. Now it was time for them to pay the price. As for the remaining people, although Dalton did not intend to hold them accountable, without the protection of the palace barrier, they would soon lose their cultivation and become ordinary mortals. Dalton did not linger in the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom and immediately headed to his next destination. Disappointingly, the cult of demons had long been abandoned and did not persist like the Savage King cult or the Great Xia Kingdom's court. It made sense. Constructing a barrier that could isolate heaven and earth was not an easy task. The geniuses from the heavenly realm likely wouldn't go through the effort to set up 2 Dustini. But while wandering through the Chaos Domain, Dalton made an unexpected discovery. What a hidden miniature world. It hasn't withered due to the awakening of the Grand Array. Interesting, is this a secret realm or a power stronghold? Dalton stared at an exceedingly ordinary small hill ahead, clearly surprised. Planet figures possessed a blast-bound law, which explained their significant superiority. Although Dalton had cultivated his blast-bound law for a short time and his cultivation level was not high, it had absorbed the essence of numerous laws, making it fundamentally powerful. Without going into detail, even parts of the essences of the 4 symbols divine beasts and Tungsha's blast-bound laws were incorporated into his. Thus, even in a direct confrontation with significant figures from the heavenly realm, he felt no fear. Additionally, the powers from the heavenly realm were fixed in strength, unlike him, who still had room for improvement and could break through in various aspects. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Dalton withdrew from his enlightening state, a faint smile on his face. He stood up and walked straight toward the low hill. Incredibly, he suddenly merged into the mountain. The next moment, his vision brightened, revealing a picturesque space. This space was not very large but was abundant in spiritual energy. It had thick veins underground, visible spirit flowers and immortal grasses, and spiritual beasts running among the mountains, feeling much like a utopian haven. Far away, Dalton saw some structures, clearly indicating that this place was owned. Unexpected, a killer organization's lair is so peaceful and harmonious. Dalton couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, a somewhat icy voice sounded, not surprising for the most talented genius in the exile zone over 10,000 years to find this place. So, does that mean the Shadow Assassins have existed for 10,000 years? Dalton asked coolly. Isidros, this small world was the Shadow Assassin's lair. For a long time, the Shadow Assassins had been extremely mysterious, with no one knowing where their base was, instilling fear in all sides. Dalton was also quite surprised to have accidentally found the Shadow Assassin's lair. He directed his gaze to a nearby hillock where a figure silently appeared, lean in build and wearing a specially made blood-colored mask, blocking detection. Remarkably advanced stealth skills, Dalton praised. Such ghost-like abilities were nearly impossible to defend against, easily catching anyone else off guard. However, with his perception abilities, an ambush from the other side was impossible. Why are there only 3 of you here? Dalton curiously asked. Although this small world wasn't large, it could accommodate Dustini people living within it. That's a reasonable explanation, but you still haven't answered my previous question, Dalton said, his gaze intently fixed on the Dustin. The Dustin paused for a moment before replying, Shadow Assassins has existed as long as the exile zone. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. In the inherited memories left by his ancestor, the Great Heim, there was mention of a powerful assassin organization in the outside world named Shadow Assassins as well. Now he had reason to suspect that the Shadow Assassins in the exile zone and the one in the outside world might be one and the same, lurking in the shadows with some grand design. Are they also after that legendary object? Dalton speculated silently. Chapter 546, Palace of Creation and Annihilation. I had no personal grudges with Zayli, but you once accepted a contract to assassinate me. Several of your killers attacked me on multiple occasions, so I need an explanation from you, Dalton said calmly, looking at the slim figure before him. He was speaking the truth. Among his subordinates now were Xerxes and Guy, who had both attempted to assassinate him. They were weaker and thus captured by him, only to be later subdued. Dalton didn't have any particular feelings toward the assassin organization Zayli, neither positive nor negative. According to the teachings of his imperial ancestor, in the world there is white and black, good and evil, and the existence of an assassin organization has its own meaning. The slim figure pondered for a moment, then said, "You should know that we, Zayli, are an assassin organization. We take money to fulfill requests. But since you've come here today, state your deductions." Clearly, he was wary of Dalton and chose to show submission, hoping to settle things peacefully by paying a price. Primarily, Dalton gave him an inexplicable feeling of depth and power. Finding this small world and infiltrating it without a sound was certainly not something just anyone could do. Dalton did not immediately voice his deduction, but instead thought seriously. After a while, he made up his mind and solemnly stated, "I want a Zayli order that can be used outside as well." The slim figure was slightly taken aback, quite surprised and secretly wondering how much Dalton knew about Zayli. What? Can't even this minor request be fulfilled? Seeing the other party's lack of response, Dalton furrowed his brows. The slim figure snapped back into focus, flipped his hand, and took out a specially crafted black iron token, saying, "Inject a strand of your divine essence into it." With that, he tossed the black iron token toward Dalton. Dalton caught the black iron token and showed a faint smile. His guess was correct. The other party indeed possessed a Zayli order. The Zayli order was the identity symbol for the organization's assassins. Through this order, one could accept various missions from Zayli. Obtaining a Zayli order outside wasn't easy either. Normally, it required passing Destiny tests, a troublesome process. Soon after, Dalton appeared in Fashing City. Compared to its former prosperity, the city was now desolate. The age of martial supremacy had ended, and one could no longer see extraordinary martial artists within the city. Entering his own residence, Dalton was surprised. He had expected Fashing City to become another spirit-dead zone, yet his residence retained its spiritual energy, almost as it had always been. This meant that Ira, being in Fashing City, should not have been affected. Sure enough, Ira appeared next moment in the courtyard. "Greetings, ancestor teacher." Dalton promptly bowed respectfully. Though his cultivation and strength far surpassed Ira's, he remained respectful and polite. Ira smiled. "No need for formalities. Seeing you safe reassures me. What about the others? How are they?" He understood what had happened in the exile land and naturally worried about Elwyn and the others, fearing they might have become ordinary Whodustans. With a thought, Dalton summoned Elwyn from his treasure space. "Father." Seeing Ira, Elwyn seemed very moved. He was also worried about Ira, fearing some mishap, proving the exceptional nature of the 24 cities in the Chaos Domain. Even in the era of spirit death, these places retained their mystical qualities. As the grand ancient force, the Palace of Creation and Annihilation, Shomyagong, was supposed to be destroyed. Why does it still wield such influence here in the exile land? Dalton wondered curiously. From the information gathered from heavenly geniuses, he knew that behind the Chaos Domain was the Shomyagong, an immensely powerful force in ancient times that mysteriously fell but whose core legacy remains undiscovered. Even the 8 major powers in the heavenly realm sought its legacy. Isidrat, despite numerous efforts by these major powers, they failed to locate the hidden core legacy. Legends suggested that the Shomyagong might have encountered a legendary artifact, so finding its core legacy could lead to clues about this artifact. "Ancestor teacher, how much do you know about the Shomyagong?" Dalton asked. Ira shook his head. "Before the heavenly realm geniuses arrived in Fashing City, I didn't even know it was related to the Shomyagong. He was merely a minor enforcer and stayed within Fashing City, knowing little about the Shomyagong." "Finn?" Suddenly, Ira's expression changed. Dalton quickly asked, "Ancestor teacher, what's wrong?" "I've received orders to be teleported away from Fashing City immediately," Ira replied. Dalton frowned, unsure of the reason. He hadn't received any information. Clearly, it was because he was too young to be an enforcer and thus not under the control of the Shomyagong. Is the Shomyagong gathering all enforcers to a specific location? Dalton speculated. Over time, the Shomyagong had accumulated numerous talents and preserved them using special means, but their intentions remained unclear. Thinking fast, Dalton combined various techniques to imprint a special mark on Ira as quickly as possible. If it remained intact, he might be able to find Ira in the future. Without bidding farewell, Ira disappeared instantly, leaving no trace. Dalton carefully sensed but couldn't determine Ira's whereabouts. However, he confirmed that the special mark on Ira was still present and not erased. Is it due to distance, or some special force blocking my perception? Dalton pondered. Regardless, as long as the special mark remained, he held hope to find Ira and possibly uncover some of the Shomyagong's secrets. The spiritual energy is dissipating. Dalton's gaze sharpened. He clearly felt the spiritual energy in the residence disappearing rapidly. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to meet Ira. Without delay, he stowed Elwyn back into the treasure space and quickly left the residence, knowing it would collapse once the spiritual energy was depleted. Sigh. Dalton let out a deep sigh, then used spatial relocation to leave Fashing City. He had originally intended to visit Fairy City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Collecting his thoughts, he continued on his journey. He hadn't yet reached all the planned destinations and needed to increase his pace. He had originally intended to visit Fashing City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Reining in his thoughts, he continued on his way. He hadn't yet visited all the places in his plan and needed to speed up. Dalton took a deep breath, then used spatial teleportation to leave Flying Star City. He had originally planned to visit Immortal Flight City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Calming his thoughts, he continued on his journey. He hadn't yet visited all the places in his plan, so he needed to increase his pace. Corrected version. Dalton deeply sighed, then performed spatial relocation, leaving Fashing City. He had originally intended to visit Fashing City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Dalton took a deep breath, and then used spatial transference to leave Fashing City. He had originally planned to visit Fashing City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Reining in his thoughts, he continued on his journey. He hadn't yet visited all the planned locations and needed to increase his pace. Dalton took a deep breath and then used spatial teleportation to leave Facian City. He had originally planned to visit Facian City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Composing himself, he continued on his journey. He hadn't yet visited all the places in his plan, so he needed to increase his pace. Final version. Dalton deeply sighed, then used spatial relocation to leave Facian City. He had originally intended to visit Facian City as well, but now it seemed unnecessary. Reining in his thoughts, he continued on his way. He hadn't yet visited all the planned locations and needed to increase his pace. Chapter 547. Slaying the Great Figures. Spending some time, Dalton walked through all the planned locations, but with meager harvest. Those places had mostly been abandoned, no longer as prosperous as before. Let's take a break here. In front of a large river in the wilderness, Dalton stopped. He intended to practice meditation for a period of time, digesting everything he gained recently, hoping to further enhance his own Dao attainment. The two spirit mountains acquired from the Chaotic Demon Hall and Beast King Cave contained extraordinary Dao patterns, which could significantly help him break the constraints of the exile land. Not only Dalton but also others were striving to enhance their cultivation and strength, so they could lend a hand to Dalton whenever troubles arose. Dalton was generous enough to share the Dustini resources obtained among everyone. From beginning to end, he never entertained any thought of lingering weakly, firmly believing that he would surely leave the exile land. Nothing could hinder him. There shouldn't be any mistake. The treasure we sensed should be somewhere in this region. Let's look more carefully. The grand figures of Inming Ghost Sect and Heightened Devil Palace suddenly soul. Recently, he had remained fused with his Lucian to maintain his peak state. Both his main body and Lucian possessed a complete six-fold breakthrough foundation, each having cultivated innate laws and attained innate abilities, thus being extremely strong individually and even stronger when combined. Why is his strength so formidable? The figures from Inming Ghost Sect and Heightened Devil Palace were astonished and felt incredulous. They were engaging Dalton for the first time, truly experiencing his overwhelming power, far exceeding their expectations. Forget about the exile land. Even in the celestial realm with optimal cultivation conditions, such world-renowned geniuses were rare. Finth. The Inming Ghost Sect figure coldly snorted and waved a hand, retrieving a pitch-black stone coffin. Next moment, the coffin lid opened, releasing bone-chilling energy, turning the sky dark. Bang! A tall armored combat zombie flew out of the coffin, around 9 feet tall, exuding oppressive might. The armored combat zombie released an intensely ferocious aura, feeling even more dangerous than the Inming Ghost Sect figure himself. Without doubt, the armored combat zombie had significant origins and was an important trump card of the Inming Ghost Sect figure. Seeing the armored combat zombie charging at him, Dalton didn't dodge. Instead, another soul lock chain emerged, extracting a shadow spirit directly from the Inming Ghost Sect figure's body. It was a powerful shadow spirit with a wolf-like body but 2 heads, appearing exceptionally fierce. Netherworld soldiers, damn it, you're a Netherworld messenger. The Inming Ghost Sect figure's face drastically changed, feeling both shocked and furious. Whether it was the armored combat zombie or the wolf-like shadow spirit, acquiring them had taken great effort and held significant importance to him. Losing them was like losing half his life. Dalton smiled. He enjoyed seeing his opponent flustered. Both the armored combat zombie and wolf-like shadow spirit were extraordinary, and sending them to the Netherworld would undoubtedly earn him considerable merit, helping him gain greater authority. Legend said that if a Netherworld messenger accumulated enough merits, they could even become the sovereign of the Netherworld, transcending ordinary existence. However, Dalton lacked such ambitions. He only hoped that, with his Netherworld messenger identity, he could summon Netherworld soldiers to fight for him. Losing the armored combat zombie and wolf-like shadow spirit weakened the Inming Ghost Sect figure greatly. Since you know my identity as a Netherworld messenger, stay here. Dalton's smile faded, a fearsome killing intent flashing in his eyes. His Netherworld messenger identity was a major figure. Though his treasure garment was unharmed, his body was pierced by the terrifying force, causing him massive injuries. The grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace gritted his teeth and activated a special magic pattern within his body, instantly tearing apart the space in front of him. Sean's expression changed slightly as he instantly realized the other party's intention. Clearly, the grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace had been forced into a desperate situation and could only choose to exit the exile lands prematurely. Seeing the grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace dart into the rift void, Sean instantly summoned the Ingerard dual swords. 3 swords together, severing body, severing spirit, severing path. In an instant, the Ingerard dual swords and the fiery flame sword were simultaneously unsheathed. Sean simultaneously executed the 3 annihilations, all targeting the grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace. The grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace let out a tanjal as his body split open, spurting blood. Immediately after, he vanished without a trace, leaving only some devil blood dripping from the rift space. Sean did not care because he was certain that the 3 slashes he had just made successfully killed the grand figure of the Heightened Devil Palace. Even if he escaped back to the heavenly realm, he had no choice but to eliminate him. The Heightened Devil Palace grand figure gritted his teeth and activated a special devilish rune within his body, tearing the space before him apart. Dalton's expression changed slightly, instantly realizing the other party's intent. Clearly, the Heightened Devil Palace grand figure was driven into a corner, choosing to exit the exile land prematurely. Seeing the Heightened Devil Palace grand figure dart into the ruptured void, Dalton instantly summoned the Ingerard dual swords. 3 swords in unison, severing body, severing soul, severing Tao. In an instant, the Ingerard dual swords and the burning flame sword simultaneously slashed out. Dalton unleashed the 3 strokes of annihilation, all targeting the Heightened Devil Palace grand figure. The grand figure from the Black Heaven Devil Palace let out a ton cry as his body split down the middle, blood spurting out. Correction. The grand figure from the Black Heaven Devil Palace let out a scream of agony as his body split down the middle, blood spurting out. Immediately afterward, he vanished without a trace, leaving only some devilish blood dripping from the broken space. Dalton was unconcerned because he was confident that the 3 slashes he had just made had successfully killed the heightened Devil Palace grand figure. Even if he escaped back to the celestial realm, he would only be a corpse. With a wave of his hand, Dalton retrieved the magic diagram left behind by the heightened Devil Palace grand figure, undoubtedly a great treasure suitable for Egan or other demon path martial artists. Boom. At the same time, intense power fluctuations spread not far away. When Dalton targeted the heightened Devil Palace grand figure, he also summoned the Crimson Flame Nate to deal with the Yiming Ghost Sect grand figure. Now, the Crimson Flame Nate had trapped the Yiming Ghost Sect grand figure, launching fierce attacks and gaining the upper hand. Dalton did not intervene again. He merely cast the 5 elements heaven sealing diagram and the 2 principles Dao diagram to seal off the area, preventing the Yiming Ghost Sect grand figure from escaping. Learning from the heightened Devil Palace grand figure's example, he didn't want any mishaps here. Soon enough, the battle concluded. The Crimson Flame Nate did not disappoint Dalton and successfully killed the Yiming Ghost Sect grand figure. Pity you discovered secrets you shouldn't have known, thus losing your chance at survival, Dalton murmured softly. If the secret of his Netherworld messenger identity hadn't been exposed, he would have hoped to capture them alive and then find a way to control them. Of course, since the heightened Devil Palace grand figure was determined to escape, he couldn't keep him and was forced to kill him. Here, you still dare to cause trouble, showing utter disrespect for us. One of the major figures coldly shouted. Ferdy calmly replied, I came here specifically for you. You plan to attack all 3 of us at once? The 3 major figures from the Orthodox mystic sect were greatly surprised. Ferdy nodded and said, Isidros, having you 3 together is convenient. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Arrogant fool, you are courting death. One of the major figures, infuriated, immediately struck out with a palm blade. Instantly, a massive, 100-zhang-long blade of light shot toward Ferdy, unstoppable. Ferdy did not dodge. With a casual motion, he extended one hand and caught the blade of light between 2 fingers, stopping it from landing. Then, Ferdy flicked his fingers, sending the blade of light flying away. Seeing this, the major figure's expression turned serious. Just that move alone made him feel immense pressure. The other 2 major figures also frowned, realizing that Ferdy had come fully prepared. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Ferdy launched his attack, with the Thunder Origin Tree and the Thunder Deity manifestation appearing behind him. Drawing upon the formidable power from the Spirit Blashing World, he quickly formed an expansive sea of lightning. With various spatial realms as support, Ferdy had no concerns about energy consumption, and all the power he gained was of high quality. Boom. Under Ferdy's unison, took out a Divine Talus Dustin. The 3 Divine Talus Dustins emitted divine light, combining their forces to form an exceptionally sturdy barrier around them. Ferdy revealed a look of surprise. Although he held the upper hand, subduing the 3 would require considerable effort. Unexpectedly, they chose decisively to leave the exiled lands early. He could see that the barrier created by the 3 Divine Talus Dustins was extraordinary, unbreakable even by all his means. Thus, he stopped wasting energy and withdrew. Regardless, driving them out of the exiled lands fulfilled his goal. Malik, you are indeed a freakish existence, but unfortunately, you will be forever confined in the exiled lands. Your future holds nothing but darkness, one major figure calmly stated. Ferdy chuckled. Is that so? Let's make a bet. One day in the future, I will enter the heavenly realm and slay each of you there. I'll be waiting, another responded coldly. He actually hoped Ferdy could escape the exiled lands. That way, one day, he might have the chance to cleanse today's humiliation. In the next instant, the 3 vanished into thin air, carried away by the Divine Talus Dustins. Finally peace and quiet, Ferdy sighed in relief. Dealing with these major figures, others were no longer as significant, Ferdy announced. Subsequently, he organized detailed plans, dividing everyone into multiple teams led by those with 6-stage limit-breaking potential, ensuring safety. While escorting the teams out, Ferdy entered the treasure cave, temporarily under the protection of Joshua. Trusting Joshua's strength, even major figures from the heavenly realm would be no match. Inside the treasure cave, Ferdy sat atop the recently captured Spirit Mountain, immersing himself in the wondrous Dao essence of the Orthodox mystic sect. Although the Spirit Mountains of the Demon Dao and Beast Clan lineage also benefited him, his martial path inclined more towards the Orthodox mystic sect. Before he knew it, 3 months passed in meditation on the Spirit Mountain, surpassing his expectations. Now is the time to handle those 2 major figures from the Beast Clan lineage. His eyes gleamed with confidence. A key reason for his urgent improvement was to control the 2 major figures from the Beast Clan lineage as soon as possible. Otherwise, subduing them would be meaningless. Thanks to his recent enlightenment, it did not take long for Ferdy to successfully control the 2 major figures from the Beast Clan lineage. Control itself was not difficult. The challenge was doing so without alerting their backing forces. The faces of Meiying Tianyu and Augustus Gongzi were ashen with despair. They had never imagined they would meet such a fate, being controlled by a native from the exiled lands. What future could they possibly have now? Perhaps, if they became strong enough, they could directly break free from Ferdy's control. Chapter 549. Revisiting the God Burial Ruins. Complete tranquility. Dalton stood on a cliff by the sea, gazing at the strange light beams piercing through the horizon where the sky met the sea. He knew these beams were from powerful factions of the heavenly realm guiding their disciples away, sealing off the exile zone for another 10,000 years. Without surprise, the 10,000 Isidore Zombie King and the Broken Sword Venerable should have also left with them. There might be opportunities to meet again in the future. The present exile zone had completely silenced, devoid of extraordinary martial artists and beasts, except for his hidden treasures and extremely secret spaces. It's time to visit the God Burial Ruins, Dalton murmured softly, shifting his form to mount atop the back of the Crimson Flame Nate. The God Burial Ruins were different from other places as they had not been affected by the cosmic array's power. The immense energy within still lingered, but was generally too potent for ordinary people to absorb or refine. Master, I feel the God Burial Ruins seem somewhat different from before, the Crimson Flame Nate commented as soon as they entered, expressing discomfort. Dalton nodded, agreeing, Isidros, it is indeed different. The aura of evil is even more intense, and certain door-dustant entities inside may have awoken. Should we still go in? Asked the Crimson Flame Nate. Dalton replied, since we've come this far, why not explore? No worries. No matter how bizarre the God Burial Ruins are, they're still bound by the laws of heaven and earth. We should be fine protecting ourselves. The Crimson Flame Nate adjusted its state, and then darted deeper into the God Burial Ruins carrying Dalton. Suddenly, a ghostly light surged toward the Crimson Flame Nate. Dalton reacted immediately, releasing a palm strike. Before the light could reach them, it shattered under the force of his palm print. However, moments later, it reformed and tried to burrow underground. Dalton grabbed it, immobilizing it instantly. Then, he took the ghostly light into his hand, sensing its incredibly strong power, shifting forms unpredictably. A very powerful wraith spirit, Dalton commented casually before throwing it into the 9-star heaven refining cauldron. Wraith spirits were formed from residual soul fragments of living beings, extremely peculiar and skilled in soul attacks, difficult to defend against. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Dalton, leaving its innate abilities useless. Just entering the outskirts of the God Burial Ruins, they already faced a wraith spirit, proving that the place was indeed much more dangerous now. As such, after the cosmic array revived, the geniuses of the heavenly realm dared not set foot here again, with several influential figures having a deep dread of the God Burial Ruins. As they ventured deeper, Dalton and the Crimson Flame Nate frequently encountered attacks from various odd creatures like wraith spirits, shadow demons, evil auras, blood spirits, etc. Thankfully, their strength allowed them to handle all issues without needing to retreat in fear. A blood tide. Suddenly, Dalton's eyes narrowed. From afar, he saw an enormous blood tide surging from the depths of the God Burial Ruins, its vast presence making his scalp tingle. Recalling past trauma, during his previous visit to the God Burial Ruins with people from the Findred Beast Valley, they once encountered a blood tide, losing consciousness and barely surviving. He tried to evade but found the space around him solidified, limiting his movement even as a top-tier expert. This meant facing the blood tide head-on. With a thought, Dalton summoned the 2E Dao map and the 5 elements Seal Sky map, deploying them above and below to protect himself, while the Crimson Flame Nate was temporarily Sohui into his body. Edit. With a thought, Dalton summoned the 2-instrument Dao map and the 5 elements Seal Sky map, forming protective barriers above and below. The Crimson Flame Nate was also temporarily recalled into his body. Theoretically, no one could cultivate to that level within the exile zone, a limitation unbroken for over 100,000 years. How can I break through to the merge with Heaven's realm? Dalton pondered deeply. Without reaching the merge with Heaven's realm, there was no hope of leaving the exile zone, especially now in the spiritless era, rendering Dustini contingencies left by powerful individuals inactive. Collecting his thoughts, Dalton called out the Crimson Flame Nate to continue advancing. The fusion with Dalton granted it significant benefits, reinforcing its foundation. Eventually, they arrived at the Dragon God Ancient City. Strange? Dalton looked puzzled. He remembered clearly how the Dragon God Ancient City underwent changes, with dragon statues reviving and soaring into the sky. Now, those statues reappeared, and collapsed mountains restored as if nothing happened. Had he misremembered the events? Why did the revived dragon statues return? What secrets lie behind this? Curiosity filled his mind. He instructed the Crimson Flame Nate to enter the city to investigate further. Inside the city, he summoned Bloodsword Grass, native to the Dragon God Ancient City, adapting best to this environment, performing far better than elsewhere. With extensive cultivation, Bloodsword Grass had grown immensely, becoming a considerable aid. Its keen senses swiftly neutralized approaching threats. Its combat capability here could rival great figures from the 8 major factions of the Heavenly Realm. After not long, they reached the center of the Dragon God Ancient City, standing below the peak where the dragon statue resided. Except for the missing longevity fruit tree, the mountain remained unchanged. It's indeed a statue, yet it has absorbed various odd energies, causing mutation. It's door-dustant now, best not disturb it. After careful observation, Dalton deduced this conclusion. Though the Azure Dragon essence, blood, and innate law within him might suppress the statue, he preferred not to risk encountering such danger. They quietly bypassed the mountain peak, moving forward. Dalton knew that passing through the Dragon God Ancient City would lead them to the hidden core area of the God Burial Ruins, where he aimed to uncover its mysteries. Just as they walked not far, the dragon statue atop the mountain moved slightly, its eyes turning and fixing on them faintly. Dalton couldn't help but turn his head to look at the dragon statue on the mountain top, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Was it just an illusion? Dalton wondered inwardly. But for safety reasons, he still instructed the Crimson Flame Nate to increase its speed. His intuition told him that this place was very dangerous and not suitable for staying long. As they ventured deeper, the strange creatures they encountered became more numerous, and their power grew stronger, clearly intending to prevent them from reaching the core area of the God Burial Ruins. However, Dalton had made up his mind to thoroughly explore the God Burial Ruins this time and would not easily retreat. Swoosh! The black mist ahead suddenly dissipated, and the evil aura faded away, replaced by a sacred presence. This is... Dalton's eyes widened as he stared blankly at what lay before him. Chapter 550. The True Art of Blashning. Dalton couldn't quite believe his eyes. He was actually seeing an expanse of divine palaces glowing with sacred light, the phenomena surrounding them stunningly beautiful. This was deep within the perilous ancient dragon god city, an unimaginable sight to appear here. Dalton activated his cave enlightenment divine eye and observed carefully. Everything ahead appeared real, not an illusion. Suddenly, he spotted a figure flitting among the palaces, ethereal like a deity. Soon after, he saw a Judalin leap up, landing atop one of the palaces, staring at him from afar. But in just an instant, the Judalin leaped off the palace roof and vanished. Is this really a secluded, immortal palace isolated from the world? Dalton guessed inwardly. With these thoughts, he urged Shelley forward to investigate closely. No matter how he looked at it, the palace... Everyone be cautious. Something is amiss here, Dalton warned seriously. Though this place seemed holy and peaceful on the surface, his heart remained uneasy, sensing a subtle foreboding. Ah! A sharp, miserable scream echoed. It came from the blood-sword grass. It glowed brightly with celestial light, being eroded by formidable power, showing signs of withering. Dalton quickly intervened, using intricate methods to forcefully extract the celestial light invading the blood-sword grass. He then stored the blood-sword grass inside a spatial treasure, further stripping away the terrifying power that had invaded it. Utmost Gerard, utmost righteousness. No wonder the blood-sword grass can't withstand it, Dalton frowned. The blood-sword grass contained immense and evil forces, contrary to this type of power, thus being suppressed completely. Dalton retrieved the 9 Radiance Cauldron and sealed this force inside, temporarily refraining from attempting to refine it. Over time, he collected dustiny strands of utmost Gerard and righteous power. This force had extremely strong essence. If harnessed, the benefits would be substantial. Finally, Dalton and Shelley entered one of the celestial palaces. This palace wasn't vast but emitted transcendental daoistic charm, drawing one in unconsciously. Dalton didn't wish to passively comprehend this charm, fearing unexpected events, so he summoned the 5-element sealing sky map to block the charm from entering. Inside the palace was empty, devoid of any furnishings, as if everything had been removed. After scanning, Dalton noticed something. On one wall, dustiny intricate patterns were engraved, mystically ancient. This is the true art of blashning. Dalton widened his eyes, hardly believing it. The thunder deity technique was profound and difficult to cultivate. Even the Godric admitted to not fully mastering it, lacking the corresponding true art of blashning. The true art of blashning contained boundless mysteries of lightning techniques. If comprehended thoroughly, all lightning techniques in the world would be within grasp. Shockingly, the true art of blashning was inscribed on the wall of this celestial palace. Amidst shock, Dalton swiftly memorized the entire text, deeply imprinting it in his spirit. After memorizing it, the patterns on the wall rapidly disappeared. Simultaneously, he felt a restriction placed in his spirit, preventing him from teaching the true art of blashning to others. Not entirely prohibiting it forever, but requiring comprehension to a certain degree before sharing. SSS. Threads of lightning shot out from the wall, coalescing into a special thunder seal in midair. Before Dalton could react, the thunder seal embedded itself into his forehead, then his spirit. Instantly, he understood much. This thunder seal was left behind by a powerful cultivator who had mastered the thunder deity technique, encapsulating their entire comprehension of the technique. It served both as inheritance and an offensive means. As a cultivator of the thunder deity technique, Dalton easily grasped this thunder seal, able to use it against enemies. Powerful thunder seal. I wonder to what extent this senior cultivated the thunder deity technique, Dalton marveled. Without a doubt, he now had another potent trump card. Of course, to unleash the true might of the thunder seal, he needed to elevate his own cultivation of the thunder deity technique to higher realms and enhance his overall strength. Alas. After elation, Dalton sighed deeply. Leaving behind the thunder seal likely meant the cultivator had perished, truly a pity. The descendants of the thunder deity technique were few, nearly single-handedly passed down each generation. There was even a long period when its lineage was severed, until the Godric found the lineage's site, bringing back the thunder deity technique. The lineage site was exceedingly unique, hard to find and impossible to destroy. Even amid mishaps, it could re-emerge. Beware of the thunder ancestor lineage. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Dalton's mind. Dalton realized it was a message left by the cultivator who left the thunder seal. Did this senior fall victim to the thunder ancestor lineage? Dalton immediately deduced. He knew the thunder ancestor lineage was the mortal enemy of the thunder deity technique lineage, constantly fighting to prove themselves as the rightful successors of lightning techniques. Different was that the thunder deity technique lineage had few successors while the thunder ancestor lineage had destiny, establishing a massive force in the heavenly realm. The Godric also fiercely battled the thunder ancestor lineage, causing significant losses, killing several direct disciples, leading to their self-imposed seclusion later. Sadly, the thunder ancestor lineage had considerable depth, making eradication by the Godric unachievable. I will meet the thunder ancestor lineage once I leave the exile land, Dalton said with steely determination. Being mortal enemies, even if he didn't seek them, exposing his identity as a thunder deity technique successor would surely invite trouble. Fearlessly, he even anticipated it. He could validate his mastery of lightning techniques through the thunder ancestor lineage. Chapter 551. Opportunity in the Immortal Palace. Dalton spent some time, thoroughly contemplating the Blashning Law True Exposition and the Thunder Seal. The extraordinary Tao essence permeating this immortal palace greatly assisted him in comprehending these two aspects. Karina appeared somewhat bored, as it had not cultivated the Thunder God Decree and therefore could not recognize the originally engraved Blashning Law True Exposition on the walls. Hence, it did not obtain this powerful legacy. It wasn't bothered by this, as it was inherently not of the Thunder attribute, but specialized in metal, fire, and earth attributes, showing interest only in legacies of these three types. Let's go and explore other immortal palaces. Dalton got up and headed towards the exit of the Immortal Palace. Whoosh! As he approached the entrance, a figure swiftly flashed past him. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately unleashed his ghostly-like movement to chase after it, trying to uncover the mystery within the immortal palace. In the blink of an eye, he chased into another immortal palace, but strangely, that figure suddenly vanished, as if it had never appeared at all. What on earth is it? Dalton frowned, his gaze continuously sweeping through the immortal palace. At this moment, he had already activated his Tongjian divine eye, meticulously scanning every corner of the immortal palace. He believed his eyes had not deceived him, and that thing must be hidden somewhere inside. Simultaneously, he believed that the object posed no immediate danger. Otherwise, it wouldn't have avoided him. Undoubtedly, anything that could appear in this peculiar immortal palace was certainly not ordinary. However, despite using various methods, Dalton found nothing. The entire immortal palace was empty, not even a single hair could be found. After some thought, Dalton cast out his hands and used the 5-element sky sealing map to seal off the immortal palace. Then, he sat cross-legged inside, releasing all his divine soul power for careful perception. What is this? Karina walked up to a pillar, its mind entirely captivated. In its eyes, strange patterns were faintly appearing on the pillar, mystical and profound, constantly entering its sight. Eventually, a beam of golden light shot out from the pillar. It seemed small but was immensely vast in Karina's eyes. It vaguely saw a galaxy being split apart by the golden light. For a moment, Karina was stunned. Images of the golden light splitting the star river floating in its mind. An incomparably profound Tao essence pervaded its heart, unraveling the mysteries of the golden light. It's here. Dalton suddenly opened his eyes, locking his gaze on another pillar. He flashed out like lightning, striking the pillar with his palm, making the 10,000 transformations seal clearly visible. Instantly, the hidden restrictions on the pillar were triggered, revealing a tiny spatial node. Without delay, Dalton immediately performed spatial transference, slipping into the spatial node. The next moment, he appeared in a radiant and ethereal space filled with misty energy, dreamlike and surreal. The aura here. Dalton's eyes revealed astonishment. He sensed that this space was filled with an extremely unique aura which subtly strengthened his martial Tao true intent. More importantly, the sword soul within him stirred, mysteriously regaining a strong spirituality as if coming alive, greedily absorbing the strange power within this space. Dalton's thoughts raced, quickly realizing everything. I understand now. This is the Tao retention realm mentioned by my ancestor Heim, left behind after a peerless powerhouse perished. The Tao essence endures. That shadow must be a martial Tao true soul. According to his ancestor Heim, Tao retention realms were extremely rare, and even at the sites where peerless powerhouses perished, there was only a very small probability of such realms forming and retaining martial Tao true souls. The so-called martial Tao true soul is derived from martial Tao true intent. The sword soul belongs to one type of martial Tao true soul. Long ago, there should have been a Tao retention realm in residual Sword Ridge, but unfortunately, it had collapsed. Only the sword soul remained, and without the nourishment from the Tao retention realm, the sword soul lost its vitality. Thus, upon entering this Tao retention realm, the sword soul immediately became lively, absorbing as much strange power as possible to recover. Knowing that a martial Tao true soul existed here, Dalton diligently searched for it. Such things were incredibly precious. If they matched with him, their usefulness would be immense. The Tao retention realm wasn't too large, and with little effort, he successfully found the location of the martial Tao true soul. Only then did he clearly see the form of the martial Tao true soul. It was indeed another Karina. It seems the one who perished here was a supreme Karina clan warrior, Dalton realized. He finally understood why Karina had gained something outside. This opportunity was meant for it. Still, Dalton did not leave empty-handed. At least the sword soul received nourishment, and staying here greatly aided the condensation of martial Tao true intent, allowing for deeper cultivation. Immediately, he calmed down and began to cultivate without disturbing the martial Tao true soul. Martial Tao true souls are incredibly difficult to cultivate, usually only achievable by paramount warriors, signifying high achievements in martial Tao and possessing the foundation for deification. Isidrat, even with this foundation, becoming a deity was fraught with difficulties, nearly impossible, almost 1 in 10,000. Since the Middle Antiquity era, deification had become a legend, unattainable, but exploring other immortal palaces. Each immortal palace was similar, empty and hollow. There was no telling if any opportunities lay within. Despite Dalton's prowess, he couldn't unearth all the secrets hidden in the immortal palaces. He didn't push it, as since entering the immortal palace area, he had already benefited greatly. Before long, Dalton arrived at the last and largest immortal palace, exuding a profoundly holy aura that instilled awe. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a dazzling light like a blazing sun, blinding him momentarily. Then, he faintly perceived multiple shadows flickering within the immortal palace, diverse and ghost-like. What exactly is it? To the point I cannot look straight, Dalton wondered, both astonished and curious. He strained his Tongjian divine eye to directly face the dazzling light within the immortal palace, seeking to discern its true nature beyond illusion. Chapter 552. This is Heaven's Will. As Dalton was approaching his limits, he finally discerned the sights within the immortal palace and beheld the true appearance of that dazzling light. It was an immortal tripod, three-legged with two handles, crystalline and jade-like, its surface engraved with numerous exquisite patterns, like a piece of art. The immortal tripod contained incomparably vast immortal power and an extraordinary Tao aura. You will understand soon enough, the Qilin replied enigmatically. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the flawless immortal tripod, and its brilliant immortal light rapidly dimmed, replaced by threads of immensely dark and evil aura seeping out. Hiss! Dalton's pupils constricted, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This dark and evil aura was identical to that permeating Zongshan ruins, but far more potent. Could the source of the darkness and evil enveloping Zongshan ruins lie within this immortal tripod? Dalton boldly conjectured. At this moment, he wished to retreat from the immortal palace, but found himself immobilized. The dark and evil aura seemed sentient, flowing towards him, penetrating his body. In trouble, Dalton realized, sensing impending doom. Though his constitution was strong, it couldn't withstand this terrifying force, which invaded his limbs and spirit swiftly. Darkness consumed his consciousness in an instant. Just as his spirit was about to be overtaken by the dark and evil forces, the legacy mark left by the Pablo emerged, releasing divine light and restraining the darkness. Simultaneously, Dalton's physical body radiated a brilliant glow. His void divine body, supreme sword bone, inborn immortal bone, and inborn immortal veins all awakened. Countless sword lights emerged. The immortal palace fell silent, its holy tranquility dissipating. Stripped of its sacred aura, the palace began to decay rapidly as if millions of years had passed in an instant. Before long, the once radiant palace lay in ruins, indistinguishable from the rest of the Longshan ancient city. Just as a shadow fiend entered the dilapidated palace intending to ambush Dalton, the bracelet suddenly flew out. Bang! Struck by the bracelet, the shadow fiend exploded. Normally, shadow fiends were notoriously hard to kill, yet one blow from the bracelet utterly annihilated it. Clearly, the bracelet strongly countered shadow fiends. Unknown how much time passed, Dalton regained consciousness. I'm still alive? Dalton murmured, still dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Immediately, he examined himself, skeptical that the dark and evil forces hadn't affected him. That exceedingly evil force has combined with my own, Dalton marveled inwardly. Knowing the terror of such power, he couldn't imagine what transpired while he was unconscious. Though he survived, this force could neither be removed nor controlled, posing both a blessing and a curse. He carefully tried to channel the door-destined evil force but failed. In a sense, his body had become a vessel for sealing this evil power instead of the immortal tripod. What is the origin of this evil force? Why did someone specifically seal it? Questions flooded Dalton's mind, but no one could answer him. The Qilin had disappeared. Noticing the bracelet on his wrist, Dalton was puzzled, unsure of its origins. At the same time, he observed changes in the 9 luminous alchemy tripod, feeling both surprise and delight. Master, what happened here? Chiama Bobni approached, equally bewildered. It had been gathering opportunities in the Dao storage realm and emerged only to find the immortal palace drastically changed. Dalton shook his head. There are dustiny secrets here, which I can't quite figure out, but we're fortunate to be unharmed. By the way, did you gain all the opportunities in the Dao storage realm? Mentioning this, Chiama Bobni became excited. Isidros, I received the martial soul and legacy left by my ancestors, including a supreme supernatural seal. Its gains were immense. The legacy from the supreme powerhouse was far richer than its inherited lineage, providing clear direction for its future path. Chapter 553, 50 Isidros Pass. Leaving the dilapidated immortal palace, Dalton and Karina continued their journey, step by step reaching the outskirts of Longshan ancient city. Before them lay a pitch-black abyss, its depth unknown to anyone. Since not to attempt it at least once. Taking a deep breath, Dalton stepped forward, placing one foot on the stone bridge. In that instant, his body reacted as if electrocuted, his mind tightening up, a wave of dread surging in his heart. An inexplicable voice rang in his mind, warning him to stop, not to step on the bridge. The moment he retreated, all discomfort vanished instantly. Dalton was taken aback. His heart thudded intensely. He felt that if he insisted on stepping on the bridge, it might result in certain death. After careful thought, Dalton abandoned the idea of crossing. He wasn't a fool and wouldn't seek death. Let's go. For now, the other side is not suitable for us to tread, Dalton said firmly. Hearing this, Karina breathed a secret sigh of relief, finding this turn of events more than satisfactory. Immediately, it carried Dalton away from the abyss without looking back. Once far enough, Dalton's mind calmed completely, the threat dissipating entirely. What secrets does the core area of Zongshan ruins hide? It made me feel such intense danger. Dalton was filled with curiosity. Fortunately, reason triumphed over curiosity. He didn't risk exploring, refusing to play with his life. Before long, Karina left Longshan ancient city and then exited the Zongshan ruins. They wouldn't return to this most mysterious and dangerous place for some time. Though they didn't enter the core area, their journey was fruitful, exceeding expectations. It felt like fate itself was favoring them. Outside the Zongshan ruins, Dalton sat cross-legged, carefully digesting what he had gained. He had obtained so much from that immortal palace, requiring slow contemplation and absorption, which would greatly assist his breakthrough to the combined body realm. In theory, given his accumulation, breaking through to the combined body realm should be straightforward. However, due to the suppression of the exile land, he couldn't even touch the threshold of this realm, causing him great frustration. He had no idea how to achieve this breakthrough, as there were no precedents to follow. His only thought was to continue strengthening his martial arts foundation, hoping for a sudden surge someday. Master, the exile land is too strange. I've clearly reached the peak of the 6th stage, yet I can't break through to the 7th stage. Is it true that one can only stop at the 6th stage here? Karina said reluctantly. It possessed incredibly pure bloodline and had received the legacy of a supreme clan elder, yet reality was cruel. Dalton comforted it with a smile. Don't worry, just let it be. Believe that every cloud has a silver lining. We can't break through now, but our foundations are becoming stronger, which isn't necessarily bad. Let's travel around and observe this world. Cultivation requires practical experience. Regardless, he maintained a positive attitude. Young and having cultivated for only a few decades, he had ample time to explore his path forward. He didn't believe the exile land could confine him. Over the next period, Dalton rode Karina, traveling extensively while comprehending various martial arts classics, continuously deepening his foundation. Without the suppression of the exile land, he wouldn't have accumulated such a profound base at the Jameson stage, far surpassing the norm. So, in his view, this was actually beneficial. When he eventually broke free, he could unleash this accumulated strength, making future cultivation easier. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dalton and Karina traversed nearly every corner of the exile land. This worldly cultivation brought immense gains. The cultivation of the first 6 realms is now thoroughly complete, without any flaws, Dalton whispered after exiting his meditative state. At this point, his cultivation seemed to have nowhere else to go. Few, if any, in history had achieved such a state. Isidrat, it was disheartening that despite various attempts, he still couldn't break through. The rules of the exile land were too powerful. Not just Dalton and Karina, but others had also been traveling these years, seeking opportunities and paths out. Sadly, after the cosmic array revived, the exile land entered the absolute spirit era. Even if special escape routes existed, they were unlikely to appear. The mark I left on my Grandmaster is reacting. Suddenly, Dalton looked surprised. One significant goal during his travels was to find Gully Finney's whereabouts, but he never received news. The Blast and Death Palace was too well hidden. Even the 8 major forces controlling the exile land didn't know its ins and outs and dared not investigate deeply. Without hesitation, Dalton set off immediately. Missing this chance meant waiting an indefinite amount of time for another. Following the faint perception of the mark, Dalton quickly arrived at the edge of an expansive stone forest. The stone forest was filled with peculiar rocks, dry, with almost no plant life. No mistake, it's nearby. Could the Blast and Death Palace be hidden here? Dalton speculated internally. He was very curious about the Blast and Death Palace. If everyone in it was dead, who was pulling the strings? Perhaps only by entering the Blast and Death Palace could all mysteries be unraveled. No one knew the state of the Blast and Death Palace. Entering could yield uncertain results. However, Dalton had some confidence. He had left names on 2 city steels, gaining recognition from the Blast and Death Palace. Although not yet an enforcer, they probably wouldn't make things too difficult for him. With a thought, Dalton withdrew Karina into his body and stepped into the stone forest, meticulously searching. In the entire exile land, besides the Zongshan ruins, the most mysterious place was perhaps the Blast and Death Palace. He eagerly awaited unveiling its hidden secrets. Chapter 554, Surrounded by Weak Water. Dalton summoned the heaven-searching compass and activated it with the spirit control spell, carefully searching the stone forest without missing a single corner. Over the years, he had cultivated the spirit control spell to an entirely new level, not only within his physical body but also filling his primordial spirit with heavenly patterns of the spirit control spell, making its use effortless. After some time, Dalton stopped in front of an unremarkable stone pillar. He sensed that the location where ancient Blas Finney and the rest of the enforcers were hiding was concealed within this stone pillar. Using his comprehension of space, after some observation, he found an extremely hidden spatial node. With a gentle exhalation, he moved his body and slipped into the spatial node. In the next moment, the space before Dalton's eyes suddenly opened up. This space was vast but dim, devoid of daylight. In front of him lay an expansive lake, its surface still as a mirror, without a ripple. At the center of the lake stood an island, which from a distance resembled highly toxic, capable of corroding everything over time. Even extraordinary divine artifacts would eventually decay. Weak water was extremely rare, either flowing in the dark void or existing in remote places, making it very hard to encounter. Not just ordinary people, but even top-tier experts would find weak water troublesome. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dalton made a startling decision. He took off the Heaven Cicada battle robe and jumped into the lake. It was clear he intended to swim across. Weak water had strong properties. The moment Dalton jumped in, his body began to sink involuntarily. However, he remained calm, keeping still and composed. To his amazement, he slowly began to rise again, unaffected by the weak water. Fortunately, I once dual cultivated with Scarlet, acquiring part of the essence of her weak water mystic body and even comprehending the weak water Dao art. Otherwise, I would be helpless against this weak water. Dalton smiled faintly. Of course, this was partly due to his void divine body, which few other constitutions could withstand the corrosion of weak water. Adjusting his state, Dalton cast aside distracting thoughts and began swimming toward the island in the center of the lake. Regardless of what was on the island, he had to go and see for himself. Dalton's speed in the lake was slow because the buoyancy. Dalton's martial true meaning and blast-bound law became spontaneously active, drawing upon the Dao aura and laws around him, strengthening himself. My cultivation is actually slowly advancing. Dalton felt astonished. Before this, he believed his first 6 realms of cultivation were perfect and couldn't improve further. This current situation exceeded his imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Dalton stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the buildings on the island. These structures shared a common trait. They were ancient, existing for untold thousands of years. The Dao aura and laws permeating the island all edustinated from these ancient buildings, making them the source of this extraordinary environment. Upon closer inspection, most of the buildings were damaged, some severely, yet they still exuded numerous mysteries. Malik, why are you here? Suddenly, Ancient Josephinian's surprised voice rang out. Dalton turned around to see Ancient Josephinian emerging from a relatively well-preserved building, his face lighting up with joy. He had come specifically to find Ancient Josephinian, and being able to meet him so quickly was beyond perfect. Grandmaster, you're truly here, Dalton said happily. Ancient Josephinian walked closer, examining Dalton carefully, then asked, what happened to you? How did you end up here? I left a special mark on you earlier. Dalton furrowed his brows, not expecting that this time he had actually walked into a trap, trapping himself on this island that never saw daylight. This was certainly not good news. However, he did not feel hopeless. As long as there was a way out, there was hope. Grandmaster, are you the only normal person on the island now? Dalton asked. Ira understood what he meant and replied, Over the long ages, all the trial participants are still alive. On ordinary days, they remain in a sealed state. But when the spirit-severing era arrives, they awaken and can be fully conscious for a millennium, striving to break through. All of them are still alive? How Dustini people are on the island now? Dalton asked in surprise. Ira said, nearly 3,000 people. This is the accumulation over roughly 200,000 years. Phew. Dalton couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The history of the Exile Land seemed to far exceed his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if the Exile Land was truly created by the 8 major powers like the God-slaying demon sect and the 10,000 beasts heavenly palace. There were Dustini hidden doubts. The text provided continues from the previous content while introducing new information about the Exile Land and its history, maintaining coherence with the earlier context. Chapter 555, The Three-Tiered Ancient Palace. Where are those people? Why? Intriguing. I want to see what extraordinary talents the Blast and Death Palace has cultivated over the years. Dalton's eyes gleamed brightly, showing great interest. Immediately, he stepped forward without any hesitation, regardless of whether what lay ahead was dangerous. Seeing this, Ira immediately followed, knowing his great-granddisciple was powerful but unsure of just how powerful. Now he might get the chance to witness it firsthand. On the way, Ira also shared some information he knew about the place. On this island, the most extraordinary place was indeed the three-tiered ancient palace. But at first glance, one could only see one tier. The other two were hidden, accessible only after conquering the outermost tier. As for what the other two tiers were like or what they contained, Ira didn't know, as he couldn't even enter the outermost tier, let alone the two hidden ones. Those who qualified to enter the inner two tiers chose not to disclose anything, seemingly abiding by some unspoken agreement. Approaching the ancient palace, Dalton clearly perceived that the Dao aura here was much richer and more mysterious, drawing him into its depths. Looking into the palace, Dalton saw Dustini figures sitting cross-legged on stone Dao platforms, all intensely cultivating. The palace contained its own world, far larger than it appeared from outside. It housed 1,296 stone Dao platforms, all occupied without a single vacancy. Indeed, none of them are ordinary. Dalton's eyes shone as he immediately recognized the extraordinariness of the occupants. Ira felt somewhat helpless. Though he was no longer weak, back in Flying Star City, using resources provided by Dalton, he had rebuilt his Dao foundation and achieved a 5 breakthrough foundation. Yet he was still dwarfed by these veteran trial participants. Every individual within the ancient palace possessed at least a 5 breakthrough foundation, with extensive accumulation in various aspects. Even today's geniuses with 6 breakthroughs might not match them. To become a trial participant, none were ordinary. With proper cultivation, all could reach a 5 breakthrough foundation, and the outstanding few could achieve a 6 breakthrough foundation. Of course, these individuals had gained their foundations through reconstructing their martial arts base, different from world-shaking geniuses like Dalton and Karina who broke limits step by step. There was a fundamental difference. Truly achieving sequential limit breaking was incredibly rare. Even top external factions found it difficult to cultivate one such genius. After observing for a while, Dalton stepped into the ancient palace. From Ira, he knew there was only one way to stay in the ancient palace for cultivation. Defeat someone and take their place. These stone Dao platforms were also ranked. The deeper inside one went, the better the auxiliary effects for cultivation. Correspondingly, the strength of those occupying these platforms increased. Dalton bypassed Dustini and headed straight for the deepest part of the ancient palace without attacking the outsiders. Soon, he arrived before the deepest stone Dao platform where a stunningly cold Wadustin sat cross-legged, dressed in black gossamer, her graceful figure tantalizingly visible. At a glance, Dalton identified her as not Wadustin. Her true form was a dark fire snake with extremely pure lineage and exceedingly high Dao attainment, her divine soul strength surpassing average divine soul realm cultivators. Do you wish to challenge me? The cold Wadustin opened her eyes and asked indifferently. Dalton nodded. Because only by taking your place can I advance to the second-tier ancient palace. You are a current Wadustin martial artist, aren't you? Your ambition is quite considerable, but I wonder if you truly have the strength. The cold Wadustin's gaze turned sharp. Without further words, Dalton struck out with one palm at the cold Wadustin. In the next moment, his surroundings changed. He and the cold Wadustin were pulled into a vast and expansive battle space. Humph! The cold Wadustin issued a cold snort and pointed, releasing a deadly strike. Instantly, their palm and finger clashed, emitting a powerful force. Steady as a mountain, Dalton remained immovable, while the cold Wadustin was forced back several steps, her fingers shattered, blood splattering. Despite being a beautiful opponent, Dalton did not hesitate or show mercy. Shocked, the cold Wadustin hadn't expected Dalton to be so formidable. In their first clash, she suffered a significant disadvantage. However, she didn't plan to stop. Black flames rose around her, transforming her into a massive dark fire snake. Instantly, thick black flames spread, enveloping the entire battlefield in a sea of fire. The dark fire snake thrashed, opening a gaping mouth filled with fierce fangs, rushing towards Dalton. In her true form, her power as a brute beast was strongest. Nonetheless, Dalton remained calm, extending a hand effortlessly. To the dark fire snake, his hand seemed infinitely large, overshadowing the sky. In the next instant, it was caught by the giant hand, struggling in vain. The dark fire snake realized the vast gap between herself and Dalton. Dalton didn't deliver a killing blow, and soon released the dark fire snake. Reverting to Wadustin form, though still cold and elegant, her gaze towards Dalton now held a strong sense of respect. In the world of brute beasts, power reigned supreme. Dalton's formidable display had third warning. She said, "You are entering the second level of the ancient palace now?" If it weren't for this procedure, I wouldn't have specifically come to challenge you," Dalton nodded and said. He had learned from Ira that to enter the second level of the ancient palace, one needed a prerequisite, to first sit on the Dao platform at the deepest part of the first level. Only then could they qualify to challenge the test subjects in the second level. This was a procedure everyone had to follow. Dalton cast his gaze outside the ancient palace, nodding to Ira, and in one step, vanished without a trace. Ira was still dazed, although he hadn't seen Dalton's battle with the cold and beautiful Wadustin, but the speed at which Dalton ended the fight was enough to show how formidable Dalton was. Indeed, surpassing the master is an achievement worth praising. Excellent, really excellent. Recovering, Ira couldn't help but show a gratifying smile. With a son as remarkable as Dalton, how could he not be happy? A Wadustin martial artist from this era can actually cultivate to such a degree, it's almost unbelievable. This is what a true genius looks like. In the ancient palace, the cold and beautiful Wadustin muttered to herself. Compared to Dalton, none of them had the right to call themselves geniuses. Her eyes were filled with intense envy. She too wanted to enter the second level of the ancient palace. The foundation was slightly inferior. Achieving a high level of the extreme path celestial martial canon could make up for this shortcoming. In Dalton's view, there must be people who had cultivated the extreme path celestial martial canon to a high level, including some late bloomers. Finn? Another person has come in, and it's a new face. Who are you? One person in the hall suddenly opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards Dalton. Dalton replied calmly, "My name is Malik, a Wadustin martial artist of this era." "What? A Wadustin martial artist of this era? Are you sure you're not joking?" The Wadustin immediately showed a look of extreme surprise. Usually, Wadustin martial artists and barbaric beasts from this era would find it difficult to even enter the first level of the ancient palace, let alone the second. Dalton responded, "Do you think I have any reason to joke about this? Moreover, unlike you, who were summoned here by the Blasphemy and Death Palace, I came on my own." "How is that possible?" The Wadustin was once again astonished. Everyone knew that the location of the Blasphemy and Death Palace was incredibly secretive, connected to the outside world only through spatial nodes that were constantly moving, making it nearly impossible to find and enter. "Are you a Wadustin martial artist born within the last millennium?" Another asked. Without a word, Dalton merely nodded. Thus, everyone in the hall understood. Only eyes, they would never have believed it. Whoosh. Instantly, a few people rushed to the boundary and tried reaching out just like Dalton, but as before, they failed to penetrate it. How did he do it? Everyone was baffled. A Daryl Dustin aging to enter the third level seemed unreasonable. He might have condensed his blast-bound law. Impossible. He is at the same Jameson realm as us, and he has practiced for a short time. How could he condense the blast-bound law? Normally, one needs to reach the peak of the Blast and Wu realm to condense the blast-bound law, which is the basis for becoming immortal. Condensing it in the Jameson realm isn't absolutely impossible, but highly improbable. Perhaps he is an extraordinary prodigy. I hope he can break the shackles, then maybe we can also be freed. The geniuses murmured among themselves, their feelings complex. At this moment, Dustini pinned their hopes on Dalton. Eternal life while trapped here forever was something they truly couldn't bear any longer. The third level was relatively smaller, containing only 3 Dao platforms, made not of stone but of jade, exceptional celestial jade. As those people said, it was completely empty, eerily quiet. The third level is indeed not simple. There seems to be a Dao Preservation True Realm overlapping with it, and this Dao Preservation True Realm is unusual, Dalton muttered softly, noticing its uniqueness as soon as he entered. Having entered a Dao Preservation True Realm before, he was very familiar with its aura. Compared to the one in the Dragon God Ancient City's Celestial Palace, this Dao Preservation True Realm was clearly more extraordinary, seemingly a fusion of multiple such realms. Opening the Divine Vision Eye, Dalton scanned the palace carefully, trying to understand its secrets. Soon, he found a martial truth soul shaped like a beast, a blue lion, currently door-dustant and not awakened. Next, he quickly located another martial truth soul, this time shaped like a broadsword, exuding immense dominance. Just as he expected, this Dao Preservation True Realm was indeed a fusion of multiple realms, a rarity indeed. Because there weren't Dustini people who could cultivate a martial truth soul, and it was even harder to retain one. Additionally, he realized something else. The Blasphemy and Death Palace had an extremely strong inclusiveness, harboring not only Wadustin martial artists, but also barbaric beasts. This explained why there were barbaric beast geniuses among the selected trial participants. Not long after, Dalton discovered the third martial truth soul, this time in the form of a heaven-piercing halberd. Just how Dustini mighty figures have perished here in the Blasphemy and Death Palace? Dalton felt secretly astonished. Anyone who could cultivate a martial truth soul was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse, which couldn't help but make him ponder just how formidable the Blasphemy and Death Palace once was, and how it met its downfall. Because there weren't Dustini people who could cultivate a martial truth soul, and it was even harder to retain one. Additionally, he realized something else. The Blasphemy and Death Palace had an extremely strong inclusiveness, harboring not only Wadustin martial artists, but also barbaric beasts. This explained why there were barbaric beast geniuses among the selected trial participants. Not long after, Dalton discovered the third martial truth soul, this time in the form of a heaven-piercing halberd. Just how Dustini mighty figures have perished here in the Blasphemy and Death Palace? Dalton felt secretly astonished. Anyone who could cultivate a martial truth soul was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse, which couldn't help but make him ponder just how formidable the Blasphemy and Death Palace once was, and how it met its downfall. Chapter 557. The Unattainable Threshold. After careful observation, Dalton discovered 7 martial arts true souls, each with different forms. The sheer number left him utterly astonished. One could only say that the Birth and Death Palace was immensely powerful, truly deserving of its former status as a superpower in the ancient Josephine and Wang world. It was unimaginable what event had led to its downfall. They converged, they presented a chaotic hue. Chaotic Fire Lotus Soul, what an incredibly powerful martial arts true soul. Dalton was both surprised and delighted. Among the 7 martial arts true souls in the hall, the Chaotic Fire Lotus Soul was inherently the strongest. He was also quite surprised that it acknowledged him. Without any doubt, it must be related to the fact that he had cultivated the Void Divine Flame and the Tri-Flame True Fire, both being top-tier flames with limitless growth potential. Dalton calmed his mind, carefully experiencing the incorporated Chaotic Fire Lotus Soul. Given such a powerful martial arts true soul, there was no reason not to fully utilize it. Fin. The 9 Radiant Alchemy Heaven tripod suddenly trembled slightly, then actively flew out of Dalton's body. Next, a peculiar light from the corner of the ancient hall emerged, circling around the tripod dustini times before merging into it. With the incorporation of this peculiar light, the 9 Radiant Alchemy Heaven tripod changed, numerous secret patterns appearing on its surface, pulsating regularly as if it had gained life. There is actually a spirit origin here. Dalton was once again astonished. Clearly, a top-grade magical tool had been destroyed, leaving behind its spirit origin, which now fused with the 9 Radiant Alchemy Heaven tripod, endowing it with strong spiritual nature and depth. Preserving a spirit origin separated from its object is extremely difficult, requiring special means and, most importantly, a sufficiently powerful spirit origin. The Burning Flame Sword displayed its divine qualities because it integrated a spirit origin. This was a celestial sword previously used by the venerated Hutch Master. When the Yosef luckily obtained the Burning Flame Sword, it subsequently received the sword soul and legacy left by the venerated Hutch Master under the guidance of the Burning Flame Sword. Therefore, the Yosef formed a significant karmic bond with the venerated Hutch Master's nemesis. Once he exits the exile land, they will inevitably meet again in the future. With the incorporation of this powerful spirit origin, the benefits to the 9 Radiant Alchemy Heaven tripod were undoubtedly enormous, giving it a stronger foundation for growth. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately endowed this spirit origin with simple consciousness and refined it anew using secret techniques. After spending some time, Dalton successfully refined and incorporated the Chaotic Fire Lotus Soul, making it his own as if he had cultivated it himself. With the Chaotic Fire Lotus Soul, he absorbed the Tao rhythm and strange power inside the third-level ancient hall more easily, significantly improving efficiency. He clearly sensed that his cultivation level steadily improved, growing substantially on the originally complete foundation, completely breaking the norm. What pleased him most was the significant enhancement of his martial arts true intent. Many Fusion Realm martial artists probably couldn't match it. With the strengthening of martial arts true intent, the innate laws he cultivated also correspondingly strengthened, far exceeding the spirit god realm level. Suddenly, the remaining 6 martial arts true souls in the ancient hall clearly appeared, surrounding Dalton and releasing incomparably profound Tao rhythms, submerging him within. At the same time, the ancient hall itself shook, with 1 black and 1 white ray descending onto Dalton's body. Black and white alternated, yin and yang transformed, continuously evolving the profound truths of birth and death. Affected by this pull, the Gerard dual swords flew out of Dalton's body, greedily absorbing the black and white rays, incorporating vast amounts of mysterious Tao rhythms into the swords. Dalton's body lightly trembled. The martial arts true intent he cultivated departed from his body, transforming from intangible to tangible, faintly revealing its outline above his head. Then, the martial arts true intent underwent an incredible transformation, turning into Hu-Dustin form, solemn and sacred. Immediately after, thunderfire condensed beneath the Hu-Dustin form. His body surged like a raging river. As he fully exerted the Heim's essence scripture, the constraints that held him began to loosen, gradually being broken open. Only at this moment did he realize why no one had Dustin Age to break through to the fusion realm for so dustini years. The conditions needed to be met were extremely strict. Not only must one condense the innate law, but also condense a martial arts true soul. Normally, this should be beyond the capabilities of a spirit god realm martial artist. If he hadn't entered the third-level ancient hall, leveraging its special environment, it would have been unlikely for him to condense a martial arts true soul. To enter the third-level ancient hall, the prerequisite was to condense the innate law, a condition with an extremely high threshold. Over the nearly 200,000 years since the Birth and Death Palace was established, nearly 3,000 talented trial candidates were selected, yet none ever met this condition, preventing the emergence of a supreme prodigy who could break the shackles. Break! Dalton shouted explosively, unleashing his full vitality. The rule suppression in the exile land was too powerful. Despite having the innate law and martial arts true soul, breaking through was still extremely challenging. He was well aware that the breakthrough opportunity was fleeting. Missing it would make future breakthroughs much harder. Instantly, the Dalton, possessing the void deity body and cultivating the void emptiness imperial scripture, can embrace all Tao and has dabbled in various cultivation systems. Therefore, he could absorb the Tao rhythm of the 7 martial arts true souls within the hall. At a certain moment, 1 martial arts true soul moved, swiftly merging into Dalton's body. This martial arts true soul was in the form of a lotus made of flames, with 36 holes inside the blooming lotus, each containing a cluster of strange, colorful flames that, when combined, exhibited a chaotic hue. Chaos Fire Lotus Soul. What a powerful martial arts true soul, Dalton marveled with surprise and joy. Among the 7 martial arts true souls in the hall, the Chaos Fire Lotus Soul was the strongest in essence. He was also quite surprised that he could gain its recognition. Without a doubt, it was related to his cultivation of Void Deity Flame and 3 Purest Flames, both of which were top-tier flames with immense potential. Dalton calmed his mind and carefully experienced the Chaos Fire Lotus Soul within him. Given such a powerful martial arts true soul, he had every reason to utilize it thoroughly. Fin. Suddenly, the 9 luminaries refining heaven tripod trembled slightly and then flew out of Dalton's body on its own. Next, a strange beam of light emerged from a corner of the ancient hall, circling the 9 luminaries refining heaven tripod dustini times before. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately bestowed simple consciousness to this spirit core and refined it with secret techniques. After spending some time, Dalton successfully refined the Chaos Fire Lotus Soul, making it his own, as if he had cultivated it himself. With the Chaos Fire Lotus Soul, he absorbed the Tao rhythm and peculiar power within the third level of the ancient hall more easily, significantly improving efficiency. He could clearly perceive that his cultivation level steadily increased, breaking conventional boundaries. Most remarkably, his martial arts true intent became much stronger, surpassing Dustini combined body realm cultivators. As his martial arts true intent strengthened, so did the fundamental laws he cultivated, far exceeding the deity soul realm. Suddenly, the remaining 6 martial arts true souls in the ancient hall appeared clearly around Dalton, enveloping him with their unfathomable Tao rhythm. Simultaneously, the ancient hall itself began to shake, and 2 beams of light, one black and one white, descended onto Dalton's body, alternating between yin and yang, continuously evolving the mysteries of life and death. Drawn by this, the Yin-Gerard twin swords flew out of Dalton's body, greedily absorbing the light and incorporating the profound Tao rhythm into the swords. Dalton's body quivered lightly as his martial arts true intent materialized above his head he had cultivated. Moreover, it could continue to evolve without solidifying. He was also surprised that his martial arts true soul took a Hu-Dustin-like form, which was exceptionally rare. The opportunity to break through has arrived. Now is the moment. Dalton's eyes flashed with intense light as spiritual energy surged within him like a raging river. As he fully activated the void emptiness imperial scripture, the restraints suppressing him started loosening bit by bit. Only now did he realize why no one had broken through to the combined body realm for years. It was because the conditions required were too stringent. One must not only condense a fundamental law but also a martial arts true soul, feats deemed impossible at the deity soul realm under normal circumstances. If he hadn't entered the third level of the ancient hall and utilized its special environment, he would have been unlikely to condense a martial arts true soul. To enter the third level of the ancient hall, one must first condense a fundamental law, setting an incredibly high threshold. In nearly 200,000 years, the Birth and Death Palace selected nearly 3,000 talented trial participants, yet none met this condition, preventing any unparalleled prodigy from breaking through the constraints. Break! Dalton roared, releasing his entire essence and spirit without reservation. The rule suppression in the exile land was too strong, making it exceedingly difficult to break through despite possessing a fundamental law and martial arts true soul. He knew very well that the breakthrough window was fleeting. Missing it would make future attempts extraordinarily difficult. Instantly, the Yin-Gerard Wuxing Dao diagram appeared beneath him, revealing the 4 elemental beasts and the flying serpent, with yin and yang light circulating within him, coexisting harmoniously and transforming marvelously. Swish! Dalton gathered supreme sword intent, erupting from his supreme sword bone, combining with the divine sword on his martial arts true souls back to unleash an unparalleled strike. Finally, the rule shackles that restrained him were shattered, and a brand new world appeared before his eyes. The Tao rhythms and strange powers within the hall transformed into a torrent, continuously flowing into his body, purifying his form and spirit, aiding him in breaking through all restraints, allowing him to completely break free and attain true boundless freedom. Chapter 558. The Inheritor of Blast and Death Palace. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Dalton's body, surging outwards like a stormy tidal wave in all directions. He had broken through, successfully shattering the shackles of the exile land and stepping into the fusion realm. The moment he broke through, his primordial soul expanded and merged seamlessly with his physical body, achieving a unity of form and spirit, which is the profound essence of the fusion realm. Upon reaching this realm, his physical body became incredibly vital. Even if dismembered, it could be reconnected, and death would not easily claim him. Dalton's physical body and primordial soul were both immensely strong. Their combination immediately resulted in a fundamental enhancement. He could feel that his control over both had become stronger, enabling him to utilize every bit of power more effectively. Boom! Just as Dalton was immersed in the miraculous state of his breakthrough, an unexpected change occurred. A destructive bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck him with immense force. This is the heavenly tribulation. Dalton was taken aback, feeling an intense numbness spread throughout his body. According to his knowledge, cultivators only faced the heavenly tribulation when they reached the peak of the spirit warrior stage. If successfully traversed, they could transcend to immortality and ascend to the heavens. He had just advanced to the fusion realm and yet, the heavenly tribulation had already come, an event far beyond the usual course. Upon deeper reflection, it must be linked to breaking the exile land's restrictions. The cosmos sensed it and decided to test him. Without time to dwell on it, Dalton gathered his focus, ready to face the heavenly tribulation. It was no trivial matter. A single misstep could result in complete annihilation. In an instant, another bolt of lightning appeared, its power significantly amplified. Dalton instantly understood the essence of the heavenly tribulation. The lightning was merely the surface dust infestation. Its core consisted of law forces coalesced into a formidable will targeting the primordial soul. Fortunately, now at the fusion realm, his unified form and spirit were protected by his physical body, making it difficult for the primordial soul to be harmed. Dalton did not use any treasures to resist. Instead, he aimed to endure the heavenly tribulation as a rare experience for refinement. Under the influence of the tribulation, his physical body and primordial soul bonded even more tightly, achieving a seamless integration. A state Dustini's seasoned fusion realm warriors found hard to reach. 7 consecutive bolts of lightning struck down, each progressively more powerful. Despite Dalton's formidable physique, he began to struggle. Just as he braced himself for the 8th bolt, it did not come. The ancient hall felt eerily quiet. Is it over? Dalton wore an astonished expression. This wasn't a conventional heavenly tribulation, so its abrupt cessation wasn't entirely surprising. Still, he remained. The sacred and profane energies within him transformed into a yin-yang mill, grinding up the terrifying will hidden in the lightning. After a long while, the celestial connected lightning finally disappeared. Dalton was left a charred lump, seated motionlessly on the ground, seemingly lifeless as though extinguished by the tribulation. The final bolt contained power so overwhelming that even someone at the peak of the fusion realm might not have survived. Only Dalton's extraordinary potential allowed him to endure. Only in the strange exile land would such an unprecedented and unusually potent heavenly tribulation occur at the fusion realm. Suddenly, a strong heartbeat echoed. Moments later, an intensely powerful aura burst from Dalton's body, shattering the outer char layer, revealing flawless, jade-like skin without a single scar. At his calm Dustin, the Heaven Cicada battle armor materialized, covering his body. Dalton opened his eyes, which gleamed with tangible vitality. Now, he was back at his peak condition. Close call, nearly turned to ash. Dalton felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, his deep reserves and diverse techniques enabled him to withstand the tribulation without being eradicated. Moreover, after enduring the most powerful lightning, his form and spirit had significantly strengthened. His martial Tao True Soul and innate law also underwent a qual. Dalton inquired again. The graceful Wadustin answered, "You will obtain the supreme treasure of the Blasf and Death Palace, the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel, and may study all its esoteric techniques. As for what you owe, there's no need to worry for now. Everything will be settled when you become an ultimate powerhouse." Dalton understood. He was currently too weak to contribute anything meaningful. Any tasks assigned would be meaningless. As Dalton pondered, the graceful Wadustin summoned the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel before him. Currently, you can only preliminarily refine the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel. If you encounter any mishap, it will return to the Blasf and Death Palace. Once you become an ultimate powerhouse, you can fully refine it. She added. Dalton took the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel, understanding the arrangement. Given its importance, it couldn't be lost. If he didn't grow sufficiently, the Blasf and Death Palace would have to cultivate other martial geniuses. A thought crossed his mind, leading him to ask, "Can I bring the Blasf and Death Palace out of the exile land?" "No. Only when you become an ultimate powerhouse can you summon the Blasf and Death Palace using the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel," the graceful Wadustin replied. Dalton followed up, "What about the talents within the Blasf and Death Palace? Can I take them with me?" 1/10 can be taken away, the graceful Wadustin answered impeccably. Dalton nodded slightly. Being able to take away some was already good. He hadn't expected to take everything. After all, this was accumulated over 20 years by the Blasf and Death Palace, and it couldn't possibly gamble everything on just him. For him, taking away 1/10 was already quite satisfactory. After all, there wasn't a single mediocre individual here, and their growth potential was significant. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps all of them could ascend to immortality. Nearly 3,000 geniuses, taking 1/10 meant nearly 300 individuals. They might not be strong now, but once they left the exile land, growing stronger was only a matter of time. In the Blasf and Death Palace, he had obtained an ultimate martial Tao True Soul, a spirit core origin, and condensed his own martial Tao True Soul, successfully breaking through his cultivation realm. Now, he had gained the supreme treasure, the Blasf and Death Heavenly Wheel. The magnitude of his gains was unimaginable, and it would have an incredibly profound impact on his future cultivation path. Chapter 559, Request and Reward. After cultivating for a period within the third ancient hall, Dalton left. He had fully consolidated his cultivation realm, and staying further here held no significant meaning. The rules of the exile land still constrained him. If he did not step out, his cultivation would hardly advance. Becoming an unparalleled powerhouse in the exile land was simply impossible. Pay respects to Palace Master. When Dalton appeared in the second ancient hall, the 99 people inside immediately bowed to greet him. Clearly, the Blasf Death Palace had conveyed the message and assigned him a new identity. Dalton smiled faintly and said, "No need for formalities. Who among you wishes to leave with me?" "I do." Many quickly responded. Of course, some remained silent. Dalton naturally did not force anyone, and after scanning those who volunteered, he swiftly picked 10 people. Although he could take 1/10 of them, he ensured to select from various tiers of strength. Those chosen were overjoyed, finally able to leave and live freely instead of like prisoners. Then, Dalton went to the first ancient hall, selecting more according to the rules, including the breathtaking beauty he previously encountered. He then gathered those who couldn't enter the halls and chose another batch, making sure that Ira was included. Ultimately, he selected 299 people, totaling 300, including himself. None of those chosen were ordinary. Even among major forces outside, they would be considered geniuses. As space rippled subtly, Dalton and the other 300 appeared in a dense forest. Finally, it feels so good to bask in sunlight. Many tilted their heads, faces filled with contentment. Many had lived in darkness for long periods without experiencing sunlight for ages. Dalton smiled. "Walk around for now. I'll gather you when it's time to leave the exile land." "Thank you, Palace Master." Hearing this, Dustini beamed with joy. They had been in the Blast Death Palace for too long and wished to return home. Even Ira hadn't ventured outside for centuries. Arranging everything, Dalton set off as well. Before leaving the exile land, there were things he needed to do. In no time, he arrived at the Heavenly Python Ridge. "Senior, your junior has reached the Union stage. I come to pay respects." In the exile land's current null spirit era, he wasn't sure if Jonathan could awaken but felt obligated to keep his promise. After waiting for a while with no response, Dalton felt somewhat disappointed. It seems the heavenly formation completely suppresses Jonathan. Just as he was about to leave, a voice echoed, "Only so Dustini years have passed, and you've truly succeeded. Well done." Clearly, Jonathan was surprised yet pleased. "Senior, you aren't suppressed?" Dalton asked, surprised. "The heavenly formation is formidable, but only briefly restrains me entirely. Otherwise, I can release water is indeed the source of life." The integration sped up the treasure's revival, Dalton noted, sensing its rapid enhancement and profound Tao patterns. A month later, as agreed, Dalton returned to the heavenly Python Ridge. Jonathan handed him a colossal egg with intricate silver golden patterns. This avatar is formed from my vital blood essence and will hatch upon leaving the exile land. The egg hid divine traces, potentially evading detection and trouble for Dalton. Without hesitation, Dalton stored the egg in the cave-established treasure. Next, a vibrant divine light emerged, hovering before him. This crane skill imprint is my gift to you, Jonathan said. Dalton froze, amazed that the gift was a skill imprint, something incredibly valuable. Formulating such an imprint required supreme cultivation methods, at least of immortal rank, and achieving great mastery. An imprint allowed instant skill activation with immense power, and was hard to strip unless after a strong practitioner's death. For Jonathan to willingly strip the imprint did enormous effort. Senior, this is too precious. Accept it. Once given, I never take back gifts. Interrupted mid-sentence, Dalton accepted. Thank you, Senior. I'll honorably use this crane skill imprint. Translation provided as per instructions with careful attention to the original tone, himself, opening his eyes. He then summoned the immortal bone avatar back. Aware that bringing the avatars of 3 powerful beings out of the exile land wouldn't be easy, he needed to ensure he was in peak condition. Without delay, he sent messages to gather everyone outside into the treasured cave. Receiving the message, no one delayed. All returned at once. No one wanted to remain in the hopeless exile land. After everyone was gathered within the treasured cave, Dalton set off. He knew where the exit lay. Chaos Realm, flying immortal city. Dalton appeared atop the tallest structure, gazing up at the sky. This city held the soul path out, though it was extremely obscure, undetectable to ordinary people. Crucially, one must reach the body integration stage to depart through it. Heaven never seals all paths. Despite terrifying rules sealing the exile land, an exit remained. A path the 8 great powers of the heavenly realm couldn't eliminate. Tonight, the spatial node will open. Hope everything goes well, Dalton silently prayed. This path wasn't always accessible, requiring a specific timing to open every 3 years. Missing this window meant waiting another 3 years. Soon, night fell. The weather was perfect, cloudless skies with a moon casting silver light like a silken veil over the land. By midnight, as silence enveloped flying immortal city, the spatial node opened. Now, Dalton leaped without hesitation, ascending smoothly into the spatial node. But trouble emerged immediately. Countless laws converged into an ocean, threatening to engulf him. These laws aimed to assimilate him, turning him into part of the law. Dalton steadied himself, using the spirit mastery art and the celestial pattern to shield himself. Then, he released his own laws around him, forming a second defensive layer. Defending against the law ocean wasn't enough. Escaping was key. Missing this chance could mean being trapped until perishing from exhaustion. Break! Gripping Ingerard twin swords, he slashed simultaneously. A thunderous boom echoed as the law ocean rippled violently, but showed no signs of breaking. Stimulated, it surged, doubling its erosive power. The retaliation is intense, Dalton frowned deeply. He understood the retaliation stemmed from bringing avatars of 3 powerful beings and Dustini who Dustin warriors and beasts. Normally, leaving required personal cultivation to the body integration stage. Sneaking this group through naturally drew cosmic resistance. Even if he abandoned everyone now, the retaliation couldn't be halted. What's done can't be undone. He must find a way through. Sensing escalating backlash, Dalton united his essence, spirit, and mind, Dustinifesting his martial Dao true soul. 6 special imprints hovered around it, all profound imprints, for were external, 2 cultivated by him. Eyes sharp, Dalton unleashed the 6 crane profound imprints without reserve. They shone brilliantly, unleashing formidable power in all directions. The law ocean split, freeing Dalton, who soared upward. Suddenly, an invisible force struck him from above. Spitting blood, Dalton's body shook violently as the force tried separating his primordial soul from his flesh. Fortunately, his primordial soul and body were exceptionally strong and tightly integrated, resisting separation. Ah! Dalton roared, drawing a sword chi from the supreme sword bone and releasing it recklessly. The sword chi cleaved the void, disdustintling the strange force. Ignoring his injuries, he maximized his void god body, performing spatial displacement to bypass the fractured space. Moments later, he escaped the spatial node into the outside world. Unable to control his fall from a 100-meter height, he crashed heavily into a hill, causing debris to fly. Birds scattered into the night sky. Releasing spirit energy, Dalton revealed himself, uninjured by the fall thanks to his near 7th-rank spirit armament physique. However, the backlash in the spatial node left Dalton's best interest to avoid bringing calamity upon him. Watching the 3 powerful beings leave, Dalton glanced around. His immediate priority was to determine his current location so he could plan his next steps. With a thought, he summoned some people from the treasured artifact and instructed, "Go and gather information. Be as detailed as possible." Isidros. These individuals did not hesitate. They immediately dispersed and began their task. The people Dalton summoned included authentic Josephinian martial artists, demon path martial artists, and barbaric beasts. Regardless of which type of force controlled this area, they should easily be able to obtain information. While these individuals were out gathering information, Dalton sat down cross-legged on the spot, preparing to heal his injuries first. Arriving at an unknown place, one never knew what they might encounter. It would be best to be in peak condition. Chapter 561. Trouble comes knocking. Swish. A shadow darted out of the darkness, streaking straight toward Dalton. The instant it neared him, the crimson flame golden leopard emerged from within Dalton, spitting a golden light that blasted it away. However, the crimson flame golden leopard did not relax. Instead, it became even more alert. In the next moment, the shadow returned, releasing a lightning whip that struck toward the crimson flame golden leopard at an unimaginable speedball in its mouth, then released it. The crimson flame golden leopard propelled the 3-element pearl to intercept the thunderball. As an ancient artifact, the three-element pearl was immensely potent, especially after years of careful nurturing, making its power formidable. Boom! The thunderball exploded, unleashing destructive forces that flattened large swaths of forest. Die! The crimson flame golden leopard roared, channeling martial Dao true soul power to project a golden blade. Despite the black snake's strong defenses, the golden blade pierced through, slicing it into dozens of pieces. Then, the crimson flame golden leopard devoured the now severed black snake. The life force of a 7th-rank vicious beast was incredibly resilient, allowing its body to remain active even when cut into dustiny pieces. Consuming the black snake, the crimson flame golden leopard immediately began refining it. For it, devouring such a creature was like consuming a rich nourishment. It felt that once refined, it might even advance to the 7th rank. Its accumulation was already at peak strength, and though it hadn't condensed its own martial Dao true soul while in the Blasphemous Death Palace, its gains were immense. Just solidifying its intrinsic law made countless others envious. Now outside, free from suppression, advancing to the 7th rank was a simple matter. Sure enough, upon refining half-rank savage beasts, encountering a powerful vicious beast would surely overwhelm them. Immediately, Dalton issued orders to recall everyone. Trouble. His expression changed. He received word of someone in peril, fleeing for safety. Without hesitation, he rode the crimson flame golden leopard toward the person's location, which was moving rapidly to reach them. Dalton sensed a strong spiritual energy fluctuation from afar. Under the silent night sky, fierce flames were erupting. Evil fiend, where are you running? A roar sounded as a pagoda flew out, suppressing the demon martial artist Dalton had dispatched. This demon martial artist was selected by the Blasphemous Death Palace, exceedingly powerful and capable against ordinary integration realm martial artists. Bang! Dalton appeared beside the demon martial artist, kicking the incoming pagoda away. You have an accomplice? As a profound path martial artist, why associate with this evil fiend? An imposing Dustin holding the pagoda stared down at Dalton, the Dustinding an explanation. Calmly, Dalton responded, he serves me and, despite being a demon martial artist, has done no wrong. Could you let him be? Righteousness cannot coexist with evil. These demon martial artists are treacherous and wicked. They must be eliminated. I must do my duty, the Dustin replied sternly. Dalton's brow furrowed. People are not solely good or evil. Not all profound path martial artists are good, and not all demon martial artists are evil. Your statement is too absolute. It seems you're determined to protect this fiend. I will eliminate both of you, as traitors who collaborate with demon martial artists are unworthy of the profound path. The imposing Dustin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Dalton smiled coldly. What a big label to slap on me. Do you think you're in charge? If you wish to fight, I'll oblige. Despite the Dustin's righteous appearance, Dalton saw through him. He was not a good person but used righteousness as a cover for nefarious deeds. Of course, such behavior was common. The opposition between righteousness and evil had been ongoing for ages, and conflicts were inevitable whenever the profound path and demon paths clashed. Boom. Suddenly, tremendous commotion erupted nearby, with intense spiritual fluctuations spreading. So, you have allies? Sneaking into our Yanlong sect's territory, what do you intend? The imposing Dustin dustined coldly. Ignoring him, Dalton instructed the crimson flame golden leopard, go assist over there. He'd received another distress call. Another demon martial artist was in trouble. Simultaneously, he contacted those within the treasure chamber, urging them to break through. Cultivation levels was significant. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Dalton's attacks were too intense for him to withstand. Even the treasure pagoda he summoned was knocked away by Dalton's sword. Blurt. Dalton approached closely, and with a few swift strikes of the sword, he broke through the valiant Dustin's defenses, leaving deep wounds on his body, causing blood to spray out. You. Shock filled the valiant Dustin's eyes, not expecting Dalton to be so powerful. Dalton did not bother to exchange words with him, continuing to fight and successfully suppressing him with only a few moves. He did not directly kill him, not because he feared the flame dragon sect behind him, but to obtain valuable information from him. What do you intend? Do you know the severe consequences of provoking the flame dragon sect? The valiant Dustin threatened, trying to intimidate him by invoking the backing of the sect. With no other means at his disposal, he could only bring up his sect. Dalton ignored him, summoning the 9-star heaven refining cauldron and ensnaring him inside. Without stopping, he rushed towards the other side. As for the demon path martial artist he saved, he put him into the cave-established treasure. At that moment, the crimson flame golden Ni Blason was fighting fiercely with another 8th-level fusion realm martial artist from the flame dragon sect, whose profound cultivation made the struggle difficult for the crimson flame golden Ni Blason. There was no help for it. The crimson flame golden Ni Blason had just broken through to the 7th stage. Without its solid foundation, facing such a formidable opponent would likely result in being incapacitated within a few rounds. Seal. Suddenly appearing, Dalton gathered an immensely mystical seal mark in his palm and struck the Dustin battling with the crimson flame golden Ni Blason. The seal worked instantly, immobilizing the Dustin, stripping him of his ability to act. Who are you? You dare wreak havoc in our flame dragon sect's territory? If you don't release me soon, great calamity will befall you. The imprisoned martial artist of the flame dragon sect warned loudly. His confidence was robust, firmly believing that Dalton dared not defy the flame dragon sect. Dalton did not respond, casually tossing him into the 9-star heaven refining cauldron. After a short while, those he dispatched converged again without any issues. After sealing everyone in the cave-established treasure, Dalton and the crimson flame golden Ni Blason left the battlefield. The disturbance here could attract nearby martial artists or wild beasts, which could lead to unforeseen consequences if blocked. Traveling hundreds of miles continuously, Dalton and the crimson flame golden Ni Blason finally stopped but remained in dense forests. They hadn't seen any towns or signs of who Dustin habitation along the way. Confirming that no one was pursuing them, Dalton found a secluded spot and set up a concealed talus dustin barrier. After completing everything, he released the 2 men suppressed in the 9-star heaven refining cauldron and directly used the spirit control spell to perform soul searches on them. Despite their high cultivation, their spirits weren't particularly strong, making it easy to search their souls. Speaking of spirit essence, Dustini people Dalton brought from the exile land were stronger than these two, especially the geniuses gathered by the Blasf and Death Palace. Their spirit essence had been refined over long cultivation periods, resulting in unimaginably formidable spirits. In a short time, Dalton completed the soul searches on the 2 men, obtaining much valuable information. So we've arrived at the most remote wilderness realm, Dalton murmured to himself. No wonder he felt the surrounding spiritual energy wasn't too concentrated. They had reached one of the 12 realm's most remote territories. According to his knowledge, the wilderness realm had the worst cultivation environment, mostly consisting of wild primeval forests, hence its name. Due to the primitive environment, a large number of rare birds and beasts, including ancient species and pure-blooded divine beast descendants, lived here. They were currently in the Grey Wolf domain of the Northwest Wilderness Realm, which ranks 3rd in area among the 12 realms. Crimson Flame Golden Ni Blason was confident, given its excellent lineage and remarkable aptitude, combined with receiving the legacy and martial soul from a supreme member of its clan, its growth was just a matter of time. Master, what are your plans for the people you brought out of the exile land? The Crimson Flame Golden Ni Blason asked. Dalton pondered and replied, I think I'll ask for their opinions before deciding. Saying that, he entered the cave-established treasure and gathered everyone together. We've now left the exile land and arrived at the Grey Wolf domain of the Wilderness Realm. What are your plans next? Dalton asked straightforwardly. He brought quite a number of people out, primarily due to having taken over the Black Demon sect initially, comprising over 7,000 disciples. Resettling them would be challenging. I want to explore and broaden my horizons. Eva was the first to speak. Isidros, it's a rare chance to leave the exile land and enter a whole new world. We must travel widely. I plan similarly. Cultivation requires practical experience, not staying cooped up in the cave-established treasure. I intend to start a new life in the wilderness realm, seeking higher realms and ultimately ascending to immortality. For a moment, everyone voiced similar thoughts, mostly wanting to leave the cave-established treasure. To them, the internal world was too small, confining their freedom. Hearing their opinions, Dalton had a general idea and responded, in that case, I'll let you all out to find your own paths. Before that, I'll share information about the Grey Wolf domain so you're prepared. He respected their choices. In fact, he anticipated this outcome, knowing that if he were in their shoes, he wouldn't wish to stay confined either. Outside offered infinite possibilities. With good luck, a fortuitous opportunity could lead to rapid ascent, of course. The outside world also harbored numerous dangers. No one could guarantee they would definitely survive, and this would depend on each person's capabilities. Dalton was very clear that he couldn't shelter everyone forever. The future path needed to be walked by them themselves. By the way, you should wait until your cultivation breaks through to the convergence realm before going out. This place is not like the exile land where strong individuals are as numerous as clouds. The stronger you are, the better your self-preservation ability will be, Dalton added. No one had objections to this suggestion. Many of them were actually eager to break through their current limitations. Of course, only a small portion could reach the convergence realm. Most people hadn't even reached the primordial spirit realm yet. The primordial spirit realm was a significant dividing line. Most martial artists could never surpass it, remaining stuck at the bottom of the martial arts world. After arranging all matters, Dalton called Special Secret Realm. Though they could escape the periodic purges repeatedly, they were condemned to be trapped in the exile land forever. A tragic situation indeed. Dalton comforted her. Let the past be past. You've left the exile land and are free now. There's still a long road ahead. Isidros, thank you, Malik. Kira took 2 steps forward and gave Dalton a gentle hug. Dalton was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat awkward. Over the years, he had not had much intimate contact with women. Kira's cheeks were slightly flushed as she let go of Dalton and quickly left as if fleeing. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Dalton's face. It was rare to see such a delicate side of Kira, given her usually high and cold demeanor. Chapter 563, Impressions of the Wu Market. After some time, several people with substantial foundations successively broke through to the Union Body Realm, comprehensively elevating their cultivation and strength. According to everyone's wishes, Dalton released them from the cave treasure, letting each person venture out into this new world. The immortal bone avatar stood on the blood-stained mountain peak, glancing around. The once lively cave treasure had now become unusually quiet. Almost everyone had left, leaving only some unintelligent ferocious beasts behind. Hope they can adapt well to the outside and survive, murmured the immortal bone avatar. Deer Lake Wu Market is the largest within the Flame Dragon Sect's territory, bustling with Dustini martial artists daily. Within the Flame Dragon Sect's territory, there weren't just the Flame Dragon Sect alone. There were Dustini small forces, all led by the Flame Dragon Sect, requiring regular tributes for protection. Due to the harsh living conditions in the Songlong domain, filled with ferocious beasts, smaller forces would struggle to survive without the Flame Dragon Sect's protection, potentially facing destruction at any time. Hope to buy the heaven-grade treasures I need, Dalton muttered before calmed, extending Mike to fly forward. He came to purchase cultivation resources. Now at the Union Body Realm, cultivation required substantial resources. The low-grade resources collected in the exile land were mostly unusable now. Built along the lake, the White Deer Lake Wu Market was enormous, filled with various shops. With enough spirit stones, almost anything could be bought. Riding Mike into the Wu Market didn't attract much attention since riding rare creatures here was common. Dalton first strolled casually around the Wu Market, wanting to compare it with the exile land. So Dustini strong people, Dalton thought inwardly. In the exile land, Divine Sense Realm martial artists were top tier, rarely seen. Here, they were commonplace. Even Union Body Realm martial artists weren't uncommon, and and some powerful figures whose depths he couldn't fathom either. Splat! A huge sound caught Dalton's attention. His gaze locked onto the source, a massive creature thrown heavily onto the ground. It was a 100-zhang-long python, extremely thick-bodied, but devoid of life. Even dead, it emitted a terrifying aura far exceeding Union Body Realm martial artists. An 8th-rank beast, Dalton's eyes widened in surprise. It was his first sight of an 8th-rank beast, yet it was dead. Don't miss out, freshly killed 8th-rank python. Every part is valuable, priced reasonably. A vendor's voice interrupted Dalton's musings. The vendor was a denim with a menacing face, looking like a butcher while actually performing butchery, actually selling an 8th-rank beast on the street. Dalton was taken aback. Despite observing carefully, he couldn't gauge the denim's strength. But slaughtering an 8th-rank beast and selling it openly proved formidable. Moments later, a crowd gathered around the python, with someone immediately asking to buy its horn. Soon, more joined, and the massive python was sold out quickly, leaving only internal organs which were worthless to martial artists. These intestines are yours to feed your mount, the denim said to Dalton, smiling. Before Dalton could respond, the denim disappeared. The outside world was truly dangerous. Startled by this realization, his interest in aimlessly wandering vanished. He immediately entered a busy shop to browse. Before coming here, he had already decided on the celestial materials and treasures he needed, listing them out in advance. It was an extensive list with considerable value. However, he was not concerned at all. In the Exile Lands, he had killed key figures from 8 major factions and looted 3 forces supported by these factions, making him incredibly wealthy. Moreover, he still had some rare treasures. If he ran short on essence stones, he could always sell those. The items Dalton wanted to buy were mostly 7th or 8th stage spirit items, which were rare finds in the Exile Lands, but were commonplace in the outside world. The vast majority of the wilderness region remained in a primitive state, dominated by exotic beasts, giving birth to dustiny unique and precious treasures, although acquiring them was no easy task. Not just ordinary spirit items, there were records of people finding rare divine items in the most treacherous areas of the wilderness region. Dalton easily bought all the celestial materials and treasures he needed, including several items he considered extremely rare, leading him to marvel at the richness of the outside world. In the outside world, opportunities coexisted with dangers. As long as one could endure trials, there was hope of becoming a supreme powerhouse, towering over the world. Having little contact with the outside world. The 7 sects and 13 cities controlling the Grey Wolf domain naturally enjoyed this isolation, as it made their positions more secure. But who would have thought that one battle would change this situation? Many people speculated whether the power structure of the Grey Wolf domain would shift with time. Now, with the establishment of a Shadowkill branch and the assassination of local top-tier powerhouses, Dustini felt a growing sense of crisis. Shadowkill truly is everywhere. Interesting, Dalton mused inwardly. He carried a Shadowkill token and might find it intriguing to interact with him if the opportunity arose. Leaving the shop, Dalton found an inn in the Martial Market where he planned to stay temporarily to use the celestial materials and treasures he had just purchased. He had no interest in hoarding treasures. To truly reflect their value, they must be utilized. In his room, after a brief setup, Dalton began alchemy. Instead of using the Heaven Iliutraning Spirit Gourd, he opted for the 9 Stars Alchemy Cauldron. The reason was that the Heaven Iliutraning Spirit Gourd had been taken by his Lucian. The 9 Stars Alchemy Cauldron, after integrating 2 extraordinary ancient cauldrons and the Origin Soul, had undergone remarkable transformations and was not much weaker than the Heaven Iliutraning Spirit Gourd in terms of alchemy. During his time in the Exile Lands, he had spent time mastering alchemy, so even without the Heaven Iliutraning Spirit Gourd, alchemy wasn't too challenging for him. Within just half a month, he dustinaged to create his first batch of pills. He was crafting 7th stage pills, and being able to produce them this quickly was already quite impressive. Here, try it out. Dalton took the pills out of the 9 Stars Alchemy Cauldron and threw them at Karina. The first batch was mainly a test run, using not so great materials, but given their 7th stage quality, it would still suffice for Karina to gain some essence. Seeing Dalton preparing to continue alchemy, Karina spoke up, "Master, I have something here." "Oh, what is it?" Dalton asked casually. Karina replied, "There's something inside the entrails of the swallowed wyvern snake." "What is it?" Dalton asked immediately. Karina then produced an item, saying, "This." "Fin?" Dalton showed surprise. Before him lay a stone about the height of a person, which, compared to the enormous body of the wyvern snake, was merely a small pebble likely ingested accidentally. However, considering the strength of the wyvern snake, anything it consumed, be it stone or metal, would normally dissolve. For it to remain undissolved was a testament to its uniqueness. Karina explained, "While digesting the wyvern snake's organs, I couldn't break down this thing. Even after retrieving it and attempting to damage it with spirit weapons, it remained intact. This is a meteorite from outer space with extraordinary properties. Inside it is exceptionally rare meteorite black gold, known for its extreme resilience. Adding just a little can enhance the durability of a magical artifact, while also allowing it to harness stellar energy," Dalton said with a smile. Such meteorites with special material properties were incredibly rare both in the earthly and heavenly realms, each piece of immense value. Finding a meteorite inside the wyvern snake's guts was indeed a delightful surprise. Excited, Karina asked, "Master, is there a way to extract the meteorite black gold?" According to their lineage's legacy, his clan could harness stellar energy once they reached a certain level. With meteorite black gold, it might expedite this process. Some trouble, but not impossible. Just requires more time and effort, Dalton pondered. With such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not let it go. Without delay, he began working on extracting the meteorite black gold while continuing his alchemy, multitasking efficiently. Dalton summoned the Blast Death Heavenly Wheel and used his martial true soul to drive it, emitting a wondrous light of life and death that enveloped the meteorite. Under the influence of this light, the meteorite began to slowly crumble into powder, falling to the ground. After spending 3 months, black gold and infused it into the dark blood sword. This sword was crafted by his own hands, and miraculously, it had given birth to an artifact spirit, making it perfectly compatible with him. The dark blood sword originally possessed immense potential for growth, and with the addition of Starfall Black Gold, its potential would undoubtedly become even greater, better capable of embodying the profound principles of swordsmanship. After refining the dark blood sword, Dalton left the inn and headed toward the shop where he had previously purchased rare treasures. Boom! A blinding firelight suddenly descended from the sky, striking the street like a meteor and unleashing an immensely powerful shockwave. Buildings around the street crumbled under the impact, causing dustini nearby martial artists to meet their doom. Dalton reacted incredibly fast, activating his void god body to its full extent, turning his body ethereal, and simultaneously using spatial displacement to vanish from the spot. Despite this, he still suffered significant impact due to his initial proximity to the fiery light and the sheer strength of its power, which could not be fully negated even in his ethereal form. Dalton felt extremely frustrated. Walking along the bustling Wu Market Street, he encountered an unexpected disaster. Had it not been for his exceptional skills, he might have been obliterated. At that moment, several powerful figures acted together, barely dustinaging to contain the force of the explosion, preventing it from spreading widely. Otherwise, the entire Magnolia Lake Martial Market could have been destroyed. The shockwave was indeed very strong, and the experts were struggling. Some already had blood trickling from their mouths. Who dares attack Magnolia Lake Martial Market? Dalton wondered curiously. Behind Magnolia Lake Martial Market was the Fiery Dragon sect. This action was clearly a provocation against them, and the consequences would be severe. After a while, the tumultuous power finally subsided, returning everything to silence. However, the market was now severely damaged. The once flourishing street lay in ruins, and countless martial artists had lost their lives unexpectedly. There is a person. In the center of the devastated area lay a person, charred black, almost indistinguishable from a burnt log. Immediately, several powerful individuals approached to inspect the situation. It's the head of the Bloss family. Soon, the identity of the person was confirmed. The Bloss family, like the Wu family, was one of the stronger families within the territory of the Fiery Dragon sect. Both family heads were at the Earth Fiend realm and were genuine martial arts powerhouses. Note, Earth Sa realm has been consistently translated as Earth Fiend realm, hence unfolded otherwise. Dalton didn't linger at the scene and quickly returned to the inn. He hurried back not just to heal his injuries, but also for another reason. He flicked his hand, revealing a beautifully crafted ring. He had obtained this ring unexpectedly during the calamity, likely from the dead Francis. Since the Francis was dead, the ring became ownerless. Dalton easily accessed the Bagua space within it. This ring was a high-grade spatial treasure with an enormous internal space. Upon inspection, Dalton couldn't help but smile brightly. These injuries were worth it. The ring contained an overwhelming number of treasures, with source stones piled up like a mountain and a dazzling array of items too numerous to count. It was no surprise, considering this was the storage ring of a Earth Fiend realm powerhouse who had lived for over 1,000 years. His wealth was undoubtedly immense. Dalton immediately released the Void Godfire and carefully refined the storage ring, ensuring there were no hidden issues. After considerable effort, he thoroughly refined and altered the ring's appearance to avoid being recognized when wearing it. He had to be cautious since it belonged to a significant figure, and any mishandling could cause trouble. Next, Dalton spent some time healing his injuries before retrieving multiple high-grade spiritual materials, smiling lightly. I don't need to buy materials separately now. The Francis's storage ring contained dustini refining materials, including high-grade ones, ranging from 8th to 9th grade, and even a few 10th grade materials. Pity the Grey Wolf domain was too remote. Even with excellent materials, without high-grade refiners, they were useless, thus benefiting Dalton. Using ancient techniques passed down from his imperial ancestor, Dalton soon completed the melting process of numerous materials in Starfall Black Gold, casting a tiger-shaped puppet. Crafting the puppet's form wasn't particularly difficult. The key was refining the puppet core. During his expedition into Crescent Moon Ancient City with the team from Beast Valley, Dalton had obtained 4 10th grade puppet cores, which proved useful now. Once he implanted the core, the tiger-shaped puppet came to life, moving actively. The puppet core autonomously drew upon heavenly essence and even absorbed celestial energy rapidly. Excellent. Having superior puppet cores makes refinement so much easier. Dalton felt very satisfied with his creation. Continuing, he used the last piece of Starfall Black Gold mixed with multiple high-grade materials to craft a second puppet. This time, it was a Houdustinoid puppet, refined more meticulously based on prior experience. Then, he crafted 2 more puppets, utilizing all 4 puppet cores. The latter 2 didn't incorporate Starfall Black Gold and were inherently inferior, lacking self-improvement abilities, but Dalton, cultivation needs balance between work and rest. One cannot remain secluded indefinitely without risking counterproductive results. Dalton did not summon the Crimson Flame Nate as it was still refining the meteorite Black Gold, which seemed to need considerable more time. Once successful, it could harness stellar power, bringing substantial benefits. Dalton wasn't too anxious, intending to have a proper meal before leaving. Sir, you must be heading to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's Treasured Artifact Refinement Convention, the inn's attendant said with a smile while pouring tea. Dalton asked curiously, what is the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's Treasured Artifact Refinement Convention? Didn't you know? It's a grand event held by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion every 100 years with a long history. This marks the 100th convention, rumored to be on a larger scale than previous ones with astonishing rewards prepared, the attendant explained. Dalton continued, where is the Treasured Artifact Refinement Convention held? On the small island at the center of White Deer Lake, the attendant replied. He then shared much more about the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and the convention. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion is the largest shop in the Grey Wolf domain, with branches in Dustini martial markets. Originating from the outer realms, its background is believed to be quite astonishing, making it untouchable, regardless of what you wish to buy. If you have enough spirit small, but it actually spanned a vast area with lush scenery. Dalton thought he was early, yet upon landing, he found the island packed despite restrictions. To prevent overcrowding, only Essence Spirit Realm and above cultivators were allowed on the island during the convention. So dustini people, Dalton marveled. This was his first time witnessing so dustini high-level martial artists gathered. With his current cultivation, he blended into the crowd, hardly noticeable among the abundance of even cave void realm martial artists. Him? It's him. Suddenly, Dalton spotted a familiar denim, the same one who sold a dragon snake on the street. Wadustin had later revealed his name to be Anson. Dalton was surprised by the boldness of the denim appearing openly at White Deer Lake Martial Market. Did he not fear encountering the Wadustin? Actually, Dalton felt some gratitude towards the denim for generously giving him the dragon snake's organs, yielding some meteorite black gold. Thinking briefly, Dalton approached him. Senior, we meet again, Dalton greeted respectfully. Recognition flashed in the denim's eyes. Ah, it's you. Meeting again. We seem fated. I never thanked you for the dragon snake's organs, Dalton said. Just unwanted organs, no thanks needed. Since fate brings us together, let me treat you to wine. The denim grinned, pulling out a wineskin and drinking heartily before tossing it to Dalton. Dalton caught it without hesitation and took a swig. Initially tasting nothing unusual, he soon felt an intense internal heat, causing discomfort. After much effort, he dustinaged to recover, but his blood chi remained violently agitated. Senior, what kind of wine is this? So potent? Dalton asked. He wasn't inexperienced with alcohol, but such potency was unprecedented. Luckily, his robust constitution handled it. Impressed, the denim remarked. Not bad, dustinaging to resist the alcohol on your own. You deserve this wine. Keep the remaining in the wineskin. This wine I made isn't usually this potent, but I added something special. What? Dalton probed. Hee, dragon snake whip, the denim laughed. Understanding dawned on Dalton. No wonder his blood chi was so agitated. The effect was strong, though currently, he had no use for it. Drink carefully, too much might overwhelm you, the denim warned. When I first tried it, I drank several mouthfuls, nearly getting myself into trouble. This revelation elicited a strange look from Dalton. Don't misunderstand. I just fought a ferocious beast for several rounds, the denim clarified, rolling his eyes. Unconvinced, Dalton's suspicion deepened. Been rooted here for 10,000 years. I deeply appreciate everyone's continuous support. Therefore, Spirit Treasure Pavilion has specially prepared some excellent items for auction after the treasure refining assembly, said the master with a beaming smile. In the 10,000-year span, dustini generations of martial artists in the Grey Wolf region had come and gone. Even influential factions underwent significant changes. Only a tiny fraction of sects dustinaged to thrive for such a long time without falling. Soon, all participants of the treasure refining assembly were dispersed according to their cultivation levels into 3 different zones. In short, the treasure refining assembly was open only to cultivators at the divine sense realm, combined body realm, and void passage realm. Dalton surveyed his surroundings. The area where he stood was quite crowded with nearly 1,000 people. It was important to note that these weren't just ordinary combined body realm cultivators, but individuals with unique skills. Naturally, the total number of combined body realm martial artists across the entire Grey Wolf region would far exceed this number. A senior of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion then came forward to explain the rules. Participants could freely showcase their specialties, refining various treasures. Afterwards, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would evaluate them uniformly, selecting the top 10 from each category for substantial rewards. There was a time limit for treasure refinement, set at 3 months, an ample amount of time. If one couldn't succeed within this period, there would be no excuse. The treasure refining assembly now begins. Following the master's commandment, all contestants began their work. After some thought, Dalton retrieved the 9 stars heavenly cauldron and several spiritual medicines, intending to refine a batch of elixirs. Among various professions, alchemy was arguably the most favored, yet it was also incredibly challenging to master. Even outside, high-ranking alchemists were scarce. Elixirs were indispensable for martial artists, with hardly anyone claiming they had never consumed any during their cultivation journey. With his exceptional alchemy skills and the remarkable cauldron, Dalton successfully refined the spirit elixirs in just over half a month. According to the rules, he directly handed over the elixirs to the staff of Spirit Treasure Pavilion, assured that the items would either be returned or purchased fairly as per usual practice. Spirit Treasure Pavilion had accumulated trust over countless years, making it trustworthy. It's still early. Why not refine something else? Dalton muttered to himself. Since he had free time and plenty of materials for refining, he decided to use this opportunity for practice. Over the following 2 months, he consecutively refined a spiritual artifact and treasures and due rewards are inside. Thank you, Senior. Dalton thanked him promptly. Just as he released his divine sense to check the contents of the storage ring, the denim spoke again. Are you interested in joining Spirit Treasure Pavilion? Join Spirit Treasure Pavilion? Dalton was momentarily stunned. The denim explained, not officially joining, but as a guest scholar. You would refine treasures for Spirit Treasure Pavilion, receiving generous rewards and discounts when purchasing items. Is Senior a guest scholar of Spirit Treasure Pavilion? Dalton asked. The denim nodded. I joined as a guest scholar hundreds of years ago, after participating in the treasure refining assembly. It's entirely voluntary, and you won't be forced into anything. In short, it will benefit you immensely. You can think about it. This opportunity is rare, and Spirit Treasure Pavilion seldom recruits guest scholars, the denim added. Dalton knew that being recruited as a guest scholar by Spirit Treasure Pavilion, even for those who excelled in the assembly, was incredibly difficult. Many participated hoping to gain such recognition, desperately desiring the prestige of becoming a guest scholar. After a moment's thought, Dalton smiled. No need to consider further. I'm willing to become a guest scholar of Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Given Spirit Treasure Pavilion's influence in the wild desolate region, he believed future cooperation would be frequent. Therefore, becoming a guest scholar was undoubtedly wise. Moments later, the refined master appeared. Each of you possesses exceptional qualities and willingness to become a guest scholar. It truly is an honor for Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the master said with a warm smile. Without any airs, he continued gracefully. Then, waving his hand, 3 Spirit Talus Dustins floated before Dalton and the others. Incorporate this Spirit Talus Dustin, and you shall officially become a guest scholar of Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Dalton and the other 2 did not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to refine the Spirit Talus Dustins. Dalton carefully inspected the Talus Dustin and found no issues with it, so he calmly absorbed it into his body. This Spirit Talus Dustin was specially made by Spirit Treasure Pavilion and could not be replicated by outsiders. The treasure bidding assembly is about to start. The 3 of you should join in the fun as well, the master invited with a smile. The once-a-century treasure bidding assembly was eagerly awaited by Dustini powerful individuals, all hoping that Spirit Treasure Pavilion would offer some excellent items. And indeed, Spirit Treasure Pavilion had never disappointed, always preparing thoroughly for each event. As Dalton followed along, he secretly examined the storage ring he had just received. He was quite concerned about the rewards offered by Spirit Treasure Pavilion. They sure are generous. Upon inspection, Dalton couldn't help but be inward. His gaze roved over other items, searching for something beneficial. Soon, his eyes landed on a dark red crystal. It wasn't particularly striking at first glance, but closer inspection revealed intricate, mystical spiritual patterns within. Fancy that earth blood crystal? With your current cultivation, it indeed holds significant value, remarked the denim. Dalton nodded and moved towards the crystal. However, he wasn't the only one interested. Many Coalescence Realm martial artists gathered around as well. Treasure bidding involved several people bidding on the same item, with the highest bidder winning. This large piece of earth blood crystal isn't cheap. Do you have enough origin stones? If not, I can lend you some, the denim offered again. Dalton replied telepathically, thank you, senior. Let me check. If I'm short, I'll ask you for help. Alright, I'm going to bid too. The denim then strode toward his chosen item. Spirit Treasure Pavilion had prepared hundreds of treasures ranging from rank 6 to 10, catering to various tiers of martial artists. Dalton suddenly noticed an anomaly in someone nearby and discreetly activated the Cave Heaven Divine Eye for careful observation. So, a barbarian beast has sneaked in. Impressive indeed, he thought. This effeminate handsome Dustin was confirmed not to be who Dustin but a transformed barbarian beast. However, the beast seemed to possess a special item concealing its true form, making detection impossible even for Dalton. In the Grey Wolf domain, relations between Who Dustins and barbarian beasts were tense. Barbarian beasts usually didn't dare enter Who Dustin markets due to severe consequences upon exposure. Dalton had no prejudice against barbarian beasts and maintained good relations with them. Sensing Dalton's scrutiny, the Dustin's eyes flashed with caution. Dalton smiled, nodding briefly before looking away. Seeing he made no further move, the Dustin sighed inwardly with relief. I have nothing to fear. I have the Blazon She Pearl. He can't possibly detect anything, the Dustin reassured himself. He had been on the island for over 3 months without revealing his identity, doubting Dalton could discern it either. The bidding fair began, each item given a starting price for participants to bid. The Earth Blood Crystal's base price was 300,000 origin stones, indeed expensive, explaining the denim's concern. Although Coalescence Realm martial artists generally were affluent, acquiring such a sum wasn't easy. Many interested bidders hesitated upon hearing the starting price, revealing deep disappointment. I bid 310,000 origin stones. The voice belonged to the effeminate handsome Dustin, prompting Dalton's suspicion. Did he know about the Earth Blood Crystal beforehand? Other wealthy individuals joined in after his bid, recognizing the rarity of the crystal. Dalton remained patient, observing the competition which promised a lengthy duration. After a while, only a few contenders remained, with the price soaring to nearly 500,000 origin stones, beyond most people's means. Dalton timely joined the bidding. Regardless of cost, he was determined to acquire the crystal. Seeing Dalton's participation, the remaining bidders frowned, hoping for fewer, not more, competitors. Dalton disregarded their reactions, casually outbidding them, not lacking origin stones due to the Bloss family patriarch's storage ring. Eventually, only 3 people remained, Dalton, the effeminate handsome Dustin, and a refined gentle Dustin. Gentlemen, how about letting me have the Earth Blood Crystal? The gentle Dustin asked with a smile. Why should we? The handsome Dustin retorted. I need it greatly. Consider it a favor, the gentle Dustin replied. Who are you? Your favor is valuable? If you want the crystal, continue bidding. Outbid us and it's yours. The gentle Dustin's expression darkened, annoyed by the Dustin's disrespect despite lowering his posture. You dare disrespect Hassan Aslan? An onlooker rebuked. Who are you to speak? Why should I respect him? Is he my master now? The handsome Dustin snapped. Do you know who Hassan Aslan is? Enough. This is a bidding fair, not a display of lineage. Go cool off somewhere else. Blazequise for you. Without origin stones, leave. Have some shame. All around were stunned, knowing Aslan's background and amazed at the handsome Dustin's audacity. Dalton was equally astonished, unable to interject amid the intense exchange. Aslan's face turned grim, and used to being disrespected publicly. Humph. Then let's see who prevails, he coldly remarked. He couldn't back down now without losing face. Don't flatter yourself. I have plenty of origin stones, the handsome Dustin jeered. Dalton was slightly concerned. Their antics would drive up the crystal's price, benefiting the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. But he needed the crystal, no matter the cost. I bid 80,000 origin stones. Dalton bid again, adding 50,000 origin stones to Aslan's previous offer. Aslan gritted his teeth and loudly shouted, I bid 90,000 origin stones. He was thoroughly provoked. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose the momentum. Brother, how about we cooperate? At this moment, the effeminate handsome Dustin secretly transmitted a message to Dalton. Dalton responded via mental communication. How do you propose we cooperate? Frustration. Fire seemed to burn in Aslan's eyes. He glared at the handsome Dustin fiercely before flicking his sleeve and storming off. Staying any longer would only make him burst from anger. I bid 1,000,001 source stones. At this moment, Dalton, who had been silent for some time, spoke up. The handsome Dustin smiled in understanding and did not bid further because this was part of their prior arrangement. With no other competitors, Dalton followed the attendant from Blasbeo Pavilion to complete the formalities. Using his newly obtained guest status from Blasbeo Pavilion, Dalton bid 1,000,001 source stones but received a substantial discount, paying only 500,000 source stones, which amounted to a 50% reduction. Usually, even a guest scholar would not receive such a large discount. This was entirely because the pavilion master valued Dalton highly, hoping to build a closer relationship, believing that Dalton could provide more support to Blasbeo Pavilion in the future. Given the pavilion master's favor, Dalton naturally accepted it, lest he appeared too disrespectful. You give me 400,000 source stones. Dalton took out half of the earth blood crystal and told the handsome Dustin. It wasn't because he wanted to take advantage of him, but rather to avoid exposing his secrets. Normally, getting an 80% discount when buying items at Blasbeo Pavilion was already the best possible deal. Destiny treasures still remained unclaimed. During this time, Dalton made another purchase, buying a particularly unique treasure for 10,000 source stones. What made it special was that he saw through its true nature, realizing it wasn't as ordinary as it appeared on the surface. In other words, he had struck gold. Being able to find a bargain at Blasbeo Pavilion's auction was astonishing even to him. The probability of such a thing happening was extremely low. The auction lasted for only about an hour, after which all treasures were sold, without any leftovers. Seeing that both the refining contest and the auction had concluded, Dustini martial artists gathered on the island left immediately, with few lingering behind. Boom. Not far from Magnolia Lake Martial Market, a loud sound echoed, with strong spiritual energy fluctuations spreading out. The action happened so fast. Dalton muttered softly. He knew exactly what was happening. Someone was attempting to rob others of their newly acquired treasures from the auction. There was no way around it. The treasures that appeared at the auction were extraordinary and tempting enough for some people to take risks. Some even attended the auction to determine whom to rob. Those daring enough to do such a thing were either ruthless loners or had some enmity with the owners. Suddenly, Dalton sensed something. He saw Aslan gather some people and quickly with constant conflicts and destruction everywhere. How could this world sustain countless lives? Gay sneered. Who told you I was hiding? I just needed to rest my feet and wait for you lot. At death's door, you still dare to talk nonsense. It seems you won't learn until faced with the coffin. The fire-setting Dustin said coldly. Gay remained calm. Dying today won't be me but you. Unfortunately, your boss isn't here. Don't waste time talking. Kill him. The group, unwilling to delay, feared any unexpected developments and immediately attacked. They were all at the fusion stage, with 3 reaching the peak fusion stage. They weren't afraid they couldn't take down a 7th stage fusion realm Gay. Seeing several dozen people attacking, Gay's eyes turned sharp, foolishly rushing to death. 3-color light blossomed behind him, transforming into countless immortal swords shooting out at high speed. Despite their fierce attacks, the opponents were completely overwhelmed by the torrent of immortal swords. Pooh! In just one encounter, several people were injured by the swords. A bunch of trash, daring to chase me. Gay looked at them disdainfully. These people sent by Aslan were truly beneath him. Even the 3-peak fusion realm experts were helpless against him. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of attackers' offensive was utterly shattered by the torrent of immortal fell to the ground. A Dustin immediately stepped forward and stomped on his chest. Gay's heart burned with anger, yet he was powerless. His consciousness became increasingly dim, unable to muster any strength. This poison was too bizarre. Once it took effect, it instantly robbed him of all resistance. The taste of drunken breeze isn't bad, is it? Usually, Hassan uses it only on women. You're the first Dustin to receive this treatment. The Dustin sneered coldly. This poison was colorless and odorless, causing complete paralysis and loss of consciousness. Its victims were as helpless as fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others. After speaking, the Dustin prepared to retrieve Gay's storage treasures. Their mission was to snatch the Earth Blood Crystal, which was their top priority. But just as his hand was about to touch Gay's storage items, he suddenly sensed danger. A chill ran through his scalp, and instinctively, he sidestepped. However, he was still too slow. A shadowy light pierced through the air, impaling his left shoulder. To his horror, an eerie force invaded his flesh, rapidly corroding it, causing the bloody hole in his left shoulder to expand quickly. Ah! Involuntarily, the Dustin let out a pained, terrified scream. Seeing him attacked, the others immediately reacted. Relieved, shortly after, he found the poison Gay had been exposed to among the spoils and carefully studied it. The toxicity is extremely fierce. Even Void Realm martial artists would fall victim to it, Dalton remarked. Fortunately, his constitution was special, so he wasn't afraid of this poison. He searched through all the storage treasures but couldn't find an antidote. It seemed that the poison didn't require one. It would wear off naturally. They are all from the Fiery Dragon sect. It appears that this Josephine and Blason is quite high-ranking within the sect, Dalton frowned. Upon checking the storage treasures, he confirmed that all those who attacked Gay were from the Fiery Dragon sect. Though he didn't want to conflict with the Fiery Dragon sect, he couldn't avoid it. Ironically, Gay had taken the blame for him. If Hassan, Josephine and Blason knew that he had bought the Earth Blood Crystal, it would be Dalton facing the pursuit. Now, despite killing a group of Fiery Dragon sect disciples, no one saw it happen. Basically, there wouldn't be any trouble. After some thought, Dalton decided to meditate while waiting for Gay to awaken. With a wave of his hand, He took out the earth blood crystal and used the sword Judah contained within the supreme sword bone to divide it into 4 parts. Then, he used a special method to send 2 portions to his Eric. The earth blood crystal was indeed large and of excellent quality. Though he received only half, it was more than enough for 4 people to cultivate. Leaving 1 portion for Karina, Dalton picked up another and began cultivating. The earth blood crystal contained incomparably pure power, making it hard to refine. It placed stringent dedustins on both the physical body and the primordial spirit. Dalton, however, had no such concerns. His body and primordial spirit were honed exceptionally strong in the exile lands, capable of withstanding the pure power of the earth blood crystal. In no time, he refined a third of the earth blood crystal in his hand. He could feel his body and primordial spirit bonding even more tightly, the vast blood chi stimulating the brilliant glow of his primordial spirit. Indeed, the earth blood crystal exceeds my expectations. Dalton felt delighted. He didn't continue refining, knowing that his body and primordial spirit were temporarily saturated. He needed time to digest before absorbing more essence from the earth blood crystal, or it would go to waste. Glancing over, Dalton saw that Gay was still unconscious, with no indication of when he might wake. HM? The smell of blood. Suddenly, Dalton's expression changed. His sense of smell was incredibly keen, detecting even the faintest sense. He was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Immediately, he released his primordial spirit power, extending it in all directions to investigate. Shortly, he located the source of the blood smell, a severely injured Wadustin lying in a pool of blood, her life force barely detectable. It's her. Dalton recognized the Wadustin immediately. They had met before when they both became guest elders of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. She was one of the newly recruited guest elders. The difference was that she was a Void Realm cultivator, while he was only at the Union Body Realm. Taking a quick glance at the still unconscious Gay, Dalton moved out of the barrier and used spatial teleportation to head toward the Wadustin. They were all guest elders of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Encountering her in such a situation, he couldn't just ignore her. In an instant, Dalton reached the Wadustin, enveloped her in spirit power, and quickly left the area. He wasn't sure if she had escaped her enemies, so it was safer to flee promptly. The Wadustin was severely injured, with a huge hole in her chest, clearly caused by a punch that had pierced through her body. Within the wound lingered a terrifying Dao aura, preventing it from healing and further eroding her. Dalton hesitated to move rashly, fearing that any wrong move could worsen her injuries and endanger her life. Not good. Suddenly, Dalton's face changed dramatically. He sensed that an unknown aura had locked onto him. Without doubt, it was the person who had injured the Wadustin, now pursuing him. Might be an Earth Fiend realm martial artist. Dalton frowned deeply. He really acted on impulse this time. This kind of confrontation between strong individuals wasn't something he could involve himself in. As he was thinking, a huge palm imprint suddenly descended from the sky. Dalton's entire body hair stood on end. He quickly activated his ethereal god body to make himself insubstantial. Boom. The palm imprint landed, releasing overwhelming power instantly. Wherever the palm imprint reached, heaven and earth were overturned, presenting a horrifying scene. After the palm imprint dissipated, a giant palm-shaped hole appeared on the ground, with the earth sinking dozens of feet. Not far from the large hole, under a towering tree, Dalton's body returned to solidity. Blood spewed out of his mouth. Although he had timely made his body insubstantial and moved away, he was still severely injured. The strength contained within the palm imprint was too powerful. Not to mention Cohesion Realm martial artists, Dustini Void Cave Realm martial artists might not be able to withstand it either. You actually Dustin Age to escape my attack. You're quite capable, a cold voice sounded. Dalton looked up and saw that an unknown person had appeared in the air. It was a ferocious Dustin with intense killing intent emitting from his brows. His body radiated an extremely dense killing aura. He could confirm without a doubt that this person was an Earth Fiend Realm martial artist. The ferocious Dustin glared down at Dalton coldly and said, "Hand over that Wadustin, and I can give you a quick death." Dalton's heart sank. He was truly in a desperate situation this time. Finf, refusing a friendly offer means you're courting disaster. Seeing Dalton's delayed reaction, the ferocious Dustin immediately flew into a rage. He didn't waste any more words and directly extended a hand toward Dalton. Daring to oppose him, he would make Dalton experience what it was like to neither want to live nor die. Pooh. At this moment, a blade light suddenly appeared, severing the ferocious Dustin's extended hand at the wrist. The ferocious Dustin's expression changed. Without bothering to retrieve his severed hand, he turned around and fled without hesitation. Nowhere to run. Accompanied by a loud shout, a dazzling blade beam sliced through the sky, heading straight for the ferocious Dustin. In the next moment, blood rained from the sky. Hot blood set large areas of forest ablaze. Phew. Dalton breathed a long sigh of relief. Reinforcements finally arrived at this critical juncture. Thankfully, he was smart enough to seek help from the Denim first. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous this time. Moments later, the Denim appeared before Dalton and regretfully said, "Unfortunately, that old fellow escaped. Many thanks for your assistance, Senior." Dalton hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The Denim replied indifferently, "It's no big deal. However, since I failed to kill him this time, you will need to be cautious in the future." "Isidros, I understand. Do you know who he is?" Dalton asked humbly. The Denim said, "Akash, the leader of a group of marauders who commits all kinds of evil deeds. You don't need to worry too much. He was severely injured by me this time, and won't be able to stir up trouble again anytime soon." Dalton silently memorized Akash's name. With this enmity now settled, whether Akash came looking for him or not, he would take the initiative to seek him out. With a thought, Dalton released the seriously injured Wadustin from the 9 Stars Refining Sky tripod, saying, "Senior, she is heavily wounded. This matter may need your assistance. Let's go back to the White Deer Lake Martial Market first." the denim said. Dalton said, Senior, please take her back first. I have a friend nearby whom I should go fetch. The denim did not say anything more but took the Wadustin away immediately. It was obvious that the Wadustin's condition was very critical. Any delay might mean there was no turning back. Dalton then changed direction and rushed to where Gay was. The wilderness was very dangerous. If something unexpected happened while Gay was sleeping, it could turn troublesome. So, under any circumstances, Gay couldn't be left alone in the wilderness. Soon, Dalton returned to the hidden barrier he had set up and prepared to take Gay away. But at this moment, Gay woke up. Brother Xiao, did you save me? Gay looked at Dalton in surprise. Dalton leaned against a tree trunk and sat down, weakly saying, Who else would be here besides me? Dalton, you were injured? Who did this? Gay noticed something amiss and quickly asked with concern. Dalton said, There was an accident. Without further ado, he recounted the events that had occurred. Akash, so it was him. He is doomed. I will find someone to eliminate him when I return. Gay gritted his teeth. Dalton was somewhat surprised. You can find someone to eliminate an Earth Fiend Realm powerhouse? This is nothing difficult. Just let my elder sister handle it. Gay said confidently. Dalton's eyes widened with even greater surprise. Your elder sister is an Earth Fiend Realm powerhouse? In the Songlong domain, Earth Fiend Realm powerhouses could become the heads of great clans, holding absolute respect. Brother Xiao, since you saved my life, I will not hide it from you anymore. In truth, I am not Wadustin. I come from Peacock Valley, Gay said earnestly. However, Dalton remained calm, showing no sign of surprise. Gay looked puzzled and asked, Did you already know? Isidros, from the moment I met you, I realized you were not Wadustin, Dalton admitted frankly. Gay was taken aback. Then why did you still want to be friends with me? And even helped me? Why is this strange? Can Wadustins not be friends with fierce beasts? Since we are friends, how could I watch you die without helping? Dalton said with a smile. Gay was initially stunned, then laughed heartily. I didn't misjudge you. Brother Xiao, you are my first Wadustin friend. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be my friend. Having said that, he warmly hugged Dalton. Blashton up, I'm still injured. Dalton immediately cried out in pain. Gay immediately let go, slightly embarrassed. Sorry, I got too excited. Oh, I have an excellent healing medicinal herb here. Eat it now. As he spoke, he took out a medicinal herb emitting a strange glow. Just these minor injuries using an 8th rank herbal medicine is too wasteful, Dalton refused. Ignoring this, Gay stuffed the herb into Dalton's mouth directly. Isn't it just an 8th rank medicinal herb? There's nothing wasteful about it. We have plenty of herbs in Peacock Valley. While feeling helpless, Dalton was also deeply moved. To meet such good friends right after coming out was indeed one. Senior, how is she? Dalton hurried to Blasbeo Pavilion and asked the denim. The denim shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I left her in the care of Blasbeo Pavilion. After all, healing injuries isn't my forte. Oh, how about you? Shouldn't you also let Blasbeo Pavilion check on you? Dalton smiled and replied, I'm fine. Just need some rest to recover. You're quite remarkable. To survive Akasha's pursuit and only suffer minor injuries, this will surely give you quite a reputation if it gets out, the denim praised. Dalton quickly shook his head. No thanks. I don't want that kind of fame. It could lead to an early grave. Alright, go ahead and tend to your injuries first. If there's any news on her, I'll inform you, the denim said. Dalton nodded. He had just consumed an 8th rank spirit medicine and needed to focus on refining it. There was no need to specifically seek out a place for recovery. Blasbeo Pavilion had guest quarters prepared for its members, with excellent conditions. Indeed, the 8th rank spirit medicine given by Gay was extraordinary, its healing effects immediate and obvious. Moreover, it nurtured one's life essence, generating stronger blood chi and vitality. When Dalton completely refined the spirit medicine, his cultivation naturally broke through to the 7th stage of the corporeal union realm. Primarily, he had previously refined part of the earth blood crystal, reaching the peak of the 6th stage of the corporeal union realm. Under the stimulation of the spirit medicine, breaking through to the next stage became a natural progression. While Dalton was consolidating his cultivation, he received a message from the denim. Walking out of his room, 2 figures came into view. The denim and the Wadustin he had saved. Annette thanks Taoist friend for saving me. The Wadustin bowed respectfully, expressing sincere gratitude. She had learned from the denim what had transpired and knew how dire the situation was. If not for Dalton's timely intervention, she would have certainly died. Dalton hurriedly replied, no need for such formalities. In fact, if it weren't for Senior Anson arriving in time, we both would have fallen to Akasha's hands. Don't give me credit. I came to save you, and she was saved by you. The denim immediately responded. Seeing them deflect credit, Annette couldn't help but interject, both of you are my saviors. As a way of gratitude, I wish to share a secret with you too. Secret? What secret? The denim asked curiously. Annette replied, I know of a place where Dustini spirit medicines grow, including a 9th rank spirit tree. I plan to explore it once I reach the cave virtue realm, but now with Senior Anson here, entering that place should be easier. What kind of 9th rank spirit tree? The denim probed, emitting a powerful Gerard energy. Using the truth insight divine eye, Dalton noticed something special hidden within the spirit wood, the most precious part. After great effort, he Dustinaged to extract a sesame seed-sized light point from the wood. Looking at the light point in his hand, Dalton was thrilled, his eyes brimming with excitement. His luck was incredible. He actually found such a rare treasure at Blasbeo Pavilion's auction. The rich and potent Tao resonance, along with vast amounts of flesh and essence. This object's value can rival even 9th or 10th rank treasures, Dalton marveled. Based on his guess, a celestial trigram realm expert must have faced a calamity, sealing their Tao resonance, flesh, and essence into the spirit wood, waiting for a worthy successor. Its concealment was perfect, making discovery extremely difficult for anyone. For Dalton, this light point was undoubtedly a precious resource for cultivation. allowing him to save considerable time accumulating strength. Almost instantly, Dalton started absorbing the Tao resonance and essence within the light point. The outside world was perilous, and to ensure self-preservation, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Half a month later, Dalton received another message from the Denim. Having recuperated fully, Annette was ready to embark on the journey to the hidden treasure site. Senior, maybe I shouldn't come along. My strength might be more of a burden than help, Dalton seriously said. The Denim patted his chest and assured, don't worry. With me around, you'll be safe. Unless I die, nothing will happen to you too. Annette also smiled and said, Senior Anson has profound cultivation and formidable strength. Few in the earthly fiend realm can match him. Entering the treasure site won't be an issue. All right, then I'll follow you too, Dalton nodded, agreeing reluctantly. He really didn't want to be a hindrance, having a clear understanding of his own capabilities. The Denim urged, let's set off now. We wouldn't want someone else to beat us to it. To speed up travel, the Denim summoned a high-tier flying boat, heading towards the direction indicated by Annette. The boat sped swiftly, quickly leaving Magnolia Lake Marshall Market and eventually entering remote and uninhabited primeval forests. These primeval forests were territories of ferocious beasts, extraordinarily dangerous, and few dared to enter. Admittedly, Annette's courage matched her skill, venturing fearlessly wherever she deemed necessary. After all, as a solitary cultivator, obtaining cultivation resources often required personal risk. Even disciples of major sects often had to venture out for resources, as sects couldn't provide everything needed for cultivation. Surprisingly, we've entered Hallam's territory. That old guy isn't easy to deal with. The Denim frowned slightly. In the primeval mountain forests, not only were there countless fierce beasts, but also powerful barbarian beasts that dominated the area. These formidable barbarian beasts often possessed the ability to calm Dustin fierce beasts, and anyone would be wary of them. The Denim was strong, so he had set foot in Dustini places and had a certain understanding of the powerful barbarian beasts in various regions of the Tsonglong domain. Who is this Hallam? Dalton asked curiously. The Denim replied, it's an old dragon that has been practicing for over 2,000 years. Many years ago, its cultivation reached the peak of the 9th stage. See that purple-tinged mountain ahead? That's its lair. Dalton strained his eyes and indeed saw an incredibly majestic mountain, peak towering thousands of feet high, with an enormous mass stretching like a giant beast crouching on the ground. In the earthly realm, serpents were relatively common, but dragons were very rare because advancing from a dragon serpent meant becoming a true dragon. Using the Truth Insight Divine Eye, Dalton discerned some of the scenery on the mountain. There were numerous purple bamboo growing on it, a type of spirit bamboo, sprawling across vast expanses, from which the purple mist enveloping the mountain originated. At this moment, Annette said, Senior, the treasure site is in the lake ahead. In the lake? The Denim looked puzzled. Annette explained, it's a hidden secret place isolated by a mysterious barrier. I discovered it accidentally when I chased a spirit beast into the lake. No wonder. Let's go and see what's so extraordinary about that place. The Denim nodded. Dalton's eyes changed and he hurriedly said, there are people nearby. People? Where? The Denim asked skeptically. After carefully sensing, he found nothing. Dalton said, they're hiding well, about 20 miles away. As he spoke, he released spiritual energy to project an image. In the image, there was a flying boat, with several figures standing on it, men and women alike. It's them. Damn, they must have followed me here. The Denim's face darkened instantly. He had been careless, allowing someone to follow him all the way here without noticing. If not for Dalton's vigilance, they might have unwittingly ventured into the lake to explore the secret place, only to end up being caught off guard by these followers. An unfortunate case of the early bird catching the worm, but the latecomer eating the early bird. Translation notes. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured names like Dalton, Anson, and Annette remain consistent with their pinyin forms. Kept the tone and style similar to the previous content for consistency. Made sure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English. Hashtag chapter 573. Redirecting the trouble. Senior, who are they? Dalton asked. The Denim replied, they are my enemies who have always been against me. This time, they followed me to snatch my opportunities and kill me. His expression was very grim. He had indeed been too careless, resulting in such a significant oversight, giving his opponents a chance. Annette's brows furrowed deeply. She had originally brought Dalton and the Denim here to repay a favor, but she didn't expect things to develop like this, leaving her unsure of what to do. Dalton mused aloud. Let's not panic yet. They haven't noticed that we've discovered them, so we still hold the initiative. Do you have a plan? The Denim immediately asked. Dalton pondered for a moment and said, perhaps we can use the Hallam to teach them a lesson. He then explained his specific plan and immediately put it into action. Delaying this would only raise the suspicions of those people. Using advanced illusion techniques, Dalton created illusions of the Denim, Annette, and himself on the flying boat, while their true selves quietly left the boat through spatial teleportation. He was absolutely confident in the illusions he had created. As long as no one touched them, they wouldn't be easily exposed. Directly toward the secret land at its bottom. Annette had been here more than once, so she knew the route well. This is it. Annette pointed to a large rock ahead. Dalton activated the True Insight Divine Eye and examined the rock. Instantly, he discerned the rock's hidden secrets. It had an extremely intricate boundary restriction, concealing a small piece of land within. Unlike Annette, Dalton could clearly see the landscape inside with his True Insight Divine Eye, and it filled him with awe. Annette hadn't exaggerated. Inside was indeed a treasure trove. The ground was littered with precious items, with numerous spiritual flowers and fairy grasses growing, and piles of 7th and 8th grade spirit medicines. There were even multiple types of 9th grade spirit medicines. Of course, the most striking feature was a towering spirit tree radiating powerful Sha Chi. It was indeed the profound Sha fruit tree. The profound Sha fruit tree was famous among 9th grade spirit medicines, ranking at the top. Its value could even rival some 10th grade spirit medicines. In the Grey Wolf domain, it might be the only one of its kind. What strong boundary restrictions? I'm confident I can break them, but it will definitely cause a big disturbance. The denim frowned. If this were another place, he wouldn't have these concerns. But this was the territory of the Hallam. Stirring it up would invite huge trouble. Perhaps I can give it a try, Dalton suggested. You have a method? The denim looked at Dalton in surprise. Dalton smiled. I have some expertise in runes, and can attempt to distintil this boundary restriction. Then hurry and try, the denim urged anxiously. Dalton didn't delay. He immediately focused all his attention on comprehending the boundary restriction before him. Admittedly, this restriction was powerful in essence, but since it had naturally formed without Whodustin control, there was a possibility of breaking it. Dalton awakened his rune spirit, and used rune principles to enhance his perception. Suddenly, the mysteries contained within the boundary restriction became clear. Boom! A loud noise erupted suddenly. Ayo! Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying dragon roar reverberated across the sky. The Hallam has been drawn out. Those guys are in for trouble now. The denim couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Though those few weren't weak, encountering the Hallam would certainly be beyond their capacity to handle. Once the Hallam was lured away by them, they themselves would be much safer, making it a win-win situation. The denim cautiously released a thread of primordial power to probe the surroundings and quickly understood the situation. The Hallam, enraged, was chasing after those few people, accompanied by multiple ferocious beasts at the Earth's slaughter stage, creating quite a commotion. The few people showed no courage. Senior, isolate this area to prevent any sound from escaping. All right, leave it to me, the denim responded immediately. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he could hardly wait. Hashtag chapter 574, opportunity lost. Dalton used the law of runes to tap into the power of the rune world, activating a rune spirit that emitted an extraordinary force. This force slowly extended toward the barrier ahead, attempting to penetrate it gradually. Such an operation required patience and couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, it would backfire. Still not done? The denim asked anxiously. Dalton consoled him. Haste makes waste. Just wait a bit longer. It'll be ready soon. Senior, don't disturb Xiao Daoist. If there's a mistake, it will take even more time, Annette reminded. The denim laughed awkwardly. All right, I get it. I won't push. Though he didn't intend to rush, he couldn't suppress his eagerness. He was desperate to obtain the profound malevolent fruit. Finally, after some time, a breach appeared in the barrier, revealing a clear view of the small world behind it. Finry up, Dalton urged. Hearing this, both the denim and Annette wasted no time, immediately using their skills to enter the small world through the gap in the barrier. The moment Dalton entered, the barrier sealed itself seamlessly, showing no signs of damage. Indeed, a wonderful place, the denim exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Even with his experience, he was astonished by the sheer abundance of treasures here. Outside, he could only vaguely see some medicinal herbs, but now, they were everywhere. Besides herbs, various natural treasures also dotted the landscape. What powerful spiritual veins, Dalton muttered, surprised. Although he had encountered Dustini's spiritual veins in the exile lands, none compared to this one. It felt like a true dragon lying Dustin underground, brimming with immense power. If harnessed, it could drastically improve the cultivation environment of his treasured cave. But extracting it would destroy this secret realm. Dalton considered it briefly before dismissing the idea. It was better left untouched. Why are you all just standing around? Gather the treasures quickly, the denim reminded them. Realizing this, Dalton and Annette snapped back to action. Dalton knew the denim and Annette wouldn't settle for ordinary treasures, so he gathered numerous 8th stage and below treasures without hesitation. Meanwhile, the denim ignored everything else, focusing solely on the profound malevolent tree. Pang! As he approached the tree, the denim was struck by a terrifying aura of malevolence, forcing him to retreat. Damn, this malevolent energy has developed its own spirituality, the denim observed, surprised. The fact that the malevolent energy possessed spirituality demonstrated the extraordinary nature of this place and its connection to the profound malevolent tree. After a brief observation, the denim attacked, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy to tear through the malevolent energy barrier around the tree. However, things weren't as simple as he expected. As soon as he created a gap, a strong backlash sent him reeling backward, spitting out blood. Senior, are you all right? Annette asked worriedly. The denim wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine, just caught off guard. These malevolent energies have combined with lightning power, making the task much more difficult. Senior, do you need help? Dalton offered. The denim glanced at Dalton, taken aback. These malevolent energies can threaten Heaven Gauntlet Realm experts. It's best you stay out of it. He spoke tactfully because this level of power far exceeded Dalton's capabilities. I practice lightning techniques. Perhaps I can help redirect the lightning power. Dealing with the malevolent energy alone should be dustinageable for you, Senior, right? Dalton smiled confidently. He wasn't boasting. With the Blashning Origin Tree, Thunder Seal, and Blashning Dao Law, he was certain he could handle it. Even you can do it? Why would I have a problem? The denim retorted. Then let's begin, Dalton said casually. He quietly activated the Thunder Deity technique, channeling his Thunder Seal and Blashning Dao Law to enhance the Blashning Origin Tree, carefully extracting the lightning power from the malevolent energy. Despite its strength, the lightning remained within the tree's limits. Remember, the Blashning Origin Tree could generate Heaven Gauntlet True Blashning. Seeing the lightning flowing toward Dalton, the denim took immediate action. Hong! This time, there were no mishaps. The denim successfully tore through the malevolent energy barrier. He extended a large hand, grabbed the trunk, and uprooted the entire profound malevolent tree. But as the tree was uprooted, a torrent of malevolent energy erupted from the ground, causing the entire secret realm to shake violently. This is bad. The commotion is too big. We must leave quickly, the Denim said, his face changing. While speaking, he plucked 4 profound malevolent fruits from the tree, kept 2 for himself, gave 2 to Annette, and tossed the remaining part of the tree, with 2 fruits still on it, to Dalton. Initially, he hadn't planned to take the tree since he couldn't replant it, but Dalton claimed he could dustinage it, so he helped him. In reality, though the fruit's effects were miraculous, each person could only consume, and Hallam nurtured it with its own spiritual power to create this clone, Dalton said. How cunning. Hiding in the lair to trap intruders, the Denim muttered darkly. Had he tried raiding the lair earlier, things could have gone terribly wrong. Dalton's eyes flashed with a keen light as he said, actually, this is a good opportunity now. Its lair is truly vacant. We can take the chance to circle around to the rear. After all, someone has already taken the blame for us. That's settled then. I have a spatial evasion Talus Dustin on me. Even if something goes wrong, we can still retreat. The Denim instantly made his decision. The saying goes that wealth and honor come from taking risks. Opportunities like this are rare and must be seized firmly. Most importantly, it allows his few enemies to take the fall, making everything practically perfect. Hashtag chapter 575, frame up. Taking advantage of the Hallam's attention being drawn by the commotion in the secret land, Dalton and his 2 companions quietly circled around to its rear, arriving before a vast expanse of purple bamboo forest. The secret land was protected by powerful boundary restrictions which were now fully activated. Even if the Hallam was formidable, breaking through them would still require some time. Found it. Dalton used the Spirit Calm Dustin spell, activating the search sky compass, quickly leading to a discovery. The Hallam's lair was highly secretive, harnessing the power of the mountain's spirit veins to conceal itself. It was not easy for anyone to find it. Not only did Dalton locate the Hallam's lair, but he also infiltrated it silently. There were no special arrangements made within the lair since the Hallam never thought anyone could break in. What dense spiritual energy, truly an excellent place for cultivation, the Denim remarked with bright eyes. He also had a lair in the Great Wasteland, and while the cultivation environment was decent, it paled in comparison to the Hallam's lair. Dalton reminded, Finry up and look for treasures. We don't have much time. Right, let's focus on our task first. The Denim nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 3 began searching within the Hallam's expansive lair. The lair was enormous because the Hallam generally stayed in its true form, requiring ample space to move about. Embedded inside the lair were various luminous jewels and gemstones, emitting multicolored light, keeping the lair from being dark. Dalton moved swiftly, heading directly toward the depths of the lair. Soon, he was captivated by something. It was a bamboo forest radiating brilliant light. Unlike the external purple bamboo forest, this one consisted of jade bamboo, resembling exquisite works of art carved from jade. It was certain that these bamboos were of jade. Anticipation for further exploration. A treasure trove of the old dragon has been discovered. At that moment, Dalton heard the Denim's voice. Without hesitation, he hurried over. In the next moment, all 3 gathered before a large cavern. Inside this cavern were piles of dazzling treasures, making even the Denim's eyes sparkle. Befitting a king ruling thousands of miles, his collection of treasures is indeed extensive. No need to hesitate. Take whatever you fancy. The Denim laughed heartily. The value of this treasury could rival some major powers, containing various treasures from low 2nd to high 9th grades, including several 10th grade items. Clearly, the Hallam didn't know much about refining techniques. Otherwise, destiny of these treasures would already be used. Together, the 3 quickly emptied the treasure vault. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting contentment. This expedition proved exceedingly fruitful, far beyond their expectations. Let's hurry and leave. Otherwise, that old dragon might return, the Denim said. Predictably, once the Hallam returns and discovers its treasury emptied, it will go berserk. Dalton remarked, wait, I sense an incredibly powerful and unique spiritual fluctuation deeper within the lair. There may be a grand treasure there. Then let's head there quickly. The Denim's eyes instantly sparkled. No one could resist the allure of grand treasures. Immediately, the 3 moved without delay. I also sensed it. Such a strong spiritual fluctuation. Annette exclaimed in surprise. The Denim gazed into the distance and excitedly noted. There's a spirit pool there, and beside it, a stone radiating peculiar light. That's a spirit attaching stone. A remarkable aid for cultivation. Dalton was astonished. Finding a spirit attaching stone here was unexpected. Its value varied widely depending on the individual, lacking a defined grade. Upon reaching the strange stone, Dalton carefully examined it and confirmed, Isidro's, it's a spirit attaching stone. The Hallam didn't leave any marks, perhaps not gaining its recognition. Obtaining the recognition of a spirit attaching stone wasn't easy, but once successful, the benefits were immense. No more study. Let's take it out. Annette suggested. Remaining in this lair longer increased the risk. If blocked by the Hallam, the consequences would be dire. The Denim acted directly, digging out both the spirit attaching stone and the spirit pool, then storing them away. The liquid in the spirit pool was unusual, formed from precious heavenly essences. Residual traces of the Hallam indicated frequent use for cultivation. Let's go. After completing this, the 3 didn't linger, leaving promptly. To be safe, they took a wide detour, eventually moving far away from the Hallam's lair. Well, let's watch the show. The Denim couldn't help but laugh. His joy knew no bounds. Not only did they raid the Hallam's lair, but they also framed their sworn enemies, a most satisfying deed. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed across the great wasteland, causing countless beasts to tremble. The Hallam is enraged. Those few will definitely face grave consequences, the Denim chuckled, filled with schadenfreude. Feeling the Hallam's fury clearly, he finally felt reassured enough to leave. He eagerly awaited the Hallam's relentless retaliation against those individuals. Chapter 576. A way to make wealth. After leaving the territory of Hallam, Dalton and his two companions did not return to White Deer Lake Martial Market, but instead went to the Denham's cave. The Denham had a high level of trust in Dalton and Annette, since very few people in the entire martial world knew where his cave was, let alone entered it. With a wave of his hand, the Denham took out the attached spirit stones and the pool. The liquid within this pool is extraordinary. It greatly aids in tempering one's physical body. No wonder Hallam's physique was so formidable. Let's divide this among the three of us, the Denham said as he divided. Before long, the spirit stone began to change, vibrating slightly. Dalton's face lit up with joy. He succeeded, and the stone imprinted his Tao seal within it. It seems it's meant for you, Dalton. Then it belongs to you, the Denham said generously. Annette nodded in agreement without any objections. Dalton smiled and said, thank you, senior and Taoist Annette. Stop saying thanks. If it recognized me, I wouldn't have hesitated to keep it for myself. This is all due to your own skill, the Denham chuckled. All right, I'm going to go into seclusion to practice for some time. You two can do as you please. He had just obtained Dustini treasures, especially the profound slaughter fruit, and he couldn't wait to put them to use. He eagerly anticipated the significant improvement in cultivation and power they could bring, ideally advancing to the heavenly warrior realm. That way, he could dominate the Grey Wolf domain and easily resolve his grudges. Dalton and Annette did not leave in a hurry. The Denham's place was secure, a good place for cultivation, and they also planned to assimilate some of the treasures they had recently acquired. In the meditation room, Dalton leaned against the spirit stone, circulating his cultivation technique while refining a jade bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot contained extremely potent spiritual energy, making it difficult to refine. A slight misstep could result in the flesh turning to jade, with severe consequences. Dalton had no worries. His cultivation technique was exceptional, and his constitution special, so the jade bamboo shoot posed no threat to him. Before long, he successfully refined the jade bamboo shoot, significantly increasing his physical strength. It rivaled even an 8th rank spirit weapon in resilience. As one's physical strength became more advanced, further improvements became harder to achieve. Therefore, few chose to pursue the path of physical cultivation in the martial world. Dalton opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. This spirit stone truly is extraordinary, accelerating my cultivation speed and aiding me in comprehending the laws of the universe, condensing powerful martial Tao true intent. Until he ascended to immortality, the spirit stone would continue to play a crucial role for him. Its value to him was immeasurable. Next, Dalton re-entered his cultivation state. There were still Dustini treasures he had not utilized. Of course, he had already transferred part of the resources through special means to his immortal bone avatar. Cultivation there could not be neglected either. With the aid of the spirit stone and ample cultivation resources, Dalton quickly advanced to the 9th stage of unity. For most martial artists, their next step would be to break through to the void cave stage. Dalton, however, considered pushing the limits. If possible, he aimed to push the limits at every realm. Dalton knew pushing the limits was no easy task, but he was not in a rush. After raising his cultivation to the peak of the 9th stage of unity, he temporarily ceased cultivating and focused on refining treasures. He had acquired a large amount of heavenly materials from the secret location in Hallam's cave, Dustini of which he could not use himself. It was the perfect opportunity to refine them into various treasures and sell them to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As a guest elder of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, he should contribute something. With his current cultivation, refining ordinary treasures was highly efficient. Finally finished refining everything, Dalton exhaled deeply, putting away the last batch of elixirs. It had taken him 5 years to refine all the 8th rank or lower heavenly materials into treasures. He refined a variety of items, pills, weapons, talus dustins, arrays, puppets, and more. Although low-tier treasures weren't particularly valuable, the sheer quantity made up for it. According to Dalton's estimate, he could sell these treasures for several million source rocks. Such a high return made the hard work over 5 years well worth it. This was the benefit of understanding how to refine treasures. Selling the heavenly materials directly might only yield 1/10 of the price. Nearly 7 years have passed here. Upon learning Dalton intended to sell treasures, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was delighted. The pavilion relied heavily on its guest elders for sufficient supplies. When Dalton brought out the treasures, it even caught the attention of the pavilion's master. There was simply too much for sale, leading people to suspect if he had raided a major force's treasury. Ultimately, the treasures Dalton refined sold for 7 million source rocks, exceeding his expectations. Possessing 7 million source rocks made Dalton exceptionally wealthy compared to other Unity Realm martial artists. In fact, the storage ring he had obtained from the Bloss family patriarch contained only about 10 million source rocks. Chapter 577, Wealth and Messages. Indeed, Earthfiend Realm martial artists were very wealthy, with abundant assets, but not all in the form of source rocks. More often, they possessed various rare treasures. Originally, Dalton had obtained a massive amount of source rocks in the Exile Land, numbering in the tens of millions. After all, the 3 major forces, the Penglai Immortal Island, the Chaotic Demon Hall, and the Beast King Cave, were all extremely affluent. However, he almost entirely distributed those source rocks to the people around him. When everyone came to the outer world, it was necessary for them to have source rocks on hand. With the various means at his disposal, acquiring source rocks was an easy task for Dalton, so he didn't keep much for himself. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. In no time, the source rocks he possessed amounted to nearly 20 million, making him wealthier than Dustini Earthfiend Realm martial artists. Just as Dalton stepped out of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, his communication bead suddenly buzzed, indicating that Gay had sent him a message. Chapter 577, Taking Advantage of Your Weakness. You found Akasha's hiding place. Dalton's expression turned to one of surprise. He had initially thought that Gay was only speaking offhandedly back then, never expecting that he would truly be searching for Akash all these years. Undoubtedly, Gay must have exerted considerable effort in the search for Akash. Dalton's thoughts raced, and he immediately responded that he would head over as soon as possible to meet up with Gay. He did not want to let Gay's efforts go to waste. After learning Gay's exact location, Dalton started setting up the spatial teleportation array. The spatial teleportation array he had obtained from the exile realm still functioned in the outside world, and its range wasn't small either. As the array activated, Dalton vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared high above a vast stretch of open water. Before he could inspect his surroundings, a massive creature emerged from beneath the water, opening its gaping maw to try and swallow him whole. Dalton was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, sending out a powerful fist imprint. Bang! The fist imprint slammed into the massive creature's mouth, forcing it back into the water with an explosive force. Dalton took this opportunity to soar higher into the sky. He knew well that that single punch wouldn't inflict any substantial damage on the colossal creature in the water. Rumble. The surface of the water exploded as a gigantic python shot out of the water, shooting terrifying beams of light from its mouth. Dalton was already prepared and used the void-shattering sword finger technique, clashing fiercely with the incoming beams. He then took the initiative, wielding the dark blood sword, charging towards the python at blinding speed. His movements were so fast that only lingering shadows remained in the air. PFT. Blood blossomed from the python's body, one spot after another, forming a dazzling yet tragic sight. Against Dalton's relentless assault, the creature stood no chance. Within moments, it was drenched in blood, crashing back into the water with a few feeble struggles before going still. The wounds themselves weren't severe, but the terrifying sword intent that had invaded its body had annihilated its soul and will. Powerful, you destined age to slay an 8th-rank beast so effortlessly. Gay's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Dalton landed on the water's surface, waving his hand to retrieve the python's corpse. An 8th-rank beast like this was a treasure trove of valuable materials. Then, he turned his gaze toward Gay and smiled. If you had acted, I'm sure there wouldn't have been much trouble either. You arrived quite swiftly. I just sent the message not long ago, and you're already here, Gay remarked in surprise. I happened to be nearby. Upon receiving your message, I came immediately, Dalton explained. Risking his gaze, he noticed another person standing not far away, someone whose presence he hadn't detected at all. It was a Wadustin, tall with long and slender legs, a slim waist, and an enviable figure. Her beauty was impeccable, without a single flaw. This is my sister, Vanessa, Gay introduced. Sis, isn't this friend of mine amazing? He's strong, skilled in alchemy, forging, and array crafting, and is an excellent person. Hearing Gay's praise, Dalton was taken aback. Although Gay was complimenting him, it felt somewhat strange, almost like he was introducing him as a potential match. Does this guy really want me to be his brother-in-law? Dalton speculated inwardly. Vanessa sized Dalton up and said, "Thank you for saving Gay earlier. In return, I'll help you deal with Akash. Let's get started. There's no time to waste." Dalton was momentarily stunned but in shock. Clearly, this situation was unforeseen. You again, boy. You missed the path to paradise, but chose the road to hell. This time, no one can save you, Akash revealed himself, eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Dalton. 7 years ago, Dalton had foiled his plans, rescuing Annette from his grasp and ultimately causing him to be severely wounded by the denim, injuries which he had yet to fully recover from. Physical wounds were easy to heal, but the trauma to his spirit was much harder to repair. Gay's expression grew grave. Things were getting out of control. Suddenly, Akash emitted a blood-curdling scream, as if he had suffered some mysterious attack. Seizing the opportunity, Dalton drew the Een sword, unleashing the death and destruction axiom, along with his innate law and martial true soul, merging with the sword to unleash his most powerful strike. Godslayer. He was certain Akash's spirit was weakened, making it the best target for an attack. Akash's screams were likely due to Dalton silently releasing a dark soul, launching a surprise attack with great success. Under the impact of Godslayer, Akash's spirit suffered even greater damage, his primordial spirit being torn apart, and his suppressed old wounds erupting entirely. Instantly, Akash's aura plummeted. What made him even more frenzied was that his cultivation level dropped from Earth Fiend realm to Void Opening realm, instantly causing Akash's physical body to explode into a mist of blood. Akash was resolute, abandoning his body without hesitation, attempting to escape with his spirit. Unfortunately, his spirit had barely flown out when it collided with the soul-refining gourd Dalton had summoned. Despite fierce resistance, it was captured. Immediately afterward, Dalton summoned the 9 stars heaven refining cauldron, retrieving the shattered remains of Akash's body, completing the task smoothly and efficiently. Chapter 578. Forget Sorrow's Island. Gay's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend that Dalton had single-handedly subdued Akash. After all, Akash was a powerful Earth Fiend realm cultivator, and even though he was severely wounded, a weakened camel was still bigger than a horse. This was far beyond what a fusion realm martial artist could handle. But astonishingly, Dalton had just subdued an Earth Fiend realm expert right before his eyes, an utterly inconceivable feat. Even if this story were told, few would believe it. Gulp. Coming back to his senses, Gay couldn't help but swallow hard. Brother Shao, you're too formidable. Even an Earth Fiend realm expert fell at your hands, Gay said, his face filled with shock. Dalton took deep, heavy breaths, his eyes showing immense exhaustion. Subduing Akash wasn't easy. For this purpose, he overexerted the Thunder Seal, depleting his essence and spirit immensely. If he hadn't succeeded in critically injuring Akash, he would have had no choice but to flee. He was indeed an Earth Fiend realm expert, but unfortunately, he was severely wounded by Senior Anson. Once I aggravated his injuries, he became powerless, Dalton said calmly. He did not feel overly proud or let it inflate his ego. At the end of the day, he was still only at the fusion realm. Furthermore, while battling Akash appeared simple, it was incredibly perilous, with any small mistake potentially leading to dire consequences. Gay laughed. Regardless, you did subdue an Earth Fiend realm expert, a feat I definitely couldn't accomplish. Dalton merely smiled without responding, secretly using various secret techniques to recover his depleted essence and spirit. Turning his gaze, he observed another battlefield where Vanessa was fiercely battling the earlier emerging Strong Dustin. That Strong Dustin was very powerful, having reached the 8th level of the Earth Fiend realm, only one step away from the 9th level. Thankfully, Vanessa was strong enough and had extensive combat experience, giving her the upper hand. Seeing Akasha's defeat, the Strong Dustin did not wish to continue fighting Vanessa and tried to retreat. Unexpectedly, Vanessa's combat power surged at that moment. Seizing, Gay chuckled, "Sister, you go ahead. Dalton and I still have some things to do. I'll return eventually. Too lazy to worry about you. When Dad and Mom want to punish you, don't come asking for my help," she said, leaving without hesitation. Dalton asked curiously, "Kong brother, what matters are you talking about?" "Good things. I'll take you somewhere nice," Gay responded. "What nice place?" Dalton pursued. "You'll know when we get there," Gay teased without giving a straightforward answer, sparking Dalton's interest and expectation. They didn't leave immediately but found a place for Dalton to rest and refine Akasha's soul. Being an Earth Fiend realm expert, Akasha's primordial soul was strong, unyielding to most methods. However, facing the soul refining gourd, Akash despaired. It didn't take long for Akasha's soul to be divided among the ancient beast souls, dark souls, Amy, and the underworld spider mother. For them, this was excellent nourishment. With the soul refining gourd, Dalton didn't need to master ghost cultivation techniques to foster the strongest spirits. He wasn't interested in raising 2 Dustini spirits, preferring the select few, ancient beast souls, dark souls, Amy, and the underworld spider mother. After resting, they set off. "Stop being mysterious. Where are you taking me?" Dalton asked impatiently on the way. Gay chuckled. "We're almost there. It's called Forget Sorrow's Island." "Forget Sorrow's Island? What's that?" Dalton probed, unfamiliar with such a place despite searching the souls of 2 Flame Dragon sect disciples. They knew little, given their low ranks. He also searched Akasha's soul, but it had been severely damaged, lacking much information, including details on Forget Sorrow's Island. Gay's eyes gleamed. Forget Sorrow's Island is practically heaven for men, opening to the public once every 500 years. I learned about it by chance from my father. Knowing it will soon open, I can't miss such a rare opportunity. Heaven for men? What does that mean? Dalton looked puzzled. Gay explained. Rumors say Forget Sorrow's Island is filled with beauties. With good luck, one might have a close encounter. Each opening attracts countless men, including peak experts. My father mentioned that multiple Heavenly Gang Realm experts visited last time. Dalton gaped, surprised that Forget Sorrow's Island attracted men primarily through its beauties. But then again, what kind of beauty could attract Heavenly Gang Realm experts, especially with only one opening every 500 years yet retaining significant influence? Tell me more about Forget Sorrow's Island. How exactly does it work? Dalton asked earnestly. Even if it were for curiosity, he wanted a clear understanding rather than stumbling in blindly. He didn't hide anything, explaining everything he knew. In short, Forget Sorrow's Island could assist in cultivation. Some Earth Fiend peak experts even broke through to the Dao Union realm on this island. There were Dustini more breakthroughs across other levels. Therefore, it attracted so Dustini visitors. Few powers in the Wolf region rivaled Forget Sorrow's Island in terms of history and influence. Its status was exceptionally high, respected by all factions. Claimed as a paradise for men, women also frequently visited. Intriguing. Worth seeing, Dalton mused. Gay added, "Let's hope we have good luck to successfully visit Forget Sorrow's Island. Otherwise, we'd have to wait another 500 years. Dalton smiled, reflecting that 500 years was a long span. Who knew what would happen in between? By then, he might no longer be in the Wolf region and hence unlikely to revisit Forget Sorrow's Island. Unlike Gay, whose roots were here, he was bound to leave sooner or later. Here we are. Ahead is the place. Wow, there are so Dustini people," Gay exclaimed, widening his eyes. Dalton looked forward, and what caught his eyes was an immensely large lake, with rippling blue waves merging with the sky in a harmonious hue. On the lakeshore, a large crowd had gathered, all gazing toward the center of the lake, eagerly awaiting something. By estimation, it was still about 2 months before Forget Sorrow's Island would open to the public. Gay thought he had arrived relatively early, but he didn't expect so Dustini people to have come even earlier. The arrival of the two of them did not draw much attention, as people were continuously showing up during this period. It looks like the competition will be intense this time, Gay thought, feeling a growing sense of concern. Not everyone could board Forget Sorrow's Island. There was a limit on the number of people, with only 500 slots available. With 2 Dustini participants, only top-tier experts could be confident of securing a spot on the island. Dalton patted Gay on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Take it easy. It's a stroke of luck if we get to board the island, and if not, we can just treat it as a sightseeing trip." Chapter 579, A Prominent Figure. There were still about 2 months before the Forget Worries Island was open to the public. Dalton naturally wouldn't idle around, and soon entered a state of cultivation. He was now at the peak of the 9th level of the Union Realm. With a bit more accumulation, he believed that breaking through to the 10th level of the Union Realm would come naturally, thus completing the realm limit breakthrough. It took some time for him to refine the remaining 1/3 of his Earth Blood Crystal, further integrating it into his flesh and primordial soul. He divided the Earth Blood Crystal into 3 parts for refinement. The first is in the Grey Wolf domain. Wherever he went, he would inevitably attract attention. The Flame Dragon sect leader changes every 1,000 years. After each leader serves for 500 years, they begin selecting the next Holy Son and Holy Daughter based on youth and extraordinary talent. The positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter are not fixed. Only by breaking through to the Heavenly Gang Realm early can one secure their position for the sect leader role, rendering it unshakable. Josephine Bob achieved the peak of the Earth Fiend realm within 400 years of cultivation, showcasing his remarkable talent. Few in the Flame Dragon sect could rival him. The current sect leader had already been in power for nearly 900 years and would retire in another century. Therefore, all geniuses qualified for the Holy Sun competition were diligently cultivating. Not just Josephine Bob, Amato has also arrived. The competition within Flame Dragon sect is indeed intense. Someone couldn't help but marvel. Amato was one of the strong contenders for the Holy Sun position, possessing cultivation and strength comparable to Josephine Bob. Before Josephine Bob, Amato held the title of Holy Sun. Hearing the discussions around him, Dalton understood why Mr. Aslan was so arrogant. It was due to having a powerful elder brother. Moreover, the Josephine family held considerable influence within Flame Dragon sect, boasting multiple Earth Fiend Realm elders. These from Drifting Snow City come. Gay asked in astonishment. Drifting Snow City, like Immortal Abode City, was one of the 13 cities of the Grey Wolf domain. This city was unique because it housed only women. Even the tamed fierce beasts were female. Drifting Snow City prohibited men from entering and strictly forbade any arodustintic involvement between its residents and men, adhering to the philosophy of cutting off all emotions. Thus, few dared to provoke Drifting Snow City, fearing retribution from its residents. In the next moment, Dalton felt a bone-chilling cold destinating from the Drifting Snow City group. However, this coldness was not directed at him, but locked onto a newly arrived couple. Dalton frowned, unsure of what was happening. Whoa, how did they dare come here? And at the same time as Drifting Snow City, truly daring to provoke them. Gay's pupils contracted, surprised and shocked. Dalton couldn't help but ask, what's happening? The handsome chap who just arrived is Baird, a well-known beauty in the Grey Wolf domain. He did something that shocked the entire domain. He kidnapped Drifting Snow City's holy daughter. The beautiful lady beside him was once Drifting Snow City's holy daughter. Drifting Snow City's higher-ups were furious and chased him for years, and they're still issuing bounties for him, Gay explained, seeming somewhat gleeful. Dalton was amazed and result in severe consequences. How powerful they are, both at the Heavenly Gang realm, Dalton marveled. They didn't conceal their auras, allowing clear detection of Heavenly Gang Judah flowing from them. Gay nodded, saying, indeed, they might be the strongest couple among independent cultivators in the Grey Wolf domain, young yet promising to grow even stronger. How did Baird survive Drifting Snow City's pursuit after kidnapping their holy daughter? Because he was exceptionally powerful. Isidro's ago, his cultivation was close to the peak of the Heavenly Gang realm, making it hard for Drifting Snow City to catch him. If Baird were to break through to the Tao Union realm, it's likely that Drifting Snow City would be even more helpless against him, able to do nothing but watch. At this moment, Baird's appearance here actually instilled a strong sense of crisis among the experts of Drifting Snow City. Could it be that he has already reached the threshold of the Tao Union realm? Fin. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed swiftly. Ripples finally appeared on the calm lake surface, spreading out with a mysterious and profound aura of Tao. If Baird were to Tupua, break through, to the Tao integration realm, it's likely that Snowfall City would be even more powerless against him, only able to watch helplessly. His appearance here has already instilled a strong sense of crisis. Worry. I think that Oblivion Island will pick some people from each realm. They won't only choose those with high cultivation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any meaning in gathering so dustini people here. Do you lack confidence compared to other integration realm cultivators? Hearing this, Gay immediately replied, of course not. Among the same realms, I believe I'm not worse than anyone else, except for you, of course. Having personally witnessed Dalton's power when he suppressed Akash, he admired Dalton's strength immensely. Amidst everyone's anticipative gaze, thick mist spread out from the lake, followed by a blurred island slowly emerging. Next moment, a rainbow bridge extended from the island to connect with the shore, with 3 ethereal figures standing on the bridge. Their airs transcendent, like celestial maidens descended to the mortal world. Wearing light gauze dresses, barefooted, they smiled gracefully as they looked upon the numerous martial artists on the lakeshore, making Dustini instantly stare dumbfounded. So powerful. Dalton was secretly shocked. These 3 beautiful women were indiscernible to him, but he could confirm they were all in the Heaven Gutter realm, though the exact depth of their cultivation remained unknown. Additionally, he discovered that one of these women wasn't Dustin but a transformed beast. Among the Dustini gathered, there were also quite a few who were transformed beasts, not just Gay alone. Oblivion Island must be very inclusive, allowing harmonious coexistence between Dustins and transformed beasts and operating together for an extended period. After 500 years, today is once again the opening day for Oblivion Island. It is delightful to see all the fellow Taoists gather here from various places. Just as before, 500 Taoists will be selected to board the island, said the Wadustin in purple, standing in the middle. With that, she directly welcomed nearly a dozen Heaven Gutter realm experts present onto the Rainbow Bridge, allowing them to first board Oblivion Island. Regardless of which force they originated from or what status they held, as long as they were Heaven Gutter realm experts, they received unconditional boarding qualifications. Dalton's gaze locked onto one particular Heaven Gutter realm expert, his eyes revealing great surprise. What happened? Gay asked. That expert is unique, Dalton said. In what way? Gay probed further. He is neither Dustin nor beast, Dalton pondered. It's a spirit cultivator. Gay immediately reacted. Dalton nodded and said, Isidro's, it's a spirit cultivator. If I'm not mistaken, its true form should be a stone. No way. A stone can understand the arts of Dustins too? Gay showed an extremely surprised expression. Spirit cultivators were extremely rare, but almost all had remarkable talent. Being naturally formed, they resonated closely with the laws of heaven and earth, achieving significant results as long as they didn't encounter unexpected events. Dalton was astonished that the first spirit cultivator he encountered in the outside world was already so powerful, and yet seemed very low profile. Among so Dustini people, only a few recognized him, making him unusually mysterious. After the Heaven Gutter Realm experts boarded the island, a small number of Earth Demon Realm Peak individuals also gained boarding rights, including the 2 outstanding talents from the Yanlong sect. As for the remaining spots, they needed to be selected one by one according to rules set by Oblivion Island, without any room for objections. The 3 stunning beauties quickly scanned the scene, releasing extraordinary Tao rhythms to encompass everyone. In just a moment, more than 400 people rose from the crowd, flying toward the Rainbow Bridge. Brother Xiao, we've been selected, Gay said excitedly. Dalton smiled. That's why I told you to have confidence in yourself. No matter how dustiny people there are, you can still stand out. That makes sense. We're truly excellent, Gay nodded, fully agreeing with Dalton's words. But in the next moment, his face changed. What's going on? That brat has been selected too. Dalton was equally surprised. Aslan, who relied on his older brother and clan, was now chosen among the top integration realm martial artists present. This revealed that Aslan himself was no simple figure, and was indeed a genuine prodigy, just like his elder brother. At this moment, Aslan cast his gaze over, cold glint flashing in his eyes unmasked. What are you staring at? You dare to send people to ambush me? Wait until I finish you off, Gay boldly transmitted his voice. Their enmity was already sealed. Pretending to be courteous was meaningless. Darkness flickered in Aslan's eyes as he similarly transmitted his voice. Those who oppose me never live long. Neither will you be an exception. We'll see, brat. Your grandpa definitely lives longer than you. Gay narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to deal with Aslan. Aslan did not say anything further as he had already landed on the Rainbow Bridge, fearing to upset the Oblivion Island elders. The selection is complete. Everyone, please return. Leaving this message, the 3 beauties retreated back into Oblivion Island with the selected group, shrouded in mist again, which soon dissipated as the island vanished from sight. Sigh. People on the lakeshore couldn't help but sigh deeply. Waiting so long for Oblivion Island to open only to miss the opportunity was disheartening. But they couldn't change it. Oblivion Island's rules stood firm. At least the people present weren't qualified to ask for changes. Helplessly, they dispersed, diligently cultivating, hoping to have another chance in 500 years. Achieving the Heaven Gutter Realm or the Peak Earth Demon Realm meant unconditional boarding rights, a privilege offered by Oblivion Island to top-tier strong ones. This is Oblivion Island. It really is a paradise on Earth, Gay exclaimed as soon as they landed. Indeed, the scenery on Oblivion Island was breathtaking, filled with misty clouds, magical flowers, immortal grasses, and abundant spiritual energy. It deserved its reputation as a paradise. The aura of law. Dalton felt a stirring inside. He sensed a faint flow of law power around the island. Unlikely, there might be natural law formations or remnants left by previous cultivators after reaching the integration realm. Historically, Oblivion Island had produced some integration realm experts who may have condensed laws. Of course, whether natural or Dustin-made laws, Dalton wasn't interested. He had long condensed his own blast law and acquired Dustini powerful laws through various channels, any of which could cause a major stir in the Grey Wolf domain. Composing himself, Dalton observed the environment. Blossoms bloomed everywhere, waterfalls cascaded down mountains, and exquisite pavilions and towers dotted the landscape harmoniously, exuding a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Blasting in such an environment, one's very familiar with Wuwang Island, not needing any guide as he knew the way perfectly. Soon, he led Dalton to the outskirts of a secluded valley, devoid of any buildings. Is it all right for us to just barge in? Dalton frowned slightly. No worries if we weren't allowed. We would have been stopped long ago. Besides, we're just here to soak in the hot spring. Come on, it's inside the valley, replied Gay nonchalantly. How do you know about this place? Dalton asked seriously. Gay chuckled and said, I heard about it from my father. He came here once and praised this hot spring endlessly. Upon hearing this, Dalton understood why Gay had been eager to visit the hot springs immediately upon arrival. Since Gay's father had visited before and they hadn't been stopped, it seemed there was no issue. Entering the valley, they were greeted by a steaming hot spring located at the center. Although not very large, spanning only about 10 meters in diameter, it could comfortably accommodate over a dozen people. Flowers bloomed profusely in the valley, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that was invigorating. Approaching the hot spring, Dalton dipped his hand into the water, immediately sensing its unique qualities. This hot spring was indeed extraordinary, containing various mystical energies that nourished both body and spirit, benefiting martial artists greatly. Of course, if one's cultivation was too weak, they might struggle to withstand the potent energies contained within. Why are you standing there? Finry up and get in, urged Gay. Turning around, Dalton saw that Gay had already entered the hot spring pool. Slightly shaking his head, he followed suit. Since they had come, there was no reason not to enjoy the hot spring. The water temperature was pleasantly warm, making it incredibly comfortable to relax in. Comfortable. Father didn't lie to me. Gay leaned back, eyes closed, clearly enjoying himself. For him, soaking in the hot springs of Wuwang Island made the trip worthwhile. While Dalton also enjoyed it, he was simultaneously cultivating. The hot spring was quite miraculous, gradually enhancing his cultivation. If this place wasn't owned, he would have liked to move the entire hot spring into his treasures, allowing him to enjoy it any time. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the tranquility. Opening his eyes, Dalton watched Gay fumbling around in the water and asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" "Don't disturb me. I'm catching fish," replied Gay. Dalton looked bewildered. Catching fish? It was a hot spring and such a small pool. Where could there be any fish? Carefully examining the water, he noticed the strange energy within restricted his spiritual perception. Otherwise, he would have instantly detected any fish. It was just an ordinary fish. Isidrot. It displayed such Dustin-like behavior, which was peculiar. And how could an ordinary fish survive in such an extraordinary hot spring? There's no escape now. Let me think about how to cook it, Gay pondered aloud. Dalton snapped back. That tiny fish isn't worth eating. It hasn't done anything to you. Let it go. I'll treat you to a feast later. Fine, since you insist, I'll let it live, agreed Gay. Wait, give it to me first, Dalton requested. Here. Gay handed the fish over readily. Dalton inspected it closely but still saw nothing unusual. Gently stroking its head, he smiled. Go on, you're free now. Don't come out when someone is around in the future. With that, he released the fish back into the water. Instead of immediately diving, it turned to look deeply at Dalton, seemingly expressing gratitude. Nodding slightly, Dalton waved goodbye. Only then did the fish plunge into the water, disappearing in a few flicks of its tail. A sentient little creature, interesting, Dalton muttered to himself. Chapter 582, Blossoms Under the Moon. Dalton and Gay soaked in the hot springs for a long time before returning to their respective lodgings, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Their cultivation had also improved significantly. Blessed Dalton, Gay was also preparing for his breakthrough. Despite his often frivolous demeanor, he practiced diligently and held himself to very high standards. After all, who could blame him for having an exceptionally talented older sister? His goal was to surpass her someday, allowing him to live freely without restrictions. On the third day of their stay at Wangyo Island, the martial artists were invited to a massive palace. Once everyone had taken their seats, a stunningly beautiful Wadustan appeared on a stage in the center of the palace. She smiled, scanned the audience with her eyes, and then gently retrieved a guqin, sitting down on the stage. It's finally going to begin. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. The hall fell deathly silent. One could hear a pin drop. The beautiful Wadustan paused briefly, then lightly plucked the strings of the guqin, filling the palace with enchanting music. Listening to it, everyone involuntarily entered a profound state of enlightenment. This was the opportunity offered by Wangyo Island, benefiting not only ordinary people but also formidable warriors of the Disha and Tiangong realms. With good fortune, this might even lead to a significant breakthrough. How marvelous the music is, gathering invisible Tao rhythms from heaven and earth, influencing the mental states of the warriors. Dalton marveled inwardly. He did not hesitate to enter the state of enlightenment immediately, unwilling to miss this rare chance. With his innate law and martial calligraphy and painting, all uniquely beneficial for martial arts practice. After 7 days of meditation, the second Perfordustance began. 12 performers from Wangyo Island took the stage, showcasing different levels of cultivation, from the peak Tiangong realm to the first level Nanshan realm. They performed a mesmerizing dance, both visually delightful and rich with martial essence. Another 7 days later, the third Perfordustance commenced. 7 individuals ascended the stage, each inscribing exquisite writings. Each stroke carried down nuances, aligning perfectly with the natural order, reaching a realm where skill became one with Tao. Finally, after another 7 days, the last Perfordustance arrived. 9 individuals collaborated on an extraordinary painting, capturing a world in intricate detail, as if including a real universe within the scroll. Unbeknownst to Dalton, his cultivation had broken through during the viewing of the painting. Thankfully, he had prepared by consuming a plasmid-breaking pill beforehand, ensuring a perfect breakthrough. Initially, he thought he would need much longer to accumulate the necessary foundation. Still, within a month on Wangyo Island, he achieved a breakthrough to the Hutian realm effortlessly, proving just how miraculous the island truly was. Moreover, his gains were far beyond a mere successful breakthrough. He had significantly strengthened his martial foundation and gained deep insights into martial arts, far surpassing his current cultivation level. Not only did Dalton benefit, but the Qianjini inside him also gained tremendously, completing its breakthrough alongside him. In terms of cultivation speed, the Qianjini matched Dalton's pace impeccably. In the evening, please proceed to the port on the southeastern part of the island, where numerous flower boats will be waiting for you, a gentle female voice announced, bringing everyone back to reality. Gay's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the main event. My father said that each flower boat carries a stunning beauty. If we can get on board, spending a night together would make this journey truly unforgettable. You lack ambition, Dalton shook his head. Gay explained, you don't understand. The women of Wangyo Island practice unique techniques that cultivate substantial primordial yin. Dual cultivation with them brings unimaginable benefits. And if there's mutual affection, you can even take them off the island. I'm really hoping to find my true love here. However, Dalton still shook his head. Don't forget, you once said finding true love isn't easy. Let's see if you can even board a flower boat. Flower boats were limited, and not everyone allowed visitors aboard. It was uncertain how Dustini would succeed tonight. Though uninterested, Dalton decided to follow along since he was on the island. Soon, the sky darkened, and the moon rose slowly, casting silvery light over the water. Martial artists gathered at the port, including 5 Tiangong realm masters. Approximately 80% of the 500 island arrivals had assembled, making the port bustling with activity. Shortly, 100 lantern-decorated flower boats appeared on the lake. A special force enveloped each boat, preventing anyone from knowing who or what was aboard, hidden away from view and unknown in cultivation. The flower boats stayed 10 zhang from shore in neat alignment. It didn't take long for someone to fly onto a flower boat, obviously invited. Seeing this, Dustini revealed envious expressions. Grandson, stop staring. You won't stand a chance. Gay turned to speak to Shu Blason. Strangely, Shu Blason's eldest brother, Leighton, did not come to the port. He truly was an obsessive cultivator. Shu Blason merely glanced coldly at Gay, unwilling to engage verbally. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to kill Gay. Those who opposed him met only death. Grandson, your grandpa received an invitation. Enjoy envying me, Gay laughed. Ilya turning to Dalton, he added happily, Brother Xiao, I'll go first. Don't wait for me for drinks tonight. With that, he leaped swiftly onto a flower boat and disappeared inside. That guy, finally getting what he wanted, Dalton chuckled softly. Seeing Gay's excited appearance, he was genuinely happy for him. Perhaps favored by fate, Gay might indeed encounter his true love here. Dalton's expression changed slightly. The reason was simple. He had also received an invitation from one of the flower boats. He was contemplating whether or not to accept it. Chapter 583. Are you a fish? After a brief contemplation, Dalton leaped up and gracefully landed on one of the flower boats. Boarding a flower boat didn't necessarily mean anything would happen. Moreover, everything was up to him. If he did not wish for it, no one could force him. The interior space of the flower boat was not overly large, but also not cramped, and it certainly didn't feel crowded with just 2 people inside. As soon as he entered the flower boat, a graceful young Wadustin dressed in a silver-white gown caught Dalton's eye. The graceful Wadustin looked incredibly young, like a girl of 15 or 16, giving off an air of innocence. The graceful Wadustin bowed slightly to Dalton and said, "This humble maiden is Magnolia. Nice to meet you, sir." "Dalton at your service, Miss Magnolia," Dalton quickly replied with a respectful gesture. Magnolia made a welcoming gesture and said, "Sir, please sit down." Dalton was not Jirjin, and he sat down opposite Magnolia without reservation. Note, the word Jirjin is a Chinese term that means reserved or restrained. For better fluency in English, it's better to replace it with an appropriate English word. Here is the revised sentence. Dalton was not reserved, and he sat down opposite Magnolia without reservation. However, to make it sound more natural in English, we can further refine it too. Dalton felt at ease and sat down opposite Magnolia without hesitation. Seeing him sit down, Magnolia busied herself, fetching tea leaves and putting them into the teapot on the stove to start brewing tea. Dalton was somewhat surprised. He had expected Magnolia to offer him a few cups of fine wine, but instead, she offered him tea. "Have you been satisfied with your stay on the island?" Magnolia asked with a smile. Dalton chuckled and said, "Isidros, I'm quite satisfied. Everything has been well arranged on the island of forgetfulness." "That's good. Sir, please have some tea." Magnolia poured a cup of tea and handed it to Dalton. Dalton lifted the teacup and began to savor it carefully. Compared to drinking wine, he actually preferred tea more, and he had even planted several spiritual tea trees in his treasure cave, often brewing a pot during his leisure time. When Dalton raised his head, he unintentionally met Magnolia's gaze, and he felt a peculiar stir within him. For some reason, Magnolia's bright eyes gave him a sense of déjà vu, yet he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen her before. "Sir, let's retire early tonight," Magnolia suddenly said. Pfft. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but spurt out the tea from his mouth. He was truly startled. He never expected Magnolia to say something so direct and sudden. After calming down a bit, Dalton explained, "Miss Magnolia, I boarded the boat just to meet you, with no other intentions. Do you find me unattractive?" Magnolia looked straight into Dalton's eyes. Dalton shook his head hastily and said, "You misunderstand me. It's not that at all. We've only just met." In this situation, he really didn't know how to explain properly. "Would you be willing to take me away from the island of forgetfulness?" Magnolia asked again. Dalton was taken aback and asked, "Do you want to leave the island of forgetfulness?" "Isidros, I don't like being confined to one place for too long. I love freedom," Magnolia said with a natural expression of longing in her eyes. Dalton started to understand. "Did you invite me onto the flower boat to help you leave the island of forgetfulness?" "Isidros," Magnolia nodded without hesitation. Dalton paused for a moment, then said, "That's not much of a problem. I can take you away." "Then let's retire now," Magnolia said eagerly. Dalton was stunned and asked, "Does it have to be like this?" "Only by consummating can one leave the island of forgetfulness. That's the rule," Magnolia answered earnestly. Dalton showed signs of distress. He had not known about this rule beforehand. Had he known, he wouldn't have boarded the flower boat. "If you refuse, I will never gain my freedom again," Magnolia said pitifully. Dalton was conflicted. "I'm not unwilling to help you, but this matter." He felt extremely troubled, wondering why he got involved in such a complicated situation. To others, this might be a dream come true, but he really couldn't accept it. "Never mind, I won't pressure you. Please go," Magnolia said, disappointment evident in her eyes. Dalton noticed something and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so bad?" "I took the secret elixir prepared by the island of forgetfulness, which enhances my primordial yin to its utmost, providing the best results for dual cultivation. But if there is no timely Yin-Gerard harmony, I will die," Magnolia said calmly. From the beginning, she had planned to either leave the island of forgetfulness and gain her freedom or perish. Everyone on the flower boats had the secret elixir prepared by the island of forgetfulness, but normally, it was taken after confirming a relationship. Magnolia was the exception. Dalton was dumbfounded, unsure what to say. She had acted recklessly. "You should leave quickly. I don't want you to see my death," Magnolia urged. After a moment's reflection, Dalton looked at Magnolia and said, "Since I boarded your flower boat, I will ensure nothing happens to you." As time passed, the flower boats gradually sailed away, disappearing from the sight of those on the shore. Those who failed to board the flower boats left regretfully. Master Aslan's face was very grim. Just as Gay had predicted, he wasn't chosen by anyone. With his lineage, talent, and appearance, each was excellent in its own right. Why was he rejected? It didn't make sense. Had he been somewhere else, he would have already exploded with anger. In the end, he could only leave with a cold sneer. Inside the flower boat, Dalton dressed himself and sat cross-legged beside the bed, quietly digesting the benefits he gained from dual cultivation with Magnolia. Magnolia's primordial yin was immensely potent, far exceeding his expectations, granting him immeasurable benefits that would deeply impact his future cultivation. On the bed, Magnolia combed her hair while looking affectionately at Dalton, who was meditating. Through dual cultivation with Dalton, Magnolia also benefited greatly. However, she absorbed the essence much faster than Dalton because she had already opened her Taoist heaven, placing her cultivation level above Dalton's. This was something Dalton found quite puzzling. As a void phase expert, why did Magnolia choose him? Was it intentional to help him? After a long while, Dalton stopped cultivating and hesitated to turn back and look at Magnolia. His emotions were complex, never expecting things to unfold this way. "Why did you give me all your cultivated pure Injuda without reservation?" Dalton asked curiously. Magnolia smiled playfully and said, to repay a favor. I merely promised to help you leave the island of forgetfulness. That's not much of a favor, Dalton replied. Magnolia shook her head and said, not that. Do you remember the poor little fish in the hot spring pool? Could it be? Dalton suddenly turned around, looking at Magnolia in disbelief. Magnolia revealed a sweet smile and said, Isidros, that was me. Dalton was completely dumbfounded. He had carefully examined the small silver fish, finding it entirely ordinary with no signs of any spiritual energy. How could it transform into such a beautiful Wadustin? At last, it dawned on him why he felt familiar with Magnolia's eyes. They reminded him of the ones he saw in the hot spring pool, though he could never have connected the two. Saving a fish earned him a Wadustin's devotion. It felt like a dream, and hardly anyone would believe it if told. Your original form is a fish? Dalton asked uncertainly. Magnolia folded her arms and said, what's wrong? Dislike fish? No, I'm just curious. Why were you in the hot spring pool? And why did you have no strength at all? She moved closer, hugging Dalton from behind while one of her hands roamed aimlessly. Dalton's breathing gradually quickened, his internal energy churning. Unable to withstand Aaliyah's teasing, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and pinned her down. Don't blame me. This is all you're doing. In the morning, as the sun shone on the lake, flower boats emerged from the mist, docking one by one at the shore. Some people disembarked alone, clearly unable to win the favor of the women on board, and were not allowed to take them away from Worry-Free Island. Others, however, left with the women from the flower boats, making their success obvious. For instance, both Dalton and Gay fell into this category. Brother Xiao, did you succeed too? Haha, congrats. Seeing Aaliyah with Dalton, Gay couldn't help but laugh heartily. Beside him was a Wadustin in green attire, with fair skin and extraordinary beauty, exuding a subtle noble aura. With the insightful true eye, Dalton could tell at a glance that the Wadustin in green was not Whodustin but transformed from a beast, likely a peacock, matching Gay's lineage. Perhaps for this reason, the Wadustin chose Gay. Humph. Aaliyah gave a cold snort, showing clear disdain for Gay. Confused, Gay couldn't help but ask Dalton telepathically, Brother Xiao, what's going on? Did I offend her? Isidros, and quite seriously, Dalton replied. Gay was even more baffled, continuing, what happened? When did I offend her? I've never seen her before. You met her and almost ate her, Dalton said. Gay was startled. I wanted to eat her? When? Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he recalled something. Memories from over half a month ago when he soaked in the hot spring flooded back. Gay looked at Aaliyah strangely and asked Dalton in secret, Brother Xiao, could she be the fish in the hot spring? You're quite smart, aren't you? So, did you offend her? Dalton countered. Receiving the confirmation, Gay was dumbfounded. He had clearly grabbed an ordinary fish. How did it become a person? Regaining his composure, he apologized awkwardly. Miss, it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't hold it against me. Brother Xiao and I are best friends, sworn brothers. If you weren't Brother Xiao's good friend, I would have beaten you senseless long ago. Do you think you could still stand here talking to me? Aaliyah retorted rudely. She was genuinely upset. She was peacefully cultivating in the hot spring, waiting for her bloodline transformation to complete, when someone intruded and nearly ate her. Anyone would go crazy in such a situation. Gay laughed awkwardly. Thank you for letting it slide. It's okay, Gay didn't mean it. Free Island. Although they were no longer bound to the island, Worry-Free Island had nurtured them. If needed in the future, they would offer help within their capacity. Worry-Free Island used this method to maintain close ties with various factions within the Wolf territory, giving it a superior status. After farewells, the outsiders and 30 women were escorted out of Worry-Free Island, sealing it until the next opening 500 years later. Why did that brat run off so fast? Was he scared of me? Gay wondered aloud. He noticed that Master Aslan was hurriedly led away by his older brother without stopping. He must be rushing back to meditate and cultivate. Aslan doesn't seem afraid of you, but rather wants to kill you, Dalton said. Who's afraid of who? We have the same cultivation level. I can fight him, Gay dismissed. Shaking his head, Dalton remarked. What use is fighting him? If his brother intervenes, one finger could crush you. Be glad he's gone. That makes sense. With no backup here, we shouldn't risk a fight. Fine, I'll settle accounts with him later, Gay admitted privately, though his words remained defiant. Dalton asked, where are you heading next? With true love finally found, I'll take her home to meet the parents. Gay held Zoe's hand. Nodding in understanding, Dalton said, let's part ways here. Stay in touch. Remember to keep me updated if anything good happens, Gay grinned. Thus, the four parted ways, each with their own path to pursue. Dalton took out the 5-element celestial boat, and together with Aaliyah, flew in the direction she indicated. You haven't told me where exactly we're going or what we're supposed to do, Dalton inquired. Running her fingers through her hair, Aaliyah shook her head. I don't know either. I just feel something important calling me from this direction. This is why I wanted to leave Worry-Free Island. #### Chapter 585. Unexpected conflict. Otherwise, I actually wanted to stay on Worry-Free Island for a while longer. Once I reached the heavenly firmament realm, there would be fewer restrictions. Do you know? The senior who performed the Qin art received significant feedback from you all, and has made tremendous progress in his Dao cultivation. He is now in seclusion and may break through to the harmony with Dao realm, becoming Worry-Free Island's second harmony with Dao realm powerhouse. Dalton showed a look of surprise. The audience had not broken through, but instead, the performer was about to break through. Worry-Free Island's tradition was indeed extraordinary, ostensibly benefiting all parties, yet it gained far more. At the same time, Dalton was amazed by the strength and depth of Worry-Free Island. Even the 7 sects and 13 cities of the Grey Wolf territory might not compare. Who's fighting? Their power is too strong, Aaliyah exclaimed in shock. Dalton's face was grave. It's the people from Snowdrift City clashing with Baird and his wife. Previously, due to the presence of Worry-Free Island, Snowdrift City had to restrain themselves. Now outside, they could no longer hold back. The higher-ups of Snowdrift City had always dreamed of suppressing Baird and his wife, and now that they had cornered them, they wouldn't let go easily. If things escalated, hidden powerhouses from Snowdrift City might join the fray. Dalton realized the situation was dire. Getting involved would have catastrophic consequences. Boom. Just as Dalton was retreating with the 5-element celestial boat, a fireball exploded behind him. The powerful shockwave sent the boat flying. Despite its protection, both Dalton and Aaliyah suffered injuries, spitting out blood. Dalton frowned deeply. This luck was outrageous. They had unwittingly been dragged into a confrontation between top-tier powerhouses and couldn't escape. If more explosive fireballs came, they wouldn't survive. Chapter 585. Secrets of the Grotto Heavens. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, followed by an overwhelmingly ferocious and brutal aura. Dalton's expression changed. The battle between Baird's couple and Piaoxua City was already intense enough. Now, fierce beasts had joined in. Just from the emitted aura, Dalton could feel the terror of the beast. In such primeval forests, terrifying vicious beasts could indeed be lurking anywhere. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately put away his whooshing heavenly boat and hid with Magnolia among the dense trees below to avoid being targeted by the rampaging beast. In the next moment, they saw the colossal figure of the beast soar across the sky. The oppressive aura it exuded made them feel suffocated. "It's that 10-stage peak, 6-winged demon bear," Magnolia exclaimed in shock. While on Stephanu Island, she had heard that a particularly powerful vicious beast resided in the nearby forest, often asleep in its cave for most of the time. She never expected to actually see it today. "We need to move far away quickly. The 6-winged demon bear is terrifying. Even combined, the two sides may not be able to defeat it," Magnolia said seriously. Without any delay, Dalton immediately took out a 5-color domain stone and began setting up a spatial teleportation array, determining the coordinates. To leave this place quickly, using a spatial teleportation array was undoubtedly the fastest way. "Let's go." Dalton enveloped Magnolia with his domain and activated the spatial teleportation array. As colorful light bloomed, their figures vanished from the spot. At this moment, an overwhelmingly powerful force spread out, meaning they were outside the mapped area. There were two possibilities. Either they had left the Grey Wolf domain or accidentally entered a secret realm. Dalton leaned towards the second possibility because the range of the spatial teleportation array was limited, making it unlikely to have directly transported them out of the Grey Wolf domain. Entering an unknown secret realm might bring fortune or disaster. Life and death were unpredictable. He felt quite frustrated as they were still affected by the chaos. Dalton put away the map and cautiously released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Indeed, a secret realm. "My divine sense is restricted and can only probe within 10 miles, Dalton mused, frowning slightly. Fortunately, his divine sense still functioned to some extent. Within his perception, the area within 10 miles seemed safe, with only some weak, vicious beasts present. After careful consideration, he decided to heal his wounds first before exploring the secret realm to find an exit. Thanks to his formidable recovery abilities, Dalton quickly healed himself, returning to peak condition. However, Magnolia's situation was more complicated. Despite his efforts, he couldn't wake her up. Magnolia's injuries have healed. Her inability to wake up is due to her special bloodline, Dalton concluded after close observation. She wasn't seriously harmed, but when she would wake up was uncertain. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a terrifying force surged forth. Luckily, Dalton reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the attack by carrying Magnolia away. A gigantic earthworm emerged from underground, engulfed in raging flames, with a gaping maw that looked exceedingly sinister and horrifying. Dalton's gaze darkened. This worm had been hidden deep underground, evading detection, almost costing him dearly. With a thought, he secured Magnolia inside a storage item, ensuring her safety. Roar. The massive worm roared like a wild beast. It lunged downwards, aiming its cavernous mouth at Dalton, intending to swallow him whole. Dalton moved with ghostly agility, dodging the worm, then unleashed the White Tiger Profound Art, striking the worm with sharp claw-like beams. Clank. A red glow destinated from the worm's body, deflecting the claw strikes. Dalton showed a look of surprise. He noticed a layer of metallic shell covering the worm, appearing flexible but incredibly hard. Clearly, this was a fierce beast, not a common earthworm, with significant differences. Roar. The worm roared again, shooting several red beams from its mouth. They were metallic spikes, moving extremely fast, even tearing the fabric of space as they flew. Behind Dalton, the Thunder Origin tree materialized, releasing thunderbolts that struck all the metal spikes, holding them in midair. So powerful. Dalton was inwardly astonished. The giant worm was an 8th stage beast, and had clearly mastered various 8th stage techniques after a long time at that stage. Swoosh. A dark glow emerged from the worm's body, rapidly forming a black hole emitting a powerful suction force. Cave Heaven. A flash of insight passed through Dalton's eyes. Evidently, the worm excelled in swallowing, integrating this ability with its Cave Heaven. Cave Heavens are crucial for all practicing entities, being the source of power and the place where Tao principles unfold. At their peak, they can transform into real worlds. Some secret realms within the 9 heavens and 12 earths are remnants of fallen supreme beings' Cave Heavens. Dalton pondered, deciding to let the worm's Cave Heaven engulf him, allowing him to study its secrets. Inside the worm's Cave Heaven, darkness reigned, devoid of light. Powerful forces surged like tidal waves. Dalton could sense terrifying energies attempting to assimilate him. He deployed his void domain to dissipate these forces and performed the spirit control art to imprint the fundamental mark of the worm's Cave Heaven, learning its secrets. Being at the 10th level of the corporeal fusion realm, he needed to thoroughly understand the secrets of Cave Heavens. This worm was over 300 feet long, thicker than a barrel, making it hard to imagine how it had grown so enormous. Dalton summoned the Crimson Flame Nate and said, "It's yours." The Crimson Flame Nate didn't hesitate, swallowing the giant worm whole right there. It was quite adept at devouring. The remains of such a powerful 8th stage fierce beast were undoubtedly a great tonic for it, providing considerable assistance as it prepared to advance to the 8th stage. Dalton turned his gaze towards the distant, dense forest, his eyes revealing a solemn expression, sensing something terrifying approaching. Chapter 586, Ancient Beast. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, trees swayed, and a menacing aura filled the vast mountain range. Dalton's expression changed drastically as he clearly felt an overwhelming threat, even a shadow of death enveloping his heart. Not good. Dalton felt heavy-hearted and had no time to think. He immediately activated the Tin Snake mystical art, sinking himself deeper into the ground and concealing his presence completely. Moments later, a colossal creature emerged from the dense forest, trampling numerous trees underfoot. It was overwhelmingly large, measuring over 300 zhang in length and 200 zhang in height, resembling a moving mountain, making sightings extremely rare. This secret realm is far from ordinary, Dalton instantly concluded. An ordinary secret realm could never harbor such rare ancient beasts. This particular giant horned beast wasn't fully grown yet. When at peak development, their bodies could grow to the size of stars, exhibiting unparalleled strength capable of devastating battlefields. Nevertheless, this one wasn't weak either, reaching peak 10th stage. It was only a step away from 11th stage. From the Heavenly Warrior realm to the Unity realm, and from 10th stage to 11th stage, was a significant hurdle, almost an insurmountable gap, rarely crossed by 1 in 10,000. Thus, while Destiny powers within the Tsonglang domain boasted Heavenly Warrior experts, Unity realm experts remain legendary, seldom seen. In fact, every major realm after the Golden Core stage was a substantial threshold, blocking Destiny from advancing, with only a select few Destinaging to cross. The higher one went, the greater these thresholds grew, making progress ever more challenging. Achieving the pinnacle was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. The giant horned beast quickly passed Dalton's position without stopping, merging directly into the distant forest. Phew. Dalton exhaled deeply, the tension easing in his chest. As expected, this secret realm was perilous, having casually revealed a peak 10th stage beast. Fortunately, the beast hadn't detected him or found him unworthy of attention. Otherwise, it would have been a grave problem. Given its immense power, hiding deeper underground wouldn't have saved him. For safety, Dalton only resurfaced much later. Glancing around, he noticed the destruction caused by the giant horned beast had already been mostly repaired, even the plants and trees regenerating. The self-repairability of this secret realm is too strong, Dalton marveled. While other places also healed themselves after damage, the speed here far surpassed any comparison. In essence, this secret realm was immune to destruction, remaining unaltered despite intense battles. Using the Cave True Divine Eye, Dalton glimpsed certain secrets. Mystical laws governed everything, reversing life and death, allowing damaged elements to swiftly recover. Dalton practiced Blast Death techniques and had obtained the core inheritance of the Palace of Blast and Death, the Ingerard Blast Death Sutra. Therefore, what he saw greatly resonated with him. Unfortunately, he saw only the dust infestation of law, rather than the law itself, unable to derive profound insights. If I could find the law of Blast and Death that governs all, desire gleamed in Dalton's eyes. Witnessing the law of Blast and Death firsthand would greatly benefit his cultivation. Calmly, Dalton began exploring this mysterious realm, heading in the direction from which the giant horned beast came, thinking it safer post the beast's passing. True to his prediction, he traveled a considerable distance without encountering any creatures, finding eerie quietude. Much to his delight, he found several heavenly treasures, even an 8th stage spiritual material, giving him a sense of abundance. Clearly, the creatures here didn't refine treasures, leaving abundant resources untouched except for the medicinal herbs they consumed. This benefited Dalton immensely, who collected everything valuable without discrimination. With various refinement techniques, these treasures could be converted into substantial wealth. That's the Hollow Spirit Fruit. At a distance, Dalton discovered a spiritual vine using his divine sense, becoming excited. The Hollow Spirit Fruit was an exceedingly rare 10th stage fruit containing pure spatial energy, greatly aiding in spatial technique cultivation. For Dalton, it could help expand and stabilize his cave paradise. Incorporating a Hollow Spirit Fruit during creation could result in the strongest cave paradise, possibly rivaling those of Earth Calamity experts. There aren't any powerful beasts nearby. Upon sensing, Dalton felt puzzled. Logically, precious high-grade vines should be guarded by formidable beasts, making the current situation highly unusual. Dalton unleashed his primordial soul power, probing slowly towards the vine. If an opportunity arose, he wouldn't hesitate to claim the fruit. There truly isn't anything. A peculiar expression crossed Dalton's face, though unease lingered in his heart. If danger exists nearby, even without harvesting the fruit, I won't necessarily be safe, Dalton muttered. Dismissing his concerns, he flashed forward toward the vine. Though unguarded by beasts, the vine was protected by mystical rune barriers, natural defenses formed by heaven and earth. Focusing, Dalton observed his surroundings while unraveling the rune barriers. Thankfully, this was a skill he excelled in. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare attempt the Hollow Spirit Fruit. Still, the complexity of the rune barriers gave him a headache. It was reasonable. If too simple, they wouldn't serve their protective purpose. Exerting considerable effort, Dalton finally breached the rune barrier and swiftly uprooted the vine. The vine was short, less than 10 feet long, slender with 9 fruits of varying sizes and ripeness levels, none fully matured. Without detailed examination, Dalton immediately transplanted the vine into a cave treasure and intended to leave, his unease intensifying. Fin. Suddenly, Dalton sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as his body hair bristled. Whoosh! Alarmed, he heard a piercing sound, too late to react. A flash of golden light appeared beside him, crashing fiercely against his back. Despite the heavenly cicada battle armor, he felt excruciating pain. His skin split open, blood seeping out. Immortal golden body. Dalton instantly activated this mystical art, combining it with the ancient artifact to maximize his defenses. Bang! Just as Dalton finished preparing, another bolt of golden light collided with him, even more powerful this time. It sent him staggering, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Relying on the cave true divine eye, he clearly saw the true appearance of the golden light. It was a golden bee, as large as a thumb, its body shimmering with golden brilliance as if sculpted from solid gold. Its speed was unimaginably fast. Despite its small size, it possessed formidable power, no less than the previous 8th stage giant earthworm. Sky-splitting golden bee. Dalton couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was already surprised by encountering the giant horned beast, and now he unexpectedly met another powerful mythical beast that had vanished after the ancient catastrophe, the sky-splitting golden bee. The sky-splitting golden bee had a terrifying characteristic. It was born with control over spatial power, capable of performing spatial leaps and even tearing apart space. Dalton finally understood why he hadn't detected the sky-splitting golden bees earlier. Their nests were built within spatial cracks, making them impossible to find with ordinary means. The sudden appearance near him and the attack was due to their use of spatial leap abilities. As he processed this, Dalton sensed more sky-splitting golden bees approaching. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the Dark Dao Seal. Clang! The sky-splitting golden bee slammed into the enlarged Dark Dao Seal, creating a loud noise. The Dark Dao Seal remained unscathed while the sky-splitting golden bee was dazed and corroded by the dark force. Seizing the opportunity, Dalton grabbed it and swiftly suppressed it within his cave treasure. This action enraged the other sky-splitting golden bees, and immediately more than 10 of them rushed towards him. Void transformation. Dalton pushed the void body art to its limit, rapidly phasing himself. Swish. The dozen sky-splitting golden bees passed through Dalton's body without touching his real form. At this moment, the Tower of Divine Sorrow vibrated, releasing strange ripples that impacted the dozen sky-splitting golden bees. Instantly, they were stunned. Their movements halted and their minds blank. Collect. Taking advantage of the moment, Dalton quickly captured all of them into his cave treasure. No matter how powerful they were, once inside his cave treasure, they could only be at his mercy. Risking his gaze, Dalton looked towards the left front. His cave true divine eye emitted deep, penetrating light, revealing a hidden spatial crack and a massive circular hive within, constructed from precious spiritual gold, with peculiar spatial energy flowing over its surface. Dalton's expression turned grave. He sensed even more terrifying sky-splitting golden bees inside the hive, realizing he would likely not escape unscathed. Chapter 587. A blessing, not a curse. Fin. A powerful force of space surged out from the beehive, distorting the surrounding area extensively. Dalton's pupils constricted as he tried to resist, but it was futile. As the surrounding space twisted violently, he found himself immobilized and then involuntarily transported into the beehive. The beehive appeared small on the outside but held boundless mysteries within, much like an expansive cave dwelling. Dalton felt exceedingly tiny standing there. Trouble. Dalton's heart sank. He knew this situation was dire. Invisible strands of spatial threads wrapped around him, completely restricting his movement. Under such circumstances, he couldn't even make his body dematerialize. Compared to the sky-cleaving golden bees, his mastery over spatial forces was far too crude and shallow. With the sound of flapping wings, several sky-cleaving golden bees appeared around Dalton. Their numbers weren't large, only a few dozen, and added to the ones he had already subdued, they didn't exceed 100 in total. As ancient mythical beasts, sky-cleaving golden bees possessed innate talent, but their population couldn't compare with other bee species. For instance, the venomous bees he kept within his treasured artifact outnumbered these by far, but were much weaker overall. Watching the group of sky-cleaving golden bees before him, Dalton felt a chill run down his spine. Though their numbers were few, each one was powerful, all at the 8th rank or higher, with a few reaching the 9th rank. Even if he hadn't been immobilized, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. What perplexed him was that these sky-cleaving golden bees merely surrounded him without any further actions, seemingly not intending to kill him. As he pondered, a noticeably different sky-cleaving golden bee flew out from the beehive. It was larger and longer, with 3 pairs of wings, exuding powerful spatial energy. 6-winged sky-cleaving golden bee. This is the queen, Dalton instantly recognized. He was deeply astonished. This hive's queen was actually a 6-winged sky-cleaving golden bee, which historically was extremely rare, usually being limited to 4 wings. An extinct species still had its strongest lineage surviving here, making this hidden realm extraordinarily unusual. Moreover, he discovered the beehive was extraordinarily complex. Initially, he thought it was constructed from rare spirit gold, but upon entering, he realized it was made from precious immortal gold, far more valuable. It seemed improbable that the queen alone could construct such an extraordinary beehive, suggesting it had existed since ancient times. While Dalton was lost in thought, the 6-winged sky-cleaving golden bee suddenly released its own blood essence, initiating a master-servant pact with him. Dalton was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. The 6-winged sky-cleaving golden bee was a top-tier ancient mythical beast, possessing 10th rank strength. Why would it willingly submit to him? Soon, he received a barrage of information from the 6-winged sky-cleaving golden bee. After processing it, he understood. This hidden realm was indeed extraordinary, being the transformed abode of an ancient supreme powerhouse. After this powerhouse perished, its realm remained sealed for 10,000 years, during which time was frozen inside. Until a millennium ago, when the realm unsealed, everything within began to awaken. The six-winged sky-cleaving golden bee hatched during that period, crossing 10 millennia to appear in this era. Including the horned beasts Dalton encountered earlier, they also hatched from eggs stored within this sealed realm. The ancient powerhouse loved nurturing various rare creatures, thus preserving some lineages within the realm even after their demise. The reason the six-winged sky-cleaving golden bee chose to recognize Dalton as its master was sensing that Dalton shared the same lineage as the realm's original occupant, essentially making Dalton the successor of that powerful being. Could the realm's owner be the ancestor of the Emperor's lineage? Dalton dared to guess. This indicated his mother's clan was exceptionally influential, possibly a top-tier strong clan in ancient times. Despite declining somewhat after the ancient calamity, they rose again with the Emperor's ascension. According to the six-winged sky-cleaving golden bee, destiny formidable creatures existed within the realm, with the most powerful being 10th-rank entities, as no stronger ones had yet emerged due to the realm's relatively short revival period. However, other ancient mythical beasts and fearsome creatures would unlikely acknowledge Dalton, primarily because of lower intelligence and lack of special inheritance marks left by ancestors. Only the six-winged sky-cleaving golden bee knew numerous secrets, acting as the guardian of this hidden realm. Can you take me out? Except for an ancient stone wall emitting profound daoic resonance, Dalton activated his cave-true divine eye to observe the wall. The law of spatial genesis and decay is truly here, Dalton exclaimed in delight. Inside the wall lay powerful laws he had previously sensed. Realizing this, he deduced that the ancient ancestor of his mother's clan must have cultivated the path of spatial genesis and decay, explaining why their domain survived. The wall's laws and resonance were immensely significant to Dalton. He immediately sat down to meditate and comprehend them. To enhance his understanding, he took out a spirit-infused stone and leaned against it. The six-winged sky-cleaving golden bee also joined in the meditation, focusing on spatial and metallic elements combined, creating a formidable attack. Through the stone wall's laws and resonance, Dalton's comprehension of space rapidly increased, officially beginning his cultivation of the Engerard Genesis Sutra of the Palace of Blasphemy and Death. In the initial stages, he absorbed insights from various strong predecessors to pave his unique path later. He was very fortunate, with the ancestral emperor paving the way for him. He then gained numerous extraordinary opportunities, allowing him to avoid destiny detours and establish an extremely solid foundation. Dalton thus manifested his martial path true soul and innate law, absorbing the profound daoic resonance and power of the laws destinating from the stone left scattered across various places. Each cave heaven contains some form of opportunity. Laws, grand mastery marks, martial true souls, supreme immortal weapons, and so forth, left for future generations of the Aiden clan to discover. Dalton was fortunate enough to enter a cave heaven undiscovered by the Aiden clan members, gaining the most precious opportunities within. As expected, other cave heavens were likely scattered throughout the heavenly realm, and destiny might have already been found by the Aiden clan. Dalton vaguely felt that this cave heaven appearing in the Grey Wolf domain, and only unsealing in the past millennium, could be related to the imperial ancestor, perhaps specially prepared for him. Regardless, he truly benefited deeply, influencing his own cultivation significantly. Master, I will soon enter hibernation, the Tallulah said. Dalton quickly understood the reason. It must be due to that drop of life-bound blood, whose power was too strong. The bee needed a special method to digest it properly. Send me out first, Dalton immediately said. He currently lacked the ability to leave the secret realm on his own, and needed to rely on the Tallulah's strength. If the bee fell into hibernation, he would be temporarily trapped in the secret realm, full of dangers he might not survive. Undeniably, there were precious treasures within the secret realm, but obtaining them required significant strength. Before leaving, Dalton collected the beehawk that you kept me imprisoned in the cave treasure for 10 years. Do you know how lonely and worried I was? Magnolia said with a pained expression. Filled with remorse, Dalton stretched out his hands, embracing Magnolia, comforting her. I'm sorry to have made you suffer. It's my fault. I promise it won't happen again. If you dare to do it again, I won't acknowledge you, Magnolia cooed. In truth, she wasn't angry with Dalton but more worried about him. When Dalton stored her in the cave treasure, he had left some messages informing her of where she was and what he was doing outside. But precisely because of this, she became very concerned. With no news for nearly 10 years, who could imagine what happened to Dalton? Dalton asked, can you still sense that mysterious call? Isidros, I can, Magnolia nodded. Dalton smiled. Then let's continue our journey. We'll figure things out sooner, and it will ease your mind. With that, he retrieved the 5-element skyboat. They boarded it, set their direction, and moved swiftly. Though Magnolia was worried about Dalton, she hadn't neglected her own cultivation during these 10 years. Her current cultivation level was comparable to a 3rd-level void opening Dustin martial artist, an extremely rapid pace. Xiaolu, don't rush to advance. Consolidate your foundation and try opening a second cave heaven, Dalton advised earnestly. Void opening cultivators can open up after their dual cultivation. He knew Magnolia's attributes well. These are laws. Magnolia's eyes lit up. Where did you get them? Dalton smiled. That's none of your concern. Just refine them. I won't be shy, Magnolia giggled, taking the 2 laws eagerly. She knew how precious laws were. Even on Oblivion Island, she couldn't access such resources. Seeing Magnolia's joy, Dalton felt equally happy. Initially, despite their dual cultivation, he hadn't fully accepted her emotionally. But when he brought Magnolia out of the cave treasure and saw her genuine concern for him, it deeply touched him, leading him to accept her from the heart, giving her a place in his heart. Treating someone he loved, he would never be stingy, wishing to give her everything. Translation provided under the given guidelines. After Magnolia refined the 2 laws, Dalton gave her a 9th-rank Finaxu pill to help her consolidate her foundation. In addition to this, he also provided her with various other heavenly materials and secret techniques suitable for her, all of which he generously passed over to Magnolia. After Magnolia refined 2 Tao rules, Dalton gave her another grade 9 reversing void pill to help her consolidate her foundation. In addition to that, there were other celestial treasures and cultivation techniques fitting for Magnolia, which he also handed over to her without reservation. Note: the first sentence has been directly translated, while the second part has been slightly adjusted for fluency in English while maintaining the original meaning. Translation provided under the given guidelines. Please translate the Chinese text input by the user into English, ensuring that. Please use only English and do not include other languages. Note that Chinese character names pinyin as an English name should be very correct. Maintain the original tone and style. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. After Magnolia refined the 2 laws, Dalton gave her a 9th rank Finaxu pill to help her consolidate her foundation. In addition to that, there were other celestial treasures and cultivation techniques suitable for Magnolia, which he also handed over to her without reservation. Chapter 589. Effortlessly surpassing ranks. It's nearby. Above a vast marshland, Nona suddenly became alert. She clearly sensed the mysterious call destinating from this place. Dalton put away the 5 elements heavenly boat and let Nona carefully pinpoint the source of the summoning. This marshland was quite famous in the Songlong domain, with an extremely large area spanning tens of thousands, causing her some anxiety. Don't worry, take your time. We have plenty of time, Dalton reassured her. He had temporarily set aside all other matters. His only focus now was helping Nona find the source of the summoning, as it was important to her. Phew. Nona took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She understood that such things couldn't be rushed, and the more anxious she got, the less likely she would find it. Big Brother Shah, thank you. You don't belong here. Leave immediately. Just as Nona spoke, a roar echoed from afar. A streak of light soared through the sky, stopping near them and materializing into a Dustin in green robes. Dalton frowned slightly, displeased. There are no caves here, so why can't we stay? Leave if we tell you to. Why ask so Dustini questions? Don't push your luck, the Dustin in green robes said arrogantly. Nona snorted coldly. We won't leave. What can you do about it? She had come here to find the summoning source. How could she leave just because someone told her to? Suit yourself. Since you don't want to go, then you shall not. The eyes of the Dustin in green robes glowed with a cold light as he extended countless spiritual patterns that intertwined into chains, wrapping around Dalton and Nona. Nona showed a look of disdain, and with a flick of her wrist, a golden dagger appeared, cutting through the void effortlessly. Crack! The chains instantly shattered, revealing their fragility. Then, Nona launched a counterattack, moving at incredible speed to slash the Dustin with a devastating knife strike. Puff! The Dustin's protective spirit force was cleaved open, and the precious robe he wore also tore apart, spewing a great deal of blood. His eyes widened in shock. He never expected Nona's attack to be so terrifying, leaving him defenseless. After all, his cultivation was higher than hers, reaching the 5th level of the cave void realm. Such an outcome was unacceptable. As he retreated rapidly, a long spear appeared in his hand, drawing upon immense water spirit energy to form a lifelike water dragon that surged toward Nona. Nona did not retreat, slicing the water dragon with her dagger and blocking the spear thrust. In the next moment, waves surged behind her. Boom! The Dustin was immediately engulfed by the towering waves, trapped by the overwhelming force, unable to move. Nona entered the waves, condensing powerful martial arts intent and slashing through the Dustin's body with one swift stroke. The Dustin's eyes bulged wide. He could sense his vitality rapidly fading and his soul dissipating. The shadow of death loomed over him. At this moment, another person broke through the air, attempting to rescue the Dustin in green robes. Boom! The Talus Dustin released destructive power, sending the white tiger flying back. Seizing the opportunity, the Daryl hastily retreated, prioritizing his own survival. But as he turned, Dalton had already appeared behind him. Without giving him time to react, Dalton struck him between the brows with a finger. Puff! An eerie glow flashed as a blood skull appeared where he struck, quickly expanding. Panicking, the Dustin abandoned his physical body, letting his soul escape. However, Dalton had already prepared the soul-refining gourd. As soon as the soul left the body, it was absorbed by the gourd. Without the protection of a body, his soul couldn't resist the devouring power of the soul-refining gourd and was sucked in instantly. Subsequently, Dalton used the spirit-controlling technique to probe his soul. Once finished, the soul became food for the ghosts residing in the soul-refining gourd. Dalton never showed mercy to his enemies. Next, Dalton released a 9th rank sky-cleaving golden bee, sending it flying into the distance. Based on information extracted from the Dustin's soul, there were 2 more companions awaiting further away, both at the cave void realm. They belonged to the same faction and deserved their fate for their wicked deeds. Meanwhile, Nona had ended her battle, annihilating the Dustin in green robe soul. Who are these people? Why did they come out of nowhere to drive us away and start a fight? Nona grumbled. Dalton smiled faintly. The reason is simple. They are waiting for a certain medicinal plant to mature nearby and fear we might compete for it. For just one medicinal plant? Nona raised an eyebrow. Dalton said, that's a 9th rank spirit medicine. How could they not value it? A 9th rank spirit medicine. That can't be missed. A sharp gleam instantly flashed in Nona's eyes. High-rank spirit medicines like this were not commonly seen. Even Earth Calamity Realm powerhouses would make a move to snatch them. It was no wonder that 5K Void Realm powerhouses would specifically guard here. Chapter 590. Irrelevant to me. The 9th rank sky-cleaving golden bee easily disposed of the other 3 people without making too much noise. Dalton and Magnolia arrived at a small island where the spirit herb was growing. Its aura was connected to the vast water around it, voraciously absorbing the power of heaven and earth. This was also why the 5 individuals did not dig it up. The spirit herb would likely wither if they made a rash move. The world's spirit herbs were varied and strange. Not every kind was suitable for transplantation, with Dustini only able to grow in specific environments. 9-leaf golden pagoda blossly, excellent for nurturing the primordial spirit. It's nearly mature, Dalton said after observation. We should continue searching. Over the water. Not long after, the runes formed a net with the 5 elements heaven sealing map, covering the heavens and earth. Rise! Dalton roared, pushing the runes and map to their limits. Instantly, space twisted, and celestial power boiled up. Ayo! The deafening dragon roar echoed again as the golden divine dragon was forcibly pulled from the water. This time, it wasn't just the essence but the entire spirit vein itself. Seize! Dalton activated a treasured artifact, immediately storing the powerful spirit vein inside. This spirit vein was extraordinary, containing boundless celestial essence and yielding an astounding number of origin stones, conservatively estimated at millions of pieces. Undoubtedly, this was a staggering fortune, surpassing Dalton's current wealth. Moreover, adding this spirit vein to his treasured artifact would greatly enhance its cultivation environment, nurturing numerous treasures. To think you could seize such a powerful spirit vein so effortlessly. Magnolia exclaimed in shock. Dalton smiled. Just a minor trick. This was modesty. For someone at his level, even a strong Earth Fiend realm expert might struggle to capture such a spirit vein. If it weren't for understanding spatial principles from the teachings left by the Aiden clan ancestors thoroughly this time, deploying the 2 principles Dao map alongside ancient array discs, forming a formidable rune array enveloping a large area of water, ensuring the spirit vein wouldn't escape. While waiting for the spirit vein to emerge, he sensed someone approaching. The spirit vein's emergence stirred the surrounding spiritual energy intensely, making it noticeable to nearby martial artists. The Darels did not approach rashly, stopping at a distance to observe. Following them were several figures, including Dustin warriors, savage beasts, and vicious creatures. Roar! Vicious creatures ignored these subtleties, sensing something valuable and lunging towards Dalton's location without thought. Dalton frowned, wanting to quietly seize the spirit vein without incident. Magnolia immediately acted, facing the vicious creature. An 8th-rank vicious creature, powerful yet not Magnolia's match, was killed in just a few rounds. The remaining Dustins and savage beasts hesitated, watching without moving forward or retreating. Dalton understood their intent, to wait for the spirit vein's emergence. However, with the rune array separating them, they couldn't know what lay beneath. What are you doing here? A domineering voice questioned. A newly arrived martial artist emitted a formidable aura, clearly at the Earth Fiend realm. Mirror rippled like water, dispersing the force contained within the golden light. Just as the primordial water sect expert breathed a secret sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The treasure mirror unexpectedly shattered. Before he could react, the golden light appeared right before him. Despite his best efforts to dodge, it still pierced through his left shoulder. Instantly, blood spurted from his left shoulder, and the intense pain contorted his face. This pain was terrifying, as if amplified tenfold or even 100-fold, growing more severe with each passing moment. It was simply unbearable. The golden light reappeared, creating a hole in the primordial water sect expert's chest, severely tearing his internal organs. Damn, it's poison. The primordial water sect expert finally realized what was happening. He had already identified the source of the golden light. It was a sky-cleaving golden bee. Though not large, it possessed incredible strength. Stop. Do you want to become mortal enemies with the primordial water sect? The primordial water sect expert roared in pain. If this continued, he would likely die from the excruciating pain caused by the toxin amplifying his suffering. He had never encountered anything like this before. Dalton calmly replied, clearly, it was your own provocation that attracted the vicious beast. What does that have to do with us? He wasn't planning to admit that the sky-cleaving golden bee was under his control. After all, as a mere fusion realm martial artist, how could he possibly control such a powerful ancient monster? The primordial water sect expert was furious. He didn't believe Dalton's excuse for a second. The sky-cleaving golden bee just happened to appear when he attacked? How convenient. At the same time, he secretly speculated about Dalton's background. How did a fusion realm martial artist come into possession of such a formidable beast? Those around them exchanged glances and quickly dispersed, none wanting to get involved. Hadn't they seen that even an Earth Fiend realm expert from the primordial water sect couldn't resist? If they were attacked, they would surely be doomed. Young Dustin, I'll remember this. This isn't over. The primordial water sect expert left a menacing warning and activated a teleportation Talus Dustin, instantly vanishing into thin air. He didn't want to waste such a precious Talus Dustin, but he had no choice. Staying any longer would put his life at risk. However, as he fled, the sky-cleaving golden bee struck him again, severing his arm with a golden light containing spatial power. The primordial water sect expert roared in fury, on the verge of going mad. There was no other reason. His storage ring, which held into the swamp. Instantly, a large area of the swamp cracked open, space twisted and formed a vortex, which immediately sucked Aaliyah in. Dalton wanted to follow, but he was blocked outside. In the next moment, the vortex disappeared, and the swamp returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Dalton's brows deeply furrowed. He didn't know what lay beyond the vortex and couldn't help but worry about Aaliyah. This place seems related to Xiaolu's special bloodline. There shouldn't be any problems, Dalton analyzed. With no other options now, he could only silently pray for her. However, he vaguely understood something. The successive emergence of 2 powerful spiritual veins at the bottom of the water was likely connected to the secret realm Aaliyah had entered. Perhaps this secret realm was originally in a sealed state, but as Aaliyah approached, they resonated with each other, unsealing the realm and allowing the spiritual veins associated with it to surface. After some thought, Dalton used an ancient array disk to construct a concealment rune formation, hiding himself within it. He would wait for Aaliyah to come out here, regardless of how long it took. Inside the cave establishment treasure, tremendous changes were occurring due to the entry of the two powerful spiritual veins. A miniature golden Kirin appeared, emitting a joyous growl. It was naturally on the peak. This area had been cultivated into a small medicinal field. After absorbing a large amount of Sa-Chi, Dalton found these medicinal herbs had undergone some mutations, differing significantly from the past. The 9th flower of the engsub black gold lotus was nearly blooming, signifying it would soon evolve into a 10th stage medicinal herb, increasing its effects and value tenfold. The 9 essence spirit tree also underwent metamorphosis, seemingly about to bear a 10th type of spirit fruit, entering the ranks of 10th stage medicinal herbs. The dragon essence tree was extremely special, containing true dragon essence with great growth potential. The purple flood dragon vine was an especially unique spirit plant that lost its consciousness but could exist for a long time. Its strength surged crazily when it reached the outer world, now comparable to a void realm martial artist. The Josephinian Sha fruit tree was a top-tier 9th stage spirit tree. After absorbing peculiar Sa-Chi, it showed signs of advancement. It seems all the medicinal herbs planted here can evolve. Truly inconceivable, Dalton couldn't help but marvel. However, not any medicinal herb could be planted in this medicinal field. Either they had to be extraordinary or of high enough rank. Otherwise, they would wither and die. At this moment, the 9th stage spatial rending golden bee, guarding the 9-leaved golden pagoda flower, returned, with an astonishing growth potential. According to Dalton's knowledge, historically, spirit weapons gradually evolved into peerless divine weapons. The space within the cave establishment treasure had expanded to 50,000 feet in circumference, showing various terrains. But the most mysterious part remained the blood-stained peak. Is this cave establishment treasure also a powerhouse's paradise? Dalton wondered secretly. Refining a powerhouse's paradise into a cave establishment treasure was not impossible, just that ordinary people lacked the ability to do so. He was very curious about just how enormous this cave establishment treasure was, and whether it would continue to expand as his cultivation advanced. Calmly, Dalton sat down at the foot of the blood-stained peak and began to cultivate, wanting to further comprehend the mysteries of the paradise before breaking through to the void realm. Not long after, multiple figures appeared above the boundless swamp, with an imposing presence. Among them was the strong Dustin who had one arm severed by the spatial rending golden bee. Clearly, these were all powerhouses from the Aiden Water sect, summoned by the strong Dustin who had lost his arm. Brother Burl, it seems we are too late, said a middle-aged Dustin with a beard. The injured Dustin was named Amen, an elder of the Aiden Water sect with strong connections. Instantly, large areas of the swamp cracked open, and space became distorted, forming a vortex that instantly sucked Aaliyah inside. Dalton tried to follow, but he was blocked outside. In the next moment, the vortex disappeared, and the swamp returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Dalton's brows deeply furrowed. He didn't know what lay beyond the vortex and couldn't help but worry about Aaliyah. This place seems related to Xiaolu's special bloodline. It should be fine, Dalton analyzed. He had no other choice but to pray silently for her. However, he vaguely understood something. The consecutive emergence of two powerful spirit veins at the bottom of the water was likely related to the secret realm that Aaliyah had entered. Perhaps this secret realm was originally sealed but responded as she approached, leading to its unsealing and the emergence of the accompanying spirit veins. After some contemplation, Dalton used the ancient array plate to construct a concealment rune formation and hid himself within it. He intended to wait for Aaliyah to come out here, regardless of how long it took. Of course, he wasn't just idly waiting. While waiting, he decided to devote himself to cultivation. Inside the cave artifact, significant changes were happening with the arrival of the two powerful spirit veins. Ao. A mini golden Kirin appeared, and dark killfruit tree, among others. Plus, there were sprouts emerging from the withered vine clinging to the peak, transforming this area into a small medicinal field. After absorbing substantial killing chi, Dalton found that these medicinal herbs had undergone some mutations and were significantly different from before. The 9th flower of the Insha black gold lotus was almost in bloom, signaling its imminent transformation into a 10th grade medicinal herb, which would drastically increase its efficacy and value. The 9 essence spirit tree also transformed, seemingly ready to bear its 10th type of fruit and join the ranks of 10th grade medicinal herbs. The dragon essence tree was extremely unique, containing genuine dragon essence with enormous growth potential. The purple flood dragon vine was a unique spirit plant stripped of its intelligence, allowing it to exist for a long time. After entering the external world, its inherent power skyrocketed, now rivaling that of a martial artist at the cave formation realm. The dark killfruit tree, a top-tier 9th grade spirit tree, showed signs of advancing after absorbing peculiar killing chi. It seems all the herbs planted here can evolve. Truly incredible. Dalton couldn't help but marvel. However, not any spirit herbs could be planted in this medicinal field. They either had to be exceptional or sufficiently ranked, otherwise, they would wither. Just then, the 9th rank Lair Kong Jinfeng that had been guarding the 9-leaved golden heavy tower returned, and Dalton quickly guided it in. Edit. Just then, the 9th rank Crack Kong golden bee that had been guarding the 9-leaved golden heavy tower returned, and Dalton quickly guided it in. Note, Lair Kong Jinfeng should be translated consistently as Crack Kong golden bee. However, Kong might be a placeholder or a unique character that needs further clarification for the most accurate translation. If Crack Kong is not a recognized term, it would be better to use a more understandable phrase or leave it as a unique name like Crack Void Golden Bee. The Crack Void Golden Bee brought back the already matured 9-leaved golden heavy tower. Its entire body gleamed brilliantly, emitting an extremely rich aroma of a potent medicinal herb. Noticing the vitality of the 9-leaved golden heavy tower with intact roots, Dalton couldn't help but plant it in the medicinal field before him. He knew the 9-leaved golden heavy tower was unlike ordinary spirit herbs, difficult to transplant, but this medicinal field was extraordinary and might defy convention. Upon being planted in the medicinal field, the 9-leaved golden heavy tower radiated even more brilliant golden light, with its vitality immediately becoming exceptionally vigorous. Very good. I will wait until it transforms before refining it. Dalton exclaimed in surprise. For such spirit herbs nurture began cultivating, aiming to further understand the mysteries of the domain before breaking through to the Dao Void realm. Previously, while in the core area of the hidden heaven secret realm left by the ancestor of the Aiden clan, he had almost comprehended the mysteries of the domain. Now, he needed to delve deeper to understand what kind of domain he needed to create for himself. Shortly thereafter, multiple figures appeared over the boundless water marsh, arriving with great momentum. Among them was the powerful figure who had lost an arm to the Crackvoid Golden Bee. Clearly, these were all strong figures from the primordial water sect, summoned by the maimed warrior. Junior Brother Burl, it seems we're a step late, a middle-aged Dustin with a beard said. The Dustin missing an arm was named Amin, an elder of the primordial water sect with strong connections within the sect. Amin said gravely, Senior Brother Gerard, you're best at capturing traces. Please proceed. Called Senior Brother Gerard was an elderly Dustin with mixed white and black hair, very thin and gaunt, with prominent cheekbones, appearing somewhat terrifying. Without speaking, the old Dustin directly began using techniques to capture lingering traces on the scene. The opponent was very cautious, erasing all traces, but I caught a hint of it, the old Dustin said indifferently. Amin's face lit up, and he hurriedly urged, Please, Senior Brother Gerard, find them as quickly as possible. Take your time. When Senior Brother Gerard acts, there will certainly be no mistakes, another person beside him said with a smile. The old Dustin wasted no words and immediately began using secret arts to explore. With his abilities, even a heavenly gang realm powerhouse might not be able to evade his detection. But this time, something was off. Despite his best efforts, he could not lock onto Dalton and Aaliyah's traces. Those two must either possess some special treasure that blocks tracking or have entered a hidden location. I can't pinpoint their whereabouts, the old Dustin frowned and said. Amin's expression darkened. He then condensed a wisp of the spatial rending golden bee's aura and handed it over, saying, Senior Brother Gerard, please try to locate this ferocious beast. The old Dustin took the spatial rending golden bee's aura and carefully searched using his secret arts. That beast is nearby, but for some reason, I cannot pinpoint its exact location. The old Dustin's frown deepened. Indeed, it was strange. Normally, his secret arts were foolproof. Why were they failing today? Amin fell into deep thought. Those two are nowhere to be found, yet the ferocious beast is still nearby. Could it be that they are not connected? But now wasn't the time to ponder whether they were related. Even if they weren't, he wouldn't in the void, disappearing without a trace. Using spatial abilities, it was extraordinarily difficult for ordinary people to either find or attack it. This isn't just a ferocious beast. It has intelligence. It was deliberately lying in ambush for us here, roared the injured Brother Gerard angrily. He fared worse than Amin, having lost both arms along with his storage ring, which naturally fell into someone else's hands. In his view, the spatial void golden bee was hiding in wait to ambush them, aiming for more benefits. Unfortunately, he became its target. The others, who hadn't been attacked, now stood on high alert, constructing defensive barriers using their spiritual energy while also brandishing powerful spirit artifacts, fearing the bee might strike again. It took quite some time for Amin to reconstruct his head. His face turned ghastly pale, eyes bloodshot with utmost rage. The gaunt Brother Gerard also reconstructed his arms, knowing his original limbs and storage ring were gone forever. He felt an intense urge to vomit blood. Losing both arms and a storage ring was an unforeseen disaster. Had he known this would happen, he would have never meddled in Amin's affairs, thereby avoiding his own predicament. What kind of strange creature is this? Why can't it appear and disappear at will? Asked one of the strong men, furrowing his brow. He couldn't help feeling fortunate. If the spatial void golden bee had attacked him, he might not have defended himself and ended up like Brother Gerard. The strange creature has left, Brother Gerard said gravely. Hearing this, the unaffected strongmen sighed in relief. They truly didn't want to be attacked next. So what do we do now? Another strong Dustin asked. What else can we do? We can't catch up with that creature. Let's send word to the Elder Guardians for assistance, Brother Gerard replied, looking extremely grim. In Aiden and Shuei's sect, cultivators who reach Earth Malefic level can become elders, and those who reach Heavenly Malefic level can become Elder Guardians, tasked with protecting the sect. They hold greater power and responsibility. Regardless of the sect, Heavenly Malefic level strongmen are top-tier beings, rarely seen by ordinary people. Upon hearing Brother Gerard suggest calling the Elder Guardians, Amin's eyes flashed. Elder Guardians aren't easily summoned, but Brother Gerard had such influence. The men eagerly awaited their arrival. Even the formidable creature could not escape the Elder Guardian's grasp, allowing him to reclaim his stolen storage ring. On the other side, the spatial void golden bee circled back, concealing its aura before quietly returning to the hidden array set up by Dalton, then entered the treasure chamber. Dalton intercepted the conversation among the strongmen of Aiden and Shuei's sect. Knowing that a Heavenly Malefic level strong Dustin was coming soon, he promptly recalled the bee. Full spatial power spread within the treasure chamber, interrupting Dalton's cultivation. The spiritual void fruit is finally ripe. Excitement sparkled in Dalton's eyes. He had waited 3 years within the treasure chamber while the outside world grew calm. With a swift motion, he arrived in the medicinal field, gazing at the spiritual vine bearing the fruits. To his delight, all 9 fruits ripened simultaneously. Moreover, due to absorbing the blood-stained peak's power, the fruits exhibited peculiar black patterns on their surfaces, appearing incredibly intricate. When these patterns glowed, they released terrifying spatial power, rupturing the surrounding area. Such potent spatial power, far stronger than normal spiritual void fruits. Dalton marveled. Thus, he worried whether he could currently refine such fruits. If I shy away from risks, I can never become a true powerhouse. Dalton's resolve hardened. Having some spatial foundation helped him act wisely. He plucked a fruit, eager to break through to the cave void realm. Unlike the exile realm, the outside world teemed with strong cultivators. He must rapidly improve or risk failing to handle minor issues. Staring at the vine, Dalton noticed a small flower bud after plucking a fruit. Without hesitation, he harvested the remaining 8 fruits, causing 8 more buds to sprout. Judging by this trend, it wouldn't take long for new spiritual void fruits to form, likely becoming even more extraordinary due to the blood-stained peak's influence, perhaps useful to him later. I wonder when the next batch of fruits will ripen? Dalton murmured to himself. The higher the rank of the spirit medicine, the longer it takes to mature, often spanning several hundred to even 1,000 years. He might not be able to wait that long. Take the engsub black gold lotus for instance. It has been growing for 10,000 years, and only recently does it have the potential to evolve into a 10th stage spirit medicine, truly reaching maturity. Let's try refining one spatial void fruit first. Pulling himself together, Dalton sat cross-legged beside the vine once more. He didn't waste any time, picking up the fruit and consuming it in a few bites before immediately beginning to circulate the Gue Josephine Heim Sutra, preparing to break through to the cave void realm. Translation note, Gue Josephine Heim Sutra is kept as a proper noun transliteration to maintain the original tone and style. Hashtag chapter 593, Twin Cavern Heavens. The spatial power contained within the ethereal fruit was too powerful and exceedingly violent. Even with Dalton's extremely robust physical body, he dissipated it all. He had never heard of anyone who opened 2 cavern heavens upon breaking through to the void cavern realm, even in the records left by the ancient emperors. However, this should be a good thing. In the void cavern realm, having more cavern heavens was inherently better. Opening 2 cavern heavens from the start meant he had already gained an advantage. If he could open 3 more cavern heavens during his subsequent cultivation, he might break records and become the first person ever to achieve such a feat. With cavern heavens opened, I can nurture spirits within them. Dalton thought to himself. Nurturing spirits within cavern heavens was very important. The term nurture covered a wide range of possibilities. It could involve living beings, weapons, magical treasures, or even magical techniques, depending on the individual. Each cavern heaven could only nurture one type of spirit, which was where having multiple cavern heavens provided a significant advantage. After some contemplation, Dalton made his decision. With his intent guiding the process, the true forms of the 4 symbols divine beasts and the Tungsha true form appeared in one of the cavern heavens. Next, the symbol of the duo He Shintong entered the second cavern heaven, along with the Yanashimi imprint he had cultivated, totaling 4 symbols. He had already planned to strive for opening 3 more cavern heavens to nurture magical treasures, talus dustins, and exotic beasts respectively. This way, all aspects of his expertise would be included. Not everyone can directly use the ethereal fruit to open cavern heavens. It still needs some preparation. Dalton pondered aloud. He then took out the 9 radiant alchemy cauldron and placed an ethereal fruit inside. Next, he added various celestial treasures to moderate the medicinal properties of the ethereal fruit. At this stage, he did not yet have the skill to refine the ethereal fruit into high-grade elixirs. For now, he merely aimed to divide the medicinal power. After some time, he destined to refine 2 pills. Without hesitation, Dalton summoned Han from his body and threw him 1 pill. Swallow it and quickly break through. Han, like Dalton, had long accumulated sufficient energy to break through to the void cavern realm but had been suppressing his cultivation level, waiting for the ethereal fruit to mature. Han did not hesitate, swallowing the pill immediately and starting to cultivate. This day had been long awaited. The pill contained only half the power of the ethereal fruit, and its medicinal properties had been moderated, making it easier for Han to refine. Before long, Han completed his breakthrough, successfully reaching the 8th rank. However, unlike Dalton, he only opened 1 cavern heaven. Han made the same choice as Dalton, nurturing the divine technique imprints inherited from his clan, and out, no matter where you are, she will come looking for you, the red carp explained. Hearing this, Dalton's heart stirred. Clearly, Magnolia had encountered an extraordinary opportunity within the secret realm that would take some time. By the way, my master gave me this item to deliver to you. The red carp then spat out a small gem. It glowed faintly with golden light and emitted subtle spatial ripples, indicating it was a treasure related to space. Dalton reached out and immediately felt a unique sensation, his connection to space becoming much closer. After delivering the gem, the red carp prepared to swim back underwater, its task complete. Wait, Dalton called out. Does Master Shao have any other instructions? The red carp turned to ask. Dalton replied, can you enter the secret realm? Please take this ethereal fruit to Magnolia and tell her I will always think of her. The red carp accepted the fruit, nodded to Dalton, and then plunged into the water, disappearing instantly. Watching the red carp leave, Dalton stood there for a long while, thinking about how long it might take before he could reunite with Magnolia. Since Magnolia had specifically sent someone to inform him that she would be in seclusion for a long time, it likely meant it would be decades or centuries before they met again. But as high-level cultivators with long lifespans, even 1,000 years was dustinageable. Chapter 594, Shadowkill Branch. With a flick of his hand, a specially made token appeared. It was the Shadowkill token he had obtained in the exile land. Shadowkill has a branch built on this island. Dalton instantly understood. The Shadowkill token was very special. It would react whenever it got close to one of Shadowkill's branches. Although he had long known that the Shadowkill organization had already set up shop in the Azure Wolf region, he hadn't had the opportunity to contact them. He hadn't expected to run into one by accident now. Thanks to the special sensing ability of the Shadowkill token, Dalton rode the Crimson Blaze Golden Leo directly to a not-so-large restaurant in front of the Meteorite Island Martial Market. Using a restaurant as a cover? Interesting. Dalton murmured, then stepped into the restaurant. His habit was to try local specialties whenever he arrived at a new place, and this visit aligned perfectly with that habit. It wasn't mealtime, so the restaurant wasn't bustling. In fact, it was quite deserted, with no customers at all. Seeing Dalton enter with the Crimson Blaze Golden Leo transformed into a golden lion, a waiter quickly came forward. "Welcome, sir. Please come in." After seating Dalton, the waiter took out a menu and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Without looking at the menu, Dalton smiled faintly and said, "Bring me your best dishes, along with several jugs of good wine." As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and "Waiter, anything interesting happening recently? Why is the Meteorite Island Martial Market so lively?" Dalton casually asked. For a large martial market like this, being busy was normal, but the current level of activity seemed unusual, almost rivaling the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's past events for refining and competing treasures. The waiter immediately answered, "Sir, the Meteorite Island's once-a-decade Starry Sky Festival is coming up. Everyone is here for the celebration." "What's the Starry Sky Festival?" Dalton asked curiously. The waiter laughed and explained, "Every 10 years, a spectacular phenomenon occurs on Meteorite Island, a rare sight indeed. The festival began at some point, and has become an annual event. So that's why. It might be worth staying to see," Dalton acknowledged. The waiter added, "Additionally, today is the Bamboo Grove Gang leader's 2000th birthday. Many people have come especially to wish him well." Subsequently, Dalton learned from the waiter that the Bamboo Grove Gang was a larger gang in the Findra Dragon Swamp, founded 1,000 years ago by leader Isaiah. The Bamboo Grove Gang had an excellent reputation, and leader Isaiah had wide-ranging connections. Hence, his 2000th birthday drew numerous congratulatory guests, even representatives from major forces sending gifts. "If you have time, sir, you might also want to join in the festivities. The Bamboo Grove Gang is hosting a grand banquet for all who come through their doors today, welcoming everyone," the waiter suggested. It was evident he held a favorable view of the Bamboo Grove Gang. Dalton nodded. "I'll check it out later. But first, bring your dustinager over. I need to ask him something." "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get the dustinager right away," the waiter replied promptly. Dalton muttered, hosting a birthday banquet on Meteorite Island. This Bamboo Grove leader sure has style. Reaching 2,000 years old isn't easy. Though Earth's spiral realm powerhouses could live up to 2,500 years, cultivation was perilous. Mistakes could cost one's life, and very few reached a natural end, especially those who surpassed 2,000 years. Thus, it was noteworthy that the Bamboo Grove leader had lived to 2,000 years, and it warranted a proper celebration. Just then, the waiter returned from the backyard with a Dustin who looked fierce, almost intimidating to behold. "What do you need, sir?" the dustinager asked in a deep voice. Dalton didn't speak, instead taking out the Shadow Kill token and presenting it to the Dustin. A sharp light flashed in the Dustin's eyes. "Follow me." Dalton didn't hesitate and immediately stood up to follow, with the Crimson Blaze Golden Leo trailing behind. Led by the Dustin, Dalton entered the backyard, then passed through a barrier, arriving at a dim underground space. "Who gave you the Shadow Kill token?" the Dustin asked sternly. Dalton calmly responded, "Is it important? Seems it's not dustindatory to disclose." The Dustin looked intently at Dalton but did not press further. Turning his head, he advised, "This is a Shadow Kill branch. It's recommended you disguise yourself to avoid exposing your identity." "Thank you for the reminder," Dalton replied and immediately put on a special mask, which could block various detection methods, an ancient artifact obtained when destroying the Chaos Demon Temple. Once masked, his figure became blurred, making it difficult to discern him. Simultaneously, he absorbed the Crimson Blaze Golden Leo into his body, sparing the need for additional disguise. This is one of Shadow Kill's 3 branches in the Azure Wolf region. Whether accepting or completing missions, you can do so here. Your Shadow Kill token is new. You can register here, the Dustin explained as he walked ahead. Although Dalton was a Daryl, he possessed the Shadow Kill token and thus deserved some attention. Before long, they arrived at an underground palace, spacious but deserted. Dalton noticed someone wearing a mask and a black cloak, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female. Unsurprisingly, this person was likely a Shadow Kill assassin, though whether a full-time or part-time one was uncertain. Shadow Kill grew so large partly because it welcomed freelancers, allowing anyone to work for them regardless of background. Guided by the Dustin, Dalton entered a small room where he saw a lean old Dustin. "Boss, this young Dustin has a Shadow Kill token and wishes to register," the Dustin explained. The old Dustin's eyes revealed interest as he sized up Dalton. "Give me your Shadow Kill token. I'll handle the registration." Without hesitation, Dalton handed over the token. The old Dustin checked its authenticity and then asked, "What name do you want?" "Darkblood," Dalton replied. He had thought about the name beforehand, using the name of his handmade sword. The old Dustin promptly processed the registration, activating the Shadow Kill token. "Done. You're registered. From now on, you can accept missions." Handing back the token, the old Dustin concluded. Dalton put away the Shadow Kill token and immediately noticed something different about it. It now contained additional information, including some basic rules of Shadow Kill. The Shadow Kill token was divided into 4 ranks, from highest to lowest: heavenly, earthly, mystical, and Isodralo. Naturally, he was currently at the lowest rank. According to the information stored within, he needed to accumulate 100 slaughter points to advance to the mystical rank. Obtaining slaughter points required completing Shadow Kill missions. Each completed mission would grant him 1 slaughter point. Dalton did not rush to choose a task, but instead scanned through the list. Dalton showed surprise as he came across a familiar name. "Isaiah? Someone is offering 10 million origin stones for his life," Dalton murmured with astonishment. It was evident that even the best reputation could have enemies. Whoever issued this bounty was indeed generous. 10 million origin stones was an astronomical sum that most Earth Calamity Realm experts couldn't afford. The typical bounty for a common Earth Calamity Realm expert was around 5 million origin stones, making Isaiah's price extraordinarily high. Shaking his head, Dalton selected a suitable mission from the Jade Slip, an assassination of a Void Realm martial artist. His plan was to complete 100 missions to accumulate 100 killing points and upgrade the Shadow Kill order to the Profound rank. Naturally, he didn't enjoy killing innocents. As an assassin, he preferred targeting those who deserved it, thus fulfilling his sense of justice. After selecting the mission, Dalton activated the Shadow Kill order and teleported out of the underground palace. On his next visit, he could use the order directly to enter without the hassle. How lively. At the southeastern end of the Falling Star Island, Dalton stood outside an enormous dustintion. This was the residence of Golden Bamboo sect leader Isaiah and also a crucial base for the sect, responsible for handling goods. Turning around, Dalton saw a young Dustin with a jade-like demeanor approach. I don't know anyone here, so I wandered around idly, Dalton replied. The young Dustin smiled. You seem unfamiliar. Are you not a local martial artist? I'm a wandering cultivator traveling the lands. I happened to pass by the Falling Star Island martial market and heard about Master Zhu's birthday celebration, Dalton explained calmly. That must be quite an adventure, being free and unfettered. I admire your journey. By the way, my name is Boone. May I ask your esteemed name? The young Dustin asked. My name is Dalton, Dalton answered. Boone was about to speak when someone quickly approached and whispered something into his ear. Mr. Shao, I need to attend to something. Please excuse me, we'll share a few drinks during the banquet later, Boone said with a slight bow. There's no need for formalities, Boone. Tend to your matters first, Dalton responded. Boone nodded slightly and immediately left. Dalton watched him depart before returning his gaze to the lotus pond, not minding the small interruption. Shortly after, servants arrived to guide everyone to their seats. Today's gathering was massive, including some transformed beast men, but the dustintion was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Dalton kept a low profile, choosing a secluded spot. Embarrassingly, despite sitting for a while, no one else joined him. He sat alone. Well, eating alone has its own charm, Dalton consoled himself. Despite dining alone, his table was still laden with dishes and wine. Without much ceremony, Dalton began eating and drinking freely. Thank you all for gracing this old Dustin's birthday celebration. If any service was lacking, please bear with us. Allow me to toast you all. As the guest of honor, Isaiah raised a glass to the guests. Middle-aged in appearance, Isaiah exuded an elegant aura and kind demeanor, easily making others feel close to him. Perhaps due to happiness, he looked radiant and spirited. Guests raised their glasses in unison, drinking to Isaiah's health. However, just as Isaiah raised his glass to drink, a sword light flashed toward his heart. Everything happened too fast for anyone to react. Isaiah sensed the danger but was too late to dodge. Poof! The sword light tore through Isaiah's chest effortlessly. Immediately, countless sword chi erupted from his body, tearing him apart. Before things ended there, terrifying flames emerged from the void, engulfing Isaiah's remains and incinerating them instantly. Father! Leader! Boone and other members of the Golden Bamboo sect watched in horror. The assailant was ruthless, leaving no room for survival. Most shockingly, the attacker remained hidden. No one expected Isaiah's 2,000 didn't know whether they should leave or stay. Hashtag chapter 596, Secret Rescue. Dalton still sat in a secluded corner, watching from afar with a calm demeanor, as if he had foreseen this happening all along. He discovered the bounty for killing Isaiah when checking tasks at the Shadowkill branch, and suspected that the one who issued the bounty wanted the assassin to strike during Isaiah's birthday, which would be an excellent opportunity. He came to observe whether any assassins would actually make a move, and indeed, he witnessed it firsthand. The timing is perfect. The invisible sword Talus Dustin guarantees a fatal blow. Even a top-tier Earth Calamity Realm expert like Isaiah couldn't withstand it, Dalton thought with internal surprise. The killer's skill demonstrated exceptional experience and high rank. Given such significant events, the birthday feast naturally could not continue. The Golden Bamboo gang did not detain anyone, knowing that the assassin must have already quietly withdrawn. Turns out he's Isaiah's son. Dalton's gaze fell on Isaiah, realizing with enlightenment. Despite brief interaction, he had a good impression of Isaiah, refined and polite to even an unknown wandering cultivator. Seeing the guests leave, Dalton also departed the estate. He then entered an inn and was lucky enough to secure a room. Due to the Starry Sky Festival and Isaiah's birthday, accommodations on Falling Star Island were very tight, and latecomers couldn't find a place to stay. The inn where Dalton went only had one room left, the best-conditioned one. Extremely expensive but affordable for him. In his room, Dalton immediately set up a sophisticated Talus Dustin array using an ancient formation disk to shield against detection methods. Next, he retrieved the 9 Stars Heaven refining cauldron and placed it in the center of the room. Facing the cauldron, Dalton observed a fist-sized lump of blood inside, emitting faint vitality. The void-ripping golden bee moved fast but Dustin aged to save only this essence blood and partial soul. Whether you survive depends on your fate, Dalton sighed softly. Based on his knowledge, Isaiah was a decent person, so he sent the 9th-rank void-ripping golden bee to secretly intervene, unable to stop the assassination due to the invisible sword Talus Dustin's immense power and avoiding exposure. Even with Earth Calamity experts' resilience, Isaiah now lay dying with feeble life force and dispersed soul, making rescue uncertain. Without delay, Dalton employed the essence returning technique to channel powerful spirit energy into the cauldron's essence blood. Then, he melted several celestial treasures into a spiritual liquid to nourish the essence blood, soul, and vitality. Finally, he used a leaf from the 9-leaved golden pagoda plant, which is excellent for revitalizing souls. Phew, I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. Dalton exhaled deeply, revealing signs of exhaustion. As just a cavernous emptiness realm martial artist, treating a top-tier Earth Calamity expert required significant effort. If the assassin knew I secretly saved Isaiah, they'd probably go insane, Dalton chuckled, pleased to disrupt such heartless killings for source stones. Meanwhile, Isaiah's public death caused turmoil. When everyone thought the Golden Bamboo gang would descend into chaos, the deputy leader, Fingoen, took over, subduing all dissenters, even imprisoning some founding elders who followed Isaiah. This outcome was unexpected. Logically, after Isaiah's death, his son Jem should have succeeded. But who would have thought the deputy leader Fingoen would take over and imprison Jem? It seemed like a long-planned conspiracy. Some wondered if Fingoen hired the assassin, given he benefited the most from Isaiah's death. Others questioned if Fingoan could maintain control over various factions with significantly less personal power than Isaiah. 7 days passed. In his in-room, Dalton suddenly opened his eyes, withdrawing from meditation. He sensed strong life force and stable soul activity in the 9 stars heaven refining cauldron, with continuous spirit energy influx. He survived. Dalton smiled, feeling his efforts weren't in vain. Isaiah's eyes lit up. If you help me recover, I'll agree to any conditions. No conditions needed, Dalton shook his head. I simply despise traitors and can't stand Fingoan's arrogance. It resonated with his past, betrayed by someone he trusted, nearly killed. Hence, he decided to assist Isaiah. Dalton planned to restore Isaiah swiftly, exacting justice on the betrayers. Dalton knew Isaiah was very anxious, so he did not waste any time. He immediately took out 2 pills. This is the Returning Void pill, which can help you rebuild your foundation and recover quickly. This is the Primordial Energy pill, which can assist you in breaking through to a new realm. The Returning Void pill was a 9th rank pill, while the Primordial Energy pill was a 10th rank pill, both originating from the Essence pill vase. They were relatively common within it, and not particularly precious. After all, there were even 11th rank and 12th rank pills within the Essence pill vase, and in greater quantities. These pills were of immense value, akin to a vast treasure trove. Unfortunately, Dalton's current cultivation level was still too low for him to make full use of them. Without hesitation, Isaiah immediately swallowed the Returning Void pill, eager to recover as soon as possible. The effects of the Returning Void pill were fully dust-infested in Isaiah's body. Suddenly, Dalton frowned. In an open area, a crowd had gathered where slaves were being sold. This caught Dalton's attention because the slaves being sold included those who had once been imprisoned by Fingo from the Golden Bamboo Gang, including Jim. He is indeed ruthless. Dalton thought silently to himself. Selling those who did not obey him as slaves, Fingo had proven how merciless he could be. It was clearly a message to others within the Golden Bamboo Gang who might have rebellious thoughts. Seeing Jim and others being sold as slaves made Dustini onlookers sigh in pity, never imagining that these former high-ranking members of the Golden Bamboo Gang would end up like this. Although there were Dustini spectators, almost no one planned to buy them. One reason was the high price. Even though their lowest cultivation level was Cave Void Realm, they didn't come cheap. On the other hand, everyone knew that Isaiah had wide-ranging connections. Buying these people might lead to trouble. After some consideration, Dalton flashed into a secluded area and summoned his Hudustinoid puppet, giving it orders via divine intent. Soon, the puppet bought back the 13 people, including Jim, spending a total of 8 million source stones, an amount most earthly Cataclysm realm experts couldn't afford. Dalton didn't mind. Source stones were external possessions. Saving lives was most important, and he considered this finishing the good deed thoroughly. Following Dalton's instructions, the puppet carefully avoided all tracking, placing Jim and the others into the 9 radiant alchemy sky cauldron before returning to Dalton's side. Not knowing if Fingo had any other plots, Dalton took precautions to avoid falling victim to something unforeseen. After setting up a rune formation, Dalton released Jim and the others from the cauldron. Brother Shao. Seeing Dalton, Jim couldn't help but feel greatly surprised. He had been worried about what fate awaited him, landing in the hands of unknown people, but now felt inexplicably reassured. Dalton smiled, saying, "Brother Isaiah, long time no see." As he spoke, he immediately removed the enslaving restriction within Jim, freeing him. "Your inner heaven has been damaged?" Dalton's eyebrows furrowed. Jim sighed. "It was done by Fingo. He didn't want me to reach a higher realm and pose a threat to him." Jim had extraordinary talent, reaching the peak of the Cave Void realm after just over 500 years of cultivation, and had opened 2 inner heavens. Advancing to the earthly Cataclysm realm was merely a matter of time. But now, with his inner heavens damaged, it was nearly impossible for him to advance further. "Don't worry, it's just a damaged inner heaven, which can be repaired without much trouble," Dalton consoled him. A glint of light appeared in Jim's eyes. "Really? It can be repaired?" And gave them healing pills. Then, he placed them all inside the 9 radiant alchemy sky cauldron, as it wasn't suitable for them to show themselves publicly yet. They should stay low profile for now. "Fingo, you have great audacity to sell Isaiah as a slave. You are unforgivable." Just as Dalton returned to the bustling streets of the Martial Market, he heard an enraged roar. There stood a robust middle-aged Dustin with hair and beard bristling like a lion, floating in midair, glaring ferociously with an incredibly terrifying aura. It's Realizer Antonio, a close friend of Chief Bamboo. Wasn't he said to have perished in the Ripple Pool? Even the 2,000-year birthday celebration of Chief Bamboo he didn't attend, and now he actually appears. It really is Realizer Antonio. From his aura, not only did he survive the Ripple Pool, but his cultivation and strength have greatly improved. There's no mistake. This old fellow's cultivation is only one step away from the Celestial Might realm. Isidro's, his body already emits faint gusts of heavenly might. Who would have thought entering the Ripple Pool would turn into a blessing in disguise for him? Seeing the middle-aged Dustin in midair, Dustini people revealed expressions of surprise. His appearance was completely unexpected. At this moment, Realizer Antonio attacked, forming a huge flaming palm print and hurling it toward the grand residence originally belonging to Isaiah. With a temper as fiery as his name, he refused to waste words with Fingo and aimed to crush him. No one could blame him. Upon coming out, he learned of his friend's supposed death and his friend's son being sold as a slave. Of course, he would be enraged. Just as the flame palm print was about to strike the residence, a water light shot out from it. Boom! The flame palm imprint burst apart, the scattered flames extinguished by the water light. Immediately, water columns rose from the vast waters surrounding Meteorite Island, transforming into dragon-like forms converging towards Realizer Antonio from all directions. Realizer Antonio was instantly overwhelmed by these water dragons, even his aura suppressed. Boom! Antonio struggled free, covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it, it's a Celestial Might realm powerhouse. Antonio cursed inwardly, retreating without hesitation. The opponent was too strong. If he stayed longer, he wouldn't be able to escape. Now he understood why Fingo dared to act so recklessly, having the support of a Celestial Might Realm powerhouse. Celestial Might Realm experts were absolutely top-tier beings in the Grey Wolf domain. Even in large factions, there weren't Dustini at this level. Who is the Celestial Might Realm expert within the Golden Bamboo Gang? No wonder Fingo dared to seize power. He has the support of a Celestial Might Realm expert. Since there's a Celestial Might Realm expert backing him, why didn't Fingo seize power earlier? Be careful with your words. It's best to avoid discussing these topics to avoid inviting disaster. The crowd buzzed with speculation, the situation taking an unexpected and dangerous turn. The Heavenly Might Realm powerhouse's move to repel Antonio instantly caused a huge uproar and made people even more wary of Fingo. Dalton's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered silently. It proved that his decision for Isaiah to break through first before making an appearance was indeed very wise. Otherwise, Isaiah might have fallen into Fingo's trap, and it would be uncertain whether he could extricate himself. Antonio's rash attack now seemed like a wise move. Had he truly stormed the residence, he might not have been able to escape. The sudden twist in events sparked a buzz of speculation among the crowd, the situation turning unexpectedly perilous. Chapter 598, Mystical Starry Sky. Collecting his thoughts, Dalton continued to stroll down the bustling streets. Recently, Dustini people had gathered in Wusher City, bringing with them numerous street stalls, forming a unique scene. Dalton walked past stall after stall, activating his Dongjin Divine Eye color. Without exception, they all emitted spiritual energy fluctuations, proving they were more than just ordinary rocks. Blassel brother, feel free to pick and choose. The price is negotiable. The stall owner greeted warmly upon seeing Dalton stop. Dalton squatted down, casually picking up the gems on the stall for inspection, without showing any particular affection towards any piece. Boss, where did you find these stones? Their quality seems quite average, Dalton casually asked. The stall owner was a slender Dustin with two thin mustaches, unremarkable in appearance, but his cultivation was strong. Reaching 6th level Dongshu realm, though he had only opened one cavernous heaven. This wasn't unusual. In the cultivation world, most Dongshu realm warriors had only one cavernous heaven. Those who Dustinaged to open 2 or more were rare. Opening just one cavernous heaven didn't necessarily mean weakness. Some specialized techniques cultivated only one yet yielded immense strength, capable of reaching exceedingly high realms. Squatting down beside Dalton, the stall owner explained, Blassel brother, you're mistaken. These gems aren't scavenged. I paid to enter the Black Fog ancient mine to excavate them. They possess all attributes, and the quality is guaranteed. Hearing this, Dalton felt intrigued. He knew about the Black Fog ancient mine, a notoriously ancient mine pit jointly controlled by the Yanlong sect and the Aidan-Anshui sect. It had great renown due to the numerous rarities unearthed there. However, Dustini years ago, a terrifying incident caused Dustini deaths, leading the sects to seal it. Later, they reopened it for anyone willing to pay a certain amount of origin stones to dig inside, keeping whatever they found. Despite knowing its dangers, people still flocked there due to the allure of treasures buried within, including rare items up to 11th and 12th tier. Wealth tempts the brave, as they say. Dalton shook his head. It seems your luck hasn't been good, boss. You've only dug up common gems. Who can predict luck? Perhaps next time. I'll get lucky, the stall owner chuckled. After thinking for a moment, Dalton said, I need a batch of gems to study formations. Give me a fair price, and I'll buy all of them. After such sincerity from little brother, how about this? 100,000 origin stones flat rate. Is this price reasonable? The stall owner thought for a bit before replying. Fine, 100,000 it is, Dalton nodded. You're straightforward. I have a few extra pieces, take them as a bonus, the stall owner added, pulling out more gems. Without further ado, Dalton handed over 100,000 origin stones and swept up all the gems on the stall. Having successfully completed the transaction, he sighed in relief. Another successful bargain. Just as Dalton turned to leave, the stall owner called him back. Blassel brother, my friends will be returning from the Black Fog ancient mine soon. If you need more gems, consider buying from them. I can guarantee fair prices. Sure, why not? Dalton agreed. They exchanged communication pearls and left marks for easy contact. The gems from the Black Fog ancient mine were special, containing mysterious forces, valuable even if they didn't conceal great secrets. They were excellent materials for refining spirit arrays. Spending some time, Dalton finished browsing through all the stalls, spending considerable origin stones, but reaping significant rewards. Gradually, the sky darkened, and people gathered at the edges of Meteorite Island, waiting for nightfall to witness the mystical starry sky phenomenon. Dalton stood alone on a rock at the edge of the island, unusually calm. He wasn't particularly interested in the Sky Festival, merely here for the experience. No matter how mystical the starry sky might be, it was essentially just a spectacle with no direct benefit for cultivation. Finally, as darkness enveloped the area, the mystical starry sky appeared as scheduled. Countless stellar lights ascended from Meteorite Island, transforming the sky into a breathtakingly beautiful expanse of stars, each twinkling as if alive. Hour from an unknown sky, surely concealing grand secrets. Those experts who initially inspected Meteorite Island and claimed there was nothing special might not have been powerful enough to uncover its secrets. Meteorite Island has existed for over 100,000 years, absorbing an unimaginable amount of stellar power. What exactly lies within it? Dalton murmured to himself, filled with curiosity. He really wanted to delve into the core of Meteorite Island and uncover all its mysteries. But he suppressed his inner urge, wary of acting rashly. Who knew what dangers lay within? Most likely, it would be something beyond his capability to handle. Better to play it safe. Absorbing some stellar power should be harmless, Dalton thought to himself. At the same time, he began to channel his cultivation technique, aligning his void pulse with heaven and earth, drawing in vast amounts of stellar power into his body continuously. Not only did Dalton absorb the stellar power, but also the crimson flame nate inside him and several treasures infused with meteoric black gold were absorbing stellar power as well. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. To Dalton's surprise, the 9 Radiance Heavenly Refining Cauldron, which had not been infused with meteoric black gold, was also drawing in stellar power, and with exceptionally high efficiency, far surpassed by the Fallen Star Island. It's quite remarkable, Dalton mused to himself. The star map completed its recognition as soon as it entered his body, so he didn't need to spend effort refining it. However, Dalton noticed that after the star map appeared, the Fallen Star Island continued to absorb celestial forces vigorously, indicating that something incredibly formidable was still hidden within. Why the star map recognized him as its master was unclear at the moment, and he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. But currently, the star map was beneficial to him, as it could draw in pure celestial energy to nourish both his physical body and spirit. Moreover, the star map could extract intricate Tao patterns for him to absorb and comprehend, enhancing his martial true soul and innate law. After cultivating overnight near the island's edge, Dalton felt refreshed and revitalized, noticing significant improvements in various aspects of his abilities. His cultivation reached the second level of the Hollowed Void Realm. When daylight came, the miraculous starry sky vanished, and the Fallen Star Island returned to normal. The star map is still drawing celestial forces, although less efficiently, but it continually aids my cultivation. Dalton felt pleasantly surprised. With such a special and unique treasure aiding his cultivation, how could he not rapidly advance? Phew. Exhaling a deep breath, Thankfully, Dalton saved Antonio in time, using a special artifact to shield him from detection, narrowly escaping disaster. Back at the inn, Dalton immediately released Antonio and carefully examined his injuries. Antonio's injuries were extremely severe, with most of his vitality extinguished and his spirit dissipating. If untreated, he wouldn't last long. Since Dalton had already saved Isaiah, he naturally wouldn't neglect his close friend. Without hesitation, he began treating Antonio, sparing no expense in using valuable resources. After much effort, Antonio's condition finally stabilized, giving Dalton a sigh of relief. Placing Antonio aside, Dalton took out the pile of gems he bought from a street stall the day before. Soon, he selected 2 stones. I didn't expect to find something special among the gems he gave me. Spending 10,000 origin stones to acquire 2 treasures was a stroke of incredible luck. He used his finger sword to carefully cut one of the gems. As the outer layer of stone fell off, the hidden treasure inside revealed itself. It was a blood-red crystal, only as large as a fingertip, emitting an eerie radiance. A blood crystal formed from the essence blood of immortal martial experts, a rare and valuable item. A flash of excitement appeared in Dalton's eyes. Once refined, it would significantly boost his own blood chi, enhancing both his body and spirit. Though small, the crystal contained an immense amount of essence and had an exceptionally strong nature, making it difficult to refine. Dalton did not rush to refine it and proceeded to cut the second gem. This is Spirit Jade of the Sword, Dalton exclaimed in surprise. Spirit Jade of the Sword was a rare treasure capable of bestowing powerful weapon spirits to ordinary swords, greatly increasing their potential. Without hesitation, Dalton took out his Ingerard dual swords. These 2 swords originated from the Sea Beast Grotto, naturally cultivated by the elements, containing the secrets of yin-yang creation and destruction, and possessed high spiritual qualities. Isidrat, they were still short of true weapon spirits. The difference between having and not having a weapon spirit was immense. Weapon spirits could enhance the weapon's power and make it easier for the user to wield. Upon contact with the Ingerard dual swords, the Spirit Jade of the Sword fused into them on its own. Instantly, Dalton felt the swords become different, their spiritual nature stronger, and his connection with them tighter. Inside the swords, he could vaguely see 2 tiny glows, the budding weapon spirits, which would soon take shape completely. Excellent. Now all 3 swords I use possess weapon spirits. Dalton nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile on his face. Force. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Shortly, its malevolent force was entirely consumed, and its pure soul was separated. It turns out this is a remnant of the Yuan spirit that mutated within the blood crystal and became an evil soul. After soul searching, Dalton uncovered the truth. From the evil soul, he learned about some conditions in the Black Fog ancient mine, as well as fragments of memories from its time as an immortal martial expert, including a fragmentary yet profound immortal scripture that seemed to have significant origins. The Black Fog ancient mine actually has the essence blood of top-tier immortal martial experts left behind, and it can even cause their residual Yuan spirit forces to mutate. It seems the Black Fog ancient mine is far from simple, Dalton mused. The information he currently had greatly piqued his interest in the Black Fog ancient mine. If there was an opportunity, he could go in for a look. Dalton did not keep the evil soul but directly threw it into the soul-refining gourd for the ghosts inside to devour. It was quite a rare delicacy for them. Note: I have maintained the structure and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The names are transliterated accurately using pinyin. Chapter 600, Generational Rank Reduced. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Isaiah's body, causing the array Dalton had. He clearly heard that Isaiah was assassinated and perished both physically and spiritually, yet how could he see him again? He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, only to confirm that Isaiah truly stood alive before him. Seeming to hear Dominic's voice, Isaiah suddenly opened his eyes, his expression equally astonished, as he also believed Dominic had perished in the Baibo Pond. 2 individuals thought dead by the outside world met here. It felt like they were dreaming. Old Flame, why are you here? Isaiah asked curiously. Dominic stared wide-eyed, countering. And why are you here? Weren't you supposed to have perished completely? I indeed almost died. It was Dalton who saved me, Isaiah explained. Dominic replied glumly, you didn't die, but I almost did. What happened? Isaiah immediately followed up. Dominic did not conceal anything, recounting all that had transpired. Without any doubt, little guy, it should be you who saved me too, right? Dominic directed his gaze towards Dalton. Dalton smiled. Youngster accidentally discovered Senior severely injured floating on the water surface. Knowing that Senior is a close friend of Master Zhu, I took action to save Senior. You're really something. Despite my severe injuries, you actually managed to heal me. I owe you my life. Whenever you need help, just ask, and I will never refuse. He didn't care about losing the Golden Bamboo sect to Fingo, but he cherished his son and the old brothers who had followed him for destiny years. Now seeing them safe, his tense heart could finally relax. Then he looked at Dalton, expressing gratitude. Blassel friend Dalton, thank you so much. I owe you too much. First, Dalton saved him, then Jim and others, and Dominic. The debt of gratitude was indeed mountainous. Without Dalton, they might not have fared well. Blassel friend Dalton, if you do not mind, I wish to become sworn brothers with you, Isaiah continued. Everyone present, including Dalton, was stunned. Dalton was taken aback, never expecting such a request from Isaiah. Do you refuse? I've overstepped. Please don't take offense, Isaiah added, disappointed by Dalton's lack of response. Dalton snapped out of it and hastily responded, I have no objection, as long as Senior doesn't mind my low cultivation. Young friend is extraordinarily talented, reaching the Void Passage realm at such a young age. Your future achievements are limitless. In fact, it is I who feels unworthy. Isaiah shook his head. Dominic, now recovered, immediately interjected. If you are going to be sworn brothers, include me as well? As long as Dalton doesn't mind, Isaiah smiled. That's fine. I'll call you both elder brothers was appropriate and shouldn't be stingy. He gave a spirit pill he had recently refined, greatly beneficial for Void Passage realm cultivation, possibly advancing Jem's progress. Thank you, third uncle. Jem accepted it readily. It seemed that having 2 additional uncles wasn't such a bad thing after all. Second brother, what happened at by Bow Pond? Isaiah earnestly inquired. Previously learning that Dominic had fallen in by Bow Pond, he was sad for a long time, assuming the news was accurate. A trace of fear involuntarily flashed in Dominic's eyes as he recounted. By Bow Pond is indeed terrifying. Initially, I ventured there chasing a treasure, intending to grab it and leave. Blassel did I know. I encountered great peril inside, nearly losing my life. Fortunately, my luck wasn't too bad. After being trapped for 100 years, I finally managed to break free and gain some benefits, comprehending part of the mysteries of the Tian Gang realm. I believe that with proper seclusion for a while, I should be able to break through. He had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, and the risk hadn't been in vain. But such an encounter was not something he truly desired. The risk was too high, completely uncontrollable. Bibbo Pond is an incredibly mysterious and dangerous place. It's best not to venture there lightly, Isaiah said seriously. Dominic nodded. Of course, I know that. It's a graveyard. Even a Heavenly Gang or Unity Realm expert can't guarantee survival after venturing deep inside. I remember 1,000 years ago, the Unity Realm Elder of Kongming City was nearing the end of his lifespan. He decided to enter Bibbo Pond to seek a chance at prolonging his life. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered, he encountered an enormous disaster. Many people saw him explode and die on the spot. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The horror of Bibbo Pond far exceeded his expectations. It was truly a place of no return. But Bibbo Pond also holds great blessings. There have been instances where someone obtained a rank 12 spirit herb within it, or even when radiant immortal light emerged, hinting at the existence of immortal treasures. So people always try their luck venturing in, Dominic continued. If there were a chance to obtain an immortal treasure, Destiny would rush in regardless of the danger, as it could change one's destiny. Chapter 601, Fixed Price. Second brother, who injured you? Isaiah asked seriously. Antonio Junrin's face darkened as he said resentfully, it was a sneaky old bastard who relied on his third-tier heavens, might cultivation to suppress and beat me. But if not for falling into his trap, I wouldn't have been gravely injured. Strange. If this mighty heavens might realm expert intended to attack you, why hide his identity? Isaiah was puzzled. Dalton remarked, this shows that his identity cannot be revealed. It is likely he has an unusual background. He may be supporting Fingo to take control of the Golden Bamboo Gang. You mean this person covets the assets of the Golden Bamboo Gang? Isaiah quickly caught on. Dalton nodded and said, there's no gain without a motive. The assets of the Golden Bamboo Gang have grown immensely in recent years, generating astonishing profits. It must have long attracted attention. But with your extensive connections and alliances with various powers, no one could seize the Golden Bamboo Gang while you are alive. So, the assassination attempt on you should also be planned by them. Even though it seems they made a huge sacrifice, getting your storage treasures and taking over the Golden Bamboo Gang makes it worthwhile. After hearing Dalton's analysis, Isaiah looked extremely displeased, realizing Destiny things clearly. Indeed, there were a large number of origin stones stored in his treasure bag. These were accumulated over years and intended to buy 10th rank spirit artifacts. Just as he was about to gather enough origin stones, he was tricked. Someone placed a bounty of 10 million origin stones on him at Zelito Kill. Though it seemed like a lot, the origin stones in his storage bag were even more. Fingo knew this fact well. But Antonio Junrin's was bigger than a fist, rare indeed. Antonio Junrin smiled. The Bi-Wave Pond is a special place, so larger primordial void stones are not. Second brother, do you have more primordial void stones? Let me exchange something else for them, Dalton asked. Antonio Junrin tossed him a storage ring. Inside are more than 10 smaller primordial void stones and other items useful for your cultivation level. Don't talk about exchanging. Between brothers, do I seem so petty? Dalton laughed heartily. Then I won't hold back. We're brothers. What formality? All right, I need to break through soon. Antonio Junrin was eager. Not just him. Isaiah also intended to further cultivate, hoping to advance rapidly. He was determined to reclaim the Golden Bamboo Gang personally. Similarly, Dalton secluded himself for a period, refining the remaining immortal blood crystals. His cultivation rose to the third-level void passage realm. Immortal blood crystals mainly nourish the body and primordial soul, providing a solid base, with cultivation advancement being secondary. Receiving a transmission, Dalton left the inn alone. Soon, he arrived at the flea market area where he met the Dustin who sold him gems from the Black Mist ancient mine before. Taoist friend Lemuel, why did you contact me so late? Dalton sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Michael replied apologetically, sorry, I didn't expect them to return from the Black Mist ancient mine after such a long wait. I nearly thought they had an accident. Did your friends bring anything good from the mine? Dalton asked. Michael grinned. They faced some issues but still had a decent harvest. Look. He handed Dalton a storage ring. Upon receiving it, Dalton immediately inspected its contents using his primordial soul force. There were indeed numerous gems with special qualities inside. A few high-quality ones stood out. Most importantly, he found one gem particularly unusual, containing extraordinary treasures. Okay, these gems all yours for 18 million origin stones, Dalton deliberated. No problem, Taoist friend, you're straightforward. Michael responded promptly. Dalton paid the origin stones without delay, putting all gems away. Skilled in crafting spiritual formations, selling these gems could earn several times the amount easily. Proficient in various refining methods, earning origin stones became as simple as eating or drinking water. Hold on, Taoist friend Lemuel, Michael called. Elia turning around, Dalton asked, what else? My friends also found something else in the Black Mist ancient mine. Are you interested? Michael whispered closely. Dalton was intrigued. What is it? An egg. Michael pulled out an object from his wide sleeves. Indeed, it was an egg, slightly larger than an adult's fist, grayish-white with black veins, emitting an icy cold aura. This kind of aura? Dalton was moved internally. Michael explained, this egg was accidentally found in a hidden river in the Black Mist ancient mine. Unknown whose offspring, but undoubtedly extraordinary. A rare item from the ancient mine. Let's see what creature lies inside. Name your price. Dalton showed interest. Michael cautiously asked, 50 million origin stones? Friend Lemuel, don't you think that's too unrealistic? Treating me as a fool? Dalton retorted. Michael quickly said, Taoist friend, calm down. Business allows bargaining. What do you consider fair? Even though it's from the Black Mist ancient mine, you must have examined it thoroughly. The life fluctuations it emits aren't strong, nor does it show divine traits. Considering rarity, I offer 20 million origin stones. Otherwise, look elsewhere, Dalton reasoned. Michael pondered briefly, then consulted with his friends using a transmission bead since it wasn't solely his decision. Finally, he spoke, my friends agreed to 20 million origin stones. Now that's what I call a deal, Dalton smiled, paid the origin stones, and kept the egg. Honestly, based on its features alone, he wouldn't normally pay so much. Even coming from the Black Mist ancient mine, it wasn't worth it. But what caught his attention was the extremely unique aura it emitted. After inspecting it with his true insight divine eye, he also noticed some obscure and special secret patterns, which led him to decide on purchasing it. By the way, fellow Taoist Judon, the Flame Dragon Sect and Primordial Water Sect will soon organize Dustini powerful cultivators to jointly explore the Black Fog ancient mine. This is a rare opportunity. If you're interested, you could join in the expedition. Michael provided Dalton with a piece of information just before leaving. Dalton fell into deep thought. The fact that the Flame Dragon Sect and Primordial Water Sect were sending powerful cultivators to explore the Black Fog ancient mine during this period must have deeper reasons behind it. They likely discovered some secrets. Joining the expedition during this time would not only provide better safety, but also likely yield greater rewards. I should investigate the situation further, Dalton quickly decided in his heart. He was a cautious person who always tried to make adequate preparations before taking action to avoid unnecessary trouble. By the way, Taoist Judon, recently, the Flame Dragon Sect and Primordial Water Sect will organize Dustini powerful experts to jointly explore the Black Mist ancient mine. This is a detailed information about this, Dalton thought, quickly forming an idea. He was a cautious person who always tried to make adequate preparations for various matters to avoid unnecessary troubles. Chapter 602. Netherworld Blast. There's no mistake. It truly is the aura of the Netherworld. Dalton held the egg and carefully observed it, reaching a definitive conclusion in his mind. The reason he bought it was because he sensed the information of the Netherworld, and this aura originated from within the egg, meaning that this egg likely came from the underworld. Let me see what you really are. Dalton activated the underworld seal, dark light reflecting on the egg. Influenced by the underworld seal, the obscure mysterious patterns on the eggshell became distinctly visible, and the entire egg emitted a dark glow, becoming translucent and crystalline. This is a flying snake, Tungsha. Dalton's eyes were filled with surprise. He saw clearly that inside the egg, a small life form curled up. It was indeed a small Tungsha. He himself practiced the profound art of the Tungsha, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the Tungsha. Although the Tungsha wasn't as unique as the four divine beasts, their numbers weren't Dustini either. They were deities of the underworld, responsible for guarding various streams of the netherworld, maintaining order on the path to the underworld. Wherever the netherworld stream flowed, the Tungsha could swiftly reach. The underworld represented death, while the Tungsha was one of the few living beings in it, extremely unique. Has the netherworld stream ever flowed through the ancient mine of Black Mist? Dalton guessed. Only if this happened would a Tungsha egg appear there. However, he didn't know why it remained. It was certain that this Tungsha egg had been away from the netherworld for too long, which was also why it was now weak. If nothing went wrong, the vital energy contained within a Tungsha egg would be extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing that of top-tier spirit martial level practitioners. Indeed, if that were the case, Dalton wouldn't have been able to buy it for 20,000 source stones. The underworld must have encountered some issues for a Tungsha egg to be left behind in the mortal world, Dalton pondered. Given this situation, the underworld obviously wasn't peaceful, and it was hard to say what it looked like now. However, it didn't matter much to him. Although he was an underworld messenger, his strength was too weak to catch the attention of those in power in the underworld. Reining in his thoughts, Dalton looked at the Tonksha egg again and muttered, I hope that the netherworld aura and the profound art of the Tonksha can successfully hatch it. Having obtained a Tonksha egg, he naturally wanted to keep it for his own use, as it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the profound art of the Tonksha. Immediately, he performed the profound art of the Tonksha, condensing a large amount of Tonksha as if just picked off the spirit vine. A water would attribute spirit weapon suits eldest brother perfectly, Dalton said while playing with the green gourd. Bamboo e Josephinian mainly cultivated water and would attributes and combined them well, thus having far stronger vitality than ordinary martial artists. Otherwise, after being assassinated earlier, even with Dalton's rescue, he might not have survived. At the inn, Dalton awakened Bamboo e Josephinian, who was cultivating, and handed him the sliced green gourd. This is an 11th rank spirit weapon. Bamboo e Josephinian's face showed incomparable shock. In the wolf domain, this rank of spirit weapons was extremely rare, and only the 7 sects and 13 cities could possibly possess them. Dalton smiled. This spirit weapon has both water and wood attributes, perfect for you, so I'm giving it to you. No, this is too precious, I can't accept it, Bamboo e Josephinian hastily refused. Dalton pressed the green gourd into Bamboo e Josephinian's hand. We're brothers, don't worry about value. If you refuse, it means you don't recognize me as your brother. Well, alright, this elder brother of mine truly owes you too much, Bamboo e Josephinian sighed. Dalton saved his life, helped him break through, and now gifted him an 11th rank spirit weapon. Such deep affection made him unsure how to repay. Otherwise, this bounty wouldn't exist. Without hesitation, Dalton accepted the task. 1,000,000 source stones, if not claimed, were wasted, and he had indeed completed the task. Subsequently, he entered a small room beside and met the old Dustin again. I've completed the task, I've killed Akash, Dalton declared. Hearing this, the old Dustin showed a trace of astonishment, recognizing Dalton's void cave realm strength, but seeing his ability to kill the lesser demon realm Akash. You really surprised me, young Dustin. Not bad, very good, the old Dustin praised. Then, he straightforwardly gave Dalton 90,000 source stones. That was Shadowkill's rule. Whoever accepted a task through Shadowkill would pay 10% commission upon completion. Shadowkill wouldn't verify the truth of task completion specifically, for anyone who dared deceive would suffer heavy consequences. With your current strength, killing a lesser demon realm practitioner gives you 10 kill points, the old Dustin added. Dalton was naturally delighted. One task equaled 10 void cave realm tasks, a great bargain. If he could kill a Heaven's Might realm expert, completing just one task would directly earn him 100 kill points, upgrading the Shadowkill token's level. Upon careful consideration, if he asked Isaiah for help, such a task could indeed be accomplished. But after some thought, he decided against it. How could he rely on others to handle his own affairs? Moreover, the primary reason he came to Shadowkill as an assassin was for training rather than for source stones. If he truly needed source stones, refining treasures would likely be a more efficient method and would come without any risks. Walking out of the small room, Dalton continued examining the mission jade slip, selecting suitable assassination targets. There were Dustini missions involving the assassination of Void Cave Realm martial artists, but only a small portion met the rules he had set. These 7 will do. After thorough screening, Dalton made his decision. The 7 assassination targets he chose were all despicable individuals who had committed numerous atrocities and thoroughly deserved their fates. Their bounties ranged from a minimum of 50,000 source stones to a maximum of 500,000 source stones. One particular bounty was not for source stones, but for a rare type of primordial spirit material used in alchemy. I'll start with Bryce, the closest one. With his plan set, Dalton wasted no time and set off immediately. Chapter 603, Hiding Away. In a bustling small town, Dalton sat leisurely in a tea house, sipping tea. This Bryce hasn't left his sect for an entire month. Could he have changed his nature? Dalton furrowed his brows slightly. According to his investigation, Bryce was greedy and fond of pleasures. Normally, he would come out every 10 days or half a month to taste delicious food and indulge in sensual pursuits. But he had waited for a whole month without seeing Bryce's figure, which was indeed peculiar, as if deliberately avoiding him. Let's wait another half a month. If he doesn't come out, I'll let him off for now, Dalton murmured. He had accepted 7 missions and couldn't just wait around for Bryce. While waiting quietly, Dalton also cultivated, accumulating strength to prepare for opening the 3rd celestial cave. Without this plan, breaking through to the 4th stage of the void transcending realm would be quite easy. Finally, he came out. A smile appeared in Dalton's eyes. After another 7 days of waiting, he finally caught sight of his assassination target. Bryce was a pot-bellied fatty with a large head and ears, fitting his greedy and pleasure-seeking personality perfectly. There is actually a Guido realm powerhouse with him. Dalton frowned. This was an unexpected situation. Undoubtedly, this Guido realm powerhouse must be an elder from Bryce's sect. Dalton didn't rush to act but instead observed secretly, looking for the right moment. As usual, Bryce first went to his favorite restaurant for a feast, indulging in his love for food even though he no longer needed to eat. Then, Bryce headed to the largest brothel in town to revel in pleasures. What troubled Dalton was that even at the brothel, Bryce didn't separate from the Guido realm expert. They were in the same room enjoying themselves. I can't wait any longer. Dalton exhaled lightly, deciding to make his move. According to the intelligence he gathered, Bryce would return to the sect after indulging and wouldn't stay in the city long. Using spatial teleportation, Dalton appeared in the brothel, stabbing a sword finger swiftly into Bryce's back while he was mid-rush. Despite being fat, Bryce was very agile in this act. Spurt. A huge hole opened up on Bryce's back, blood gushing out. The terrifying sword intent entered his body, destroying everything within and eradicating his vitality. Bryce's eyes widened. He never expected to be killed at such a moment. With one successful strike, Dalton wasted no time and immediately used spatial teleportation to leave. Damn it! The Guido realm expert accompanying Bryce roared angrily and chased out of the brothel. Although spatial teleportation was mysterious, Dalton's mastery of it wasn't high enough to eliminate all traces, allowing the other to pursue him. After several spatial teleports, Dalton distanced himself from the town, but failed to shake off the pursuit of the Guido realm expert. Sticking so close to Bryce, you must not be good either. Since you insisted on chasing me, don't blame me. A cold blood, truly guilty of deep sins. However, this person was elusive and well hidden, always dustinaging to escape the law. The bounty on him was high, reaching 500,000 source stones, far exceeding what a typical void-transcending realm martial artist would earn. After gathering information from various sources, Dalton confirmed this person was hiding in this remote, vast forest, most likely within a hidden secret realm, which explained why no one found him. I found you. You're really deeply hidden. Fortunately, with the heaven-searching compass, finding this concealed secret realm wasn't as hard. The secret realm was covered with mysterious patterns, not easily penetrable. These patterns are of high grade. Even a Dao fusion realm expert might not create them. How did Base master this secret realm? Dalton was quite curious. Base was still at the void-transcending realm, and when he first found this place, his cultivation must have been lower. His luck was truly outstanding. Relying on his profound knowledge of inscriptions and various means, Dalton finally dustinaged to tear a small gap in the secret realm after great effort. He dashed through the crack, entering the secret realm. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, along with the aura of laws, Dalton exclaimed in surprise. Master, what is this thing? Base asked curiously. The statue responded in a chilling voice. Someone infiltrated and hid inside this treasure. Infiltrated? Impossible. Who could have such skills? Base couldn't believe it. He remembered the statue telling him that even supreme experts of the Dao fusion or tribulation crossing realms would find it difficult to forcefully enter. The statue replied, this boy's cultivation isn't high. Even I didn't know how he got in, which delayed my detection. Master, why not pull him out to find out? Base suggested. The statue didn't speak, but instead took immediate action, releasing a bizarre and evil light that enveloped the protective treasure. Feeling the protective treasure shaking violently, Dalton's heart leaped into his throat. If the protective treasure was breached, he would be in serious trouble. Though he had Dustini treasures on him, his cultivation was still relatively weak, preventing him from unleashing their true power. Confronting a top expert, all he could do was stare helplessly. Chapter 604. The circular ring demonstrates its power. Quite sturdy. The statue was slightly surprised. Even though it hadn't used much strength, a 12th rank spirit artifact should still be pried open under normal circumstances. Inside the cave-standing treasure, Dalton felt slightly relieved, as he had suspectives seeping into the cave-standing treasure, attempting to strip him of control over it. Though he tried to prevent it, his efforts were futile. The power gap between them was too significant, on entirely different levels. What a fine cave-standing treasure. Hand it over to me, a cold voice said, full of oppression. Why don't you come in then? Dalton gritted his teeth and replied. Immediately after, he voluntarily opened the cave-standing treasure, seemingly abandoning resistance. The statue, unhesitating, entered the cave-standing treasure with half its body, locking onto Dalton's aura and grabbing fiercely. Boom! A blood-stained mountain peak suddenly flew up, firmly pressing down on the statue's large extended hand. One could see that the surface of the blood-stained mountain now revealed countless mysterious runes, while the dull bloodstains became vivid again, as if freshly smeared. A sacred and vast power surged from the mountain, wrapping around the statue. In the next moment, the statue was completely pulled into the cave-standing treasure. What kind of monstrosity is this? The statue was shocked and furious. It felt suppressed, its internal power flow becoming unsmooth, showing signs of being restrained. Break! The statue roared, releasing immense strength. Instantly, the blood-stained mountain peak trembled, almost toppled over. A large amount of evil energy spilled out from the crack, like a breached floodgate, unstoppable. Ah! The statue screamed, retreating in panic. While retreating, it utilized all its strength to heal the crack, stopping the overflow of evil energy. This was its essential energy. Massive loss would lead to grave consequences. But just as it stopped the leakage, the golden circular ring attacked again, crazily smashing toward it. Its indestructible stone body couldn't withstand the ring's attacks. Each hit caused new cracks to appear. In no time, the statue's body was covered in cracks, as if a gentle touch could shatter it. The statue was dumbfounded. It could no longer prevent the leakage of evil energy, its momentum rapidly waning. Damn, why is this happening? The statue panicked, no longer wanting to stay inside the cave-standing treasure, trying to break free. If shattered by the golden circular ring, centuries of door dustancy would be for nothing. Boom. At this moment, the blood-stained mountain peak flew out, suppressing the statue from above. The statue held up its hands to support the mountain peak but struggled, losing the strength to fight back. Seeing this, Dalton was stunned. He never expected the golden circular ring to be so powerful, turning the tide instantly. He didn't know much about the ring's origins. In the celestial palace, due to darkness and evil essence entering his body, he lost consciousness and woke up with the golden ring on his wrist. Despite studying it carefully, he found little and treated it as an ordinary ancient artifact. Today, he learned one characteristic of the golden ring. Its incredible hardness. Even the formidable statue couldn't endure it. As Dalton pondered, the blood-stained mountain peak successfully subdued the statue and returned to its place. Coming to his senses, Dalton gazed at the blood-stained mountain peak. The statue was pressed hard, leaving only a goat's head visible. The statue was extremely weakened, with evil energy dissipating, unable to resist further. Who are you? How did you get these things? The goat's head asked aggressively as Dalton emerged from the 5 elements sealing heaven map. Dalton coldly hummed and replied, "You have no right to shout at me. Instead, you should tell me who you are and why you're here. I am Anders. Young Dustin, release me immediately or when I break free, I will make you wish you were dead." The goat's head threatened viciously. Dalton continued, "You are not a creature of the earth realm. Why lie door Dustin here? You, a mere void former, have no right to know such matters," the goat's head arrogantly replied. Even as a captive, it remained superior, looking down on Dalton. Dalton's face turned cold. "Then stay here." He confirmed that the seal from the blood-stained mountain peak was strong, ensuring the statue wouldn't escape. Moreover, with the golden ring as backup, the statue wouldn't cause much trouble. He could wear it down slowly, eventually making it talk. "Young Dustin, suppressing me will make you regret it," the goat's head threatened again. Dalton ignored it. Using the blood-stained mountain peak, he absorbed all the scattered evil energy and retook full control of the cave-standing treasure, finally feeling at ease. Chapter 605, Patricia. Lord, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Inside the cave, Base, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but become increasingly worried. Although he knew the sheephead statue was extraordinarily powerful, to the point of being unfathomably strong, waiting without any news was naturally making him anxious. Bang! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the treasured object within the cave and slapped a palm firmly on Base's chest. Base froze, bewildered by the situation. He had no defense whatsoever against this sudden attack. This palm strike didn't cause any significant harm to him but sealed all his spiritual committed even more atrocities. Despite his cultivation not being very high, Base had amassed an incredibly wealthy fortune, including numerous precious materials and nearly 10 million source stones. For Dalton, this was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. Afterward, Dalton searched the entire hidden realm, gaining additional resources. Numerous medicinal herbs and materials were stored away. To his surprise, this hidden realm actually produced 11th rank medicinal herbs, and there were 3 of them. Moreover, he extracted a very powerful spirit vein containing an abundance of source stones, exceeding all the veins inside his treasured object. The golden ring almost depleted the spirit veins within the treasured object. Now it can get replenished. Dalton smiled as he absorbed this spirit vein into the treasured object. Earlier, when the golden ring unleashed its might, it wasn't without cost. Several spirit veins inside the treasured object had their energies mostly drained and fell into a door-dustant state. Fortunately, their essence remained, allowing them to eventually recover, though it would take some time. Dalton also noticed that the vast hidden realm was devoid of life, not even an ordinary beast in sight. Upon closer reflection, it was clear that these creatures must have been devoured by the sheephead statue. After thoroughly scavenging the hidden realm, Dalton left without delay. Entering the Shadow Kill branch, Dalton successfully turned in the 7 tasks he accepted, earning 7 kill points and over 1 million source stones as commission. Isidrot, he felt a sense of regret. These seemingly simple tasks turned out to be incredibly dangerous, nearly causing him a huge setback. Returning unscathed was indeed fortunate. At the inn, Isaiah, Flame Intense Immortal, and others were still in cultivation. Flame Intense Immortal had successfully broken through to the Heaven Trigram realm, and Jim had reached the Earth Calamity realm. The one with the highest cultivation efficiency was Isaiah, who broke through again in a short time, reaching 2nd stage Heaven Trigram realm. Despite this, he showed no intention of ending his cultivation. With Dalton's 10-rank spirit pill, he planned to reach 4th stage Heaven Trigram realm before emerging to reclaim the Golden Bamboo Gang. "It's a message from Senior Howell." Dalton showed a hint of surprise. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 20 years since he last contacted the Denim Howell. When he left, both Howell and Annette were in seclusion and could not predict when they would emerge. Now that Howell had initiated contact, it clearly meant Howell had exited his secluded cultivation. After reviewing the message, Dalton instantly understood what Howell needed. Howell informed him that the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would organize a team to explore the Black Mist Ancient Mine and wanted to see if he was interested in participating. Even the Spirit Treasure Pavilion is involved. It seems exploring the Black Mist Ancient Mine is indeed a great opportunity, Dalton thought. He immediately responded, expressing interest and promised to meet up with them soon. Joining the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's expedition would significantly enhance safety, and such an opportunity shouldn't be missed. Moreover, according to his understanding, the Flaming Dragon Sect and Primordial Water Sect would also send their elites, something that hadn't happened in a long time. The time to enter the Black Mist Ancient Mine was approaching, so Dalton didn't waste any time and headed toward the agreed rendezvous point. Aiden Mountain Martial Market, one of the well-known martial markets in the Grey Wolf domain, was located less than 1,000 miles from the Black Mist Ancient Mine. "Dalton, you've finally arrived," Howell greeted warmly. You've reached 3rd stage Cave Emptiness realm." Noticing Dalton's current cultivation level, Howell was surprised. He remembered clearly that before his secluded cultivation, Dalton was only at the combined body realm. Reaching 3rd stage Cave Emptiness realm in just under 2 decades was an astonishingly fast progression. Annette also revealed a look of shock. Isidro's had passed, yet she remained at the Cave Emptiness realm without touching the threshold. Minimum Cave Emptiness realm cultivation level and topped by a Path Unification realm cultivator, a formidable force indeed. Such a powerful team was probably unrivaled by few factions in the Grey Wolf domain aside from the 7 sects and 13 cities. Given Dalton's cultivation, he was quite inconspicuous among the team members, and his arrival did not attract much attention. In the cultivation world, only true powerhouses constantly drew attention. Their cultivation levels are all above 4th stage Cave Emptiness realm, Dalton muttered, realizing he was at the bottom of the group. Of course, this didn't matter to him at all. Just one day later, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion team prepared to set off As the team was assembling, Dalton finally caught sight of the leader. An exceptionally tall and strikingly cold beauty dressed in a black gown. Her demeanor was icy, like an unapproachable iceberg. This is the chief dustinager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in the Grey Wolf domain, known as Patricia. Over 300 years ago, I once met her, and even to this day, she still gives me an unfathomable impression, Howell whispered telepathically. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion had immense strength and branches spread throughout the entire Primal Wasteland region. To be in charge of an entire domain's affairs meant wielding significant power, undoubtedly placing her among the highest ranks within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The Primal Wasteland region was divided in even Tianshan Realm and Hadao Realm powerhouses would choose to enter the Black Mist Mine before their demise in the hope of using its blessings to defy fate. Survival in the Black Mist Mine did not only depend on strength, but also largely on luck. When the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's contingent arrived in full force, two other teams were already waiting at the entrance to the Black Mist Mine, one from the Aidenlong sect and the other from the Aiden sect. Placed the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, these two sects were led by Hadao Realm experts, indicating that the overall strength of all three teams was roughly equivalent. It's rumored that both the Aidenlong sect and Aiden sect possess Hadao Realm powerhouses, though it has been uncertain whether this is true or not. It seems that outsiders do not fully understand their situations, Ferdy thought to himself. For these sects to send Hadao Realm powerhouses to explore the extremely dangerous Black Mist Mine suggested that they possessed more than just a single Hadao Realm powerhouse, revealing greater reserves than were generally known. Patricia, it's been a long time. Seeing Patricia arrive, the Hadao Realm experts from the Aidenlong sect and Aiden sect greeted her respectfully without the slightest sign of disrespect. Despite being peers, they acknowledged a significant gap between themselves and Patricia. Since everything is ready, let's proceed. I hope the intelligence you've provided is accurate, Patricia said coolly. Trip. Anson shook his head slightly. I'm not entirely clear either, but it seems that something extraordinary has appeared deep within the Black Mist Mine, drawing the interest of Hadao Realm powerhouses. Why bring us along then? Ferdy continued questioning. Most of them were at the Dongshu Realm. If trouble arose, they wouldn't be much help and might become a liability. Anson explained. This is actually an opportunity given by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to weaker members. You won't be taken deep into the mine, but can reach places usually unreachable. Of course, your gains will depend on your own abilities. As for us few Tianshan Realm experts, we'll accompany Patricia into the depths. This is a rare opportunity for us. Without Venerable, we couldn't venture so deep. Relieved, Ferdy listened as Patricia instructed those of the Dongshu Realm to stop and explore only designated areas. Similar arrangements were made for the Aidenlong sect and Aiden sect teams. Over 160 Dongshu Realm warriors, constituting 2/3 of the total number, received these instructions. Reaching the Dongshu Realm was no small feat, signifying their non-ordinary status. The path you take must be remembered. 1 month later, return to this spot regardless of anything, Annette reminded them. Ferdy nodded. Stay alert. Let's meet back here in a month. Good luck. With that, he flashed into a tunnel and vanished from sight. The underground tunnels were rich. He marveled, gaining renewed vigor. Spending more time, he successfully excavated the entire Aiden crystal, which was larger than a baby's head. A piece this big is enough to spark a fierce battle among Hadao and Tribulation Transcending Realms experts. Ferdy couldn't help but laugh, appreciating his good fortune early in the journey. Boom. Suddenly, intense flames enveloped Ferdy. From the darkness, a figure emerged with a cold smirk. Don't blame me. I want the Aiden crystal too. Do you? Afraid you don't have the ability, Ferdy's icy voice echoed through the fiery inferno. Surprised, the assailant, a Dongshu 7th layer expert, realized his ambush failed to kill the Dongshu 3rd layer Ferdy. Caught off guard, he watched the flames disappear, swallowed by Ferdy. That attack was indeed formidable, but insufficient to claim his life. Die. Driven by murderous intent, the attacker struck again, deciding to finish Ferdy off once and for all to avoid future complications. The situation inside the Black Mist Ancient Mine was extremely complex. No one would find it strange if anyone died in there, and no one could trace it back to him. He was very confident in his own strength. If the ambush failed, then he would fight head-on. Finth. Ferdy gave a cold snort, a terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes. Wanting to kill him and seize his treasure. Did they really think he was a pushover? Chapter 607. The Soul-Devouring Pond. Thud. Dalton's hands, like sharp claws, tore the Flame Dragon sect disciple, who dared to harm him, into two halves. He even touched and destroyed the other party's Dongtian realm with utmost ferocity. Afterward, he collected both halves of the body into the 9 Radiance Refining Heaven tripod and ruthlessly refined and killed them. He didn't care about the other party's identity or background. If they dared to have ill intentions toward him, they had to be prepared for retaliation. After quickly resolving the battle, Dalton continued advancing along the mine tunnel without delay. Being able to excavate origin crystals completely revived his spirit, eagerly anticipating more gains to come. However, the deep, silent tunnels gave off an uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past, making Dalton shudder involuntarily. The aura of Yama. Dalton's eyes narrowed. Although he was a messenger of Yama, dustiny things related to the netherworld were still beyond his control. At this stage, he could only barely calm dust in some underworlding soldiers. Soon, Dalton noticed signs of water having flowed over the ground, the marks fresh and still wet. The Isodralo spring once flowed here. There's no mistake. This is the soul-devouring pond. Dalton's eyes sparkled with light, taking in a deep breath. He hadn't expected that a soul-devouring pond would exist inside the Black Mist Ancient Mine. Such phenomena were rare even in the netherworld, constantly changing positions and eluding detection. The formation of each soul-devouring pond indicated the annihilation of billions of souls. To most spirits and ghosts, the soul-devouring pond was their nemesis, impossible to escape upon nearing it. At this moment, Dalton also felt unusual activity in his own essence spirit, as a strange force tried to forcibly separate it from his body. If this soul-devouring pond didn't originate from the netherworld, then countless beings must have died here long ago, with their souls converging under special influences. Over time, they evolved into what we see now, Dalton speculated silently. Currently, he was fully activating the seal of Yama to resist the effects of the soul-devouring pond, afraid to let his essence spirit leave his body. Regardless of the situation, the soul-devouring pond was beyond his current capacity to handle. After observing for a while, he prepared to retreat. Dalton was extremely cautious, slowly stepping backward without causing much noise, fearing to alarm the soul-devouring pond or any terrifying entity lurking within. Boom! Just as Dalton was about to retreat, the Isekai spring trapped in the pond began to struggle fiercely. His face changed abruptly, sensing intense unease. Without hesitation, he turned and pushed his speed to the limit. His mind was focused solely on one thing, getting as far away from this place as fast as possible. However, even after running a considerable distance, the shadow lingering in his heart didn't dissipate but grew more intense. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist enveloped Dalton. In the next instant, his and the Crimson Flame Nate's essence spirits were forcibly separated from their bodies, enveloped by the black mist, and flung backward. Curiosity really can kill a cat. He merely intended to investigate the Isekai spring, but ended up walking into a terrifying trap. Fortunately, his treasured artifacts were powerful enough to shield them from total destruction. Otherwise, even formidable creatures like the Tallulah wouldn't have been spared. In the blink of an eye, Dalton and the Crimson Flame Nate's essence spirits were sucked back into the soul-devouring pond, submerged in its waters. Thankfully, the seal of Yama and Dalton's essence spirit temporarily resisted the pond's power, protecting both of them. A vortex appeared in the pond, releasing terrifying power attempting to shred and devour their essence spirits. Buzz! The Tower of Divine Woes emerged from Dalton's essence spirit, emitting strange divine light, shielding their spirits. Despite the vortex's violent tearing, it couldn't pierce through the protective glow emitted by the tower. Dalton and the Crimson Flame Nate seemed to exist in another dimension, entirely unaffected. Dalton gazed at the Tower of Divine Woes in astonishment. When the situation erupted, he didn't have time to react, yet the tower acted on its own. Seeing the tower's ability to withstand the soul-devouring pond brought him a sigh of relief. Two more treasures, the soul-refining gourd and the Netherworld's soul-guiding lantern, also emerged from his essence spirit, acting autonomously. The Netherworld's soul-guiding lantern glowed with eerie light, illuminating the soul-devouring pond and reflecting fragments of countless souls, making Dalton feel unnerved. Something's emerging. Dalton's expression changed as he intently watched the soul-devouring pond. From the darkness, a demonic bloodlight broke through the water, directly charging towards the Netherworld's soul-guiding lantern. A soul-devouring blood demon. It's actually such a creature, Dalton exclaimed in shock upon recognizing it. The soul-devouring blood demon was an extremely rare and terrifying netherworld being feared by most spirits and ghosts. Once it came into existence, even the netherworld authorities would find it challenging how powerful the soul-devouring blood demon was. It wouldn't be able to escape. It had essentially walked into a trap on its own. Immediately after, the soul-refining gourd moved. Its mouth pointed towards the soul-devouring pond, releasing a tremendous suction force and began to absorb the pond water. Without the soul-devouring blood demon around, the soul-devouring pond became extremely quiet, offering no resistance whatsoever. Dalton watched in astonishment. The perfect coordination between the Netherworld's soul-guiding lantern and the soul-refining gourd left him marveling in admiration. Chapter 608. No Return Path. Not too long after, the soul-refining gourd completed its work in one breath, completely draining the pond without leaving a single drop behind. The soul-devouring pond had formed with great difficulty. Every drop of water was formed from a vast number of souls which underwent a lengthy evolution process after their dissolution. This made each drop precious and irreplaceable. With the threat of the soul-devouring pond gone, the Divine Sorrow Pagoda also retracted its divine light and once again merged into Dalton's spirit. Phew, saved. Dalton couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as his tense nerves loosened up. His gaze shifted to the bottom of the pond where everything seemed void, yet he still discovered something. Reaching out, he extracted an object that appeared slender and emitted an eerie glow, a needle. Dalton did not rashly reach out to touch it, instinctively sensing immense danger destinating from this needle. Next, he pulled out a peculiar, pitch-black stone from the pond bottom, carrying an extremely potent soul-devouring power, undoubtedly a crystallization of the soul-devouring pond water. This should be perfect for strengthening the Dark Blood Sword. Dalton's eyes gleamed. Once the Dark Blood Sword possessed soul-devouring attributes, its lethality would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Unlike other treasures, the Dark Blood Sword was handcrafted by him. It was the crystallization of his hard work. Naturally, he wished for it to grow stronger, possibly transforming into an incomparably powerful divine weapon someday. Just then, the Nine Abyss soul-guiding lantern relit. The soul-devouring blood demon immediately broke free from its confines. However, before it could unleash its fury, the soul-refining gourd swiftly captured it, aligning its mouth precisely with the lantern, giving the demon no time to react. Having captured the soul-devouring blood demon, the soul-refining gourd remained unquiet. Loud sounds echoed inside it, clearly indicating the demon's struggles. But in just the blink of an eye, the soul-refining gourd quieted down and flew back to Dalton. Feeling puzzled, Dalton hurriedly examined the gourd. He was confused why the soul-refining gourd hadn't directly captured the soul-devouring blood demon earlier. After examination, he understood. The gourd had used the soul-devouring pond water to trap the blood demon, putting it into a door-dustant state. If the pond water were disturbed, the blood demon would awaken, leading to dire consequences. The soul-refining gourd was ultimately damaged, with even its spirit choosing rebirth, making its power far inferior to before. Though it retained various extraordinary abilities, their effects were much diminished. In short, the soul-refining gourd couldn't handle the soul-devouring blood demon and could only temporarily suppress it. Well, when I have sufficient strength in the future, I'll attempt to control the soul-devouring blood demon and use it for my benefit, Dalton muttered to himself. Regardless, the current crisis was at least resolved. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Dalton and Chi and Nate's spirits left the open underground space and returned to their bodies. Fortunately, their physical bodies were intact, otherwise, things would have been much more complicated. With some effort, Dalton dusted to extract netherworld water captured from the soul-devouring pond. This stream of netherworld water, although partially consumed by the pond, was still significantly larger than the previous one he captured. With the Ascendant Serpent skill, he smoothly subdued the netherworld water, merging it with the other in the netherworld paradise. The growth of the netherworld water would surely benefit the hatching of the Ascendant Serpent egg. There's something inside. Dalton noticed something unusual. Quickly, he retrieved the object contained within the netherworld water. A serpent scale as large as a basin, golden yellow in color, adorned with dustiny mystical patterns. It's a mature Ascendant Serpent scale, with bloodstains on it. Dalton was startled. It was clear that an Ascendant Serpent had been injured, losing this scale, which came into the world through the netherworld water. The underworld seems to indeed be experiencing significant events. Even the serpents responsible for patrolling and guarding have been wounded, Dalton pondered. He speculated that the Ascendant Serpent egg likely escaped the underworld due to its parents facing trouble and surfaced unexpectedly. Unfortunately, his strength was limited, so he could not intervene in underworld affairs. Perhaps after hatching the egg, he might uncover some hidden truths. Gathering his thoughts, Dalton began examining the needle born from the soul-devouring pond. What a terrifying needle. If one has enough spiritual power, using this needle can easily destroy the spiritual core of a mighty immortal martial expert, Dalton said in shock. But the results were disappointing. He searched over 1,000 tunnels and found no markers, only realizing the tunnels were continuously changing, suggesting they might be alive. Or perhaps the Black Fog ancient mine was a living entity that lay door-distant most times, but became complex internally upon awakening. Dalton remained calm, seeking ways to solve the dilemma. Now isn't the time to panic, Dalton reflected. Finding the original path seems unlikely. I must find another way out, he mused. Though not new to adversity, he approached this with experience and a steady mindset, abandoning thoughts of treasure hunts. Looking at the myriad tunnels, he chose one based on intuition. Trust in his gut feelings often served him well, especially in such dark situations. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him like lightning. Luckily, Dalton reacted instantly, moving sideways to dodge the attack. Just as he stabilized, the shadow lunged at him again. Prepared, he struck out with a tiger claw. Bang! A powerful collision pushed Dalton back several steps. The shadow also retreated but quickly advanced again. Humph! Dalton unleashed his void domain, suppressing the shadow's speed and power. Then he activated his thunder seal, unleashing brilliant lightning ahead of it. Boom! The black shadow was blasted, still shaken from the experience. An 8th rank bat swarm wasn't much trouble, although it was annoying and dustinageable within their capabilities. But the emergence of a 9th rank bat king significantly increased the threat. Fortunately, Dalton had almost mastered the soul-devouring needles, allowing him to deliver a critical strike to the 9th rank bat king's soul at the crucial moment, thus defusing the crisis. Dalton said somberly, I didn't expect the ancient black mist mine to be so strange. Although we can store things inside the treasures found here, we cannot retrieve them. If he could summon the 9th rank sky-splitting golden bees, they wouldn't have been in such a predicament. This made Dalton realize even more clearly that he could only rely on himself, and that his strength was the foundation of everything. The ancient black mist mine is too dangerous. I must break through to the 4th level of the cave void realm as soon as possible, Dalton resolved. If he could open another cave heaven, his strength would certainly increase qualitatively, helping him better handle various crises. The Scarlet Flame Nate nodded and said, I also need to break through. Being on the defensive is really frustrating. Both of them had solid foundations and originally planned to wait for the right moment to break through. However, current circumstances couldn't afford any delay. After treating their wounds, Dalton took out the additional Essence Void Stones given by Immortal Antonio and began refining them along with the Scarlet Flame. Together, he and the Scarlet Flame Nate stood up and vigilantly observed their surroundings. With little information available, they could only react as events unfolded. Swish! The black mist grew denser, resembling ink, and then violently surged like water waves through the mine tunnels. Dalton's pupils constricted as he quickly used the Voidless Domain to envelop both himself and the Scarlet Flame Nate while simultaneously deploying the 5 elements sealing Heaven Map and the 2 symbols Down Map for defense. Boom! The black mist was extremely powerful, forcefully striking the 2 supreme treasures, dulling their light significantly. Dalton's expression turned grim as he poured all his power into the treasures without reservation. He didn't know what the black mist could do, but it was best to avoid direct contact if possible. Despite the treasures barely holding back the black mist, Dalton and the Scarlet Flame Nate were still pushed back, unable to stabilize themselves. They felt like driftwood, flowing aimlessly with no control over where they would end up. As time passed, the 5 elements sealing Heaven Map and the 2 symbols Down Map's glow faded despite continuous infusion of spirit energy. Finally, the black mist broke through the defenses and left Dalton and the Scarlet Flame Nate unprotected. With a thought, Dalton pulled the Scarlet Flame Nate back into his body to prevent being separated by the black mist. At least staying together allowed them to support each other. In the next instant, the black mist enveloped Dalton and carried him swiftly through the mine tunnel. Its corrosive power easily penetrated the Voidless Domain. Instantly, black mist seeped into Dalton's body, trying to erode his bones and destroy his soul. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Dalton couldn't help but cry out. The Tower of God's Woe emitted light, instantly extracting the souls of Dalton and the Scarlet Flame Nate, sparing their souls from the black mist corruption. But their physical bodies continued to be ravaged by the black mist. However, as long as their souls remained intact, they could survive, which was paramount. Suddenly, Dalton's body glowed with an eerie light, actively absorbing the surrounding black mist. The Dor-Dustant evil essence inside him was stirred, exhibiting a stronger devouring ability. Eventually, the black mist abruptly vanished, just as it had suddenly appeared. Dalton found himself far away from his original location due to the surge of black mist. Immediately, the Tower of Gods will release their souls back into their bodies. Not good. The moment his soul returned, Dalton's face changed. The absorption of the black mist strengthened the Dor-Dustant dark and evil essence within him, threatening to disrupt the internal balance. If unchecked, only someone like him had the ability to turn such adversity into gain. Anyone else might have already perished completely. Chapter 610. The Primordial Chaos Stone. After collecting all the treasures, Dalton began to survey his surroundings. Although the environment hadn't changed much, it was still like a labyrinthine mine. He could be sure that he had delved deeper into the ancient fog mine. He was certain because it felt even colder and was filled with a denser, more potent aura of malevolence. He originally wanted to find a way out but ended up deeper inside, which was not good news at all. Master, haven't we been inside for almost a month now? Since the three major forces set the 1-month deadline, will something bad happen if we exceed this time? Owen asked curiously. Dalton sighed lightly and replied, have we ever encountered any good things? Don't worry, I don't believe we'll be stuck here forever. I hope the others aren't as unlucky as us and can exit according to plan. He didn't mind about the others, but Anson and Annette were his friends. He couldn't help but worry about them, especially Annette, who, like him, was in the cave emptiness realm. If she met with a similar situation, it would be disastrous. Pulling himself together, Dalton and Owen adjusted their states to the best, then started exploring the new environment. A way out wouldn't appear on its own. They had to find it. What is this thing? Owen gazed at the treasure, full of confusion. Dalton stared intently, his eyes gradually burning with excitement. Primordial Chaos Stone. It's really the Primordial Chaos Stone. He was astonished. Never did he think such legendary treasure would be found in the ancient fog mine. What is the Primordial Chaos Stone? What's its use? Owen asked curiously. From Dalton's reaction alone, it realized this was undoubtedly an incredible treasure. Dalton excitedly explained, the Primordial Chaos Stone is a rare treasure, said to have been formed during the creation of heaven and earth. It can be used to establish an enormous world, comparable to our current desolate wilderness region. So, wouldn't having more Primordial Chaos Stones possibly create another primeval Isodralo world? Owen exclaimed in shock. Nodding, Dalton said, in theory, yes. Because legend has it that the Primordial Chaos Stone originated from the essence of heaven and earth, containing part of that essence. But creating a world as vast as the primeval Isodralo world isn't easy and can't be accomplished solely with the Primordial Chaos Stone. Enough talk. Let's dig out the Primordial Chaos Stone. That's most important. Seeing such a treasure right before his eyes, Dalton couldn't wait to possess it. Missing this chance would mean regretting it for life. Master, let me try too. Dalton naturally wouldn't be stingy, immediately extracting a thread of power from the Primordial Chaos Stone and passing it to Owen. After refining it, Owen's eyes sparkled brightly. Cultivating the pocket universe takes considerable time and effort for anyone. But cultivating with the power of the Primordial Chaos Stone makes everything much simpler. For ordinary people, a small amount of the stone's power is enough to fully cultivate the pocket universe. Isidros, that's exactly the magic of the Primordial Chaos Stone. We can utilize it to enhance our pocket universe to its utmost limit, making it easier to open multiple universes. Dalton smiled. Owen's eyes lit up. Does that mean there's a high chance I can cultivate 4 pocket universes? It should be feasible. Dalton nodded. Owen was thrilled. Being able to cultivate 4 pocket universes would solidify a strong foundation, significantly impacting its future. Dalton decided to stay here for some time to cultivate, using the Primordial Chaos Stone to strengthen his pocket universe, thus preparing for any potential troubles with greater strength. Since he and Owen were destined to find their way out on their own, they didn't need to rush. Strength was their best chance of survival. Dalton diligently refined the Primordial Chaos Stone, extracting its power for both himself and Owen's cultivation. With the help of the Primordial Chaos Stone, their pocket universes grew increasingly stable and slowly expanded, becoming more closely linked with the void. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the entire ancient fog mine, shaking violently. What's happening? Owen was startled. Dalton exerted his spirit control art, extending the heavenly patterns to probe the surrounding area. There are powerful individuals battling. Owen asked in astonishment. Who? They were deep within the heart of the ancient fog mine, a place where only exceptional beings could venture. It's Bernadette and the others, Dalton replied with a grave look. Owen was even more surprised. They're in trouble too? It seems so, and it's no small problem. Dalton frowned deeply. Considering that Bernadette and the others were 3 united transcendent pathmasters, accompanied by a group of Heaven's Trident Realm experts, whatever could cause them trouble must be unimaginably terrifying. Karina asked in a low voice, Master, what should we do now? The battle seems to be getting closer to us. Given their cultivation levels, if they were caught up in it, the outcome would likely not be good. Chapter 611. Second-rank Netherworld Messenger. Boom. Just as Dalton was contemplating, the battle had already reached their vicinity. The power of the Tao Convergence Realm practitioners was so formidable that even the solid rocks in the Black Mist ancient mine could not withstand it. One by one, the mine tunnels were forcefully breached. Finri hide. Dalton instantly reacted and immediately instructed Karina to find a place to conceal themselves. They were merely void cave realm cultivators. No matter how talented they might be, they should not get involved in a battle at this level. Peng Josephine and Craig, you are despicable. The voice of Bernadette resounded in anger, echoing endlessly through the dimly lit mine tunnels. In a spacious cave not far from where Dalton and Karina were hiding, thick, ink-like black mist surged violently. Bernadette and several Blasbeo Pavilion powerhouses were all trapped within it, their situations perilous. Around them, multiple dark shadows appeared intermittently, elusive and hard to pinpoint. Bernadette summoned an umbrella-shaped spirit artifact to form a protective barrier around herself and the few Blasbeo Pavilion powerhouses. She was already heavily wounded, and her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it difficult for her to maintain the protection. Next to her, the other Blasbeo Pavilion powerhouses were also injured, with conditions worse than hers. If she had been more ruthless and abandoned these few people, perhaps she could have escaped successfully. Yanlong Sect and Aiden and Shui Sect's Dao Convergence Realm powerhouses had done just that and, at critical moments, even used her as bait to attract the terrifying presence ropes. Despite their formidable strength, even rivaling Fusion Realm powerhouses, they were thoroughly suppressed by the chains and could not muster any power. Immediately after, the Netherworld soldiers dragged these ghostly entities away without pausing for a moment. Finally, I've become a second-rank Netherworld messenger? Dalton realized that the Netherworld seal had undergone a subtle change. Netherworld messengers had ranks, from 1st to 9th, with higher ranks granting greater authority. However, advancing in rank was not easy and required sufficient contribution points. From the time Dalton became a Netherworld messenger and started capturing various ghostly entities, he had only just barely reached the 2nd rank. At this rate, it would take an indefinite amount of time to reach the highest 9th rank, if ever. As far as he knew, among those chosen to become Netherworld messengers throughout history, very few had ultimately reached the 9th rank. After dealing with the ghostly entities, Dalton moved swiftly towards the nearby cave. He could see that Bernadette could not hold on much longer. Any delay and everyone would be swallowed by the black mist. In fact, the instant he rushed over, Bernadette collapsed, and the protective shield formed by her spirit umbrella disappeared. Unafraid of the black mist corrosion, Dalton forced his way in and quickly reached Anson's side. Dalton. Anson stared blankly at Dalton before losing consciousness. He felt it was likely a hallucination because how could he possibly encounter Dalton in such a deep location? Dalton immediately summoned the 9-sun refining sky cauldron and put Anson inside. Since he had acted, he naturally wouldn't save just one person. It didn't take long for him to gather the rest of the trapped individuals into the cauldron. Then he quickly broke free from the black mist tide. Though the dark and evil origin in his body could absorb the black mist, there was a limit. Once exceeded, he would face serious trouble. Once safely away from the black mist tide, Dalton stopped and released the rescued individuals. All of them were corrupted by the black mist, and quite severely. After a quick examination, Dalton understood the situation. Immediately, he channeled his power to extract the black mist from their bodies. Then he administered healing pills. Only after completing all this did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, their lives were saved. Now, he hoped they would wake up soon, especially Bernadette, who clearly held Dustini's secrets of the Black Mist ancient mine and might help lead them out. Soon enough, Dalton's wish was granted. Bernadette was the first to awaken. "You saved us?" she asked. Dalton nodded. There was no denying it, and he saw no point in lying. Bernadette wore a bewildered expression, amazed that a Void Cave Realm martial artist could rescue them from the Black Mist tide. Exists in the Black Mist ancient mine? Dalton was startled. He knew what Soul Return Tree was. It was a unique treasure that could only grow in extremely special environments, capable of bringing the dead back to life or granting all spirit martial artists a new lease on life. Even a Tribulation Transcender Realm powerhouse nearing the end of their lifespan could gain another 8,000 years with the aid of the Soul Return Tree, illustrating its immense value. If news spread, Dustini Tribulation Transcender Realm powerhouses in the wilderness region would surely rush here regardless of consequences. "Did you obtain it?" Dalton followed up. Anson shook his head. "We only glimpsed the shadow of the Soul Return Tree from afar. We didn't get the chance to act when we were unfortunately caught in the black mist and could not escape. Please continue the translation where it left off if needed." Pity. Dalton couldn't help but sigh. Missing out on a rare treasure was truly regrettable. Anson said with great helplessness, "No matter how much we regret it, there's no way around it. Even Bernadette couldn't do anything against the black mist. If you hadn't come to our rescue, we would probably have all met our ends. Why did you end up so deep here?" Dalton replied just as helplessly, "I didn't want to either. It was all accidents. Well, being alive is fortunate enough. I never want to come back to this accursed place." Anson shook his head. After breaking through to the Heaven's Trident Realm, he had been full of pride and confidence. Who knew that the Black Mist ancient mine would give him such a harsh lesson, severely damaging his self-confidence? As they discussed, the others who were rescued gradually recovered from their state. Dalton decided to leave immediately since staying longer in this perilous place held no benefit for them. He glanced at Bernadette, who nodded slightly as if agreeing with his thoughts. "All right, let's go. Everyone follow closely," Dalton announced. Under the lead of Bernadette, they began moving towards the exit of the Black Mist ancient mine. Despite its dangers, Dalton knew that sometimes fate could be kind. They had faced numerous adversities, but now had a chance to leave unharmed. The journey back was fraught with caution. The group stayed vigilant, wary of any lurking threats. The black mist still lingered ominously around them, but they were determined not to fall prey to its sinister nature again. Once they finally emerged from the mine, a wave of relief washed over everyone. The outside world seemed even more vibrant after enduring the darkness within. Dalton looked around, appreciating the safety they had finally found. "I'll take my leave first," Anson bid farewell, his tone somewhat subdued but filled with gratitude. Dalton simply nodded, understanding that each person had their own leaving, not leaving them behind. Seeing that they were about to leave the Black Mist mine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, there wasn't much left to worry about. Rumble. At this moment, a colossal sound emerged from the depths of the Black Mist mine, akin to a volcanic eruption. All members of the party felt an overwhelmingly powerful pressure at this instant, causing their bodies to shudder uncontrollably. Oh no. Bernadette's face changed drastically as she realized the situation was dire. She summoned a spirit umbrella to fend off the incoming threat while leading everyone upward as quickly as possible. She clearly understood that although the black mist mine was full of oddities, nothing else would matter once they got out. Bang! An incredibly thick, dense black mist surged out from the mine tunnel and struck the spirit umbrella forcefully. Pfft! Bernadette spat out blood immediately. A terrifying force had passed through the umbrella to hit her body. If she wasn't a great Unity Realm expert, that strike alone could have ended her life. It was at this moment that Dalton suddenly changed direction and lunged backward toward the thick black mist. Surprisingly, he dusted an age to stop the black mist with his own strength. In the next moment, the dense black mist retracted, carrying Dalton away with it. Dalton! Anson shouted loudly, disregarding everything to try and save Dalton. Everyone left, except Anson and Annette, who remained behind, feeling deeply saddened. They had made plans with Dalton to explore the black mist mine together, but in the end, Dalton didn't make it out. It's all my fault. I wronged Dalton. I shouldn't have sent him a message to join us, Anson said guiltily. If Dalton hadn't joined the Spirit Treasure Pavilion team to explore the black mist mine, none of this would have happened. Anson, you damn scoundrel. Where do you think you're running now? Just as Annette was about to console him, a cold roar sounded from the sky. Next, an incomparably beautiful Wadustin in black gauze descended, glaring fiercely at Anson. If Dalton were present, he would recognize her. She appeared before Anson after he sold the dragon snake's flesh, accusing him of killing her pet. Anson glanced at her and said indifferently, Everly, leave me be. I'm not in the mood to fool around. Want to settle old scores? Wait until you've reached Heaven Gang Realm. The Wadustin froze momentarily, then her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed Anson's cultivation had already reached the Heaven Gang Realm. With such a large disparity in cultivation levels, she realized she was no match for Anson despite her confidence in her abilities. This infuriated her even more. Why did this detestable person break through to Heaven Gang Realm before her? It seemed very unfair. Don't think I'll fear you just because you broke through to Heaven Gang Realm. You killed my pet. You owe me an explanation, she said assertively. Despite being weaker, she didn't plan on backing down. After all, she had spent years searching for Anson and wouldn't let him go easily now. Anson responded coldly. How do you want me to explain? Do you want me to give up my life? Then come and take it. The Wadustin was taken aback by this response, unsure what had provoked such a reaction. Elder Anson is very upset. One of his friends is trapped in the black mist mine. Please don't agitate him further. Annette secretly transmitted telepathically. She realized Anson and the Wadustin weren't enemies, but had some complex relationship. It was better to mediate between them. Hearing this, the Wadustin swallowed her words and sighed deeply, calming down. I'll spare you this time. Once I reach the Heaven Gang Realm, I'll find you again. With that, she swiftly departed, avoiding further provocation to prevent inadvertently pushing Anson to the brink. Anson remained silent, standing dazedly with a melancholic expression. Dalton had saved his life, but he watched helplessly as Dalton was engulfed by the black mist, unable to do anything. Annette also felt miserable, remembering how Dalton had once saved her life. If not for his self-sacrifice, she would likely not have survived either. Sigh. Annette exhaled deeply, sharing Anson's profound depression. Inside the black mist mine, Dalton was rapidly descending enveloped by the thick black mist, carried to an unknown destination. He was quite dejected. Earlier, it wasn't due to heroic intentions that he chose to sacrifice himself to save everyone. It was his inner darkness and evil origin reacting to the black mist, moving closer instinctively. It seems I must completely control the darkness and evil origin to avoid major problems, Dalton mused. However, thinking about it now was pointless and meaningless. He knew that once the darkness and evil origin consumed substantial black mist, it would lose control again, leaving him with little chance to rectify the situation. He wanted to stop it but was powerless. The black mist was aggressively entering his body, causing the power of the darkness and evil origin to swell rapidly. It didn't take long for him to feel the darkness and evil origin slipping out of control, beyond the restraint of the golden ring. This time it really is hopeless, Dalton sighed inwardly. His soul with Owen's protection from the god Sorrow Pagoda remained unscathed, but their physical bodies were in a pitiful state. Though they could reconstruct their bodies, reaching their current states would be nearly impossible. Especially Dalton's unique void deity body. Reconstructing it was almost inconceivable. At one moment, the black mist stopped in a deep, extremely dark cave, turning completely liquid. As expected, this cave was the source of the black mist. Unfortunately, Dalton now had neither the time nor the energy to investigate the mysteries of this place. His physical body was almost entirely dominated by the darkness and evil origin. He could clearly sense that an evil consciousness was growing, ready to take control of his body. The purely positive force he had cultivated was already completely suppressed, and about to be swallowed by the darkness and evil origin. The only thing not yet corrupted by the darkness and evil origin was the supreme sword bone, but it seemed that it couldn't hold out for much longer either. Chapter 613, Cleaning Up the Mess. As Dalton continued to sink deeper into the cave, more and more bizarre forces crazily invaded his body, strengthening the dark and evil essence. Gradually, even the supreme sword bone was overwhelmed by this dark and evil essence, its divine light disappearing as it rapidly darkened. Right at that moment, the supreme sword bone showed signs of movement, emitting a dazzling brilliance that broke through the darkness. In the next moment, a somewhat faint figure flew out from the supreme sword bone, forcibly dispelling the dark and evil essence surrounding it. Senior. Dalton rejoiced. He had almost forgotten that within the supreme sword bone. Without hesitation, the penny took action because she saw that the invasion of dark and evil essence was indeed terrifying. If left unchecked, Dalton might truly lose his physical body. It must be said that the penny's skills were formidable. Even this extremely stubborn dark and evil essence could not stir up any storm in front of her. It quickly retreated within moments. This power is very peculiar. I cannot expel it from your body. I can only maintain the current state for now and find a solution later, the penny said helplessly. She had tried various methods, but to no avail. She couldn't destroy it nor drive it away. At best, she could suppress it to keep it door-dustant. Dalton sighed in relief inwardly and thanked the senior. This is enough. Thank you, senior. I've spent years in meditation, finally accumulating some strength, which was almost depleted again due to your actions. Did you do this on purpose? The penny seemed rather depressed. At this rate, when would she fully recover? It felt like her resurrection was still far off. Dalton felt quite embarrassed. He didn't intend for things to go this way, and dustiny things were beyond his control. There is a very unique aura inside your body. Have you recently refined any particularly extraordinary spatial treasure? The penny suddenly asked. Dalton replied truthfully, it's the Void Chaos Stone. You actually dust an age to obtain such a rare treasure. You haven't fully refined it yet, right? Give me half. The penny directly dedusted it. No problem. If senior needs it, I can certainly give it to you, Dalton responded without hesitation. At least you're considerate. It's worth the effort I put in to help you, the penny said approvingly. All right, let me get you out first. With that, she used extraordinary means to forcefully transport Dalton's body out of the deep, black, fog-filled cave. After coming out, Dalton and Karina's primordial spirits returned to their bodies swiftly. Interesting, there's something inside. The penny's expression changed. The next moment, she reached out, and the thick black fog within the deep cave churned violently, resisting her powerful force. Humph! The penny coldly hummed, releasing stronger power. With a thud, something broke free from the thick black fog and flew out of the dark cave. It was a piece of wood, slightly shorter than an arm, blackish-brown with some golden strange patterns on its surface. It emitted an ancient aura, indicating its immense age, yet it showed no signs of decay. Return soul wood. Dalton's eyes widened in surprise, never expecting the penny to bring out this rarity. The penny shook her head while holding the piece of wood. No, this is not return soul wood but true soul wood, which is thousands or even tens of thousands of times more precious than return soul wood. It's actually true soul wood. Dalton's eyes widened in shock. He was truly astonished. He knew about true soul wood. It was one of the rarest treasures in the world, rumored to revive someone whose form and soul had been destroyed. Even the top-tier immortal martial experts greatly desired it. The penny smiled. With the Void Chaos Stone and true soul wood, it will be easier for me to live again. As she spoke, she waved her hand and cut the true soul wood in half, giving half of it to Dalton. Half a piece is enough for me. You decide what to do with the rest. Thank you, senior. Dalton immediately expressed his gratitude. Such a precious treasure was too valuable to refuse, and it had great significance for him. Flipping his hand, he took out the Void Chaos Stone. The penny didn't hesitate and immediately sliced the Void Chaos Stone. Although she initially asked for half, she only took 1/3. Then Dalton requested the remaining 2/3 of the Void Chaos Stone to be divided into 4 parts. Once divided, he immediately gave a piece to Karina. The remaining 3 pieces were reserved for himself, his Eric, and the 6-winged void-piercing golden bee. The 6-winged void-piercing golden bee's bone lineage was no weaker than Karina's, and being inherently imbued with spatial attributes, the Void Chaos Stone would greatly benefit it. Not only survived but gained significantly. Firstly, despite the dark and evil essence nearly taking over his body, it indeed strengthened his physique, further enhancing his ethereal divine body. Secondly, the segment of true soul wood given by the penny was priceless, even in the heavenly realm, allowing his primordial spirit to undergo incredible transformation. Whether it was a Whodustan warrior or a savage beast, the primordial spirit was extremely important, especially as one advanced further in cultivation. The impact of the primordial spirit grew increasingly significant. Without delay, Dalton used special means to transmit a piece of Void Chaos Stone and a small segment of true soul wood to his Eric, allowing it to make use of these treasures as soon as possible. I need to go into seclusion and cultivate for a period of time. I can't let the dark and evil essence lose control so easily again. Dalton's expression became very serious. During this single trip into the Black Mist ancient mine, the dark and evil essence had lost control twice, which was far too dangerous. He must do everything possible to prevent such situations from recurring. Chapter 614. Annette seeks help. Ronnie Sr. and Annette are still here. Slightly sensing, Dalton couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. He had been trapped in the Black Mist ancient mine for no short period. He originally thought everyone had left. After all, under those circumstances, almost everyone would have believed he was doomed, so none would wait outside the ancient mine anymore. His thoughts swirling, Dalton instantly darted towards Ronnie and Annette's location. Senior, Taoist fellow Annette, why haven't you left yet? Upon approaching, Dalton immediately asked. Ronnie and Annette turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes dazed as they looked at Dalton, their eyes filled with incredulity. Dalton, you're still alive? Ronnie's eyes widened greatly. Dalton smiled. Didn't you see? I'm alive and well. Weren't you swept away by the Black Mist? And where did you come out from? Annette asked with astonishment. Dalton replied, I was indeed swept away by the Black Mist. I thought I was done for, but somehow, I was mysteriously thrown out of the Black Mist ancient mine, luckily surviving. It seems heaven favored you. It's good that nothing happened. Let's go. I'll invite you for a drink to calm down, Ronnie said joyfully. Seeing Dalton safe and sound, the gloom in his heart dissipated, finally not having to live in guilt. Dalton said, my body has been eroded by the Black Mist. I need to find a place to seclude myself for some time, cultivating and eliminating the Black Mist's influence to avoid any hidden problems. Significant. But the treasures we obtained weren't extremely precious. Only Alana dusted an age to obtain a rank 12 spirit tool from inside. Sadly, She didn't get the chance to refine it before the black mist appeared. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended in such chaos, Ronnie answered. Dalton was somewhat surprised. Alana's luck was truly impressive, acquiring a rank 12 spirit tool, a top-tier spirit tool. Even major sects in Wolf Howl Domain might not possess one. After all, Transcendence Realm experts in Wolf Howl Domain over the years were only legends, let alone rank 12 alchemists. Apart from some special spirit tools, ordinary spirit tools generally cannot grow on their own. Unless an alchemist, even if one's cultivation rises significantly, the spirit tool's rank won't increase accordingly. Ronnie continued, actually, Alana had a chance to obtain a rank 12 spirit herb. With that, she could potentially break through to the Transcendence Realm, but those detestable old fellows destroyed it. If it were me, I would have flayed their skins off. He was deeply empathetic to Alana. A great opportunity slipped by, which was truly regrettable. In the cultivation world, the status and identity of a Transcendence Realm expert and a Harmonization Realm expert were entirely different. Once reaching the Transcendence Realm, one became a supreme figure regardless of where they were. Essence, both suppressing its eruption and utilizing it. Moreover, after refining parts of the Void Chaos Stone and True Soul Tree, his immortal realm and primordial soul significantly strengthened, resulting in a qualitative leap. Additionally, although he didn't specifically cultivate martial arts, his cultivation level increased by 2 minor stages, reaching the 6th stage of Hollow Virtue Realm. It made sense. During the refinement of the Void Chaos Stone, he naturally comprehended spatial mysteries. His martial Tao True Soul and innate law would become stronger, inevitably leading to breakthroughs. Even someone with poor talent, given the assistance of the Void Chaos Stone, would find Hollow Virtue Realm cultivation not too difficult, let alone Dalton, a genius cultivator. Dalton, your cultivation speed is terrifying. You broke through to 4th stage of Hollow Virtue Realm in the Black Mist Ancient Mine, and in just 10 years, you've reached the 6th stage of Hollow Virtue Realm. The disparity among people is too great, Ronnie exclaimed upon seeing Dalton emerge from seclusion. Normally, breaking through one small stage in the Hollow Virtue Realm takes several decades, and cannot be as fast as in the initial few realms. Someone who could break through one small stage in a few years, like Dalton, would create significant ripples if this news spread. Dalton smiled. Perhaps it's a blessing after great hardship. After escaping the black and a highly respected elder of her family, that elder's lifespan was nearing its end, and he planned to pass on his Taoist attainments to her through the method of empowerment, and have her take over as the head of the family. After receiving the empowerment from that elder, a major upheaval occurred within the Adenin family. Several elders joined forces, taking control of the family and slaughtering those who refused to submit. Annette managed to escape from the Adenin family with the protection of an elder who sacrificed his life for her. But those rebels did not intend to let her go. They were determined to eliminate her completely. Cornered, she had no choice but to send me a distress message. Upon hearing the entire story, Dalton's gaze immediately turned serious. Ronnie, brother, we must set out immediately. We can't let anything happen to Annette. Since Dalton emerged from the Black Mist Ancient Mine, Ronnie had asked him to change his form of address from senior to brother, thereby significantly closing the gap between them. All right, let's go now, Ronnie responded. It wasn't just because Annette had already sent a distress signal. Even without it, Ronnie would never stand by idly once he knew about this situation. Chapter 6:15. A Ruthless Person. In the Howling Wolf Domain, on the snowy plains of North Ridge. This is the most freezing region of the Howling Wolf Domain, perennially frozen, with an extremely terrifying coldness that even high-ranking martial artists might not be able to withstand. Inside a concealed ice cave, Annette leaned weakly against the ice wall. She was now covered in blood, severely wounded, and at her limit after fleeing. It was already difficult for her to barely resist the cold. Bear in mind, she wasn't weak. After receiving the family patriarch's top-level guidance, her cultivation had reached the Earth Fiend realm. Unfortunately, she had only just attained the Earth Fiend realm and hadn't yet mastered Dustini of its abilities or elevated her various skills to a new level. So when facing several family elders, she was utterly helpless, considering herself lucky to have Dustinaged to escape. Am I to die here? What a pity. I've let down the ancestors' expectations. Regret filled Annette's eyes. The ancestor who bestowed her guidance was the strongest of the current generation of the Adenin family, having achieved the Heaven Tribulation realm and had cultivated to the peak of it, one step away from breaking through to the Tao Union realm. Had she had more time to assimilate his knowledge, achieving the peak of the Earth Fiend realm would not be too difficult for her. Annette, I know you are nearby. Come out. You have nowhere else to run. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Annette was startled and quickly Solan at her presence, not letting a hint of it slip out. Note, the word Solan is repeated from the original Chinese text, which seems to be an error. In English, we should use concealed or hid instead of directly transliterating Solan. Here is the corrected version. Annette was startled and quickly concealed her presence, not letting a hint of it slip out. Revised and natural flow version. Annette was startled and quickly suppressed her presence, not allowing a trace of it to escape. Fortunately, the environment of North Ridge Snowfield was unique, significantly weakening all sorts of detection methods, and there were Dustini uncertainties here, so no one dared to act rashly. As long as she hid well, it wouldn't be easy for them to find her. Annette, weren't you always curious about how your parents died? Let me tell you now, I personally cut off their heads, the voice continued. With a roar, the ice cave exploded, and Annette rushed out in extreme anger. Her eyes were red, staring fixedly at a tall and slender middle-aged Dustin nearby. Her heart was completely filled with rage and murderous intent. Why? Why did you do this? Annette roared angrily. The tall Dustin sneered, blame them for their exceptional cultivation talents. If they stayed alive, the Adenin family might have remained under their control. Beast, you don't deserve to be part of the Adenin family. Annette seethed even more. To fight for power and gain. This was why he pursued Annette into the North Ridge Snowfield. Annette's eyes were filled with reluctance and resentment, hating fate's unfairness and heaven's blindness. Unfortunately, everything had come to an end. Fin. Just as the countless ice spears approached Annette, they suddenly froze, as if space had solidified. Then, raging flames rose up from the void, swallowing all the ice spears. Under the scorching flames, the ice spears melted rapidly and vanished in a blink. Who's there? The tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin exclaimed in surprise. He was unhappy. Just as he was about to eliminate this troublemaker, someone unexpectedly intervened. Whoosh! Two figures appeared out of nowhere next to Annette, who were none other than Dalton and Howl. Seeing them, Annette felt both shocked and delighted. Earlier, cornered and helpless, she tried sending a message to Howl, not really expecting much. But surprisingly, Howl actually arrived, and quite quickly too. Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you again, Howl said dominantly. Dalton didn't speak, but helped Annette sit aside and fed her a healing pill. Annette's tightly strung nerves relaxed, immediately making her feel overwhelmingly weak, nearly fainting. Meanwhile, the tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin's pupil shrank, realizing something was amiss. Disdain filled Howl's eyes. Too much talk. You're going to die anyway. Speaking, he waved his hand, unleashing surging flames that engulfed the tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin. Even though the environment was special, his fiery prowess remained immensely dominant. Ah, you dare kill me. You won't get away with it either. The tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin screamed in agony. Suddenly, Howl's pupils contracted. Quick, leave. In a flash, he wrapped Dalton and Annette in spiritual energy and retreated at top speed. Boom. The tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin exploded, releasing terrifying destructive power that surged toward Howl, Dalton, and Annette. Indeed, this Dustin was decisive. Realizing certain death, he chose to self-destruct to take them down with him. Howl couldn't fully evade the explosion and was thrown back, spitting blood profusely. Cough, cough. Truly ruthless. Howl's expression darkened. He thought he had everything under control, but ended up being ambushed. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, and he had recently purchased a grade 10 spirit instrument, Dustinaging to withstand the explosion's force. Brother Howl, how are you? Dalton asked with concern. Under Howl's protection, neither he nor Annette suffered any harm, otherwise, things would have been dire. Translation note. I've kept the names in pinyin as requested and maintained the tone and structure of the original text. This translation reflects the events and characters described while adhering to natural English grammar and style. Howl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile as he said, "It's nothing. This minor injury is no big deal. I underestimated him. Listening to his threats, I thought he was a coward, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. He indeed had been careless. If he had acted cautiously and used overwhelming force to subdue and kill him right away, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Big brother Howl, it's my fault that I got you involved." Annette felt very guilty. Howl reassured her with a smile. "What are you talking about? You call me big brother. How can I not protect you? And besides..." Rumble. The snowy plains shook, and dustiny ice mountains crumbled, releasing an overwhelmingly dangerous aura. In the next moment, gales howled, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted down, causing the temperature on the snowy plains to drop sharply all at once. Oh no, it's a snowstorm. Howl's face changed drastically, his eyes turning incredibly solemn. Clearly, this sudden dramatic change was caused by the chain reaction triggered by the tall, slender, middle-aged Dustin's self-destruction. Chapter 616. Extreme Cold. The Biling snowfield could be considered a forbidden zone in the Songlong domain, with harsh environments and numerous dangers. Even a Dao integration realm powerhouse could potentially perish within it. Hence, not Dustini people ventured here regularly, and most stayed within the outer regions. Dalton, Anson, and Annette were currently in this outer region but encountered a major problem. A terrifying snowstorm that made everyone tremble at its mention. As the snowstorm arrived, the temperature plummeted, reaching a level of coldness that could freeze everything alive. The accompanying gale was even more deadly, capable of tearing through anything, including top-tier armor. Dalton immediately realized the severity of the situation and tried to open his treasure for refuge, intending to take Anson and Annette inside. However, he was stunned to find that his artifact had been affected and wouldn't open. Anson released a powerful force, forming a protective barrier to keep the snowstorm at bay. Isidrot, after a short while, the defensive barrier was frozen solid, allowing the bone-chilling cold to seep through. So cold, Annette shivered involuntarily. Already severely injured, she was struggling against the frigid air, and her body couldn't hold on much longer. Anson focused on generating true fire to resist the cold, but the situation was far from optimistic. Indeed, the cold in Biling snowfield is no joke. "We might freeze to death here," he said helplessly. Against the power of nature, even advanced martial artists appeared incredibly insignificant, unable to withstand such natural forces. With a thunderous crack, the defensive barrier shattered under wind blade attacks, leaving Dalton, Anson, and Annette directly exposed to the storm, with no place to run. Anson clenched his teeth and revealed two cave heavens filled with blazing fires, like two large-scale volcanic eruptions. However, these flames were no match for the snowstorm and were quickly extinguished by the snow. In the next moment, the three were frozen together, becoming a giant ice sculpture covered instantly by thick layers of snow, becoming part of the Biling snowfield. How terrifying this cold is. Inside the Divine Sorrow Tower, Dalton's soul looked utterly alarmed. Beside him, Anson's and Annette's souls were also present. Unable to stop the freezing, he could only use the tower to protect their souls. Anson sighed, "Though our souls escaped, there's little we can do in this situation. Without physical bodies, their souls would only last so long. A soul without a body is like a fish out of water, soon to die. Every problem has a solution. Everything is uncertain, and we may still find a way out," Dalton reassured them. Though he hadn't yet thought of an immediate solution, he refused to give up hope. He believed that the Biling snowfield wouldn't be his grave. He paused and continued, "While I haven't found a way out yet, I can ensure your souls don't deplete." Speaking, he began channeling energy from the Essence Soul realm, sharing it with Anson and Annette. As long as their souls received continuous nourishment, they wouldn't deplete and might even grow stronger. Anson and Annette felt curious about this mysterious power but didn't ask further, respecting each other's secrets. "What kind of cold is this? It's so frightening." Annette was both shocked and intrigued. "That's the extreme cold aura, theoretically the strongest cold aura that can exist in the Earth realm. Only Supreme Tribulation Transcender realm powerhouses can generate Sanmei True Fire or similar level flames to counter it," Dalton explained. Annette was taken aback. Sanmei True Fire was incredibly rare, let alone being able to master it. She herself, despite having significant talent, hadn't even cultivated First Essence True Fire. Anson, who had cultivated First Essence True Fire, knew well how terrifying Sanmei True Fire could be. Among countless fire attribute martial artists, finding one who mastered it was nearly impossible. Given that the Songlong domain probably didn't have any Tribulation Transcender realm powerhouses, expecting someone to rescue them was futile. "My physical body seems to be absorbing the extreme cold aura," Dalton suddenly noted. With this technique's efficiency, it wouldn't take long to melt the external ice. Over time, the rate at which the Black Tortoise technique absorbed the extreme cold aura increased, and the power contained within the Dark Abyss Sea grew more robust. Unfortunately, since the snowstorm hadn't ceased, the extreme cold aura remained extremely dense, and although the technique absorbed it rapidly, it wasn't decreasing significantly around Dalton, Anson, and Annette. Nonetheless, their conditions didn't worsen. Their bodies retained some vitality. If that vitality disappeared, even if they thawed later, it would be troublesome. Dalton remained patient, using this opportunity to cultivate the Black Tortoise technique to a higher level. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The entire Biling snowfield seemed to come alive, releasing vast amounts of extreme cold aura from beneath the earth, threatening to freeze everything. "What's happening?" Dalton's face turned grim. The quantity and quality of the extreme cold aura had increased beyond what the Black Tortoise technique could handle. What he dreaded most eventually happened. A new development emerged. The ground shook violently, cracks appearing in the hard ice and spreading rapidly. What terrifying creature lies beneath the Biling snowfield? Dalton wondered with dread and curiosity. Soon, a massive creature, akin to a towering mountain, emerged from the cracks, emitting a chilling aura. A profound and divine Eliotridal. Dalton recognized the creature instantly, finding it unbelievable. Because, as far as he knew, the profound and divine Eliotridal was a descendant of the Black Tortoise, inheriting its powerful bloodline and innate abilities, capable of wielding the most and coldest forces. The Black Tortoise in the world was unique. Even its descendants only inherited part of its bloodline power, not all of it. But without doubt, the profound and divine Eliotridal was extremely powerful. According to legend, this lineage lived in the divine realm. In an era long past, during the time of the Josephinian Huang ancient world, the profound and divine Eliotridal had once appeared, but eventually vanished mysteriously. Could this be the same profound and divine Eliotridal that once appeared in the Josephinian Huang ancient world? But why would it appear in the Earth realm? Ferdy couldn't help but have more questions arise in his mind. Additionally, he began to speculate that the appearance of the profound and divine Eliotridal might very well be due to the true form of Josephine Yanwu, as it sensed the primal aura of Josephine Yanwu. He felt uncertain, not knowing what kind of attitude the profound and divine Eliotridal would have towards him. Unfortunately, he could not awaken the door-dustant Josephine Yanwu now. Otherwise, things would be much simpler. To his knowledge, the profound and divine Eliotridal was a descendant of Josephine Yanwu, inheriting its potent bloodline and innate abilities, capable of wielding the utmost and cold power. The Josephine Yanwu in the world was one of a kind. Even its descendants only inherited part of its bloodline power, not all of it. Could this be the same profound and divine Eliotridal that appeared in the Josephinian Huang ancient world? But why would it appear in the Earth realm? Dalton couldn't help but have more questions arise in his mind. Additionally, he began to speculate that the reason the profound and divine Eliotridal appeared might very well be due to the Black Tortoise true form. It could have sensed the original essence of the Black Tortoise. He felt uncertain, not knowing what attitude the profound and divine Eliotridal would take toward him. Unfortunately, he couldn't awaken the door-dustant Black Tortoise now. Otherwise, things would be much simpler. As far as he knew, the mystical Eliotridal was a descendant of Josephine Yanwu, inheriting its powerful bloodline and innate abilities, enabling it to wield the ultimate and cold forces. The Josephine Yanwu in the world was unique. Even its descendants only inherited part of its power, not all of it. However, there was no doubt that the mystical Eliotridal was extremely powerful. According to legend, this species lived in the divine realm. In ancient times, the Josephinian Huang ancient world had seen the ugly. Suddenly, the massive form of the Josephinian divine Eliotridal dissipated into a cold, icy breath that submerged into the mystic sea where the true form of Josephinian Wu resided. Immediately, the mystic sea became different, acquiring an essence akin to its namesake. Dalton was dazed, momentarily unable to comprehend what happened. But when he examined the mystic sea, everything became clear. It turned out that long ago, the Josephinian divine Eliotridal had died here, gathering the world's icy energy to gradually evolve into the northern ridge snowfield. Its origin essence remained undispersed, and over time nurtured a single egg which could not hatch due to some unknown deficiency. After Dalton activated the Josephinian Wu cultivation technique, it triggered a special mark left by the Josephinian divine Eliotridal, releasing a profoundly cold force from deep within the northern ridge snowfield along with the egg. It would be nice if I could incubate a pure-blooded Josephinian divine Eliotridal, Dalton thought. If his four symbols mystical skill and Tungsha mystical skill were matched with appropriate divine beasts, their power would increase substantially, bringing more hope of reaching their highest levels. Unfortunately, besides Tungsha, the four symbols divine beasts are unique and cannot be found again. He can only, despite not sensing its presence, his intuition told him it was incredibly formidable. Luckily, he sensed no ill will from the giant, otherwise, it could easily chase them after exiting the northern ridge snowfield. In a blink, the gigantic figure vanished, as if it had never appeared. Dalton, what are you looking at? Anson asked curiously. Dalton shook his head slightly. Nothing, just thinking about when I'll come back here. You want to come back? This place can kill even Transcendent Realm experts. Don't do something stupid, Anson warned. Dalton laughed. I'm just thinking. Without full confidence, I won't take such risks. That's good, Anson breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Annette. Annette, what are your plans? Do you need help dealing with those rogue elders in your family? No, I will deal with my family's traitors myself, Annette replied firmly. Anson nodded. All right, if you need help, just say so. I'm not one to shy away from trouble. Count me in too. Although my strength doesn't match Anson's, I can still assist in certain areas, Dalton added. Annette felt deeply moved. Knowing Dalton and Anson was indeed her greatest fortune in life. Heaven did treat her kindly. Later, Annette followed Anson back to the Celestial Cave to heal her wounds and assimilate the family patriarch's legacy. She aimed to restore order in the Aidenin family as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Dalton headed straight for the Falling Star Island marketplace. He returned to the same and where Isaiah and others had stayed for the past decade, cultivating and never venturing out. Their identities were sensitive, and any exposure would lead to numerous complications. Upon entering the room, Dalton felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura, indicating Isaiah had advanced. Within a decade, Isaiah finally broke through to the third level of the Celestial Girdle realm, matching the strength behind Fingo. Third brother, you're back. Isaiah opened his eyes and smiled upon seeing Dalton. Dalton laughed. Congratulations, brother. Your cultivation has greatly improved. Without your resources, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly, Isaiah grinned. Besides celestial herbs, the resources Dalton provided included high-level cultivation techniques and martial skills to maximize potential. Even at the peak of Earth Executioner realm, using Dalton's techniques significantly boosted his power. Moreover, he wielded an 11th rank spirit tool, further enhancing his strength. These are between brothers, there's no need for formalities, Dalton remarked. Brother 3, you've gone from the third level of the cave emptiness realm to the 6th in 10 years. Your aura suggests you're close to breaking through to the 7th level, Antonio Trueman suddenly interjected. Dalton turned to Antonio Trueman, second brother. You've also broken through to the 2nd level of the Celestial Girdle realm. Here, I have a gift for you. He took out a fist-sized brazier of dark red, emitting an ancient aura. 10-rank spirit tool. Antonio Trueman's eyes lit up. Dalton explained, a friend and I visited the Black Fog ancient mine, and we dug out this treasure. Exploring the Black Fog ancient mine with Chisha Bobny, they continuously excavated, gaining significant treasures of various kinds. You went to the Black Fog ancient mine? That's too risky. It's an extraordinarily dangerous place, Isaiah said seriously. It was under the guidance of a Unity Dao expert. It's not a safe place either. A misstep could cost one's life, Dalton responded. So, don't risk it anymore, Isaiah cautioned. Dalton nodded. Understood. If unnecessary, I won't go back. Come, second brother, this should suit you well. No, you adventured to obtain this treasure from the Black Fog ancient mine. I can't accept it, Antonio Trueman refused. Dalton frowned, displeased. Second brother, saying this makes it seem like you don't consider me a brother. Fine, thank you, Antonio Trueman conceded reluctantly. Thanks, third brother. He, of course, desired high-rank spirit tools greatly, as they significantly impacted one's strength. If the powerhouse backing Fingo indeed did not possess a 10-rank spirit tool, then once Antonio Trueman refined this 10-rank spirit tool, he would have the confidence to slay that opponent with his 2nd level of the Celestial Girdle realm cultivation. Isaiah and real man Antonio continued their seclusion. One was consolidating his cultivation, while the other was refining the spirit artifact. Both were preparing for the assault on the Golden Bamboo Gang. It had been a full 10 years. It was time for Fingo and the person behind him to pay the price. They had endured long enough and could no longer hold back. The main concern was that if too much time passed, the entire Golden Bamboo Gang would be completely under the control of Fingo and his backer. By then, reclaiming it would have little significance. Isaiah had run the Golden Bamboo Gang for Dustini years, and the majority of its members were fiercely loyal to him. He believed that Dustini people were only superficially complying with Fingo, and once he returned, he could certainly rally them with a single call. He naturally coveted high-tier spirit artifacts, which greatly influenced strength. If the expert backing Fingo indeed lacked a tier 10 spirit artifact, then once real man Antonio refined this tier 10 spirit artifact, he would have the confidence to slay that expert, relying on his cultivation at the 2nd level of Heavenly Might realm. It had been a full 10 years. It was time for Fingo and the person backing him to pay. By then, reclaiming it would be pointless. Isaiah had operated the Golden Bamboo Gang for so Dustini years, and the majority of members were fiercely loyal to him. He believed that Dustini people now only submitted to Fingo on the surface. Once he returned, he could certainly rally everyone with a single call. Chapter 618. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Fingo, come out here now. Outside the headquarters of the Golden Bamboo Gang, Master Ibrahim appeared, his voice booming like thunder. You still dare to come here, courting death? As a cold voice echoed, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes leaped into the air. Seeing this person, Ibrahim's eyes couldn't help but reveal immense fury. 10 years ago, he had been gravely injured by this Dustin, nearly losing his life. By sheer luck, he met Dalton at the critical moment and Dustin aged to escape. Foul villain, you shall pay with your life. Ibrahim no longer hid his power. He unleashed his formidable aura without reserve. With a mental calm Dustin, he summoned the crimson furnace given by Dalton, hurling it forcefully at the mysterious figure. So, your cultivation has broken through to the heavenly pivot realm, and you even have a 10th grade spirit artifact. Do you think such strength can match mine? Naive. The mysterious figure remained unperturbed, sneering. Gang, notorious for their heinous deeds. Suddenly, Isaiah appeared in the hall. Be a boss. Seeing Isaiah, Fingo was stunned. Next, he did. Who are you? Why pretend to be the old fool Isaiah? He saw Isaiah being assassinated by Shadowkill's assassin, utterly annihilated. There was no way this could be fake, so he was certain the person before him was an imposter. Fingo, you've disappointed me deeply. Wanting to be the boss isn't a problem, but you shouldn't conspire with outsiders and ruthlessly harm the brothers of the gang, Isaiah said with profound sorrow. He had once highly regarded Fingo, almost treating him like a nephew, grooming him as much as possible and planning for him to succeed as the boss. Although Jem was his son, Jem was too young and inexperienced, needing more training. Fingo glared at Isaiah, sternly declaring, no matter who you are, daring to intrude into the Golden Bamboo Gang means only death awaits you. Before his words could fully leave his lips, the several Disha realm powerhouses in the hall acted, encircling Isaiah. Together, the 7 of them were confident they could kill the intruder, even if it was the real Isaiah. Alas, Isaiah sighed deeply, filled with disappointment. Attack. On Fingo's order, everyone moved simultaneously. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Isaiah, sending the 7 Disha realm powerhouses flying back from their attack. Tian Gang realm powerhouse. Sensing Isaiah's aura, all 7 revealed looks of shock. Fingo was stunned. Having followed Isaiah for dustini years, he was familiar with his aura. He was now almost certain the person before him was indeed Isaiah. Impossible, you were clearly killed. How can you still be alive? Fingo shouted, refusing to accept this reality. You're fake, definitely fake. Shadowkill already accepted payment. There can't be any mishaps. Hearing this, Isaiah's face darkened. So it was you who placed a high bounty on my head through Shadowkill. Upon realizing Fingo's actions, Isaiah suspected him but couldn't understand why Fingo didn't let the mysterious powerhouse behind him act and instead paid a huge price for the bounty. However, knowing that everything was done by Fingo was what mattered most. Isaiah contained his anger, waving his hand to release a binding water light, imprisoning Fingo and the others. He didn't immediately kill them because he wanted answers. After subduing Fingo and his men, he went out to assist Ibrahim. Combined, Isaiah and Ibrahim overwhelmed the mysterious powerhouse, quickly subduing him. Now it was time for Dalton to enter the stage. Dalton performed the soul control technique, extracting memories from the mysterious figure, Fingo, and the others. Though these individuals were stronger than him, they were powerless to resist when completely bound. Third brother, how is it? Isaiah asked. Dalton processed the extracted memories and replied, indeed, it was Fingo who placed the bounty through Shadowkill, but he was acting on someone else's orders. Who? Was it him? Ibrahim probed further. Dalton shook his head. No, he was also a pawn. There's a hidden hand thus manipulating events, the Aiden Shui sect. Why would the Aiden Shui sect go to such lengths to deal with me? Isaiah was baffled. 10 years ago, he was merely a peak Disha realm martial artist. How could he attract the attention of such a major sect like Aiden Shui? Dalton explained, the Golden Bamboo Gang has developed rapidly in recent years, impacting some of the industries under Aiden Shui sect's control, which they cannot tolerate. Furthermore, you have dustini influential friends, including some Tian Gang realm allies, making it inconvenient for the Aiden Shui sect to directly oppose you. So, they secretly approached Fingo, promising various benefits, urging him to replace you and take control of the Golden Bamboo Gang, acting on behalf of the Aiden Shui sect. They even arranged a Tian Gang realm powerhouse to aid Fingo. If Shadowkill succeeded, your friends would have no way to retaliate afterward, leaving things unresolved. After hearing Dalton's account, Isaiah felt mixed emotions. He never imagined the Aiden Shui sect was behind his assassination attempt. That was one of the strongest sects in the Grey Wolf region, with a long history and deep roots, far beyond what he could provoke. Even if he reached the harmonious Dao realm, dealing with the Aiden Shui sect would still be beyond him. Legends claim that the Aiden Shui sect may have produced transcendent tribulation realm powerhouses, leaving unknown cards. Knowing we're backed by the Aiden Shui sect, you'd better watch your step. Otherwise, none of you will live if you anger the Aiden Shui sect, the controlled Tian Gang realm powerhouse threatened. Throughout the confrontation, he remained relatively calm, believing Isaiah wouldn't dare to do anything serious to him. Smack. Ibrahim struck him hard across the face. How dare you insult me? The powerhouse fumed in rage. Being slapped as a Tian Gang realm powerhouse was a blatant humiliation. Ibrahim slapped him again and again, coldly snarling, how dare I insult you? You're nothing but a dog for the Aiden Shui sect. I really don't believe killing you will result in significant retaliation from the Aiden Shui sect. Dalton then said with a chuckle, temporarily, we indeed can't provoke the Aiden Shui sect, but we can certainly provoke you. We will immediately go and destroy your lair. You. The powerhouse glared at Dalton, seething with uncontrollable rage. He himself was the leader of a gang of bandits, having committed numerous heinous acts over the years. But because he leaned on the powerful Aiden Shui sect, he had always lived freely and without fear of repercussions. Being a cautious person, most of the treasures he obtained were stored in his lair rather than carried on his person, to prevent them from falling into others' hands after his death. Big brother, let's keep Fingo alive for now. Have him retrieve the commission from Shadowkill. According to their rules, in this situation, the commission is refunded double. Dalton turned to Isaiah and said. Upon hearing this, Isaiah's eyes lit up immediately. A double refund would be substantial, enough to purchase a high-quality 10th grade spirit artifact. Of course, before that, you need to show yourself and have others confirm that you are indeed Isaiah, not an imposter, Dalton added. Only with solid proof would Shadowkill refund the commission. It could be foreseen that the assassin who attempted to kill Isaiah would be utterly frustrated. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also wasted an invisible sword charm, suffering a significant loss. Chapter 619, Solution. Following Dalton's suggestion, Isaiah made a grand reappearance in the Meteorite Island Martial Market, loudly reasserting control over the Golden Bamboo Gang. For a time, this caused an uproar. After all, during his grand birthday celebration 2,000 years far beyond his youthful appearance. Seeing this person appear, Dino respectfully saluted, Elder Benji. I was caught off guard by Isaiah's sneak attack. In direct combat, he would never be my match. True. How can he, having just broken into the Tian Gang realm, compare with you? Elder Benji nodded. He did not doubt Dino's words. He understood Dino's strength, and even he would need effort to subdue him. Dino naturally approached Elder Benji with a worried expression. Elder Benji, what should we do now? This matter is unrelated to you. It's Isaiah's fault, Benji was saying when Dino suddenly struck him on the back. Elder Benji was flung away, spitting blood profusely, suffering severe injuries in his unguarded state. You. He turned, glaring at Dino, eyes blazing with fury. He wanted to kill Dino immediately but dared not act rashly due to the potent poison Dino had infused into the strike, affecting both body and soul. Dino, well done. I didn't expect leaving you alive would catch such a big fish. Jareth's laughter resounded. Then, he and Dalton, along with Isaiah, emerged, blocking Elder Benji's escape route. Dalton had learned through soul searching that primordial water sect occasionally sent strong figures to meet Dino, thus designing this trap. In moves, Elder Benji was suppressed. He could have self-destructed, but being a high-ranking official of the primordial water sect and highly life-cherishing, he wouldn't consider it. Blassel brother, now it's up to you. Jareth threw the tightly bound Elder Benji to Dalton, who promptly used the spirit control spell to soul search him. Elder Benji struggled futilely, unable to fathom being subdued by a mere Dongshu realm practitioner. He was nearly 2,000 years old, his potential limited. Knowing he couldn't reach the He Dao realm, he focused on power and treasures. Thus, though his cultivation wasn't top-notch, his position in the primordial water sect was significant, wielding great power. There are 2 guardian elders advocating against the Golden Bamboo Gang. Besides him, there's KC, an elder who's his paramour, Dalton summarized. Jareth expressed shock. What? KC is his mistress? KC, also a guardian elder of the primordial water sect, was older than Elder Benji, over 2,000 years old, reaching the 8th level of the Tian Gang realm. She dedicated herself to cultivation, aiming to break through to the He Dao realm before her ultimate limit. Their cultivation techniques complement each other. KC leverages Benji's help and is currently in seclusion, with hopes of breaking through to the 9th level of the Tian Gang realm, Dalton explained. Elder Benji's power in the primordial water sect is partly due to KC's support. They were bound by mutual benefits. If we kill Elder Benji, KC might seek revenge, Isaiah frowned. Isidros, she will likely suspect you, brother, Dalton nodded. These old monsters were intelligent enough to deduce the truth easily. This is troublesome. Must we keep him alive? Jareth scowled. His temper preferred immediate action without considering consequences, but Dalton lightly smiled. We can use the same strategy to lure KC out and deal with them both. That way, no one will target the Golden Bamboo Gang. Translation ends with maintaining original structure and tone, adhering to guidelines. You said that KC, that old hag, is about to break through to the 9th level of the Tian Gang realm? With this old Dustin's strength, can he really ambush her? Jareth clearly showed some concern. Dalton replied, as long as we prepare thoroughly, we will surely succeed. It seems third brother has a foolproof plan. Isaiah couldn't help but smile. He noticed that although Dalton's cultivation was not high, his methods were indeed numerous and in some aspects, far surpassed both him and Jareth. Translation ends with maintaining original structure and tone, adhering to guidelines. Chapter 620. Falling into the trap. Not long after, to deal with the 2 runes inside her. These 2 runes were not much on their own, but what mattered was the terrifying force they contained, which was released upon entry. It was 2 strands of eerie power, both chillingly cold, freezing her flesh and soul. The 2 runes were undoubtedly Finley's work, containing intense frosty coldness and soul-devouring pool water, both stripped out with great effort. Though limited in quantity, their essence was exceedingly fearsome. If this had been a normal attack, it would have been hard to take effect. A surprise attack was necessary. Elder Casey's vigilance was strong, but during the intimate act, her mind had emptied, leading to her falling for Elder Benji's trap. Despite her efforts to resist, she was soon entirely frozen, and her soul suffered from the erosion of the soul-devouring pool water, causing her immense suffering. Old 3, impressive. The 2 runes you made are so powerful, said Antonio as he appeared, unable to withhold his admiration. Finley smiled. These powers come from my trip to Northridge Snowfield and Black Fog Ancient Mine. They gave me quite a bit of trouble. Both the intense frosty coldness and soul-devouring pool water were deadly, almost sending him into eternal doom. Both times, he relied on the Divine Sorrow Tower to preserve his soul. You sure go where danger lurks? Antonio shook his head. He himself was bold, but compared to Finley, he felt like a minor player. Crucially, Finley dared to explore such dangerous places despite his weaker cultivation. Indeed, youth knows no fear. Isaiah looked at Finley and asked, third brother, how do you plan to handle them? Keep them. It will greatly benefit the Golden Bamboo sect, Finley pondered. These 2 held high positions in the primordial water sect. With them as insiders, there would be no worry about the Golden Bamboo sect being targeted again. Moreover, due to their special status, if they died suddenly, it would cause a huge stir, making things difficult to settle. Finishing, Finley quickly moved to Elder Casey's side. He needed to rescue her fast before she froze to death, or her soul was devoured by the soul-devouring pool water. Of course, before rescuing her, he first cast a spell to place special restrictions on her soul, ensuring absolute control. Controlling a Tian Gang realm expert was no challenge given his enhanced cultivation. After successfully setting the restrictions, Finley immediately withdrew the intense frosty coldness and soul-devouring pool water. In the blink of an eye, Elder Casey thawed and regained her ability to move, albeit now subjected to Finley's control, bound to his will. Don't look so miserable. If you follow my orders, I might help you break through to the Harmony Realm, Finley said coolly. This wasn't empty talk. He possessed high-grade elixirs and medicinal pills. If used on Elder KC, it would likely help her make the crucial breakthrough. Snapping his finger, Finley shot a pill toward Elder KC. Take this. Not only will your soul recover, it will also become stronger. Hearing this, Elder KC couldn't hide her joy. Her inability to reach the 9th level of the Tian Gang realm was due to her soul's insufficiency. Soul cultivation was extremely challenging, and related treasures were exceedingly rare. Despite her efforts, she never destined to advance. After some arrangements, Finley, Isaiah, and Antonio left. Thus, the troubles of the Golden Bamboo sect were finally resolved, free from any hidden machinations. In a sense, the Golden Bamboo sect now relied on the Primordial Water sect, making it difficult for anyone to create problems. Finley visited Anson's cave to inform him and Annette that the troubles with the Primordial Water sect were settled. From now on, Annette wouldn't need to worry about anything within the Aiden family. This was undoubtedly good news for Annette. Initially, she planned to return to tidy up once reaching the Tian Gang realm. Now, she could do so sooner. Do not wait until you reach the peak of the Guido realm. Let me help you solve the Aiden family issues. Delaying too long is detrimental to its overall development, Anson advised. Annette, after serious consideration, agreed. She feared that under the rebels' control, the Aiden family might deteriorate further, possibly leading to its decline, making revival even harder. Immediately, Anson and Annette set off for the Aiden family, with Finley accompanying them. With Anson's involvement, the rebellious elders were easily suppressed. Considering the Aiden family's urgent need for dust and power, Annette chose to spare their lives but asked Finley to enslave them all. Having quelled the rebellion, Annette naturally assumed the position of clan head, shouldering the responsibility of reviving the family. From now on, she would no longer be as carefree as before, but it was a path she chose. No matter how difficult, she would persist. During the following days, Finley resumed his training as an assassin, taking on numerous shadow kill assassinations. To hone his skills, he deliberately chose very difficult targets, leading to occasional failures and severe injuries. But he did not care because this method of training produced unexpectedly excellent results. His foundation steadily deepened, and his various martial techniques improved dramatically. Experience indeed proved that mastering martial techniques required practical combat. Finley strove to achieve this goal so that when breaking through to the 7th level of the Dongshu realm, he could smoothly open another Dongtian. Always adhering to the advice of his imperial ancestor, he aimed to cultivate each realm perfectly, laying the strongest foundation possible for future advancement. From the start of his cultivation, he had grand aspirations. While others sought immortality, he aimed for godhood. Although the divine realm had long become a legend, intangible and elusive, he knew that the path to divinity was not blocked. After all, his imperial ancestor ascended to the divine realm 10,000 years ago. The imperial ancestor had made so dustini arrangements for him. How could he let the ancestor down? Finally accumulated 100 slaughter points. It wasn't easy. After turning in his mission, Dalton couldn't help but feel some emotion as he looked at the slaughter points in his shadow kill order. Each assassination of a Dongshu realm target earned only 1 slaughter point. Of these 100 points, 10 came from Guido realm targets, while the remaining 90 were from assassinating 90 notorious Dongshu realm martial artists. Reaching 100 slaughter points, his shadow kill order smoothly upgraded to the Josephinian stage, making him a Josephinian stage assassin of shadow kill. Note: I removed the Chinese character Shin, and kept only its pinyin, Josephinian, to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. For now, he didn't aspire to advance to higher stages since reaching the D stage required 10,000 slaughter points, which was significantly more difficult than upgrading from the Finong stage to the Josephinian stage. As for the Heaven stage, it required 100,000 slaughter points. Unless one could perform cross-realm assassinations on powerful targets, accumulating by individual points would require killing 100,000 targets, nearly an impossible feat. Of course, Shadow Kill had rules. Assassinating Harmony Realm or Tribulation Crossing Realm experts could earn more slaughter points. Even with the same cultivation level, one could gain 100 points, and if one could perform a cross-realm kill, they could receive 1,000 points. Dalton didn't dwell on those possibilities. Being an assassin was just a side job for him, a way to hone his skills. He had never intended to pursue becoming a Tian stage assassin. What is this? Suddenly, Dalton received a transmission, and his expression changed instantly. Chapter 621. Master Aristide. This is the place. Outside an extremely pristine forest, Dalton stopped. He had just received a transmission from his Lucian, but it wasn't good news, it was a plea for help. While traveling, his Lucian suddenly sensed an immense threat and destined to send a message back to the main body in the nick of time. Using the special connection with his Lucian, Dalton found himself here. He could be certain that the Lucian was nearby, but did not know the exact location and had to search carefully. The most troubling issue was that he did not know what kind of danger his Lucian encountered, so he had to be extra cautious. The Lucian was very important to him, and he couldn't afford to lose it. He looked forward to merging both bodies into one someday, to reach the pinnacle. Speaking of which, Dalton was not unfamiliar with this forest, as the secret realm where Annette once brought him and Howell was located within these woods. What left the deepest impression on him was Hallam. He wondered if his cultivation had broken through after all these years. However, according to Howell, among the few rivals who entered the forest at that time, one died at the hands of Hallam, and the rest were all killed by Howell himself. After his cultivation breakthrough to the Heavenly Gorge realm, dealing with those rivals became easy. It's near Hallam's lair? Seeing the towering mountain getting closer, Dalton furrowed his brows. Hallam's mountain had large areas covered with purple bamboo, gathering abundant purple chi, making it quite prominent. At this moment, Dalton felt somewhat tempted, considering whether to invite reinforcements. After some thought, he still decided to search on his own first, preferring not to bother others unnecessarily. Gradually, he approached the towering mountain enshrouded in purple chi and sensed Dustini savages' auras. They were clearly subordinates of Hallam. These savages weren't a threat to him, as the strongest ones were only at the peak of the 8th stage. The only concern he had was Hallam. Hallam isn't here. After careful perception, Dalton couldn't help but show a surprised look. He believed he hadn't perceived incorrectly. Indeed, there was no sign of Hallam, not even its spirit bamboo incarnate itself. Although it was a good thing as it would cause less trouble, he found it strange and unsettling. Unable to resist, he silently sneaked into an 8th stage savage beast's den and subdued it without detection, then performed a soul search. Hallam hasn't left? Dalton felt rather shocked. According to the savage beast's memory, Hallam should have been in its lair all along, never leaving. But now, Hallam was nowhere to be found, as if vanished into thin air. Is Hallam's disappearance related to the Lucian? Dalton pondered inwardly. The Lucian met with trouble nearby, and Hallam disappeared coincidentally. It was hard not to connect the two events. However, if Hallam plotted against the Lucian, Dalton felt it didn't add up. With Hallam's strength, dealing with the incarnation would be effortless, possibly without personally stepping in. Also, whatever Hallam intended, it wouldn't need to hide the Lucian since this was its territory. Without clarity on these matters, Dalton didn't dwell on them too much. Using spatial transference, he directly arrived outside Hallam's lair. With previous experience, this time he knew his way around. The place hadn't changed much, except that the lair had become empty, with no treasures inside. Clearly, Hallam learned its lesson and no longer kept treasures there. The Lucian is here. Dalton's eyes shone with intense light. His senses became extraordinarily strong. However, despite searching the entire lair thoroughly, he found nothing. Is there a hidden space? Dalton guessed. Without delay, he took out the Heaven Search Compass and used Spirit Control spell with full force while activating the law of spatial creation and destruction to meticulously perceive any subtle spatial changes. As his understanding deepened in the cave void realm, so did his spatial perception, far surpassing ordinary cave void realm martial artists and even heavenly gorge realm powerhouses. If not for this, how could he use spatial transference so effortlessly, extending distances continuously? Such a well-hidden space, with 9 layers of folded concealment. Dalton couldn't help but marvel. If someone artificially created this space, that person must have superb spatial expertise and top-tier cultivation. Honestly, he found it hard to believe that such powerful figures existed at the spirit, feeling a foot-long fish with pale purple scales shimmering beautifully in the sunlight. You arrived just in time. I've caught a fish. You're lucky, the old Dustin said smilingly. Dalton quickly bowed respectfully and greeted, Junior Dalton, meeting you, Senior. He's called Cassius. You're Dalton. Quite a coincidence, the old Dustin continued to smile. Indeed, Cassius was the name his Lucian used while traveling. If they shared the same name, it would create confusion. At this moment, the soul power between Dalton and Lucian flowed discreetly, instantly informing Dalton of everything. The white-haired elder was Master Aristide, a reclusive high-level figure, reaching the tribulation transcendence realm, needing just the final tribulation to ascend to the heavens. Master Aristide sought out the Lucian to leave a legacy. Being a solitary cultivator for millennia, he focused solely on achieving divinity, never intending to take disciples until now, nearing his final tribulation. Regardless of his success, he hoped for a successor. Coincidentally, the Lucian appeared nearby, drawing his attention. Do you two know each other? Master Aristide suddenly asked. Clearly, he noticed the flow of soul power between Dalton and Lucian. Lucian, knowing it couldn't be concealed, replied, We are brothers. He is my older brother, and I summoned him here. Oh, you are quite alert, sending messages even in such circumstances. Master Aristide showed genuine surprise. The Lucian said, I thought I encountered a great danger, so I wanted my brother to come and save me. Just him? Cloud Truth Sr. couldn't help but scrutinize Dalton carefully. Dalton knew what Cloud Truth Sr. was thinking. It was nothing more than that he seemed too weak, and coming to save someone would be no different from courting death. Without hesitation, he summoned a 9th stage void-cleaving golden bee. So, you have a powerful exotic beast. Cloud Truth Sr. instantly understood. Given Dalton's cultivation, being able to bring along a 9th stage peak exotic beast was already quite an achievement. With such a trump card, it was indeed feasible for him to venture into this primeval forest. Therefore, Cloud Truth Sr. did not harbor any suspicions. Chapter 622. Teach, guide, and clarify. Come, try the fish soup I made. Cain warmly invited. He appeared extremely gentle, like a kind elderly neighbor, without revealing any trace of a strong person's overwhelming aura. However, even so, Dalton and Lucian still felt somewhat restrained, because they knew they were facing one of the strongest warriors in the Earth realm. As for Hallam, it had shrunk its body to resemble a small dog cowering nearby, too frightened to move. Outside, he retrieved a grayish-white jade slip that looked quite ordinary. When I was young, this jade slip fell from the sky, and since then, my life trajectory changed. Inside is a profound cultivation method and a secret technique. Whether or not you can cultivate them depends on your individual talents, Cain simply explained. Subsequently, he handed the jade slip to Lucian. After all, it was the first one to acknowledge him as its master. Without hesitation, Lucian immediately released its primordial spirit force, probing into the jade slip. Instantly, a massive amount of intricate information was transmitted. Even with his cavernous void realm cultivation, he found it almost unbearable. After much time, he managed to digest all the information contained within the jade slip. Then, he passed the jade slip to Dalton. Blake Lucian, Dalton also spent a considerable amount of time before completely obtaining the inheritance from the jade slip. Heavenly Path Canon, Primordial Spirit Sword Sutra. These are actually them. Dalton was utterly astonished and could not remain calm. In the memories left by the Pablo, There were basic records regarding these too. They were created by an immensely powerful existence in the primeval age, but had long been lost, disappearing even in ancient times. The history of Josephinian Finong ancient realm was extraordinarily long, starting from the primal era through the chaos, primeval, longest techniques for primordial spirits in Josephinian Finong ancient realm. Surpassing it was virtually impossible, with few others able to match its prowess. The divine annihilation stance created by the Pablo was essentially emulating the primordial spirit sword sutra. Though limited to one stance, it was profound. Due to his experience in practicing the divine annihilation stance, Dalton found it easier to study the primordial spirit sword sutra. For the primordial spirit to possess such terrifying offensive power, it's truly inconceivable, Dalton couldn't help but exclaim. To give the primordial spirit formidable offensive power, it first required a strong primordial spirit core capable of handling it, otherwise, it would harm itself before harming others. Moreover, the heavenly path canon was equally profound, combining well with the Empyrean return scripture and Dustini aspects, complementing each other. Especially concerning primordial spirit cultivation, the heavenly path canon had unique strengths. It made sense. If it did not focus on primordial spirit cultivation, how could it cultivate the primordial spirit sword sutra? Time flies when one is engrossed in practice. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Dalton, whose cultivation spanned Dustini years, this was already a very long period. After all, he had not had a few 30-year periods since he began cultivating. Spending 30 years, he finally achieved some success in the primordial spirit sword sutra, not wasting time. I did not choose wrongly. Both of you have remarkable talent, far surpassing me. With this, I can go through my final tribulation with peace of mind, Kane said contentedly. Back then, it took him more than 10 times longer than Dalton and Lucian to achieve proficiency in the primordial spirit sword sutra. Unfortunately, the primordial spirit sword sutra was too complicated, thus ending high requirements for the primordial spirit. He lacked the solid foundation that Dalton and Lucian possessed, hence the need for more time to accumulate. Dalton asked, Master, are you going to transcend soon? Isidros, I can no longer hold back. Delaying further would cause big problems. You don't need to worry. Having you two as my disciples, even if I fail to transcend, I will have no regrets, Kane said magnanimously. He viewed everything openly, now completely free of concerns. Lucian immediately said, No, Master, you will definitely succeed in transcending the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the heavens. It's really hard parting with you two little guys. We spent too short a time together. Kane's eyes showed deep reluctance. If it weren't for the fact that he could no longer delay, he truly wished to spend more time with Dalton and Lucian. Dalton and Lucian were also reluctant. Over the past 30 years, the Asian Transcendence Realm powerhouse tremble. It's about to begin, the immortal bone avatar murmured. In that moment, their expressions became very serious, their gazes fixed intently on the carefree figure standing beneath the tribulation clouds, with both anticipation and tension in their hearts. He had also transcended heavenly tribulations before, but compared to Kane's current heavenly tribulation, they were utterly insignificant. Just the overwhelming pressure destinating from the spreading tribulation clouds was incomparably terrifying, enough to make any ordinary tribulation transcendence realm powerhouse tremble. It's about to begin, Lucian whispered. For a moment, their expressions became extremely serious, staring intently at the carefree figure standing beneath the tribulation clouds. In their hearts, there was both anticipation and tension. What an oppressive feeling. So this is the heavenly tribulation of breaking limits at the Thunder Tribulation realm. There was thick shock in Dalton's eyes. He had also undergone heavenly tribulation, but compared to the heavenly tribulation of Berkeley's celestial being at this moment, his past experience was nothing at all. Just the overwhelming pressure destinating from the tribulation clouds was terrifying beyond compare, enough to make any ordinary Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse tremble. It's about to begin, the immortal bone avatar whispered. In an instant, their expressions turned extremely serious, staring intently at the figure standing under the tribulation clouds, exuding ease and grace. In their hearts, there was both anticipation and tension. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the heavenly tribulation of a tribulation transcendence realm breaking its limits? Dalton's eyes revealed deep shock. He had also transcended heavenly tribulations before, but compared to Kane's current heavenly tribulation, they were utterly insignificant. Just the overwhelming pressure destinating from the spreading tribulation clouds was incomparably terrifying, enough to make any ordinary tribulation transcendence realm powerhouse tremble. It's about to begin, Lucian whispered. For a moment, their expressions became extremely serious, staring intently at the carefree figure standing beneath the tribulation clouds. In their hearts, there was both anticipation and tension. Chapter 623. Ascending through Tribulation. Boom. A horrifying celestial tribulation of thunder and fire descended, with lightning and flames merging into a destructive force that filled the vast heavens. Master Aristide did not resist. He allowed the thunder and fire to envelop him, using this moment to temper both his physical body and his divine spirit. Each transcendence through celestial tribulation is a rare trial, and as long as one endures it, they will reap immense benefits. As one bolt after another of thunder fire struck down vertically, Master Aristide's aura became increasingly powerful, gradually destinating a transcendent aura of an immortal. Clearly, during the process of overcoming the tribulation, Master Aristide's physique was transforming step by step. After he successfully overcame the tribulation, he would transform from a mortal body to an immortal one. However, as time went on, the celestial tribulation grew even more terrifying. Any single bolt could slay most Transcension Realm experts. Dalton silently counted the number of tribulation thunders, hoping for the celestial tribulation to end soon. 54 bolts have already passed, and there's no sign of the tribulation weakening. It seems that my master is facing the horrifying 99 rounds of tribulation. Dalton's gaze turned serious. Before the Transcension Realm, the celestial tribulations only had 9 bolts, but in the Transcension Realm, it differed. the minimum was 27 bolts, also known as the 3-9 celestial tribulation. There were also 4-9s, 5-9s, 6-9s, up to the most terrifying 9-9 celestial tribulation. Additionally, according to legends, there were even more fearsome tribulations beyond the 9-9s, though such events were extremely rare, and few had the chance to witness them. Based on the power of the celestial tribulation, Dalton deduced that Master Aristide was likely facing the 9-9 celestial tribulation, which made him deeply worried. The 9-9 celestial tribulation was incredibly daunting. Historically, the probability of surviving was very low, often less than 1 in 10. Facing the 9-9 celestial tribulation, no one could guarantee their survival. Master Aristide, however, remained calm because his previous tribulation was already an 8-9 celestial tribulation. He had foreseen that this time, it would likely be the 9-9 celestial tribulation. In his view, being able to experience the 9-9 celestial tribulation firsthand, even if it cost him his life, would leave him with no regrets. Sure enough, the 9th round of celestial tribulation soon descended. At this point, Master Aristide found it increasingly difficult to handle and had to seriously fend off the strikes. When Dalton saw Master Aristide's defenses being breached, with blood trickling from his mouth, his heart tightened. But he also knew that the first 8 bolts of the 9th round were relatively dustinageable. The truly terrifying part was the final bolt, whose power would multiply, and most people fell victim to it. Finally, the 8th bolt of the 9th round ended, leaving only the last and most formidable bolt. Suddenly, the heavens shook as intangible forces of law converged, condensing all the power within the tribulation clouds. In the next moment, a colossal beam of thunderfire descended from the sky, transforming into a mighty dragon that roared as it lunged towards Master Aristide. Just sensing the aura emitted by the thunderfire dragon sent chills down Dalton's spine, making his scalp tingle. Touching this power would instantly turn anyone to ashes. Even some immortal martial realm experts might struggle against this thunderfire dragon. Master! Dalton clenched his fists, his eyes full of worry. On the devastated ground, Master Aristide stood like a steadfast boulder, head raised, gazing at the thunderfire dragon with unwavering determination and no trace of fear. At this moment, his divine spirit left his body, transforming into a divine sword that emitted a blinding light, illuminating the heavens and driving away all darkness. Watch carefully. Master Aristide's voice rang in Dalton's, and the Cien Bone Avatar's ears. Just then, the divine sword formed by his divine spirit clashed with the thunderfire dragon, resulting in an astonishing collision. Dalton and the Cien Bone Avatar watched intently, knowing that Master Aristide was demonstrating the profound mysteries of the divine spirit sword canon. Master Aristide's divine spirit was a mentor. Having spent 30 years together, he had deep feelings for Master Aristide and sincerely acknowledged this mentor who had imparted all his knowledge to him. Fortunately, Master Aristide had successfully transcended the celestial tribulation. Although they were temporarily separated, they would eventually meet again. Upon ascension, Master Aristide took only one life-cultivated treasure with him, leaving everything else to Dalton and the Cien Bone Avatar. Having cultivated for thousands of years in the earthly realm, Master Aristide possessed numerous treasures. Just 12-stage spiritual artifacts alone numbered several pieces. Moreover, Hallam was also left behind by Master Aristide, who had raised it as a pet from the beginning. Without Master Aristide's nurturing, it would never have achieved its current strength or transformed from a mere serpentine creature into a dragon. In the past 30 years, its cultivation had reached the 10th stage, making it one of the top-tier experts in the Grey Wolf domain. How time flies. 30 years has passed so quickly, Dalton couldn't help but sigh. The Cien Bone Avatar agreed. Indeed, cultivating really makes time pass unnoticed. We're already over 100 years old. Exactly 145 years. If we were mortals, we would have turned to bones long ago, Dalton said. Speaking of which, he only officially started his martial path at 18. To date, he had cultivated for 127 years, reaching the 9th stage of the Void Formation realm, which could be considered quite an achievement. In the past 30 years, although he focused on comprehending the Path Canon and the Divine Spirit Sword Canon, his cultivation did not stagnate. He broke through 3 minor stages. In fact, except for the 7th stage of the Void Formation realm, which was more challenging, the subsequent 2 stages were relatively easy. The challenge lay in diligently opening cave heavens. In the Void Formation realm, each subsequent cave heaven became exponentially harder to open. Therefore, only a few extraordinary geniuses destined to open 4 cave heavens. Of course, Dalton was different. He had already opened 4 cave heavens. If he could open another cave heaven during the breaking limit stage, it would break records. Hearing Dalton and the Cien Bone Avatar's conversation, the Hallam marveled inwardly. A 9th stage Void Formation realm martial artist, under 150 years old, would be hard to find anywhere else in the Grey Wolf domain. It had taken it 500 years to reach a similar realm, which was considered fast. Faced with these 2 prodigious young masters, it had no complaints. At their cultivation speed, it wouldn't take dustini years for them to catch up and surpass it. Let's go cultivate. We'll leave after reaching the breaking limit stage of the Void Formation realm, Dalton said. Immediately, they entered the wooden house, set up an array formation, and began merging. After dustini years, given their current cultivation levels, it was time for them to merge and cultivate properly for a while. Mainly, it was because the Cien Bone Avatar did not immediately open 2 cave heavens when breaking through to the Void Formation realm. Dalton intended to make up for this shortcoming. At the same time, Dalton also aimed to better comprehend the profound mysteries of the Divine Spirit Sword Canon. In a complete state, his divine spirit should be able to grasp deeper secrets of the canon. Upon completing the merging, Dalton immediately immersed himself fully into cultivation, making every moment count and unwilling to waste any time. This was the cultivation grotto that Master Aristide had established, hidden to an extraordinary extent. Even a Transcension realm expert would find it difficult to intrude, making it very safe. He could rest assured and focus on closed-door cultivation here without worrying about any problems. Here's a breakdown of the translation. 1. Paragraph structure. Maintain the original structure with the first paragraph focusing on the reasons behind Dalton's actions, and the second detailing his environment and intentions. 2. Character names. Kept, Dalton, Cienbone Avatar, and Master Aristide amounted to a fraction of their lives. After all, those at the profound cave realm could live for 2,000 years, and most people reached this realm well past 1,000 years old. Not to mention, achieving this within 200 years was extremely rare even in the heavens, where cultivation conditions were far superior. After further cultivating with his immortal bone avatar, Dalton finally emerged from seclusion. For now, the immortal bone avatar would continue to cultivate in the cave, while Dalton left. They had already evenly divided the treasures left by Berkleen Sr. and shared the abundant cultivation resources, enough for several individuals to reach the tribulation transcending realm. Of course, reaching the tribulation transcending realm required more than just ample resources. One needed innate talent and potential. Otherwise, major forces could simply use resources to mass-produce top-notch experts. After being out of the exile lands for so destiny years and staying in the Grey Wolf domain, it's time to venture out, Dalton said deeply as he walked out of the cave, taking a deep breath. The Earth realm was vast, divided into 12 domains, and staying in just one part of the Grey Wolf domain was indeed too monotonous. Blaise Berkleen Sr., who once traveled extensively, leaving footprints across the 12 domains before settling down in the Grey Wolf domain to cultivate diligently and break through to the tribulation transcending realm. Now, Dalton's current cultivation wasn't low either. As long as he was cautious, exploring the 12 domains was feasible. However, before leaving, he needed to settle some matters first. Younger brother 3, where have you been these years? No news at all, Isaiah asked, looking at Dalton with concern. When Dalton had left in a hurry without saying what he was going to do, they were genuinely worried. Dalton smiled. I made elder brother worry. I was actually cultivating in a place and only recently emerged. Cultivating isn't a problem, but you should have informed us, Isaiah chided slightly. Dalton replied somewhat helplessly. This happened suddenly. I entered a unique place where I couldn't send any messages. I promise it won't happen again. At the time, Berkleen Sr. had forcibly pulled him into the cave, leaving no room for reaction or sending a distress signal. It wasn't long before Flame Master Jerry arrived as well. Under the bright moonlight, the three brothers gathered in the courtyard for a joyous reunion. Over 30 years, both Isaiah and Jerry had improved, reaching 4th stage Heaven's Might and 3rd stage Heaven's Might respectively. Reborn with enhanced physical attributes, Isaiah's cultivation was far from its end. Jerry, after receiving cultivation resources from Dalton, was rejuvenated with great potential for the future. Brother 3, you're truly remarkable, guarding the Golden Bamboo Gang, never even visiting dustiny places within the domain. Born and raised here, it was his homeland, easier to establish roots compared to elsewhere. In the past, it was hard to leave the Grey Wolf domain, partly because we weren't really eager to. We got used to the status quo, Jerry admitted self-deprecatingly. The Cloudstorm mountain range blocked the way to the outside world, isolating the Grey Wolf domain. Only top-tier experts could cross the mountain range previously, keeping the environment peaceful with few wanting to venture out. But since the battle a century ago, which created a breach in the Cloudstorm mountain range, things changed. Even shadow killers infiltrated the Grey Wolf domain, turning it away from its former peace. Over recent years, efforts had expanded this breach, stabilizing it as a passage. Dalton knew that the battle a century ago involved Berkleen Sr. facing not one but 3 tier, 12 vicious beasts. His efforts to stop them cost significant energy and led to the breach in the Cloudstorm mountain range. Brother 3, when do you plan to leave? Isaiah asked. After bidding farewell to Big Brother and Second Brother, I'll be ready to leave, Dalton answered. You have courage, Brother 3. You can leave whenever you want, unlike me and Big Brother, who have various attachments, Jerry said, helpless. I'm alone, unencumbered. Looking far into the distance at the Aidensong mountain range, Dalton couldn't help but feel deeply awestruck. The Aidensong mountain range stretched over 100,000 miles, completely isolating the Songlong domain from the outside world. More importantly, it contained a special domain field, with peculiar spatial veins, making it virtually impossible for ordinary people to cross. In the past, only cultivators at the Tiangang realm or higher could traverse the Aidensong mountain range, moving between the Songlong domain and other domains. One could only say that Master Berkleen was too powerful. He could even forcefully break through such a terrifying domain field. This was truly unparalleled. It made sense. If Master Berkleen were not so formidable, how could he have shattered the strongest bolt of tribulation lightning with a primordial spirit sword? Soon, Dalton saw the gap. Compared to the majestic mountain range, it appeared very small, just a narrow crack extending from the mountaintop to the foot, with smooth and flat edges. Ever since this gap appeared, there had been a constant flow of people entering and exiting the Songlong domain. To be precise, it wasn't just Whodustan warriors, but also savage beasts. Friend, please stop for a moment. Just as Dalton was about to go through the gap with the crowd, someone suddenly stepped forward to intercept him. May I ask what Elder has to teach? Dalton asked respectfully, clasping it. But to participate in this grand event, one must pass a selection. Do you have any interest? The middle-aged Dustin looked at Dalton full of hope. Dalton roughly understood. The Songlong domain was weak, and it was hard to compete with other domains. Thus, they could only try to gather all kinds of geniuses and select those who could represent the Songlong domain. He had the cultivation of a Blasmet Breaker at the Dongshu realm, which the middle-aged Dustin saw as peak perfection at the Dongshu realm, hence why he stopped him, thinking Dalton might get a spot for Dongshu realm candidates. Dalton seriously considered it. Although he decided to leave the Songlong domain, he hadn't thought about where to go after leaving. If he could represent the Songlong domain and participate in the grand event in the Monghuang region, it would be quite nice. Without hesitation, he nodded. Since there's an opportunity, I'd naturally like to give it a try. That's wonderful. Then please proceed with the registration. Someone will take you to Tiannan City, and the selection competition will be held here publicly after 1 month. Let me wish you success here. The middle-aged Dustin chuckled. Before long, Dalton completed the registration and quietly waited. A grand event held every 3,000 years was indeed rare. Since he encountered it, there was no reason to miss it. Moreover, his current cultivation was perfect for this. If he had already broken through to the Guido realm, he wouldn't have had the chance. After all, trying to compete for spots against peak Guido realm experts with only the cultivation of a first-level Guido realm was unrealistic. This grand event involved competitions across multiple realms, from the primordial spirit realm to the Tiangang realm, 5 major realms in total, making it extremely lively. The lifespan of a Tiangang realm expert was no more than 3,500 years, so it was highly unlikely that anyone would have the chance to attend 2 consecutive grand events, unless someone cultivated to the Tiangang realm within 500 years and was among the top-tier powers. However, such genius individuals would almost certainly not remain stagnant for 3,000 years. We are both at the Dongshu realm. Let's introduce ourselves. As Dalton pondered, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Dalton came back to his senses and looked up to see a beautiful face instantly catch his eye. She was a youthful and charming young Wadustin, looking about 16 or 17 years old, with the appearance of a teenage girl. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, and she wore a light yellow dress. Her large, bright eyes were as clear as the sky, full of vitality. Just a glance left a deep impression on Dalton. Pulling himself together, Dalton smiled. I am Dalton. How may I address you, miss? Tiannan City was divided into inner and outer parts, with the inner part being the core area where outsiders were not allowed to enter freely. Dalton and the others were brought to a massive dustintion in the outer city, with excellent living conditions and everything needed for daily life. They needed to stay here for a month, and then participate in the selection. Regardless of whether they succeeded, the 7 sects, 13 cities, and several savage beast forces would offer them certain benefits. This selection was not limited to Wadustin martial artists, but also included savage beasts. At that time, everyone would gather and compete fairly and openly, entirely based on strength. Concerning the honor and disgrace of the Songlong domain, each major force took it very seriously, ensuring only the cream of the crop from various realms in the Songlong domain would be chosen. Dalton, let's go out and explore. I've never been to Tiannan City before. Just as Dalton was preparing to cultivate, Kennedy's voice sounded outside the room. Without delay, he opened the door and smiled. Coincidentally, I've never been here either. Exploring would be good. I heard the martial market here is huge. We should check it out. Don't waste any more time. Let's go, Kennedy urged, seeming eager. Immediately, the two left the dustintion and began wandering around the city. Chapter 626, Can't Bear to Watch. The city of Tiannan was incredibly prosperous, with bustling streets lined with shops. Among the millions of inhabitants, a high percentage were extraordinary martial artists, and it was common to encounter advanced practitioners. The city had stringent rules that everyone must follow, and even if one were a powerhouse at the Heavenly Ganger or Union of Dao Realms, they would find it unwise to cause trouble here. Dalton and Kennedy wandered through the city aimlessly, taking in the unique local customs. When they reached a lavish restaurant, Kennedy stopped abruptly, patting her stomach and saying, I'm so hungry, I can't walk any further. Dalton was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Kennedy to be such a food lover. All right, let's go in. I'll treat you, he said. Kennedy's eyes lit up instantly, and she happily darted into the restaurant. The place was spacious, spanning 3 floors, with communal dining areas on the first 2 levels and private rooms on the 3rd. In the center, there was a Dustin stage. When Dalton entered, he saw someone playing a guqin on stage. Guided by a waiter, they quickly arrived at the 2nd floor and chose a table facing the stage. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about the cost, Dalton said with a smile as he handed the menu to Kennedy. He had no shortage of origin stones, thanks not only to his own acquisitions, but also to the considerable wealth left behind by venerable Aristide. Reasonable. I said I'd treat you. If I made you pay, what kind of friend would I be? Dalton frowned, showing slight displeasure. Rolling her eyes, Kennedy conceded, Fine, you're rich. Have it your way. Dalton merely smiled, unwilling to upset her further. Soon, the kitchen efficiently prepared and served 8 dishes, each a feast for the senses, making Dalton and Kennedy eager to dig in. Seeing Kennedy practically drooling, Dalton picked up his chopsticks. The food's here. Just stand and stare? Eat, try out the chef's skills. I won't be shy then. Kennedy quickly picked up her chopsticks, sampling a dish eagerly. Delicious. So delicious, Dalton. You must try it too, she exclaimed repeatedly. Unable to resist, Dalton also began tasting the dishes, savoring each one worth tens of thousands of origin stones to see if they lived up to their price. Indeed, the food was superb, impeccable in every aspect. The tea and wine were equally exquisite, justifying the exorbitant prices. Not only did these offerings taste excellent, but they also provided tangible benefits for cultivation. Dalton felt his physical body and spirit being nourished, even purifying his inner spiritual energy, equivalent to several years of arduous practice. For him, spending a few 100,000 origin stones for the value of years of hard training was a worthwhile deal. Of course, not everyone could afford such extravagance. As they dined, Dustances continued on stage. At the moment, several attractive dancers moved rhythmically, drawing applause from the audience. Suddenly, a golden-clad Dustin appeared on stage, reeking of alcohol. He drunkenly embraced 2 of the dancers. My beauties, allow me to indulge in your company. Ignoring their resistance, he groped them and kissed them forcefully. The other dancers retreated, fear evident in their eyes. They wanted to help but were powerless to do so. Even the staff hesitated, knowing the Dustin's distinguished background made confronting him risky. This kind of misconduct was common and tolerated. Crack. The Dustin tore the dancers' clothes, preparing to assault them recklessly. Halt. From the 2nd floor, Kennedy couldn't bear to watch any longer. Anger burned in her eyes. Expecting someone to intervene, she only saw the Dustin's behavior escalate. Moving swiftly, she appeared on stage, glaring furiously at the Dustin. Ah, another beauty, so fresh. I love it, the Dustin leered at Kennedy, letting go of the two women to reach for her. Pfft. Kennedy's sword struck in an instant, severing the Dustin's hand. Aya! The Dustin screamed in agony, staggering back, sobering instantly. His face twisted in rage. Bitch, you dare hurt me? Kennedy sneered. Fingerting you is nothing. Scum like you deserves to die. Two figures suddenly appeared behind the Dustin, both at peak Void Realm strength. Spar me. I want her alive, the Dustin snarled. His companions immediately attacked without hesitation. Whoosh. A river of sword chi surged in front of Kennedy, blocking the attackers. Dalton, though preferring not to involve himself, couldn't remain passive anymore. The two assailants struggled but failed to break through the sword chi barrier, forced to retreat when it vibrated. If Dalton intended harm, they would already be severely injured. Stop here. Fighting in Tian City benefits no one, Dalton said sternly. The golden-clad Dustin fumed. No one can bully me. Today, none of you will leave, not even if the Heavenly King himself comes to save you. Uncle Bob, I want them all turned into cripples. Before his words had fully faded, a burly middle-aged Dustin with a somewhat grotesque face appeared out of nowhere on the stage. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an icy aura. Instantly, the entire stage was filled with a heavy, chilling hostility. Undoubtedly, this was a powerhouse at the Earth Fiend realm, and his cultivation was extremely profound. The presence of such a formidable protector clearly indicated the extraordinary status of the golden-clad Dustin. Kennedy's complexion changed drastically. She realized she had caused trouble this time, and worse, implicated Dalton as well. She could feel the cold, malevolent energy enveloping her, restricting her movements and making it difficult for her to harness her inner strength. There was no way around it. Her cultivation level was far below that of the middle-aged Dustin, not even in the same league. Chapter 627. Reunion of Old Friends. Dalton's gaze turned slightly somber. The scenario he least wanted to see had finally unfolded. The six cave heavens within his body continued rotating, their power circulating unceasingly, yet he wasn't adversely affected in any way. However, it was clearly impractical for him to confront the middle-aged Dustin. His opponent had already reached the peak Earth Fiend realm and stood a complete major level above him. No matter how monstrous he might be, it would be impossible for Dalton to defeat him. The further one advanced, the greater the disparity in strength between different levels became, and the difficulty of challenging higher ranks significantly increased. People who could challenge across tiers were already very few at the Void Stage and Earth Fiend realms. Seeing that the middle-aged Dustin was about to act, Dalton felt rather helpless and could only choose to summon the 9th stage sky-splitting Golden Bee. But just as he was about to summon and not someone easily provoked. With a cold expression, Vanessa emitted a terrifying pressure that clashed with her opponent. The middle-aged Dustin stumbled backward under the impact, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. While the clash of pressure seemed calm on the surface, it was extremely perilous. Any misstep could severely damage one's essence, energy, and spirit. The middle-aged Dustin's eyes darkened, becoming even more solemn. Vanessa's strength far exceeded his expectations. Master, we shouldn't linger here too long, the middle-aged Dustin telepathically conveyed to the golden-robed Dustin. Startled, the golden-robed Dustin paused. Previously, whenever the middle-aged Dustin took action, nothing ever failed. But this time he had suffered a setback. He knew how formidable the middle-aged Dustin was, rarely encountering rivals below the Heaven Army realm, which made him quite curious about who Vanessa really was. Collecting his thoughts, the golden-robed Dustin spoke in a deep voice. I don't care who you are. Anyone who opposes our Tang family will face dire consequences. The Tang family was essentially a local powerhouse in Tianan City, heavily dependent on the city itself, with a profound heritage and generations of Heaven Army realm experts serving as protectors. If not for this, there wouldn't be a peak Earth Fiend realm expert guarding the golden-robed Dustin. What's so great about the Tang family? Come challenge us from the Peacock Valley if you dare, Gay said disdainfully. Peacock Valley. Upon hearing this name, the golden-robed Dustin's complexion changed drastically. Of course, he knew the Peacock Valley. It was one of the strongest savage beast factions in the Grey Wolf domain, with immense influence. Even the 7 sects and 13 cities hesitated to provoke it casually. Despite feeling annoyed, the golden-robed Dustin dared not issue empty threats anymore, fearing it might bring disaster to the Tang family. After casting a final look at Dalton and Kennedy, he left with the middle-aged Dustin and the 2 guards. Sometimes circumstances forced one to hold back their anger. A coward who only knows to compare backgrounds, utterly useless otherwise, Gay sneered scornfully. Blazekim, Gay came from a large faction but never mentioned the Peacock Valley openly. He preferred to rely on his own abilities when faced with problems. To him, always depending on connections was a sign of incompetence. Thus, the conflict ended abruptly. Many spectators, who enjoyed the drama, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, hoping the confrontation would escalate into a fight. The distinguished guests from Peacock Valley, welcome. Apologies for not receiving you properly earlier. At this moment, an elderly Dustin with a somewhat chubby frame greeted them. What's so funny? What's wrong? Gay asked, puzzled. Dalton explained, 10,000 origin stones isn't enough. Resaden and I ordered 8 dishes, a pot of tea, and a pot of wine. Each item costs more than 10,000 origin stones. Altogether, it's 150,000 origin stones. Oh my, so expensive. Are you serious? Gay's eyes widened in shock. Dalton nodded. Of course, this restaurant specializes in premium dishes. The cheapest dish costs 1,000 origin stones. Looks like my wealth can barely cover a few meals, Gay remarked wryly. So, let me treat you today. You know I earn origin stones easily, Dalton laughed. That's true. Who can earn origin stones easier than an alchemist or a sigil artist? Gay responded with a smirk. He wished he had those talents, but alas, lacking the aptitude, he could only admire from afar. They soon moved to a room upstairs and sat down again. Dalton immediately ordered several more dishes and fine wines. Meeting old friends, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Seeing his insistence on paying, the owner reluctantly agreed, but still gifted them a large jar of aged wine. Dalton, where's Magnolia? Why isn't she here? Gay asked. Dalton replied, Magnolia is in seclusion in a hidden place, cultivate election. Besides cultivators like Dalton and Kennedy who were invited, there were more elites cultivated by major forces. Without exception, these individuals had all reached the peak of their respective realms. 2,000 people at the numinous Void realm participated in the selection, significantly more than what Dalton had anticipated. Among them were not only Dustin martial artists, but also barbarian beasts. The selected number of people, however, was only 30, indicating Dustini rounds of screening would take place. It could be foreseen that the competition would be extremely intense. And these 30 individuals who emerged from such a large group would undoubtedly be top-notch in every aspect, representing the Grey Wolf region to compete with the geniuses from the other 32 regions of the Wilderness realm. Dalton, you must secure a spot. We'll go out together then, Gay said, placing his hand on Dalton's shoulder. Dalton smiled faintly and replied, sure, let's witness the Dragon Gate assembly together. I'm coming too, Kennedy chimed in at this moment. Gay nodded and said, right, and our sister Rizzy, the more, the merrier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. After a month of interaction, everyone had become very familiar with each other, making everything much more relaxed. Soon, Dalton and others drew lots to fairly and justly match opponents. The word aura that sliced through the hand seal. At this moment, the fierce-looking Dustin pounced forward, his entire body bursting with brilliant golden light as he punched lightning fast, clearly intending to engage Dalton in close combat. Both his hands wore gloves, which appeared to be extraordinary treasures enhancing the power of his punches greatly. At the moment he punched, a terrifying killing intent blazed in his eyes, indicating he intended to kill Dalton. Die. The golden-clothed Dustin's eyes were filled with venom. He was confident in the fierce-looking Dustin because he was one of their Tang family's renowned geniuses, having accumulated strength for years in the numinous Void realm. This individual could fight without defeat against Earth Fiend realm experts, showcasing considerable prowess. Dalton could only blame himself for being unlucky enough to meet this fierce-looking Dustin in the first match. Dalton displayed a ghostly-like movement, dodging the attack and continuously circling around the arena, leading the opponent by the nose. Do you only know how to run? Dare you face my punch head-on? The fierce-looking Dustin roared angrily. Dalton steadied himself and said indifferently, as you wish. Upon seeing this, the fierce-looking Dustin immediately built up his strength and unleashed a powerful, tyrannical fist strike. Dalton indeed didn't dodge and met him with a punch. Soon, the first round of selection ended. After another round of lot drawing, the second round began. The second round saw about 1,000 participants remaining, requiring over 600 matches. Thankfully, 10 arenas helped shorten the required time. Unlike the first round, Dalton's appearance time in the second round was early, and he finished the battle quickly. Thus, the rounds continued, with Dalton overcoming obstacles effortlessly. Gay and Kennedy also advanced smoothly, except Zoe faced a formidable opponent in the fifth round and was eliminated. After the fifth round, only 78 remained, nearing the final 30. The sixth round would select 39, followed by eliminating 9. Then, instead of another round, the referees would pick 9 based on prefer distance. If anyone disagreed, they could challenge once, replacing if successful. Unexpectedly, Dalton made it through the sixth round effortlessly. But to his surprise, he became one of those required to be eliminated by the referees, seemingly targeted. Another scheme by the Tang family? Or perhaps the Primordial Water sect? Dalton guessed internally. No need to mention the Tang family, since he recently offended the sole son of the Tang family patriarch. As for the Primordial Water sect, they had conflict years ago over spiritual veins. Now, seeking revenge privately was entirely possible. However, Dalton's resolve was unwavering. He showed no intention of changing his mind. His reasoning was straightforward. This what Dustin hailed from the Primordial Water sect. He did not care whether it was the Primordial Water sect orchestrating events behind the scenes. What mattered was that he strongly disapproved of the sect and intended to teach them a lesson this time around. Chapter 629, Master Anton. In the blink of an eye, all 9 eliminated individuals had chosen their opponents and stepped onto the stage with them. How did Dalton pick such a tough opponent? She is a celebrated prodigy among the younger generation of the Aiden and Water sect. In the previous 6 rounds, none of her matches exceeded 10 moves. This is going to be one difficult match, Gay remarked with a focused gaze, and was unconcerned as she said, though Mindy is powerful, Dalton is definitely stronger. Let's just watch. True, Dalton never acts without assurance. There must be a reason he chose Mindy as his opponent. Gay nodded in agreement. On the stage, Mindy gazed coldly at Dalton, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She was very proud, and few at her level could catch her attention. Begin, Mindy said coolly. Dalton smiled faintly and replied, you go first. A cold glint flashed across Mindy's eyes. Without further ado, she attacked swiftly. Can we announce the result now? Dalton turned to the judge beside him and asked indifferently. The judge, realizing the gravity of the situation, swallowed nervously and declared, Dalton wins. He felt immense pressure from Dalton and was well aware that, with his 4th level Earth Fiend realm cultivation, he wouldn't fare well if it came down to a fight. Dalton leaped gracefully off the stage, showing no arrogance over his victory. To him, so-called prodigies weren't particularly impressive. Amazing, Dalton. You knocked Mindy off the stage in one move. Gay couldn't help but admire Dalton. Seeing Dalton perform like that, Gay acknowledged that he himself couldn't have done better. Dalton smiled and replied, since they chose to target me, I naturally had to retaliate. You mean the Aiden and Water sect was targeting you? Gay quickly caught on. Pretty much, Dalton responded. The Aiden and Water sect is despicable despite being considered a righteous sect. Gay spat, disdain evident in his eyes. Gay gave another thumbs up. Well done. It's about time someone humiliated them. If there are any problems, my dad will cover for you. I believe the Aiden and Water sect won't overstep its bounds, Dalton stated calmly. At least for now, the Aiden and Water sect wouldn't dare act rashly, given that the selection was a collaborative effort of all major forces in Songlong domain. Even if they did attempt something, Dalton was confident in self-preservation. Shortly, all challenges concluded. Apart from Dalton, only one other succeeded. Excluding Dalton, the judges' evaluations were generally fair. After a half-month, the genius selections across various realms ended. From the Divine Soul realm to the Celestial Pivot realm, a total of 120 individuals were chosen, 30 each from the Divine Soul, Merging, and Hollow Void realms, 20 from the Earth Fiend realm, and 10 from the Celestial Pivot realm. Inside a distinction within the inner city of Tinshui City, selected geniuses gathered while leaders of major factions arrived. A refined-looking Dustin appeared before the gathered geniuses. This person exuded an extraordinary aura, almost transcendent. Master Anton. Everyone present greeted him respectfully. Clearly, Master Anton was an exceptional figure, likely holding significant influence. Who is Master Anton? Dalton discreetly asked Gay. Having limited interactions, Dalton wasn't familiar with Songlong Domain's strong figures. Gay was surprised. You don't know Master Anton? He's a legend in Songlong Domain, perhaps even the domain's foremost individual. 3,000 years ago, Master Anton was at the Hollow Void realm like us, representing Songlong Domain at the Dragon Gate Assembly. He reportedly performed astonishingly. The inner city of Tinshui City was akin to a sect's headquarters, rarely accessible to outsiders. As the strongest among the 13 cities of Songlong Domain, the inner city was certainly worth exploring. It was vast, filled with ancient architecture. The place exuded historical charm, evoking admiration. Blas Baojai, this is the largest spiritual treasure shop in Tinshui City. I've heard there are dustiny good items inside. Let's go in and take a look, Gay said with a gleam in his eyes. At that moment, they stood before an ancient-looking building, engraved all over with intricate spirit patterns that, once activated, could deter even Dao Union realm powerhouses. Since Tinshui City was established, Blas Baojai had always been present, its background incredibly robust. Although it couldn't compare to the Treasure Pavilion, it was one of the top spiritual treasure shops within the Songlong Domain. Welcome, distinguished guests. No matter what you purchase at Blas Baojai, you will enjoy an 80% discount. If you wish to sell treasures, we will offer the highest price for acquisition. Someone greeted them warmly as soon as they entered the store. Clearly, this was special treatment given by Blas Baojai to geniuses participating in the Dragon Gate Assembly. Ordinary people wouldn't receive such benefits. Chapter 630, Heaven-Shaking Thunderstone. Blas Baojai was enormous. A voice sounded behind him. The next moment, a Dustin walked up, his eyes fixed intently on the rare item before him. Dalton remembered that this Dustin was one of the selected geniuses, a Tiangang realm powerhouse named Hilton. The servant from Blas Baojai hastily replied, Master Anton requires soul essence fruits. 1 soul essence fruit can be exchanged for 3 heaven-shaking thunderstones. Master Anton is really generous, Dalton couldn't help but comment. Normally, a heaven-shaking thunderstone and a soul essence fruit were of equivalent value. Yet Master Anton was willing to exchange 3 stones for 1 fruit, a clear indication of his desperate need for the soul essence fruit. Hilton frowned. He had not only never possessed a soul essence fruit, but hadn't even heard of it before. Must it be exchanged using soul essence fruits? Hilton asked seriously. The servant nodded. That's what Master Anton wishes. We have no authority to change it. Hilton said nothing more and turned away abruptly. Esteemed guest, please stay, the servant suddenly called out. What is it? Hilton stopped and turned back. The master just informed me that we may gift this heaven-shaking thunderstone to you. Gift it to me? Hilton felt surprised. Isidro's, Master Anton says it's to repay an old debt to the Lei Blasting Valley, the servant explained, then handed the stone to Hilton. Hilton was taken aback. He didn't know when Master Anton had owed. If not for Hilton's appearance, Dustini might have thought Lei Blasting Valley was utterly extinct. Dalton clasped his hands and said, Please show yourself, Master. I wish to exchange for the heaven-shaking thunderstone. Is that so? Do you have a soul essence fruit? Before he finished speaking, Master Anton appeared. Dalton shook his head slightly. No. And how do you intend to exchange with me? Master Anton asked with slight displeasure. I don't have a soul essence fruit, but I do have something similar that might meet your needs, Dalton said. Is that so? Follow me then. With a wave of his hand, Master Anton brought Dalton elsewhere until they arrived in a room. What is the treasure you mentioned? Master Anton asked. Dalton revealed a brocade box, saying, Earth Soul Pill. Master Anton took the box, opening it carefully. Indeed, it's an Earth Soul Pill. Where did you get it? Master Anton looked at Dalton seriously. In a cave tomb, Dalton replied calmly. Since Berkleen secluded himself over 2,000 years ago, Earth Soul Pills vanished. I didn't expect you to find one, Master Anton murmured, disappointment evident in his eyes. Dalton's heart stirred, guessing something. The Earth Soul Pill was indeed refined by Berkleen, who created the formula without revealing it publicly. Berkleen cultivated the Jameson sword cannon, excelling in both swordplay and alchemy. Master Anton produced 6 heaven-shaking thunder stones. The Earth Soul Pill is far more valuable than a soul essence fruit. Let's trade for 6 stones. Thank you, Elder. Dalton accepted the stones without hesitation. Feeling pleased, Master Anton offered further guidance. Seizing the opportunity, Dalton asked about cultivation techniques. Gay and Kennedy waited anxiously at Blas Baojai, fearing something might have gone wrong with Dalton. Corrected for consistency in terminology. Gay and Kennedy waited anxiously at Blas Baojai, fearing something might have gone wrong with Dalton. Improving fluency and natural reading. Gay and Kennedy waited anxiously at the Blas Baojai, worried that something might have happened to Dalton. Note, Blas Baojai should be consistently translated or kept as is based on previous context. If it's a proper name, it should remain untranslated. For this context, I assume it should be. Gay and Kennedy waited anxiously at the Blas Baojai, worried that something might have happened to Dalton. Despite knowing Master Anton wouldn't harm a junior, his prolonged absence made them worry. By dusk, Dalton finally returned. Why did you take so long? Kennedy immediately asked. Dalton smiled. I asked Master Anton some questions about cultivation, lost track of time. Sorry for making you wait, Li Baozhai, based on its appearance earlier. If the esteemed guests wish to dine, we Li Baozhai can also provide meals, the servant interjected. Looking at the servant, Dalton said, prepare us some signature dishes and drinks. To be honest, our signature dishes are quite expensive, the servant admitted. That's fine, arrange everything, but ensure the dishes are digestible for us, Dalton replied. Understanding Dalton's request, the servant quickly agreed. Taking advantage of the time, Dalton continued exploring Blas Baozhai. It indeed had numerous treasures. Tier 9 and Tier 10 spirit items were quite common, and he could even see some Tier 11 spirit items. After careful selection, Dalton purchased multiple spirit items, all of which would be useful to him at this stage or in the near future. When it came to spirit items for cultivation, if he came across them, there was no reason to let them slip by. He stopped in front of a gray rock water pool. Among the Dustini treasures, this one was particularly unique. Selecting carefully, Dalton bought several items useful for his current stage or near future. Stopping before a gray rock pond, he paused at an unusual treasure among others. The rock water pool was small, only about 3 feet square, and its shape was irregular, roughly oval. It contained deep water that seemed to have no end, and most notably, it actually housed a living creature. Chapter 631. Another feast. Are you guys selling fish here? Gay asked in surprise. A waiter quickly walked over and explained. This pond was acquired by a powerful figure from Tiannan City. The fish naturally live in it, so they are sold along with the pond. Dalton immediately asked, how Dustini source stones does this cost? 1 million source stones, the waiter answered promptly. Gay couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just a pond with a fish, and you're asking for 1 million source stones. You might as well rob us. What's so special about it? How can it be worth so Dustini source stones? Kennedy curiously observed. She was also shocked. Such a large sum of source stones was something most Void Cave Realm martial artists could not afford unless they sold all their treasures. Dalton calmly said, I'll take it. Both Gay and Kennedy looked at him with astonishment. This was 1 million source stones, and he didn't even blink an eye. It was truly extravagant. I'm getting a great deal today. Don't forget, we can get a 20% discount, Dalton chuckled. The remaining source stones will be used to treat you guys to a meal. Gay rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to talk to rich people like you. You have no consideration for those who aren't as fortunate. At least you're the son of the Peacock Valley's master. Why are you acting poor? Dalton replied somewhat speechlessly. Stones. Dalton packed away the pond, believing his decision would prove lucrative. Shortly after, the waiter came to inform Dalton and company that the meal was ready. Just then, Vanessa also arrived. Soon, the four of them entered the private room and sat down. Dalton took out a Gang Adenin pill and placed it in a brocade box. This pill should fetch 8 million source stones on the market and has long been unseen. Its price can go even higher. The final selling price depends on your skills. Once you sell it, split the earnings with me, Dalton smiled. Upon hearing this, Gay was elated, clutching the box with excitement and laughing. Ha, wealth, this time I'll bleed my dad dry. Are you going to sell this pill to father? Vanessa looked surprised. Gay nodded and grinned. Isidros, this pill is specifically for dad. I'm going to hit him hard for being so stingy. Vanessa's eyes widened in shock, glancing deeply at Dalton, curious about where he obtained such a valuable pill and why he gave it to her brother so cheaply. Even if only sold for 8 million source stones, half a share meant 4 million. An enormous amount. Even she would suffer to pay that much. Let's eat. Celebrate our qualification for the Dragon Gate conference. Dalton smiled. Here, everyone, raise your cups. Quickly pouring 4 cups of wine, Dalton raised his glass. Hearing this, Kennedy, Gay, and Vanessa also lifted their glasses. Such a moment deserved celebration. The Dragon Gate conference, held every 3,000 years, gathered elites from 33 domains. Participation was undoubtedly a life-changing event. Delicious wine, Vanessa praised, acknowledging its exceptional quality given her high standards. These dishes are Blas Baozhai specialties. They should be excellent, Dalton invited. Vanessa glanced over the dishes, surprised by their cost. She knew the prices well, having visited Blas Baozhai before. Most of these dishes were expensive delicacies she'd seen only on menus. The total cost of this feast would likely be staggering. But thinking of Dalton casually letting Gay earn millions of source stones, Vanessa understood his wealth and power. Putting aside distractions, she indulged in the meal, knowing such cuisine was rare. Blas Baozhai's dishes not only delighted the senses but also offered immense benefits, providing comprehensive improvements for martial artists. Even Dalton felt substantial gains, equivalent to years of diligent cultivation. His foundation grew more solid. If he wished, he could instantly break through to the earthly gang realm. However, doing so now would disqualify him from the Dragon Gate conference. So, he set up a subtle seal within himself to prevent an unintentional breakthrough. Several distinguished guests, someone outside wishes to see you. While enjoying their meal, the waiter suddenly entered and reported. Dalton asked curiously, who is it? It's Elder Colby, a guardian elder of the Primordial Water Sect, the waiter replied. Dalton was puzzled, unsure why a Primordial Water Sect guardian elder sought him. Surely not for revenge? Given his qualification, the sect wouldn't dare act rashly. Thinking for a moment, Dalton instructed, please bring Elder Colby in. Regardless, he was a significant figure from the Primordial Water Sect, and meeting him was necessary. Chapter 632. Rare Treasure. Under the guidance of a waiter, 2 incomparably beautiful women entered the private room. One was naturally Elder Colby, and the other was Mindy, who had been knocked off the arena by Dalton earlier. This contemporary pride of the Adenin Shui sect not only had stunning beauty, but her cultivation talent was extraordinarily high, almost perfect. Dalton stood up and clasped his hands together. Elder Colby's arrival. I failed to welcome you in advance. Please forgive me. Regardless of his true feelings towards the Aiden Shui sect, on the surface, he had to remain courteous. Nothing comes without a reason. Let's get straight to the point. I have come to request a favor from you, young friend Dalton, Elder Colby said frankly. Dalton asked curiously, I wonder what it is? I hope you can agree to allow Judenjayu to regain her qualification for the Longmin Conference, replied Elder Colby. Dalton looked puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Please pardon my confusion. To put it simply, someone is willing to give up their spot, but only if the person who defeated Judenjayu agrees, Elder Colby explained. Hearing this, Dalton understood the situation but was also quite surprised. The Aiden Shui sect truly had its ways, dustinaging to persuade someone to give up their spot. He wondered about the means they used and whether they were fair. Of course, these matters were none of his business. He didn't expect that such an arrangement would need his approval. It was indeed an interesting twist. Dalton fell into deep thought. Honestly, he wasn't too keen on letting Mindy regain her spot, considering how underhanded the Aiden Shui sect had been, even orchestrating a scheme against him. Seeing Dalton take his time to respond, Elder Colby couldn't help but feel anxious. There might be some misunderstandings between our sect and you, young friend. We are willing to resolve them. If you have any requests, please let us know. Gay interjected, when asking for a favor, one should at least show sincerity and offer something in return, like inviting someone to dinner, not just jump right into asking. Elder Colby smiled faintly. That was my oversight. If you don't mind, let me treat you all. Waiter, bring some more fine wine and dishes. Inwardly, she was quite displeased, secretly infuriated. If not for Mindy, she wouldn't need to be so courteous to these young people. It had been years since she had lowered herself like this. Since Elder Colby has spoken, it would be rude of me not to agree, Dalton chuckled. Elder Colby felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you, young friend. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Enjoy your meal. I'll settle the bill. Elder Colby, please leave slowly. We will not see you out. Dalton politely bid farewell. Elder Colby left without another word. Mindy silently followed behind, never saying a word throughout the encounter. I didn't think it would be so easy to achieve the goal. This boy certainly knows when to act appropriately, Elder Colby thought privately. She initially expected Dalton to make Dustini to Dustins, realizing now she had overestimated the difficulty. Outside the private room, Elder Colby inquired the waiter about the bill for Dalton and his companions. What? 2.5 million source stones? She was dumbfounded by the reported price. She knew dining at Blasbauzai wasn't cheap, but she didn't expect it to be exorbitantly expensive. 2.5 million source stones could buy a top-tier grade 9 spirit weapon, even making a Tiangang realm expert wince. A few youngsters dustinaged to spend this much in one meal, astonishing her. She then realized she had fallen into Gay's trap unknowingly. But the words were out, and with the Blasbauzai waiter present, she couldn't go back on her word. Elder Colby paid the 2.5 million source stones despite her grimace, though feeling quite aggrieved. Though seemingly achieving her goal effortlessly, she still had to pay a huge price. And the irony was that she had proposed the meal herself. Mindy was bewildered, never expecting her teacher to end up paying such a steep price for her. After paying, Elder Colby quickly left Blasbauzai with a dark face, vowing never to return to that cursed place. Inside the private room, the waiter brought more dishes and wine for Dalton and his companions. If not for Elder Colby's insistence on additional delicacies, the bill would have been considerably less, probably saving several 100,000 source stones. Most surprisingly, the waiter returned 50,000 source stones, explaining that all expenditures at Blasbauzai were eligible for a 20% discount. Initially, due to Elder Colby paying, the waiter didn't realize the discount applied. Now, with Elder Colby gone, he returned the source stones to Dalton and company. Whoa, free food and drinks, plus 50,000 extra source stones. What a deal. Gay exclaimed. Dalton, Vanessa, and Kennedy exchanged looks, unsure what to say. If Elder Colby knew, she might well have fainted. Kennedy, Vanessa, and Gay decided to let Dalton keep the 50,000 source stones as compensation from the Aiden Shui sect. After the meal, Dalton and the others strolled around the inner city for a while before returning to their lodgings. Back in the room, Dalton retrieved the stone water pool with a wave of his hand, eager to study it. No mistake, this water pool appears to be made of Isol stone on the surface but is actually Blasingdao stone. Rare celestial artifact, Dalton's eyes shone with excitement. He confirmed the pool's essence was Blasingdao stone, an exceedingly rare material of immeasurable value. To purchase such a treasure at its true worth would deplete even his vast fortune, potentially bankrupting a major power. Acquiring this precious treasure for a mere 1 million source stones was sheer luck. Next, Dalton examined the fish within the pool. Without doubt, a fish living within a Blasingdao stone-built pool was extraordinary. This seems to be the legendary Tianxin dragonfish. Dalton's expression turned astonishment. Such a spiritual being was rarely seen even by the ancient emperors, only mentioned in ancient texts. The Tianxin dragonfish was world-renowned for its mystical abilities. Then, a pair of dragon horns grew on its head, along with 2 long dragon whiskers. In an instant, the aura it emitted was completely different, exuding a sense of transcendent detachment. Before long, the fish began to undergo some changes. Its scales gradually turned a purple-gold color, and intricate patterns emerged on each scale. Then, a pair of dragon horns grew on its head, along with 2 long dragon whiskers. Suddenly, it exuded a completely different aura, one that was transcendent and extraordinary. Dalton was captivated by the sight, inadvertently entering a wondrous state of enlightenment. His martial Tao true soul and blast-bound law appeared, and the 6 cave heavens around him also dustinifested, enveloping him in a profoundly sacred light, as if a deity had descended upon the world. Before long, the fish began to undergo some transformations. Its scales gradually turned a purple-gold color, and intricate patterns emerged on each scale. Then, a pair of dragon horns grew on its head, along with 2 long dragon whiskers. In an instant, the aura it emitted became entirely different, exuding a transcendent quality. Dalton was so captivated by the sight that he inadvertently entered a profound state of enlightenment. His martial true soul and innate law dustinifested, and the 6 heavens appeared around him. He then divided part of his primordial spirit, forming a clone, entering the cave-established treasure to cultivate using the 3 unique spirit items. His primordial spirit was immensely powerful, so dividing a part wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, that part of the primordial spirit was inside the cave-established treasure, and he could retrieve it whenever he needed. Dalton turned his hand and took out a thunderstone. What a rare treasure. It would even benefit a thunder cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage. I wonder where True Master Ali got so dustiny. Thunderstones were extremely rare, especially in the Earth realm, making them hard to come by. They were formed from refined heavenly thunder and might contain secrets of heavenly tribulations. True Master Ali could casually give Hilton one and exchange 6 with Dalton, proving he possessed quite a lot, no doubt due to some extraordinary encounter. Undoubtedly, thunderstones were excellent aids for cultivating the thunder deity technique and could also promote the growth of the Blashning origin tree. Dalton had already made his allocation, 2 for the immortal bone avatar, 2 for his own cultivation, and the remaining 2 for the Blashning origin tree to absorb. The Blashning origin tree was now a 10th stage spirit tree, but its growth potential was infinite. Growing into a divine tree wasn't impossible. Using 2 thunderstones should greatly increase the chances of the Blashning origin tree reaching the 11th stage. Dalton wasn't in a rush. His current cultivation level was still weak, and the Blashning origin tree was enough for him for now. He'd think about gradually letting it grow later. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and all the outstanding geniuses gathered once again. Dalton, the pill has been successfully sold to my father, Gay said with a chuckle. Dalton smiled. You're smiling so brightly. Looks like you got a good price. Of course. You didn't see how my father reacted when he saw that pill. His eyes lit up with desire. After some haggling, I got him to pay 13 million origin stones, Gay grinned. Dalton was somewhat surprised. You really went all out. Aren't you afraid your father will settle accounts with you later? Why be afraid? The origin stones are in my hands now. There's no way he can get them back. Besides, you said it yourself. The pill is rare and valuable. He should thank me for getting one for him, Gay said indifferently. Here's half of it, Dalton, thank you. Earning 6,500,000 origin stones instantly, he was overjoyed. He had never seen so dustiny origin stones in his life. With these origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about buying anything in the future. Dalton casually put away the origin stones without much care. To him, origin stones were merely numbers. Selling a 10th grade spirit pill at the price of a 10th grade spirit weapon, it had to be said, Gay did have some skills. But to Gay's father, the value of a soul pill far exceeded that of a 10th grade spirit weapon. It could help him reach the peak Heavenly Gorge realm faster, solidify his foundation, and increase his chances of breaking through to the Harmonization realm. The major powers weren't lacking in Heaven Gorge or Earth Fisher realm cultivators, but Harmonization realm cultivators were extremely scarce, sometimes leading to a gap during certain eras. After confirming the number of people, True Master Ali led everyone out of Tianan City without any idle talk. Although this Dragon Gate conference was led by True Master Ali, he wasn't the only Harmonization realm expert. Several others accompanied him, though he was the leader. Ideally, having a Tribulation Crossing realm expert lead would be best, but unfortunately, the Wolfpack domain lacked the strength, and various major powers hadn't produced a Tribulation Crossing expert in dustiny years. But this alone set the Wolfpack domain behind other domains. Soon, True Master Ali led everyone to the place of trials. This is Green Wave Pond. Upon realizing where they were, dustiny faces changed. Green Wave Pond was well known in the Wolfpack domain as an extremely dangerous location. Even Harmonization realm experts couldn't guarantee safe return. With extensive water attributes. Many entered Green Wave Pond to hunt snake dragons for the jade pearls. The pond also contained dustiny precious natural treasures, attracting numerous visitors. Others came purely to hone themselves, hoping to achieve breakthroughs through battle. Appearing in the deep waters of the pond, Dalton found himself completely alone. My second brother was trapped in the Green Wave Pond for a long time, enduring great hardships before finally escaping, Dalton murmured. At that time, Immortal Flame had already reached the peak Earth Fisher realm, highlighting the extreme danger of the pond. The dangers of Green Wave Pond weren't limited to snake dragons, but included natural runes and restrictions that could be fatal even to top-tier experts. Suddenly feeling cautious, Dalton spotted a 3-meter-long snake dragon rushing towards him at incredible speed. This was an 8th stage snake dragon, incredibly swift in water, capable of harnessing tremendous water power, and undeniably powerful. Dalton's body remained still as he unleashed the profound tortoise mystical art, sending out a bone-chilling coldness. Instantly, thick layers of ice formed on the snake dragon's body, rendering it immobile. Crack! In the next moment, the ice shattered, and the snake dragon was torn apart into pieces. Dalton reached out, and a jade pearl still seemed inadequate, swiftly killed by a single strike. They say dragon serpents have tenacious lives, but his single strike extinguished its vitality completely. Indeed, the special aura contained within the 9th tier dragon serpent's bead is slightly stronger. Dalton held the dragon pearl, carefully sensing it. Although he had acquired a large number of dragon pearls, he still couldn't figure out the origin of that special aura. It only gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, making him more eager to delve deeper into investigating. Let's try refining all of them. Dalton quickly came up with a new idea. Immediately, he circulated the Return Void Imperial Scripture, refining all 57 dragon pearls simultaneously. Though these dragon pearls contained formidable water elemental power, his void storage was vast and profound, capable of accommodating any amount of energy. Dalton's efficiency was extremely high, successfully refining all the dragon pearls without much time, further advancing his black tortoise profound art and evolving the dark abyss sea further. Dalton's eyes slightly changed as he sensed unusual activity within one of the inner realms. That was the inner realm he specifically used to nurture spiritual artifacts and treasures, where destiny valuable items were stored. The disturbance now originated from the dragon pearl obtained from the god burial wasteland. He surmised that the peculiar activity of the dragon pearl was most likely due to the dragon soul inside, driven by its inherent instinct. Over time, the dragon pearl continuously slew dragon serpents, absorbing that special aura with incredible efficiency. Dalton was a bit dazed. He realized he didn't need to do anything, just follow behind and collect the dead dragon serpents and pearls. He noticed it wasn't due to immense power, but because the dragon pearl possessed an ability to subdue these dragon serpents, leaving them powerless. 500 dragon serpents. Dalton silently counted. If he didn't know there were countless dragon serpents in the Baibo pond, he would have genuinely worried that the dragon pearl might wipe them out. At first, the dragon pearl only killed 8th tier dragon serpents, occasionally a 9th tier one. Gradually, it ventured deeper into the pond, killing only 9th tier dragon serpents. Next, it went even deeper, encountering 10th tier dragon serpents. Even the 10th tier dragon serpents were utterly subdued by the dragon pearl, meeting their doom upon encounter. Dalton wondered if leaving the dragon pearl unattended in the Baibo pond would lead to the extermination of all dragon serpents and what consequences that might bring. Surprisingly, he didn't encounter anyone else on his way down, unsure whether it was due to the vastness of the Baibo pond or the dragon pearl deliberately avoiding others. It unlikely to approach this place, yet a small cave void realm cultivator destined to do so, which was very strange. After some thought, true immortal Anton didn't delay and immediately followed. Unaware that true immortal Anton was following, Dalton continued slowly behind the dragon pearl. He found that after passing through the seal, the waters below became extremely cold and filled with intense malevolent energy. Fortunately, his constitution was special, resistant to cold and immune to malevolent energy. Instead, he attempted to condense cold energy to refine the dark abyss sea and collect malevolent energy to cultivate the white tiger profound art. No matter where he was, he never neglected his cultivation. As Dalton had anticipated, there were more 11th tier dragon serpents in the waters below the seal, and they were more powerful. Any one of them venturing out could cause massive calamities. True immortal Anton had indeed shown great skill by sealing them off. Here, the dragon pearl still moved freely, having restored much of its essence due to absorbing a significant amount of special aura. The invisible dragons might spread. Dalton understood that the dragon pearl relied on the dragons might to subdue dragon serpents, instilling deep fear into their souls. Logically, this dragon pearl belonged to an immensely powerful 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding pure and boundless dragon might, far beyond the resistance of mere dragon serpents. Splash! Suddenly, the dragon pearl emitted dazzling golden light, distorting space. Before Dalton could react, he disappeared along with the dragon pearl. The waters below were peculiarly complex, layer upon layer, intertwined in intricate space. Conventional means would barely allow movement. The aura has vanished. True immortal Anton caught up, deeply frowning. He had clearly sensed Dalton's presence and locked onto it, but in a blink, Dalton was gone. He was just a step too slow. Did he breach the deepest part of the Baibo pond? True immortal Anton speculated. Slash. Dalton swung his sword, cleanly splitting a dragon serpent into 2 halves. This was the 57th Jiaoso he had killed since entering the Baibo pond, and it was also the strongest one, reaching the 9th tier, comparable to at least a 3rd-rank Earth Calamity Realm martial artist. Note: I made corrections to ensure terms are consistent with previously used terminology in this text, such as using Jiaoso for the creature type and ensuring Earth Calamity is used for the realm name. However, please check the context of Jiaoso, as it can be translated as Serpent Beast or Water Dragon, based on different preferences. Here, I kept it in pinyin to maintain consistency from the original text. If you prefer an English term, let me know which one you'd like to use. However, in front of him, this dragon serpent still seemed insufficient, being easily slain by his single sword strike. It's often said that dragon serpents have tenacious lives, but his sword instantly extinguished its vitality. Indeed, the special aura contained within the 9th tier dragon serpent's pearl is slightly stronger. Dalton held the dragon pearl, carefully sensing it. Although he had obtained a large number of dragon pearls, he still couldn't figure out the origin of that special aura. He only had a strange sense of familiarity, making him increasingly curious to delve deeper. I should try refining all of them. Dalton soon had a new idea. Immediately, he circulated the returning void imperial scripture and began refining the 57 dragon pearls simultaneously. Though these dragon pearls contained vast amounts of water essence, his void storage was as vast as an abyss, capable of holding any amount of power. Dalton worked very efficiently. Without much time, he successfully refined all the dragon pearls. As a result, his black tortoise profound skill advanced, further evolving the abyssal sea. Dalton's expression changed as he sensed a disturbance within one of his inner realms. That was the inner realm he specifically used to nurture spiritual artifacts and treasures. In his opinion, the dragon pearl's anomaly was most likely due to the dragon soul inside, driven by instinct. Over the following period, the dragon pearl continuously killed dragon serpents, absorbing that special aura with astonishing efficiency. Dalton was stunned, realizing he didn't need to do anything. Just following behind to collect the corpses and pearls would suffice. He noticed that it wasn't the dragon pearl's immense strength, but its ability to suppress these dragon serpents that rendered them powerless. 500 dragon serpents. Dalton silently counted. If not for knowing the countless dragon serpents in the Baibo pond, he would worry that the dragon pearl might slaughter them all. Initially, the dragon pearl targeted 8th tier dragon serpents, occasionally encountering 9th tier ones. Gradually, the dragon pearl ventured deeper into the pond, targeting exclusively 9th tier dragon serpents. Then it entered an even deeper area where 10th tier dragon serpents appeared. Even these 10th-tier dragon serpents were suppressed by the dragon pearl, facing certain death upon encounter. Dalton wondered if leaving the dragon pearl unchecked would lead to the depletion of dragon serpents in the Baibo Pond, and what consequences it would bring. Surprisingly, during his descent, he encountered no one, unsure if it was because the Baibo Pond was too vast, or if the dragon pearl deliberately avoided others. At some point, Anton frowned, puzzled. By his estimation, even the 10-peak Heaven Gang realm experts should not be able to approach this area, yet a mere cave void realm youth managed to do so, which was indeed peculiar. Note, Heaven Sa realm has been corrected to Heaven Gang realm for consistency and accuracy. Cavernous void realm has been standardized to Cave void realm. After a brief thought, True Lord Anton did not delay and followed immediately. Unaware of True Lord Anton following him, Dalton continued calmly trailing behind the dragon pearl. He noticed that passing the seal made the lower waters extremely icy and filled with intense malevolent aura. Fortunately, his special constitution made him immune to cold and unaffected by the invading malevolent aura. Instead, he attempted to condense the cold energy to refine the abyssal sea while collecting the malevolent aura to cultivate the White Tiger profound skill. Regardless of the circumstances, he never neglected his cultivation. As Dalton had expected, more 11th-tier dragon serpents appeared in the depths below the seal, becoming even more powerful. Any single one could cause tremendous destruction. True Lord Anton's skill in sealing them was indeed formidable. The dragon pearl still moved unimpeded here, and due to absorbing a large amount of the special aura, its origins were significantly restored. With intangible unfavorable, he could always retreat. His current concern was that Dalton might act recklessly. If anything went wrong, it would complicate matters. But he reckoned this was likely impossible, because even he wouldn't dare claim he could definitely navigate through this peculiar water region. After a moment's contemplation, True Lord Anton moved, deciding to venture in and see what Dalton intended to do. Though the dangers below were plentiful, he still had the means to ensure his own safety. If things turned unfavorable, he could always retreat. His current concern was that Dalton might act recklessly. If anything went wrong, it would complicate matters. Chapter 635. The Dark Evil Essence reappears. As space and time shifted, Dalton was transported by the dragon pearl to a dim, empty space where there was no presence of water. Such an evil aura. Dalton's expression changed, feeling his scalp go numb. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of evil aura, having encountered it often in the god burial ruins. More importantly, within his body resided a terrifying dark evil essence. Based on his perception, the evil aura permeating this place didn't differ from that in the god burial ruins in terms of intensity or essence. This made him feel like he had returned to the god burial ruins. It wasn't that he was afraid of going back to the god burial ruins. He just didn't want to return to the exile lands. Once there, it would be uncertain if he could leave again. Sudden realization dawned on Dalton. The dragon blood gave birth to dragon beasts, but due to the influence of the dark evil essence, these dragon beasts turned exceptionally vicious. At this moment, the dragon pearl's light flickered, transmitting an obscure message to Dalton. The dragon blood can no longer contain the dark evil essence? Dalton's eyes instantly grew solemn. Now, he understood why the dragon pearl brought him here. It was undoubtedly to solve this looming disaster. If the dragon blood failed to restrain the dark evil essence, allowing it to run rampant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Though troublesome, this matter cannot be ignored. Dalton's gaze turned resolute. With the dark evil essence present in his body, once the one here broke free, it might target him first. He certainly didn't want such an event to occur. Immediately, he acted. His void domain extended, enveloping the dark evil essence, and the strength of his constitution was unleashed. Then, he used the spirit control formula, causing countless spiritual patterns to extend out and entangle the dark evil essence. Go! With a light rebuke, Dalton launched the golden ring on his wrist. At the same time, the dragon pearl moved, radiating even brighter light, with intricate dragon patterns clearly emerging, the best choice. By this point, Dalton had grasped some of its mysteries and could use it with some effort. In truth, he had been continuously studying the 10,000 transformation seal using the dark evil essence to advance it to higher levels. After an unknown amount of time, the fused dark evil essence finally settled down, no longer posing an immediate danger, at least for now. Phew. Dalton took a deep breath, revealing signs of exhaustion in his eyes. Confronting the dark evil essence consumed enormous amounts of mental and physical energy. Now, this space had become completely empty, devoid of the evil aura that once pervaded it. It shouldn't take too long for changes to occur in the Emerald Wave Pond, Dalton murmured. Without the dark evil essence or dragon blood, the pond could no longer produce fierce dragon beasts. Perhaps in several years, this place would no longer be dangerous. Without the influence of the dark evil essence, Dalton could now clearly perceive the external environment through the space's membrane. Finn? That is. Suddenly, Dalton spotted a figure in the outer waters. He recognized it as Anton Junjuan, who was being attacked by two dragon beasts, placing him in a precarious situation. Around him, strange rune restrictions appeared, blocking his retreat, making it impossible for him to escape the dragon beasts. Why would Anton Junjuan come here? Is it because of me? Realization struck Dalton. He could tell that both dragon beasts were at the 12th stage, which explained Anton Junjuan's dire condition. With a thought, Dalton activated the dragon pearl. Space twisted slightly, and he directly appeared in the waters. Then, the dragon pearl flew out. Two thuds echoed as both 12-stage dragon beasts were pierced. Following this, a unique aura within their bodies was extracted. Senior, are you alright? Dalton approached, asking. Seeing Dalton, Anton Junjuan felt both surprised and relieved. Initially, he had followed out of concern for Dalton, never expecting to end up needing Dalton's help. I'm fine. These wounds aren't serious. Anton Junjuan shook his head. Dalton reached out, capturing a dragon pearl. Senior, refine this. Your injuries should heal soon. A little wound like this, using a 12-stage dragon pearl would be too extravagant. Refining an 11th stage pearl will suffice. Anton Genjuan refused. Despite this, Dalton insisted, regardless of whether Senior needs it for healing, please keep it. Alright, I'll take it. After a brief stare, Anton Genjuan chose to accept. The 6-month deadline is approaching, but with these rune restrictions in place, it's quite troublesome. Anton Genjuan frowned deeply. He had already tried breaking them but found their essence far too strong. Even a typical Great Tribulation Realm expert might struggle. Dalton smiled. Senior, tend to your injuries first. Later, I'll help you leave. Anton Genjuan glanced deeply at Dalton but said nothing. Everyone had their own secrets, unsuitable for relentless probing. Dalton naturally appreciated Anton Genjuan's discretion, as explaining Destiny matters here would indeed be challenging. With a wave of his hand, Dalton stored away the corpses of the two 12-stage dragon beasts. These were top-tier fierce beast corpses, which held very high value. In the vast Emerald Wave Pond, while there were Destiny dragon beasts of other stages, only these two were at the 12-stage level. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and there were none stronger. Otherwise, by the time he came to rescue, Anton Genjuan would likely have already become the prey in the bellies of the dragon beasts. Chapter 636, Purple Sun Bamboo Grove. After a period of recuperation, Immortal Imran's injuries had largely healed. Dalton activated the Dragon Pearl and escorted Immortal Imran through the powerful rune prohibitions to the sealing barrier that he himself had set up. This barrier was capable of blocking all 11th stage dragon beasts and could even briefly withstand 12th stage dragon beasts. It was undoubtedly formidable. However, since it was set up by Immortal Imran himself, leading Dalton out was a breeze. Immortal Imran brought Dalton back to his designated waters before leaving. Soon after, Dalton emerged from the Bai-Botan along with everyone else. Although Destiny had suffered injuries due to the ferocity within the Bai-Botan, they were only minor and not too serious. Note: I have made the text more fluent and natural in English while maintaining consistency. Bai-Botan is transliterated as Bai-Botan to maintain its original flavor while ensuring readability. Dalton felt a twinge of regret. While others had spent 6 months training in the Bai-Botan, he had mostly focused on mastering the dark and evil origin. Of course, if one were to compare the number and quality of the slain dragon beasts, none could match him. Despite this, the practice expedition had still been immensely beneficial for him, exceedingly so, beyond what he had expected. Note: Bai-Botan is kept in Pinyin as it seems to be a specific location name that may not have an official English translation. If you have a preferred English name for this location, feel free to replace it. Based on the quantity of dragon pearls everyone obtained, Immortal Imran awarded them accordingly. Each person received rewards that included spirit artifacts, medicinal pills, spirit talus dustins, etc., which, in total, were quite valuable. Indeed, Immortal Imran was truly generous. Next, Immortal Imran led everyone back to Tiannan City for rest. After all, they would soon be participating in the Dragon Gate Conference and needed to be in their best condition. During their month-long rest in Tiannan City, Dalton devoted most of his energy to refining and further mastering the dark and evil origins, avoiding any mishaps. On a spacious plaza, numerous elites from various forces gathered to see off Dalton and company. Under Immortal Imran's orders, they boarded a high-level flying boat. The journey ahead was long, and traveling by flying boat was much more convenient. They were now in the northwest region of the Boundless Wilderness Territory, but their destination, Tunglong Domain, was located in the southeast part, meaning they had to traverse the entire wilderness territory, a distance exceeding 10 million miles. Not just ordinary people, even top experts would need a significant amount of time to travel such distances. Including Immortal Imran, a total of 10 Dao Union experts joined this journey, forming an exceptionally strong lineup. Set sail. At Immortal Imran's Comdustin, the flying boat took off. This boat moved extremely fast, covering 3 to 40,000 miles daily. If everything went smoothly, they would reach Tunglong Domain within a month. Tunglong Domain is the largest and strongest domain within the Boundless Wilderness Territory, said Immortal Imran. 10 regions like Songlong wouldn't even come close. The flying boat will fly directly to Bailong City in Tunglong Domain. In the meantime, you can cultivate quietly on board. Due to its astonishing speed, there was no way to enjoy the scenery along the journey. Quiet cultivation seemed the best choice. Dalton didn't mind. As someone who could endure solitude, whether refining the dark and evil origins or practicing using the heaven-shaking Thunderstone, he was content either way. Within a treasure cave, the red flame golden lion's cultivation had already surpassed Dalton's, advancing from the 8th stage to the 9th stage. It wasn't restricted by cultivation suppression anymore. Now, it was meditating with Dalton's divine consciousness avatar before a spiritual channel stone water pond, wholeheartedly comprehending the Tao to improve its realm. As cultivation advanced, comprehending the Tao became increasingly important. Without sufficient Tao comprehension, having abundant cultivation resources would hardly facilitate breakthroughs. At one moment, one of Dalton's cave heavens began to vibrate violently, releasing a pure and potent electric force with a grand display of radiant thunder light. In a blink, the electric force rapidly condensed into a simple thunder seal. I succeeded. I finally cultivated my own thunder seal. Dalton was immensely excited. Another thunder seal existed within this cave heaven, left by another expert who practiced the Thunder God Decree, which was incredibly complex. Now, having mastered the Thunder God Decree to a high level and unraveling its mysteries, Dalton successfully condensed his thunder seal. Condensing any martial technique into a mark was extremely difficult and even rarer during the spirit martial stage. The 4 symbols Mystic Power and the Flying Serpent Mystic Power were unique in condensing true forms rather than marks. Dalton had achieved this long ago. However, it was only now that he had truly mastered a single martial technique outside these special cases. Achieving the Mystic Power mark allowed not only faster deployment but also unmatched power. Truly, He owed much of his success to the Thunder Law true interpretation, which helped him comprehend critical secrets of the Thunder God Decree and reach the level of condensing the mystic power mark. Though his newly condensed Thunder Seal was rudimentary, it possessed infinite growth potential and could be perfected over time. Eventually, when it surpassed the other Thunder Seal, it could merge with it. After all, both seals stem from the same origin, the Thunder God Decree. So this is how mystic power marks are condensed. Dalton gained Destiny insights. Though he had previously formed a mystic power mark, it had formed directly, and he didn't understand its nuances. With this experience, refining future mystic power marks would undoubtedly become easier. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat shook violently, as if struck by an immense force. Everyone aboard was alarmed. What happened? Even the Dao Union experts turned pale. Given the high grade of the flying boat and Immortal Imran personally piloting it, moving it should have been challenging. The violent, continuous shaking indicated they faced significant trouble. Immortal Imran managed to stabilize the boat, allowing everyone to see the surroundings clearly. How powerful! It erupted from below. What's down there? Asked the Dao Union expert in surprise. Controlling the boat, Immortal Imran quickly descended. He noticed the sky filled with chaotic spiritual energy, making staying aloft unsafe due to its overwhelming intensity. Although he alone wouldn't worry, he had to ensure the safety of everyone on the boat. Moments later, the flying boat landed safely, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Where are we? Someone asked curiously. Immortal Imran retrieved a spatial regional map and, after checking it, said, "We're in the central Blasting Shi domain of the Boundless Wilderness territory." He paused, looking surprised. It's actually the Purple Sun Bamboo Grove. Unlike the other Dao Union experts, Immortal Imran had spent much time traveling, broadening his knowledge extensively. About 2,000 years ago, he stayed in the Blasting Shi domain for a long time and visited the Purple Sun Bamboo Grove. He hadn't expected his return under these circumstances. Is there something wrong with the Purple Sun Bamboo Grove? Dalton asked. Immortal Imran explained. The Purple Sun Bamboo Grove spans tens of thousands of miles, densely covered with bamboo and only bamboo. Being renowned for its snakes, it hosts dustiny venomous species that even Tribulation Transcendence experts might struggle against. Moreover, a legend speaks of a supreme treasure lost here, causing occasional mysterious phenomena in the Purple Sun Bamboo Grove. Initially drawn by the legend, Immortal Imran had come here to try his luck. True, Immortal Imran, observing the powerful spiritual energy surging around them, mused aloud. What we are encountering now is one of the occasional anomalies that appear in the Purple Sun Bamboo Grove. It might be a sign that the legendary supreme treasure is about to dustinifest. No one knew for certain whether the legend of the supreme treasure was true, but most were willing to believe it, hoping they might be the lucky ones destined to find it. After hearing True Immortal Imran's words, Dustini present, including several Dao Union experts, had their eyes light up with excitement, clearly tempted by the prospect. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. It also preserves the paragraph structure in the Purple Sun Bamboo Plain, lasting for several months each time. If you get trapped here, you'll miss the Dragon Gate conference. No matter how you heard it, these words carried an undercurrent of schadenfreude. Anton's face changed. If what Josephine Blason said was true, they were in real trouble. Missing the Dragon Gate conference would turn the Grey Wolf domain into a laughingstock, making it harder to hold their heads up in front of other domains. You should know that once a phenomenon appears in the Purple Sun Bamboo Plain, everything within 10,000 miles becomes isolated from the world, only allowing entry but not exit, even for top Transcendent Tribulation Realm experts. So, hope this phenomenon ends soon, Josephine Blason added. Anton's brows furrowed. They had already spent half a month traveling here, with another half a month needed, while the Dragon Gate conference was only 1.5 months away. That meant they could afford at most 1 month's delay here. But once a phenomenon began in the Purple Sun Bamboo Plain, no one knew how long it would last, leaving them seemingly at the mercy of fate. Actually, being here during the appearance of the phenomenon is quite lucky. Who knows, maybe you'll obtain the legendary supreme treasure, Josephine Blason chuckled. Anton merely cast a cold glance at Josephine Blason without responding. The legendary supreme treasure was not easily obtained. Over endless ages, no one had ever seen its shadow. Moreover, the Spirit Snake domain had numerous powerful experts. Robbing food from a tiger's mouth would be incredibly difficult. Anton now wasn't thinking about obtaining treasures, but rather on protecting everyone without any mishaps. Blast was unpredictable. If he could foresee all this beforehand, he would have led the group earlier. Swish. A streak of light tore through the sky as a powerful expert entered the Purple Sun Bamboo Plain. Despite knowing the dangers, for the sake of the legendary treasure, Dustini rushed forward without hesitation. In fact, due to the frequent occurrences recently, Dustini experts had stayed here, never leaving. Anton's spirit gradually grew heavy as he sensed the presence of Transcendent Tribulation Realm experts, more than one. With such experts involved, the situation would become complicated and uncontrollable. Protecting Dalton and others would be difficult, let alone ensuring his own safety. It seems others are just as unlucky as you. Josephine Blason suddenly looked surprised. At that moment, Anton also noticed that another flying vessel was descending due to strong spiritual energy impacts. This vessel contained Dustini people across several major realms, clearly heading to the Dragon Gate conference. The leader was a Transcendent Tribulation Realm expert, with 3 in total. This lineup was clearly much stronger than the Grey Wolf domain. Bamboo Plain. It actually slowly sank back into the ground, returning to the spirit veins, maintaining the phenomenon for months. Inside a cave heaven, a heavenly search compass, driven by the control spirit formula, slowly rotated, meticulously exploring the surroundings. If there were treasures, traces would exist. Swoosh. At that moment, a brilliant immortal light soared into the sky, dazzlingly bright. Immediately, powerful experts moved, rushing towards the light. Even before reaching the light, experts clashed violently. Roar. A giant snake emerged, emitting a terrifying screech, lunging towards the light. But as it approached, fiery beams locked onto it. While blocking most, one beam hit the light. The immortal light exploded, splitting into dozens of rays, shooting in all directions. More experts acted, pursuing different rays. Realizing these lights likely held extraordinary items, perhaps a great opportunity, even the Grey Wolf domain experts and Josephine Blason couldn't resist acting. Stay on the ship, do not move recklessly, Anton instructed before moving. Skilled in lightning techniques, he flashed ahead of Dustini. Within moments, he caught up with a light ray, grabbing it. But then, sharp blade auras attacked him, slicing through chaotic energy. Protected by lightning, Anton deflected all blade auras. Hand over the treasure, and I'll spare you, bellowed a rugged, bearded Dustin. This Dustin was powerful, reaching the transcendent tribulation realm, thus confidently threatening Anton. But Anton didn't comply. Want the treasure? Compete for it. Not knowing when to quit, the bearded Dustin's eyes glinted coldly. In his hand appeared a 5-foot-long black broadsword, gleaming with icy light. Swinging the sword, 100-jong-long blade glow split the sky. Humph! True monarch Anton let out a deep, cold snort, and an extremely fierce surge of lightning erupted from within him. Boom! The lightning shattered the blade auras, then surged towards the bearded Dustin. The bearded Dustin's face changed, hastily using his large broadsword to block. However, he was unable to withstand true monarch Anton's attack. The broadsword only deflected part of the force. He was still sent flying backward, his entire body crackling with lightning. The hand that gripped the sword shook uncontrollably. How could he be this strong? The bearded Dustin's eyes flickered, his heart filled with shock. He had heard of true monarch Anton before, knowing him to be extraordinary, with overwhelming combat prowess that made it hard for peers to match. But he never imagined Anton would be so formidable, capable of transcending realms to battle transcendent tribulation experts at the Confluence realm, and even gaining the upper hand. He had initially thought to take advantage of Anton's lower cultivation level, but ended up hitting a wall, leaving him feeling deeply frustrated. Chapter 638. The Troublesome Vortex. The bearded Dustin did not engage in a protracted fight and wisely chose to retreat, moving on to vie for other beams of immortal light. True Lord Anton did not obstruct him. With the current chaotic situation, it was best to minimize conflicts as much as possible. Boom. At this moment, the flying boat occupied by Dalton and others was hit by an immensely powerful force, sending it flying far away. The defenses of the boat were breached, and Dalton and company were thrown out uncontrollably, landing disoriented. Fortunately, the flying boat had blocked all attacks. Otherwise, few of them would have survived. A spark flashed in Dalton's eyes. Not far from him, a beam of immortal light was hidden within a pillar of surging spiritual energy, seemingly unnoticed by anyone else. Without hesitation, he activated the divine imprint left by the patriarch of the Aiden clan. With just a casual wave of his sleeve, the space in front twisted slightly, and that beam of immortal light vanished without a trace. This was a spatial technique named Pocket Universe, often proud and haughty. They hadn't expected to be bullied so easily outside their domain. This experience was indeed a harsh lesson, making them realize how cruel the world outside Grey Wolf domain was, and how weak their domain truly was. If the Grey Wolf domain were strong enough, with several tribulation transcenders accompanying them, who would dare provoke them easily? Seeing everyone's perfordustance, Anton knew what they were thinking and couldn't help but say, if you don't want to be bullied, then work hard to cultivate. Dignity is built upon strength. Without strength, even living becomes difficult, let alone talking about dignity. Spreading his palm, Anton looked at the immortal light he had seized. A bead emitting a dense immortal aura, though not an immortal object but a peak spirit object. Inside the bead was a vast amount of water-type essence energy, greatly beneficial to martial artists specializing in water attributes. Anton specialized in lightning attributes, but also practiced water attributes to considerable success, so this bead was extremely useful to him. He revealed his pocket universe and swallowed the bead into it. On the other side, Dalton examined the treasure he had obtained, a similar bead, but inside it were numerous complex immortal patterns, making it a true immortal object. Blazed Anton's bead, it contained abundant water-type essence energy. But to him, it was worthless. Usually, only 12th grade spirit objects or better interested tribulation transcenders. Most of those who obtained immortal light remained calm, showing no emotion. Their exact gains were unknown. These treasures likely originated from my immortal bead, hence imbued with a strong immortal aura, Dalton speculated. He needed to stay low profile. If someone found out he got an immortal bead, it would bring significant trouble. Understanding the danger of possessing valuable treasures, he remained discreet during acquisition, ensuring no one noticed. Thus, he wasn't overly concerned. How long will this celestial anomaly last? A hint of worry showed in Dalton's eyes. He wished to quickly reach the Dragon Soaring domain for the Dragon Gate assembly, then start his journey plans. The Earth realm was vast. Beyond the Primal Earth, there were 11 more realms, each bustling and stronger than the Primal Earth. He yearned to experience them firsthand. Unable to do much, Dalton focused on refining his skills. He had given up searching for legendary supreme treasures, having tried but finding the heaven-searching compass ineffective here. Moreover, with so dustini powerful beings present, he dared not hope for seizing supreme treasures. Weak strength would turn acquiring a supreme treasure into a disaster. Rumble. The earth trembled violently as immense power surged upward from below. In this situation, every living being in the Xiang bamboo forest felt a deep-seated fear but could do nothing about it. Perhaps we should rename the Xiang bamboo forest as Heiyang bamboo forest, Dalton muttered to himself. The dark radiance hanging high in the sky really resembled a black sun, devouring all the world's light and plunging everyone into an abyss-like darkness. It's so cold. Many couldn't help but shiver. At that moment, the temperature was plummeting rapidly, with chilling air spreading everywhere, freezing everything. I can't take it. It's too cold. Gay tried his best to use his spirit energy to keep warm but still trembled uncontrollably. Even Kennedy wasn't faring much better. Her body was almost frozen, and her internal spirit energy circulation was sluggish. Dalton extended both hands, grasping theirs, transferring heat while extracting the invasive cold from their bodies. Fortunately, he had visited the Northern Ridge snowfield before, absorbing a large amount of frigid energy, which significantly enhanced his resistance to the cold. Otherwise, he might not have been able to help Gay and Kennedy and would be struggling to save himself. Inside a cave, the dark Divine Eleotrital egg was extremely active, actively absorbing the coldine energy permeating the atmosphere, viewing it as rare nourishment instead of fearing it. Anton noticed everyone's dire situation and promptly unleashed his domain, enveloping them all. Otherwise, even cultivators at the Divine Soul or Union realms wouldn't have lasted long, let alone those at the Earth Calamity or Heaven Phalanx realms. What is that thing? Will we die here? Gay's eyes were filled with worry. Kennedy shook her head. I don't know, but with this level of power, it's something beyond our reach. Let the top-notch experts handle it. Fearfully, even the experts present may not be able to deal with it, Dalton said solemnly. In his perception, the dark sun in the sky possessed immensely powerful energy. Even if it wasn't a divine object, it was certainly one of the highest-tier immortal artifacts, potentially challenging even in Heim. Thus, he was certain that this dark sun was the legendary ancient treasure of the Xiang bamboo forest, emerging after a long, door-dustant period. The malevolent aura from the dark sun was overwhelmingly intense, clearly stained with countless causes of slaughter. Such a supreme treasure wasn't within the grasp of ordinary people. If the dark sun could depart through the sky, it would indeed be the best outcome. With the supreme treasure right before us, what are you all waiting for? Use whatever means necessary to claim it. A tranquil sea realm expert shouted aloud. With that, he forcibly expelled a clump of essence blood toward the dark sun. Nearly everyone exhibited shock and involuntarily retreated when they saw the three-headed spirit serpent. However, the three-headed spirit serpent paid no attention to the crowd. Its gaze was locked onto the dark sun in the sky, opening its vast mouth to attempt swallowing it. But before it could get close to the dark sun, a terrifying force struck it, causing it to plummet downward uncontrollably. Boom! The three-headed spirit serpent slammed into the ground like a meteor, turning the already ruined surface into a chaotic mess. After this blow, destiny of its scales shattered, and two of its heads burst apart, sustaining severe injuries. Instantly, an expert launched an attack on the severely wounded three-headed spirit serpent, either intending to subdue or kill it. Even heavily injured, the three-headed spirit serpent remained fiercely aggressive, its remaining head spewing out bone-chilling frost, rivaling the intensity of the coldest Arctic winds. The attacking expert didn't dare underestimate it, and quickly summoned a treasure for defense. He kept a safe distance, intending to wear down the three-headed spirit serpent gradually. Given its current state, the three-headed spirit serpent couldn't last long. Hudson, I will assist you. Another expert joined the fray, distracting the three-headed spirit serpent from another direction. Others didn't interfere, recognizing these two as the most formidable cultivators in the spirit snake domain, knowing it wasn't wise to compete against them. Gradually, the three-headed spirit serpent began to falter. Its injuries worsened, and its created spiritual realm showed signs of collapse. Continuing this way, even if it survived, its cultivation level would regress, forcing it to rebuild its spiritual realm. Capture it alive. The first expert shouted. With that, he released a rope, attempting to entangle the three-headed spirit serpent. Distracted by another person's actions, the serpent didn't react in time and was instantly bound by the rope. As the rope tightened, it struggled more feebly. Realizing it was about to be completely restrained, the three-headed spirit serpent took a desperate move and deliberately exploded its damaged spiritual realm, unleashing an incredibly destructive force. Boom! The devastating force tore apart the ropes binding the serpent. Die! The three-headed spirit serpent roared angrily, its eyes filled with murderous intent as tangible killing aura erupted from it. Oh no! The owner of the rope's face paled as he realized the situation's severity. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat, trying to increase the distance between himself and the three-headed spirit serpent. Damn! Nearby experts cursed inwardly, also retreating swiftly. Anyone could tell that the three-headed spirit serpent was going berserk, willing to fight to the death, likely involving others who hadn't participated. Whoosh! A stream of dark light shot out from the three-headed spirit serpent's body, targeting the owner of the rope. Its intention was clear, to kill this person, even at the cost of its own life. Esoteric mark. A flash of insight crossed Dalton's eyes as he recognized the dark light as an immensely complex esoteric mark. It was evident that this mark was not something the three-headed spirit serpent could condense on its own. Block it! The owner of the rope panicked, shouting urgently. Without needing to be told, nearby experts immediately acted, using their strongest techniques to intercept the dark light. Splat! Their attempts were futile, each of them flying backward with blood gushing from their mouths. The rope's owner, who was the main target, used all his trump cards but still couldn't stop the dark light. As the dark light pierced through him, his eyes widened with disbelief and regret as his vitality rapidly faded. Faced with the three-headed spirit serpent's final, lethal strike, he ultimately failed to defend himself and met his demise. Chapter 640, Black Tortoise Legacy. After releasing this attack, the three-headed spirit snake's aura quickly weakened. It was already exhausted. Immediately, a powerful figure made his move, wanting to seize this opportunity to subdue the three-headed spirit snake. This was an extremely rare beast with immense potential for growth. If it could be tamed, it would undoubtedly provide significant assistance. Not only others, but even Dalton was tempted. What he valued most were the mystical marks of power within the three-headed spirit snake. The mark of the crane power was highly intricate, indicating that the three-headed spirit snake had received an extraordinary lineage. There is no second black tortoise in this world. To perfect the black tortoise art, relying solely on the mystical and divine Eleutral isn't enough. Adding the three-headed spirit snake should help compensate for any deficiencies, Dalton thought to himself. But trying to snatch the three-headed spirit snake from a group of realm-crossing experts was incredibly difficult, almost impossible. At this moment, the dark sun in the sky suddenly changed, radiating purple light and emitting a vast, utterly and cold force. Quick run! A strong figure cried out in panic. Confronted with this overwhelming cold force, everyone present felt a massive threat, knowing they couldn't withstand it. But now, attempting to escape was too late. In the blink of an eye, the vast purple Gerard bamboo plain was entirely frozen, turning all living beings inside into ice sculptures. Regaining mobility and consciousness, though it remained weak, Dalton immediately took out a 12th stage healing elixir from the spirit pill vessel and fed it to the three-headed spirit snake. He didn't want any lingering injuries to affect its future cultivation. Next, he channeled the origin, essence blood, and life-bound law of the black tortoise into the three-headed spirit snake. Try again. The three-headed spirit snake instantly revived, flying out from the inner world straight toward the dark sun in the sky. Using the power of the black tortoise, it was no longer repelled by the dark sun. Instead, it felt drawn to it and easily approached. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the dark sun whole. The image of a giant snake swallowing the sun was profoundly striking. Sadly, besides Dalton, no one else saw it. After swallowing the dark sun, the three-headed spirit snake instantly returned, refining it along with the mystical and divine Eleutral egg. At this point, Dalton also understood the origins of the dark sun. It was a treasure once refined by the ancient black tortoise, forged from 33 extremely rare cold stars in the chaos. It could freeze everything. If fully activated, even deities would be frozen. However, this treasure was damaged and hadn't been fully repaired after hiding for ages in the purple Gerard bamboo plain. Its artifact spirit finally revived, leading it to emerge. Let's continue on. True Master Anton immediately gathered everyone from the Grey Wolf domain. The Dragon Gate conference was imminent, leaving little time for delay. Just as they boarded the flying boat, someone blocked their path. Not leaving anything behind? A blocking powerhouse sneered. True Master Anton's face turned grim. Do you not fear ridicule acting this way given your status? Might makes right in the martial Tao world. Only the weak are ridiculed. I know you entered a remarkable powerhouse's cave and gained much. Share some of it with us, another said casually. All of them were formidable. Who dared mock them? True Master Anton's gaze hardened. These people were targeting him, failing to obtain the supreme treasure and seeking gain from him. Normally, he could flee, but now, with Dustini geniuses from the Grey Wolf domain, he couldn't escape. Who dares bully the Grey Wolf domain? Just as True Master Anton was troubled, a domineering voice echoed. Next, a towering middle-aged Dustin appeared before the flying boat. Unrecognizable yet exuding immense aura, he destabilized the surrounding space, nearly causing collapse. Who are you? The blocking powerhouses were alarmed, feeling significant pressure from him. They didn't recognize this powerhouse, never having seen or heard of him. Even the Grey Wolf domain residents exchanged bewildered looks, recognizing no one. Accustomed to weakness, where did such a mighty existence come from? Only Dalton sensed familiarity from the Dustin, having encountered this aura somewhere before. You've guts to bully the Grey Wolf domain. Now, choose. Leave behind treasures and apologize, or I'll beat you mercilessly and take your treasures. Choose. Wanting to press them earlier, he now intended to make them feel oppressed. Impudent. No matter who you are, insulting us will Dustin to price. A power from the blasting snake domain shouted. Leaving treasures and apologizing for a single statement was unimaginable. The Dustin scoffed. Seems you chose the latter. Fine, consider this a workout. Be resilient. Don't disappoint me. Looking for death. A short-tempered powerhouse could no longer tolerate the situation and immediately made his move. He was a thunder cultivator, and in his rage, even the sky changed. Winds rose, clouds gathered, and heavy thunderclouds condensed, darkening the heavens as if the sky was about to collapse. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a thick bolt of lightning struck down, aiming directly at the middle-aged Dustin. This bolt of lightning contained an incredibly terrifying force, exuding a destructive aura that seemed capable of extinguishing all life and reducing everything to ashes. Cold air, sweeping forward like waves. Though several powerhouses tried their best to resist, they were frozen instantly. Their strength was simply not on the same level. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Anton Junjuan hurriedly thanked with a deep bow. The middle-aged Dustin chuckled. It's nothing. Someone wanted to bully our Grey Wolf domain, so I couldn't just stand by and watch. Dare I ask what name should we address you by? Anton Junjuan asked. The middle-aged Dustin replied. Call me Hendrix. Do you practice in the Northern Ridge Snowfield, senior? Anton Junjuan continued. Hendrix nodded. Isidros, I know you've been to the Northern Ridge Snowfield for cultivation and once encountered a wolf pack attack. Were you the one who secretly dispersed the wolf pack? Anton Junjuan quickly reacted. At that time, the wolf pack was extremely formidable, and he wasn't a match for them. Just when he was about to perish, the wolf pack mysteriously retreated. Hendrix smiled. A rare genius emerged in Grey Wolf domain. It would have been too much of a pity if you had been devoured by wolves. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Anton Junjuan bowed deeply in gratitude. If it weren't for Hendrix's intervention, he would have long perished in the Northern Ridge Snowfield. This favor was immense. Hendrix said, there's no need for such formality. After dealing with these few, let's continue on our journey. Those powerhouses, frozen by the extreme cold air, were all suffering greatly as the air continuously invaded their bodies and souls. The pain was indescribable. Even with their profound cultivation, if it lasted too long, they would inevitably be frozen to death. They could hardly imagine that anyone could wield such terrifying cold air. In the end, Hendrix took quite a few treasures from them before letting them go without killing them. Hendrix knew that each of these people had powerful forces backing them. If he killed them, it would bring great enmity to the Grey Wolf domain, which could lead to complicated consequences. He was strong, but he couldn't destroy all their backing forces. Let's go. I'll join you to see what the martial world in the desolate wilderness is like now. Hendrix boarded the flying boat. Seeing Hendrix joining, everyone from the Grey Wolf domain couldn't help but show excitement. With Hendrix present, any attempts to bully them would be difficult. Anton Junjuan did not delay, and immediately activated the flying boat to take off. For him, traveling with Hendrix undoubtedly reduced his pressure. Fundamentally, his cultivation was still too weak to deal with Dustini troubles. Dalton observed Hendrix closely. He felt that Hendrix might have come specifically for him. However, from what he saw so far, there didn't seem to be any ill intent. Just then, Hendrix's gaze turned toward him, smiling slightly. Dalton paused for a moment, then returned the smile. Having just subjugated 3 spirit snakes, he now felt somewhat confident. Even if Hendrix had ulterior motives, he wouldn't fear. Dalton suddenly showed a peculiar expression, dividing part of his mind into the treasured space artifact. He had just sensed an extremely strong spatial fluctuation, indicating the 6-winged rending sky golden bee had emerged after a long period of seclusion. Originally at the 10th stage, it had miraculously broken through to the 12th stage, achieving significant advancements in space dust manipulation. Considering the bee had obtained the essence blood from a strong kin, achieving godhood wouldn't be too difficult if fully refined. Boom. Inside the treasured space artifact, storms gathered, and lightning struck abruptly. Stage 12 corresponded to the realm crossing stage, naturally necessitating a heavenly tribulation for every minor breakthrough. Thus, realm crossing cultivation was exceedingly perilous, potentially ending in annihilation. The 6-winged rending sky golden bee's strength made crossing the tribulation relatively easy. Soon, it successfully overcame its first heavenly tribulation, significantly enhancing its Taoist powers. Dalton promptly provided the previously reserved primordial chaos stone to the bee, virtually untraceable by ordinary people. While multiple large factions co-hosted the Dragon Gate Assembly, each session had a host responsible for various arrangements. This time, it was hosted by the Mysterious Sea Palace, set in Hailong City. For this event, the Mysterious Sea Palace constructed a grand square outside Hailong City, featuring sophisticated spatial arrays capable of accommodating countless people. Time remained before the assembly began, allowing arriving teams from various domains to settle and rest in Hailong City. Being in a remote location, the Grey Wolf domain arrived relatively late. Of course, other teams like those from the Black Tiger domain arrived similarly late. The flying boats of both teams almost simultaneously descended outside Hailong City, greeted immediately by Mysterious Sea Palace receptionists. You guys from the Grey Wolf domain are truly slow. You don't take the Dragon Gate Assembly seriously at all, but it's normal. Anyway, you're always just there to make up the numbers. It doesn't really matter whether you come or not. The Mysterious Sea Palace personnel were not welcoming but directly mocked them. Mysterious Sea Palace's superior status made them look down upon the Grey Wolf domain, being immensely stronger than the entire domain. Hearing this, everyone from the Grey Wolf domain felt affronted. They were gravely insulted. Is this the Mysterious Sea Palace's way of treating guests? Anton Jun involuntarily, even his soul quivered. He never imagined such a terrifying powerhouse was hiding within the Grey Wolf domain's team. Such horrifying aura was something he had felt only a few times in his life. Making a mockery by sending a garbage-like Tian Gang realm cultivator to humiliate us, Josephinian High Palace is truly arrogant beyond bounds. Hendrix spoke, his voice spreading clearly throughout the entire Hailong City. He intended to stir up trouble, making everyone aware of Josephinian High Palace's attitude. Daring to provoke him like this was truly unbearable. What's going on? Who dares offend the Josephinian High Palace? Quick, leave the city. There's a show to see. Daring to cause trouble on Josephinian High Palace's turf, this hasn't happened for a long time. In an instant, Dustini people who were inside Hailong City left the city, each eager to watch the drama unfold. Of course, the experts of Josephinian High Palace also came out immediately. An old Dustin dressed in green with white hair and beard appeared, exuding an air of wisdom. Seeing Hendrix holding one of Josephinian High Palace's men, the elder's gaze darkened slightly as he asked, "What is the meaning of this, Taoist friend? Did we offend you in some way?" If this weren't happening outside Hailong City and in front of a crowd, the elder might have acted directly. After all, Hendrix's actions seriously undermined Josephinian High Palace's dignity. Hendrix glanced at the elder and replied coolly, "Your Josephinian High Palace people look down upon us. While they appear to welcome us, they actually insulted us. Look for yourself." As he spoke, he produced an image stone, activated by spiritual energy, revealing the previous incident. The restrained Josephinian High Palace expert turned deathly pale. He knew things were bad now. What he whispered privately wouldn't matter, but exposing this matter made everything different. Seeing the image stone replay, the elder's face changed drastically. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so foolish as to say such things. "Friend Taoist, please calm down. This is indeed Josephinian High Palace's fault. The elder here apologizes to you, and the people of Grey Wolf domain. Elvin will be severely punished." The elder hurriedly apologized, bowing low. There were 2 Dustini spectators. He had to maintain Josephinian High Palace's reputation. Josephinian High Palace had always been exemplary among prestigious sects, and their noble image couldn't be ruined just like that. Unlike smaller sects, Josephinian High Palace valued its reputation greatly. Hendrix shook his hand and threw the frozen expert away, sneering, "Since Josephinian High Palace looks down upon us, perhaps attending this Dragon Gate conference isn't necessary." That's right. If Josephinian High Palace thinks we're unworthy of attending the Dragon Gate conference, then let's not attend. Otherwise, they'd think we're imposing on them. Anton Jinjuan agreed. He was furious. After enduring dangers across tens of millions of miles, they were treated this way. Seeing the Grey Wolf domain team preparing to leave, the elder's face changed abruptly, blocking their path. Please don't say such things. I'll give you a fair response. Elvin, your actions violated our Josephinian High Palace rules severely. From today onwards, you are expelled from Josephinian High Palace, forbidden to set foot in Hailong City forever, the elder said sternly. The frozen expert was shocked. He merely insulted the Grey Wolf domain team a few times and was expelled. Without Josephinian High Palace's backing, his future would be bleak. Please calm down. We've arranged the best accommodations for you in the city. Please give us a chance to make amends, the elder pleaded with a smile. Others in the group, except Hendrix, Anton Jinjuan, and other advanced practitioners, were puzzled. Why did the elder suddenly change? Before leaving, Hendrix turned to Dalton and others, asking, do you have the confidence to compete with geniuses from other domains? Isidros, everyone replied unanimously. Very well. Show off in the Dragon Gate conference. I expect great. And High Palace was greatly intimidated and uncertain if they could detain him. Thus, they had no choice but to compromise. Dalton felt a stirring in his heart. He could roughly gauge Hendrix's cultivation level. It should be on par with his master, Berkleen Elder, at the peak of the tribulation transcending realm, one step away from becoming an immortal. Moreover, not only did Hendrix possess profound cultivation, but he must have broken through his limits dustini times. Additionally, he wielded terrifyingly unparalleled extreme cold Judah. In the entire 12 Earth realms, while there might be some stronger than him, they would certainly be few. The 12 Earth realms were filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with powerful beings as numerous as clouds, yet Hendrix was undoubtedly among the top tier. It was proven that to have a say in the martial world, strength came first. As long as one was powerful enough, they could intimidate the world and make all parties wary. Prepare well. At the Dragon Gate conference, you will face the geniuses of the entire Wilderness Earth realm. Standing out won't be easy, but the rewards for successfully breaking through will be unimaginable, Anton Jinjuan said meaningfully. As a participant from the previous session who performed excellently, he clearly knew a lot of inside information, but it wasn't convenient for him to share it with Dalton just yet. It seems my guess was correct. You are indeed Berkleen Senior's successor. How is he doing? Anton Jinjuan asked, somewhat excited. He hadn't seen Berkleen Elder for dustini years, and naturally didn't know that Berkleen Elder had already transcended the tribulation and ascended to immortality. Chapter 643, Grappling the Neck. Dalton came back to his senses and said, my master has already passed through the immortal ascension tribulation and ascended to the heavenly realm. When did this happen? Anton Jinjuan asked in pursuit. Dalton replied, it's not too long ago. Only a few decades have passed. Unfortunately, I couldn't see him one last time, Anton Jinjuan said with regret. Dalton consoled, Elder, you needn't be saddened. When you ascend to the immortal realm in the future, you can meet him. Don't call me Elder anymore. Speaking of which, I could be considered half-disciple of Cloud Truth Elder. If you don't mind, just call me Senior Brother. Anton Jinjuan smiled. Dalton immediately changed his address, saying, Senior Brother. He was glad to have such a powerful Senior Brother. No reason to reject it. My talent is limited. Practicing thunder techniques is acceptable, but I only grasp the basics of Cloud Truth Elder's Divine Spirit Sword Cannon. Thus I cannot be his heir, Anton Jinjuan explained. Had it been otherwise, he would have become Cloud Truth Elder's disciple long ago, leaving Dalton out of the question. Dalton understood that the Divine Spirit Sword Cannon was indeed hard to practice. Even entering its initial stage was challenging, let alone mastering it. Anton Jinjuan having mastered it to some extent was already quite an achievement. Thus, his spirit wasn't vulnerable. Anyone wishing to attack his spirit would find it incredibly difficult. Dalton and Anton Jinjuan chatted for a long while, sharing their insights on thunder techniques and the Divine Spirit Sword Cannon, gaining much from each other. In no time, the Dragon Gate conference was at hand. Teams from the 33 domains gathered on the giant square in the sea outside the city. Dustini spectators arrived from all corners of various domains. Each domain's team had the same number of members, but quality varied. These geniuses from the strong domains are indeed formidable, Dalton mused as his eyes scanned the teams around him, showing signs of seriousness. Compared to these powerful domains, the Grey Wolf domain was indeed far behind. The Grey Wolf domain's best were merely spirit bodies, whereas some from the stronger domains were clearly celestial bodies, possessing an enormous innate advantage. Of course, Dalton himself was an exception, neither a spirit body nor a celestial body, but a legendary divine body. Such a potent physique, rare even in the heavenly realm, skill disparities. The first round concluded relatively quickly. Dalton frowned slightly, seeing the Grey Wolf domain's participants reduced to 3, indicating heavy losses. The final match of the first round, Wang Long domain's Argyle versus Grey Wolf domain's Dalton. As soon as the referee announced names, Dalton and his opponent immediately moved into the field. Undoubtedly, Wang Long domain was one of the strongest in the Wild Earth realm. Its chosen geniuses certainly not ordinary. Wang Long domain's 19 contestants previously emerged victorious, none eliminated. Give up now, you'll suffer less. Argyle spoke confidently. Ranking among the top 5 among Wang Long domain's geniuses, he had absolute confidence in his abilities, disregarding Dalton from the Grey Wolf domain. Dalton glanced at Argyle and asked, "Are you a disciple of Profound Sea Palace?" Isidros, Argyle nodded. Dalton said coolly, "No wonder you're so arrogant. That is indeed Profound Sea Palace's tradition." Ever since being insulted by Profound Sea Palace's elites in Sea Dragon City, Dalton held a poor opinion of them, especially now. Just as the saying goes, if those at the top act improperly, those below will follow suit. Truer words were never spoken. Unbelievable stubbornness. Argyle's eyes grew cold, unleashing a torrent of flames instantly filling the arena. Indeed, a prodigy capable of using dual elemental true fire, immensely destructive, reducing anything to ashes. Without holding back, he unleashed a lethal move, aiming to kill Dalton outright. If he acted fast enough, those present might not intervene in time. However, before Argyle could savor his supposed triumph, a figure appeared like a wraith, grabbing him by the neck and hoisting him high. Terrified, Argyle found himself powerless, defenseless like a commoner, unable to resist. I surrender. Argyle managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty. Knowing better than to push further, he surrendered lest Dalton kill him. Seeing Argyle concede, Dalton casually tossed him aside. Using mere dual elemental true fire to threaten him was naive. Even triple elemental true fire wouldn't faze him. Witnessing this outcome, Destiny, who knew Argyle's strength, were stunned speechless, finding it hard to believe despite seeing it firsthand. Brother Xiao, truly domineering. Gay couldn't help but thumbs up Dalton. Dalton chuckled. What can I say? He's from Profound Sea Palace, and I've always disliked them. Your neck-grabbing move is impressive, too bad it can't be easily imitated. Gay admired. Indeed, only with absolute superiority could one pull off such a move. Gowries Aiden praised. Still, Dalton, you're amazing. Now who dares underestimate us from the Grey Wolf domain? They're not entirely wrong. The Grey Wolf domain is indeed weaker. Out of 20, 16 were eliminated in the first round. Chances are, other realms won't fare much better, Dalton mused. He could only represent the Cave Void realm, unable to influence others. Shortly after, the second round commenced. This time, Dalton drew number 1, signifying he would be the first contestant. His new opponent was a Wadustin from the Spirit Snake domain, a supreme genius within the Cave Void realm. Dalton observed that she had opened 3 cave heavens, indeed rare. In the Cave Void realm, most people only Dustinaged 1 cave heaven, 2 were extremely rare, 3 nearly unheard of, for purely mythical. Wild Earth realm, ranking bottom among the 12 Earth realms, likely lacked someone who could open 4 cave heavens. Dalton stood still, allowing the Wadustin to take the first move. The Wadustin formed an intricate seal, gathering powerful spiritual energy to conjure a colossal Tuntan snake that lunged toward Dalton. The word Tuntan should be translated rather than left in Chinese. Let me correct that for you. Edited. The Wadustin formed an intricate seal, gathering powerful spiritual energy to conjure a colossal sky-swallowing snake that lunged toward Dalton. Wadustin would not make him soften his resolve. Chapter 644, Ancient Supreme Art. The second round of the competition progressed swiftly. In the Grey Wolf realm, apart from Dalton, only Kennedy advanced, while Gay and the other contender were eliminated. It wasn't that they were weak. Rather, the geniuses from other realms were just too formidable. After 2 rounds of elimination, only 165 geniuses remained to advance to the third round. During the draw, Kennedy luckily drew a bye, allowing her to advance without a fight. The remaining 164 participants were divided into 82 pairs. Dalton maintained his usual domineering style, easily subduing his opponent with a neck-wrenching move. Soon, the competition entered its 7th round, leaving 11 participants. This time, it was Dalton's turn to receive a bye. He didn't mind either way. With his unique constitution and specialized cultivation techniques, plus 8 breakthroughs, there was simply no rival of the same rank in the vast Desolation realm who could challenge him. Thus, he started off very relaxed, defeating opponents with a single move each time, unwilling to expend extra effort or bother with pretense. With the 3-headed Spirit Snake and 6-winged Crackspace Golden Bee as his trump cards, he genuinely wasn't afraid of anyone acting against him. The 6-winged Crackspace Golden Bee excelled at spatial techniques and could even escape from extremely terrifying troops, bringing honor to the Grey Wolf realm. Winning first place naturally came with extraordinary rewards, including a complete set of Earthfiend Aura. There are 72 types of Earthfiend Aura in the world. It is very difficult for ordinary people to collect them all. Even major forces rarely Dustinage to gather all of them. Breaking through to the Earthfiend realm, the more Earthfiend Aura you can refine, the better. If one can refine all 72 types, it would be perfect. This reward was precisely what Dalton needed at present, saving him the trouble of collecting it himself. Furthermore, while it was said to be a set of Earthfiend Aura, each type actually contained a large quantity, enough for 3 to 5 people to cultivate. Mainly because there are losses when refining Earthfiend Aura, no one can achieve 100% refinement, so preparations must be made accordingly. But this wasn't an issue for Dalton. He couldn't say he wouldn't lose anything, but he could at least control the loss to within 10%. In this way, the reward he obtained would suffice for himself, his Immortal Bone avatar, and the Crimson Flame Nate to cultivate. Besides the complete set of Earthfiend Aura, Dalton also received an Ancient Supreme Art and a Tier 12 Spirit material. It was clear these major forces were indeed generous. However, they probably thought their disciples had a good chance of winning first place, preparing these prizes specifically for them, only to have Dalton complete as a certain probability of cultivating the sky-cutting palm. But regrettably, none of the previous 9 recipients were lucky enough. Such an overbearing supreme art deserves my investment of time and effort. Instantly, Dalton made up his mind. The sky-cutting palm, like the Essence Spirit Sword Scripture, was an exceptional art. Since he had the rare opportunity to obtain it, how could he not cultivate it? Dalton winning first place at the Void Profound level stirred excitement throughout the Grey Wolf realm. Such an event had never occurred before in history. The Grey Wolf realm was perpetually the weakest, often bottom-ranked among the 33 realms. For a genius from the Grey Wolf realm to achieve a good ranking was almost impossible. Before Dalton, Anton True Lord achieved third place 3,000 years ago at the Void Profound level, which already caused a frenzy throughout the Grey Wolf realm. As a result, Anton True Lord became a legendary figure. Despite being stuck at a bottleneck and not advancing to the Tribulation Transcender stage, all factions in the Grey Wolf realm still highly respected him and entrusted him with leading the team. Soon after, competitions across 5 realms concluded. Apart from Dalton bringing glory to the Grey Wolf realm, another person did the same, a Tiangang stage practitioner named Hilton. Hilton originated from Thunder Spirit Valley, a pure thunder cultivator, gifted the heaven-shaking Thunderstone by Anton True Lord, mastering the secret thunder law of Thunder Spirit Valley and completing a breakthrough at the Tiangang stage. Still, Hilton only secured second place at the Tiangang level, falling short of the first place. With the competitions over, it was time for the most important part of the Dragon Gate conference, summoning the Dragon Gate. 33 realms each sent out a powerful expert, all tribulation transcenders except for Anton Truelord, and mostly top-tier experts renowned in the vast desolation realm. These 33 experts together cast a secret spell, summoning an ancient altar from the mysterious void. Next, 33 special tokens appeared. When the tokens were embedded into the ancient altar, the entire world trembled violently, a terrifying aura rapidly spreading, making everyone present feel a shiver down their spine. Ayo! Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, a dragon gate enveloped in dense chaotic chi emerged out of thin air, crushing the void and slowly descending. How ancient is the Daoyun emitted by this dragon gate? From what era does it originate? Dalton's gaze was intense and deep as he stared at the dragon gate. Note, Daoyun seems to be a term that doesn't have a direct English translation. Depending on context, it might be referring to Dao aura or Dao resonance. A more fluent translation might be, how ancient is the Dao resonance emitted by? Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? The 15 participants, each standing out from their respective realms, exchanged glances. The prospect of leaping over the dragon gate and potentially reaping immense rewards stirred excitement and anticipation within them. Isidrot, the warning about the dangers was not lost on any of them. They knew they must weigh the risks carefully before making their move. Hashtag chapter 645, leaping through the dragon gate. Their figures flashed, and Dalton and the other 15 people arrived directly beneath the dragon gate, standing in a line. At this moment, they resembled 15 carp, preparing to leap through the dragon gate and transform into dragons. How pure the dragon chi is. Dalton was inwardly astonished. Others might not be able to sense it, but having cultivated the Azure Dragon profound art and obtained the essence, blood, and innate laws of the Azure Dragon, Dalton had an exceptionally keen perception of dragon chi. Influenced by the dragon chi emitted from the dragon gate, his Azure Dragon profound art began to operate involuntarily, with the Azure Dragon blood within him boiling as if it had come alive. Swish. Dalton soared into the sky along with the other 14 individuals, flying toward the dragon gate. Ayo! Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, Dalton transformed into a 100 Zhonglong Azure Dragon, radiating a vast dragon aura. Everyone present was dumbfounded at the sight. Shape-shifting was not uncommon, but what was critical was that the Azure Dragon Dalton transformed into possessed both form and spirit, accompanied by genuine dragon might, as if his true body was indeed a real dragon. Among the 14 who leaped through the dragon gate, there were indeed members of the dragon race. They came from Blue Dragon Island near the Azure Dragon domain, said to have been left behind by a 5-clawed blue dragon. Their bloodline was relatively pure, but for Dustini years, no more 5-clawed blue dragons had appeared. The strongest was a 4-clawed blue dragon. In fact, while dragon races had Dustini branches and a large number in the 12 realms, top-tier bloodlines were rarely seen. Currently leaping through the dragon gate was a 4-clawed blue dragon with very high cultivation, reaching the 10th stage transcendence rank, equivalent to Heaven Grit transcendence. It surpassed Hilton and secured first place among those of the Heaven Grit rank. The aura he emits makes me instinctively feel fear. Could he truly possess a top-tier dragon bloodline? A powerful figure from Blue Dragon Island wondered in amazement, also filled with curiosity. But according to his knowledge, in the vast wilderness realm, the strongest dragon lineage was from their Blue Dragon Island branch. Where did Dalton come from? The Grey Wolf domain had no dragon race branches. As thoughts raced through his mind, at a certain moment, a divine dragon statue atop the dragon gate moved, opening its mouth to emit a ball of azure light, which merged into Dalton's body. Within a cave heaven, the true form of the Azure Dragon coiled around a towering, vibrant tree. The ball of azure light appeared before the true form of the Azure Dragon. After the light dissipated, its true nature was revealed. It was a dragon egg covered in dragon patterns. Initially, the egg was lifeless, but after absorbing the vital energy emitted by the towering tree, it slowly developed signs of life, growing stronger. A dragon egg? Dalton was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected the opportunity granted by the Dragon Gate to be an egg. Considering he had leaped through the Dragon Gate, theoretically, the opportunity he received should be the best. Thinking this way, the egg must be extraordinary and possibly of great significance. Dalton didn't dwell on it further, continuing to focus on absorbing dragon chi. This was a significant opportunity for him. When he felt his cultivation reach a critical point and could no longer be suppressed, Dalton wasted no time, immediately taking out a set of Earth Calamity Judah and beginning to absorb and refine it. The Dragon Gate gathering had ended. Now breaking through would likely pose no problems. The Void Reversion Imperial Scripture operated, absorbing the 72 types of Calamity Chi efficiently, almost without waste. As Calamity Chi integrated into his flesh and spirit, Dalton smoothly broke through, advancing from the Void Cavern Realm to the Earth Calamity Realm, stepping onto the path of the strong. Alongside Dalton in one of his cave heavens, the Crimson Flame Nate also broke through. Having refined a share of Earth Calamity Judah, it had no difficulty breaking through. Shortly after, the Dragon Gate trembled, revealing 5 spatial vortexes, each sucking Dalton and others into them. Then, the Dragon Gate re-entered the mysterious void, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Dustini people at the scene dispersed, knowing that these geniuses entering the secret realm wouldn't emerge again for some time. How long did you stay in the secret realm last time? Leandro asked Anton Genjuin. Anton Genjuin replied, embarrassingly, I only stayed 10 years before meeting my end inside the secret realm. I then revived in the outside world. This statement undoubtedly conveyed a lot of information. First, everyone's duration in the secret realm varied. Second, dying inside the secret realm did not mean true death. Therefore, whoever entered the secret realm could venture forth without any reservations. 10 years? It seems there's no need to rush. Let's find a place to stay, Leandro pondered aloud. Anton Genjuin added, Senior, staying here is futile. The exit location from the secret realm is random and not fixed. Is that so? Then let's head back. Leandro immediately changed his mind. Since he couldn't wait for Dalton here, why bother staying? He might as well return to the Northern Ridge snowfield. Naturally, Anton Junjuan had no objections. He also wanted to return to seclude himself for cultivation, aiming to perfect his lightning technique and break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Ultimately, he wasn't young anymore, and his remaining lifespan wasn't much, leaving little time to waste. Immediately, teams from various domains left one after another, with few choosing to stay in Sea Dragon City. On the other side, after a whirl of dizziness, Dalton and 2 others appeared on an extremely steep cliff. The cliff was 10,000 zhang tall, surrounded by clouds and fog, seemingly detached from the mortal world. So this is the secret realm. The heavenly chi here is so rich, and the profound Daoyuan permeates everywhere. It's indeed an excellent place for cultivation, Dalton murmured. Note, Daoyuan seems to be a term that may not have a direct English translation. I retained Daoyuan to maintain consistency with the original text. If you prefer, it can be explained or translated differently based on context. Overall, the secret realm left a very good first impression on him. However, if you need further assistance or adjustments, he believed that these two had definitely prepared resources for their breakthrough long ago. Given their talent, their respective sects likely provided them with a complete set of Earth Calamity Judah. Leaving those words behind, Dalton's figure moved, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from the cliff. Entering the secret realm required relying on one's own abilities to seek opportunities. Naturally, he wouldn't waste time on 2 unrelated individuals. By slaying that entire group of 9th stage ferocious beasts, he had already shown considerable consideration towards them. Seeing Dalton leave, the 2 exchanged glances and immediately sat down cross-legged on the cliff, beginning their breakthrough. With the large group of 9th stage ferocious beasts all slaughtered, this place was undoubtedly relatively safe. They both realized that the secret realm was indeed perilous. Without breaking through to advance their cultivation, they would likely find it difficult to proceed any further. I hope you enjoyed this translation. Let me know if you need further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 646, 10 Isidores in the Secret Realm. The secret realm was vast, seemingly boundless, and retained an extremely primitive landscape. After all, it only opened once every 3,000 years, spending most of its time in complete isolation from the world. Purple golden luster, Dalton's eyes lit up. He was surprised that this purple gold dragon blood tree had remained undisturbed for so dustiny years, especially since it grew near the entrance of the secret realm, which made it unlikely to be overlooked. Even from over 1,000 feet away, he could see it clearly. Upon scanning the area with his divine sense, Dalton understood why. Under the dense branches of the purple gold dragon blood tree, several dragon-like creatures coiled around, their auras merging seamlessly with the tree. These dragon-like creatures were strong. The weakest among them rivaled a 6th-tier Earth Calamity extraordinary martial artist, while the strongest could match a 9th-tier Earth Calamity martial artist. It appeared that the purple gold dragon blood tree had always been protected by these powerful dragons, making it extraordinarily difficult to obtain. Unfazed, Dalton transformed into a green dragon and flew straight toward the purple gold dragon blood tree. This was a 12th rank spiritual tree, extremely rare. Even in the vast expanse of the world, it would be hard to find another like it. Especially since this particular purple gold dragon blood tree had grown for an exceptionally long time. Its intrinsic value was astronomically high. If there were experts from Azure Dragon Island here, they would go mad over it. The tree held tremendous significance for the dragon race. In an instant, Dalton approached the purple gold dragon blood tree, destinating immense dragon might. The dragons coiled around the tree were startled and revealed themselves but did not dare to attack. Instead, their bodies trembled, as they harbored an innate reverence for the green dragon's might. Without hesitation, Dalton marked the dragons with servitude imprints and stored them inside a mystical artifact. Next, he collected the purple gold dragon blood tree, marking his greatest acquisition thus far. Finding a rare 12th rank spiritual tree soon after entering the secret realm indeed brought him good luck, putting him in a wonderful mood. Moreover, capturing powerful dragons might prove useful in the future. Although the 3-headed spirit snakes and 6-winged sky-splitting golden bees were formidable, they could not be deployed in the secret realm due to special rules. He could only summon creatures equal to or below his own cultivation level, like the Crimson Flame Nate. Clearly, this rule was set by predecessors to prevent outsiders from bringing in overly powerful helpers into the secret realm. Since this was a trial, how could they allow someone to easily seize all the opportunities within? Seemingly remembering something, Dalton entered the mystical artifact and cut open a section of the purple gold dragon blood tree, allowing purple gold liquid to flow out, emitting a faint and refreshing aroma. This was the so-called dragon blood, the essence of the purple gold dragon blood tree. The tree had 2 most precious aspects, the green dragon but still remarkable. This was already his 3rd exotic beast egg. The first was a Tungsha egg, followed by a Blackeen divine Elia turtle egg, and now a dragon egg. If he could find creatures related to vermilion bird and white tiger that matched, he could refine both the 4 symbols mystic arts and the Tungsha mystic arts to perfection. According to Dalton's estimate, the Tungsha egg, Blackeen divine Elia turtle egg, and dragon egg were all close to hatching, leaving him eagerly anticipating. Regaining his composure, Dalton continued exploring the secret realm. Being inside the secret realm, he couldn't use spatial teleportation, and even aerial flight was much slower, reducing his exploration efficiency significantly. Before he knew it, 10 years had passed since entering the secret realm. Over these 10 years, he explored intermittently, seeking opportunities and treasures while not neglecting his cultivation. With the ample resources in the secret realm, coupled with his accumulated strength, he advanced to the 9th tier of the Earth Calamity realm and was preparing to break through limits again. Breaking through had become increasingly difficult after multiple attempts. Typically, 9 breakthroughs were the limit for the Spirit Martial stage, and he had already done 8. Breaking through once more would be his 9th time. Most people would refrain from considering further breakthroughs at this point, saving the opportunity for the final realm of the Spirit Martial stage to build formidable strength, one that was evidently beyond the capability of ordinary people to unlock. Chapter 647, Blood Phoenix Ridge. Dalton walked up to the stone door, reaching out and gently placing his palm on it. Instantly, the symbol runes on the stone door activated, clearly appearing, but they did not launch an attack against Dalton. This was a Guardian-type symbol rune restriction, its purpose being to prevent anyone from entering. Upon contact with the symbol rune restriction, Dalton received a message, informing him of the stone building's purpose. A spatial station leading to other realms? His eyes gleamed in interest. According to the message, through this stone building, he could travel to a certain realm and enter an extraordinary secret realm, where great opportunities awaited. However, leaving this special secret realm meant losing any protection. If he were to accidentally perish in another realm's secret realm, that would be final. There would be no chance of revival. Thus, whether to proceed required serious consideration beforehand. I have never been to another realm. Now, since I have the opportunity, how can I possibly miss it? Dalton made his decision instantly. To his knowledge, traveling between the 12 realms was very troublesome, even for supreme powerhouses finding it exceedingly difficult to cross. Even Cloud True Upasaka had only set foot in a few realms, spending immense effort to return home. Dalton also realized that such spatial stations in this special secret realm were extremely rare, not easily encountered without exploring sufficiently vast areas. Few geniuses of past generations probably ever came across one. With his decision made, Dalton did not hesitate. He pressed his palm down forcefully. Instantly, the symbol rune restriction dissipated, and the stone door opened. Dalton stepped inside. The space within the stone building was small and empty. But as he reached the center, the ground glowed with a peculiar radiance, and spatial fluctuations appeared, intensifying. Moments later, the space around Dalton completely twisted, and his figure vanished. When he could see his surroundings again, he found himself in a crimson wilderness. The temperature here was extremely high, the earth cracked and utterly unsuitable for plant life or living creatures. Pure fire elemental essence, truly a unique place, Dalton remarked after surveying his surroundings. He did not know where he had been transported, nor what kind of secret realm he would enter next. Clearly, these were matters he needed to clarify immediately. Releasing his divine sense, Dalton quickly discovered a place where Dustini cultivators had gathered. Without hesitation, he moved towards it. On a hill rich with fire elemental essence, over 100 figures had assembled, both who dust and ordinary. Whatever fortune it might yield was unsurprising. Phoenixes excelled in controlling fire, second only to the vermilion bird of the 4 celestial beasts. A mutated blood flame phoenix was a standout, rivaling even the vermilion bird at equal realms. However, throughout history, few blood flame phoenixes emerged, especially after the ancient era, none for 100,000 years. It remained to be seen if any new blood flame phoenixes had been born within today's heavenly phoenix clan. Without much waiting, Blood Phoenix Ridge opened, and the 128 on the hill began moving. Dalton did not rush, following only after they all disappeared. Blood Phoenix Ridge was vast, with raging flames everywhere, challenging even peak Earth Fiend realm experts. Indeed, flame intensity varied by region, thus creating multiple entries for different realms. Of course, those capable could venture into more intense areas. Having practiced Vermilion Bird mystical technique and derived Void Divine Fire from his Void Divine body, Dalton feared no flames of Blood Phoenix Ridge. This secret realm was far from barren, containing plants, more accurately, condensed flames. They were extremely perilous, releasing terrifying forces upon contact. Truly a treasure trove, Dalton's face lit up. Opening once every 3,000 years, it was no wonder treasures abounded. Synchronizing with the secret realm behind Dragon Gate allowed entrance via a spatial station. In a good mood, Dalton collected numerous high-grade treasures, all at least 9th rank. But at his current level, 9th rank treasures offered limited utility. Higher grades were needed. Stopping before a massive flaming tree, his eyes sparkled, discerning its secrets. Unlike ordinary flaming trees, this one was ancient, over 10,000 years old, having undergone a qualitative transformation. Condensing formidable flames, it combined with the principle of fire to form a phoenix fire essence. Dalton could sense that this phoenix fire essence contained a potent Tao essence, which would be immensely beneficial to his cultivation. As he pondered extracting it, 2 figures flashed beside him. Who are you? Why are you here? Seeing Dalton, they immediately questioned. With just 128 permitted in this area, familiar faces were inevitable. An unfamiliar face was hard to ignore. Glancing at them, Dalton said coldly, "Leave. I'm claiming this opportunity." "Arrogant fool. You dare try to claim this fortune," showing utter disrespect. Both retorted coldly, their pride undeniable as the elite of Fire Spirit Realm. Especially now, outnumbering Dalton, why should they fear? Immediately, they attacked from either side. But in an instant, silence fell. Dalton still stood before the flaming tree while the 2 proud geniuses were immobilized, unable to speak or move. The 2 individuals had thick fear in their eyes. They hadn't even seen how Dalton had moved before they were suppressed, demonstrating that their strength was not on the same level at all. Dalton did not harm them. He came here to seek opportunities, and if not necessary, he didn't want to provoke unnecessary conflicts. Speaking of which, he had no grudges or grievances with these 2 individuals. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person and wouldn't carry out a massacre over trivial matters, nor would he stoop to bullying the weak. Indeed, in his eyes, these 2 were too weak, not even qualifying as opponents. Chapter 648, Meeting at the Summit. After capturing 2 indigenous geniuses from the Fire Spirit Realm, Dalton immediately acted, using extraordinary means to extract the Phoenix Fire Essence hidden within the flame tree. Ordinary people dared not easily touch the Phoenix Fire Essence, but he had no reservations and directly absorbed it into his body, refining it with the Vermilion Bird mystical art. The essence of Phoenix Fire Essence was extremely powerful, greatly benefiting his cultivation of the Vermilion Bird mystical art. After doing this, he did not waste any time and continued advancing towards Blood Phoenix Ridge. He was very close to the Phoenix lineage, held the greatest advantage. As long as they sent disciples, significant gains were assured. Dalton's speed was very fast, and along the way, he harvested quite a few natural treasures, much to his pleasant surprise. He realized that Blood Phoenix Ridge was truly a wonderful place, full of treasures everywhere, and obtaining treasures was even easier than in the secret realm behind Dragon Gate. Boom! Just as Dalton plucked a rare fire G, the ground exploded, releasing a large number of fire sparrows. Each emitted an extremely powerful aura, and more critically, their numbers were overwhelming. As they flapped their wings, surging flames swept out, instantly forming a terrifying sea of fire. Tier 10 ferocious birds, and such a large group indeed poses great danger, Dalton muttered, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He did not retreat, but allowed the sea of fire to engulf him. As the Void Concealment Imperial Cannon operated, the flames flooded into his body, being devoured by the Void Concealment. The Void Concealment was like an abyss, capable of swallowing any amount of flames. After devouring a large amount of flames, Dalton then unleashed the Vermilion Bird mystical art, thus manifesting an enormous true form of the Vermilion Bird, striking through the sky with wings like celestial blades, unstoppable. With a series of bursts, the fire sparrows exploded one by one, blood and fire intertwining in midair, only to be swallowed by Dalton entirely. Even without using the Vermilion Bird mystical art to counter the fire sparrows, killing them would not be difficult for him at his peak Earth Fiend stage. They are all composed of flame essences and are not true life forms, Dalton murmured. However, he also noticed that these fire sparrows had developed some semblance of soul spirits. Given more time, they might become genuine living beings. Boom! At this moment, an extremely formidable force erupted from underground, followed by an even larger fire sparrow appearing. Dalton immediately recognized that this fire sparrow was different, truly a living being, and he sensed strong spiritual energy from it, perhaps even possessing intelligence. Findustin's die. The fire sparrow released a fierce mental impulse, its claws reaching out directly towards Dalton. Dalton promptly responded, meeting the claws with his fists. Bang! Fist met claw, generating an immensely powerful impact force, surging flames spreading in all directions, creating overwhelming waves of fire. Dalton stumbled back a few steps, acknowledging the fire sparrow's strength as it slightly overpowered him. Thankfully, his physical body was sufficiently strong, or that ordinary sword lights could be blocked, but those emitted by the primordial spirit were terrifying, directly attacking the soul, making them virtually indefensible. Suddenly, the tide turned, and Dalton shifted from defense to offense, turning the tables from a disadvantageous position. Within moments, the fire sparrow suffered heavy injuries, its spirit damaged by the primordial spirit sword lights, weakening its aura. Soon, the fire sparrow was thoroughly defeated, subdued by Dalton. Instead of killing it, Dalton planned to tame it. It possessed Phoenix bloodline, with significant potential and worth cultivating. In the fire sparrow's nest, he made an unexpected discovery, a large chunk of supreme spirit crystal containing Phoenix blood. Using this crystal, he solidified his cultivation, as if he had been at the 10th level of the Earth Fiend stage for dustiny years. I didn't expect to elevate my cultivation to the peak of the Earth Fiend stage within the secret realm. Breaking through to the Heaven Fiend stage will indeed be troublesome. Dalton couldn't help but feel concerned. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to break through to the Heaven Fiend stage, but because similar to the Earth Fiend stage, it required external assistance. The Earth Fiend stage needed Earth Fiend Judah, while the Heaven Fiend stage required Heaven Fiend Judah. There were 36 types of Heaven Fiend Judah. The more types one refined, the stronger the foundation became. However, Dalton had not prepared beforehand, and if he stayed in the secret realm, he would need to find ways to obtain Heaven Fiend Judah. The secret realm contained numerous opportunities, and it was possible that all types of Heaven Fiend Judah could be found. Putting aside his worries, Dalton continued forward, temporarily setting aside the matter of Heaven Fiend Judah. Currently, the most important thing was to obtain the grand opportunities of Blood Phoenix Ridge, especially those related to the Blood Flame Phoenix, which he desperately sought. Finally, Dalton reached the highest peak. The temperature here was terrifyingly high, potentially unbearable even for Heaven Fiend stage experts. Few could adapt to such an environment. Therefore, scanning around, he saw no other figures. After spending some time, Dalton arrived at the summit. At the moment of reaching the peak, two figures came into view. These were two women, incredibly beautiful, with identical appearances and builds, clearly twin sisters. Dalton's eyes flashed with insight, recognizing that they were not Hudustin. Their true forms were likely phoenixes. They must be disciples of the Fire Phoenix Valley, relying on their phoenix bloodline to reach this place. Risking his gaze, Dalton noticed several others trailing behind them, climbing slowly with little hope of reaching the summit. All of them were also from the Fire Phoenix Valley. While they shared phoenix bloodlines, the purity of their blood phoenix, it greatly benefits those of our phoenix lineage, but it might be harmful or even dangerous for others. A phoenix blood pool? That sounds intriguing, Dalton murmured, his interest piqued. Chapter 649, Blood Phoenix Rebirth. Dalton did not engage in conflict with the twin sisters from Fire Phoenix Valley. Primarily, they felt that Dalton could not snatch away the opportunity meant for them, and that there was no need to create enmity over it. Especially because Dalton gave them a feeling of unfathomable depth. Should actual combat break out, they might not gain any advantage. Soon, the three approached the Phoenix blood pool. This blood pool wasn't very large, merely 10 feet square. It contained bright red blood, its age unknown, yet it never coagulated. Near the pool, instead of a pungent smell of blood, they were greeted by a refreshing aroma, truly deserving of being the essence blood of the Flame Phoenix. After such a long time, it still retained strong vitality. Dalton marveled inwardly. Simultaneously, he sensed a strong pressure from miraculous forces around the pool, making it difficult to approach. The twins from Fire Phoenix Valley directly sat cross-legged near the blood pool, using secret techniques to absorb the blood chi dispersing from the pool. Of course, they wished to enter the blood pool to cultivate directly, but this was something beyond their capable, extremely resilient life force, making it hard to kill them completely. In fact, Juke has similar abilities, but Dalton's cultivation of the Juke technique hadn't reached the level required for this skill. Upon reaching the bottom, Dalton closely examined the egg. Through the mysterious patterns on the shell, he concluded it was a flame phoenix egg. Thus, his guess was correct. The flame phoenix indeed attempted a rebirth but seemed to fail, not achieving rebirth. As he placed his hand on the egg to sense it, his expression changed. The flame phoenix egg was drawing on his life essence, holding his hand tightly, preventing him from breaking free. Within a short time, he lost half his life essence, becoming very weak. Isekai, after absorbing his life essence, the egg miraculously showed signs of life. He couldn't help but think of the egg given by Longmin, which similarly came to life upon contact. Before Dalton could react, the flame phoenix egg disappeared into his inner heaven, eventually entering the fiery sea where Juke resided. He could clearly perceive a peculiar connection forming between him and the life within the egg, akin to sealing a special covenant. The phoenix essence blood inside the pool rushed into Dalton, nourishing his body and spirit, quickly replenishing his lost life essence. Additionally, he discovered abundant, heavenly gang energy in the pool. Considering the blood pool's miraculous nature, accumulating various types of heavenly gang energy was quite normal. Dalton felt pleasantly surprised, realizing all his needs were met. Now, he wouldn't worry about cultivation resources. With these heavenly gang energies, once accumulated sufficiently, he could easily reach the heavenly gang realm. Dalton absorbed 80% of the blood pool's essence efficiently. The pool not only contained flame phoenix blood, but also infused with various heavenly chi, excellent for refining the body. Dalton didn't deplete the pool completely to maintain its existence and allow it to continue gathering essence, benefiting more people. Whoosh! Dalton flew out of the blood pool, standing mid-air. Having absorbed most of the essence, Blood Phoenix Ridge no longer constrained him. He could freely fly and use spatial techniques. Seeing Dalton hovering in the air, the twin sisters were filled with shock, knowing well he had gained immensely from the blood pool. Dalton glanced at the twin sisters, waved his hand, causing 2 streams of blood to fly out from the pool, enveloping them. Meeting you means fate. May your bloodline transform. With these words, Dalton vanished from the spot, leaving no trace. The twin sisters were taken aback, completely unexpected Dalton's generosity. Such magnanimity was rare. Thank you, fellow Taoist. They exchanged glances, then bowed towards Dalton's previous position. They sincerely thanked him, knowing the favor was immense, vowing to repay it if possible. Fusing the Flame Phoenix essence will surely transform our bloodline, possibly elevating us to the top tier, the twin sisters said excitedly. Multicolored fire phoenixes were common in the Phoenix clan, far from the top tier. Though having such pure bloodline was rare to Dustini avian species, the twins yearned for more. They always hoped to transform into the supreme 5-colored heavenly phoenix, and now this chance was within reach. Meanwhile, Dalton returned to Longman's special secret realm via the spatial station, not engaging much with the geniuses of the fire spirit realm. Spatial stations connect extraordinary places. Finding more would be wonderful. Savoring the benefits, Dalton eagerly wished for more. However, he understood that lacking sufficient strength and methods could make traveling to connected realms risky or even disastrous. I'll find a place to seclude and break through to the Heavenly Gang realm first, Dalton decided immediately. Secret realms weren't short of cultivation spots. He intended to choose the best location for refining Heavenly Gang energies, ensuring a flawless breakthrough. Chapter 650. Encountering others. Relying on his solid foundation, Dalton successfully broke through with remarkable ease. As he pondered, the first fierce beast appeared. It was a thunderbird. Its body transformed into lightning, diving towards Dalton at blinding speed. Dalton cast a faint glance, and then extended his fingers like a sword, slashing at the thunderbird. With a piercing slash, the thunderbird's massive body split into 2 halves. Though 10th-tier beasts possessed tenacious vitality, they could not withstand Dalton's sword chi and perished instantly. Dalton collected the thunderbird's remains as treasure to feed his tame dragons and firebirds, allowing them to grow faster. Indeed, where there are fierce beasts, there are treasures. Dalton smiled, having discovered a rare flower nearby. It was a top-tier 10th-level medicinal herb, perfectly suited for his current stage. Since entering the secret realm, Dalton always dustinaged both exploration and cultivation simultaneously, utilizing various heavenly materials to hone his skills, which contributed significantly to his rapid advancement. Before long, 10 years passed in this layer of the secret realm, and his cultivation rose all the way to peak heavenly might realm. Without a doubt, the secret realm provided unparalleled conditions for cultivation, accelerating it exponentially. Someone ahead. Sensing intense battle waves ahead, Dalton revealed an unusual expression. Since entering the secret realm behind Dragon Gate, this wasn't, Dalton appeared out of nowhere, slicing the vine with a single sword strike. It's you. Seeing Dalton, the rescued Wilderness Territory genius was startled. Incredulously, Dalton was merely at peak conjoined body realm 20 years ago, in a different layer of the secret realm. How did he now reach this layer and possess equal cultivation? To advance 2 major realms in just 20 years was truly terrifying. Understanding that reaching these realms took significant effort, the thought of such speed was daunting. Isidrat, the reality couldn't be denied, and he couldn't help but marvel. When Wild Wolf region produces talent, it's exceptional. Be careful, this ancient vine is incredibly strong, with inexhaustible power and infinite regeneration, the Wilderness Territory genius warned. Dalton smiled lightly. Is that so? Let me try it out. Swinging the Dark Blood Sword, he unleashed a domineering sword technique. Forged with Dustini high-grade materials, the Dark Blood Sword, refined repeatedly by Dalton, reached the 11th tier, wielding formidable power. Instantly, the ancient vine was enveloped by countless sword chi. Next moment, the vine was dismembered, its tendrils and main body shattered. Seeing this, including the Wilderness Territory genius, all 4 geniuses were astounded. They knew how difficult it was to combat this vine, whose tendrils were almost unbreakable and its core virtually invulnerable. Isidrat, Dalton easily sliced it to pieces with a casual swing. This highlighted the immense gap in strength despite their same cultivation levels. Boom! The volcano trembled, releasing a fiercely violent force. Stimulated by this force, the ancient vine regenerated swiftly, growing larger and engulfed in blazing flames, with molten lava forming a protective armor. Quite tenacious indeed, Dalton muttered. Roar! The ancient vine emitted a wild beast-like roar, revealing its ferocious nature. It sprouted countless tendrils, attacking Dalton en masse, clearly enraged by his earlier actions. Dalton remained calm, summoning the 9 luminary alchemy cauldron with a mere thought. The cauldron expanded instantly, enveloping the entire ancient vine. Blazed the dark blood sword, the 9 luminary alchemy cauldron was now an 11th tier spiritual artifact, even stronger. Under Dalton's calm dustin, the 9 luminary alchemy cauldron melted everything. Moments later, the entire vine and its anchored volcano vanished into the cauldron. Swallow. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 nearby people gulped hard. Such prowess was truly overwhelming. Dalton formed intricate alchemy seals, openly refining pills in front of the 4. Materials included not only the ancient vine but also numerous heavenly treasures from within the volcano and its dense profound daoic aura. Despite the 9 luminary alchemy cauldron's miraculous capabilities, Dalton still spent considerable time before completing the pills. Swoosh! 2 dazzling red beams shot out of the cauldron, intertwining with intricate Dao patterns in the air. The pervasive daoic aura converged, merging into the red beams. 11th tier spirit pills. Seeing the extraordinary phenomena in mid-air, the 4 beside him were stunned. They hadn't expected that with Ferdy's cultivation, he could so effortlessly refine 2 11th tier spirit pills. His skills were truly remarkable. In fact, they did not really want to stay there, but since Ferdy hadn't given them permission to leave, they didn't dare depart on their own. There was no way around it. Ferdy's strength was formidable, instilling in them a deep sense of caution. They didn't dare to be remiss. Once the 2 red beams stabilized, Ferdy reached out and caught them in his hand. Not bad with these, both of us should have no problem breaking through our limits within the heavenly might realm in the short term. When he said, both of us, he naturally referred to himself and the crimson flame golden and I. Both had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and needed external assistance to break through more quickly. Of course, even if they required external help, they would ensure they were thoroughly prepared beforehand and wouldn't act rashly. Chapter 651. The Golden Desolate Forest. Are you all free? Aren't you continuing to seek opportunities? Dalton turned his head to look at the few people beside him, saying with a faint smile. The group was speechless in their hearts. If not for fear of displeasing him, they would have long left and wouldn't be foolishly waiting around. One of them asked with a laugh, "We don't even know how to address our friend he, or which realm he's from?" Dalton, like him, "I'm from the vast wilderness realm," Dalton casually answered. Upon hearing this, except for the genius from the vast wilderness realm, the other 3 revealed extremely shocked expressions. In their impressions, the vast wilderness realm had always been considered one of the weakest realms among the 12. It was incredible that such a powerful talent could now emerge from there. If it hadn't been witnessed firsthand, they would never have believed it. That terrifying ancient vine had required 4 peak Tiangang realm experts working together. Yet they still struggled, unable to defend themselves, let alone break free. But when Dalton intervened, it took him just moments to solve the problem, turning it into an 11th grade spirit pill in public view. Not mentioning combat prowess, such superior alchemy skills were enough to calm dust and respect. Regardless of location, high-level alchemists always held exceptional status. No one dared offend them easily. An alchemist capable of refining an 11th grade spirit pill would be rare in any realm, with prestige rivaling that of Transcendence realm experts. 12th grade alchemists were even rarer. Top forces would accord them the highest honors. Considering the entire martial world, 12th grade alchemists were extremely scarce, far fewer than Transcendence realm experts. Fellow adepts, may we meet again by fate. I must leave now. With those words, Dalton immediately departed. He truly didn't want to waste time here. Countless opportunities awaited within the mystic realm. Seeing this, the others did not delay further, and each went their separate ways since they weren't companions and couldn't possibly travel together. After some more time, Dalton and Mike consumed the 11th grade spirit pill and successfully broke through to the Tiangang realm, greatly enhancing their strength. Soon after, Dalton discovered another spatial station, much to his delight. Through the spatial station, he appeared in a dense forest. This forest was unique, filled with immensely dense metal elemental essence. Under its influence, even flora and fauna possessed corresponding metallic traits. Soon, Dalton learned he was in the golden desolate forest of the metal essence realm. Already rich in metal elemental essence, the golden desolate forest stood out as an excellent cultivation ground for beings with a metal affinity. However, the golden desolate forest was highly perilous. A single misstep could mean death. Unlike Blood Phoenix Ridge, the golden desolate forest wasn't a mystic realm but a forbidden area, accessible anytime but with unpredictable outcomes. Even Transcendence realm experts had perished here over the generations. I need to spend a year in the golden desolate forest before returning to the mystic realm. I hope I don't encounter major troubles. Dalton muttered to himself. This time, the spatial station imposed a time limit. He had to stay a full year. If not, he couldn't leave. Conversely, once the time was up, he must leave regardless of his will. Calmly collecting his thoughts, Dalton began exploring the golden desolate forest. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't venture too deep, self-preservation should be dust-negligible. The abundance of metal elemental essence and strong Dao aura in the forest significantly aided the cultivation of metal-type techniques and skills. The moment Dalton arrived, the White Tiger Profound technique automatically activated, the true form of the White Tiger becoming exceptionally lively, as if returning home. He gladly embraced this opportunity to elevate the White Tiger profound technique to a higher level. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Dalton entered the Golden Desolate Forest. From exploring the outer regions to venturing deeper, it showcased confidence born of capability. He dared do so because he felt secure here. He could summon the three-headed serpents and six-winged crack-the-sky golden bees. One excelled in offensive power, the other in spatial abilities, ensuring reliable escape options if trouble arose. Though dangerous, the Golden Desolate Forest also harbored destiny opportunities. His discoveries surpassed expectations. There's just one day left, then I should depart. Dalton exhaled deeply, hoping for a smooth departure from the Golden Desolate Forest. He had gathered numerous valuable treasures, sufficient to help him and Mike reach the Transcendence realm. Moreover, after a year of immersion, he was confident of breaking through to the Dao Fusion realm. Now, he only awaited leaving the Golden Desolate Forest to return to the Mystic realm and ascend to the next layer. Rumble. Suddenly, the forest shook violently, as if experiencing an earthquake. Such strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Is a grand treasure about to appear? Blast flashed in Dalton's eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Time was running short. In no time, he reached the source, a vast metal mountain rising from 12th grade medicinal herbs. Immediately, the foremost creatures rushed towards the herbs. Boom. Powerful energy erupted from the mountain, repelling all nearby entities. Slaughter Dao patterns. Dalton's eyes fixed on the secret patterns emerging from the mountain, muttering to himself. He recognized these patterns as a unique type of Dao pattern imbued with the essence of slaughter, related to the White Tiger, one of the 4 celestial beasts. Concerning the White Tiger, he immediately paid full attention, meticulously studying the secrets hidden within the mountain. Together, let's break the restrictions. A Whodustin expert suggested aloud. The power contained within the metal mountain was far too immense for Dalton to combat alone. Not just him, but the same went for everyone else. To obtain the opportunities this place offered, they had no choice but to join forces first, break through all obstructions, and then compete individually for their share of the spoils. The group of powerful experts had no objections. They acted in perfect unison, launching their strongest attacks. Boom. Powerful force after powerful force struck the metal mountain, yet it remained unmoved. Instead, these strikes were repelled, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Oh no. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly but terrifying slaughter Dao runes. Dalton's eyes glowed with admiration as he fixed his gaze on the metal peak. The White Tiger mystical art involved the way of slaughter, so this metal peak offered him tremendous assistance. It was an opportunity that must not be missed. After suffering earlier, the Tribulation Transcender Realm experts dared not act rashly now. They were all contemplating possible strategies. Everyone knew that the metal peak was no ordinary object, so regardless of circumstances, no one would easily give up. Even those who retreated far away hadn't truly given up hope. Otherwise, they would have turned around and left immediately. A great opportunity lay before them, enough to make people risk their lives for it. I see. After some contemplation, Dalton revealed a look of enlightenment. He then utilized his cultivated martial Dao True Soul, channeling the blast-bound law of the White Tiger, fully dustinifesting the profound principles of the White Tiger mystical art. As boundless heavenly energy converged, a gigantic tiger claw materialized, appearing above the metal peak, and firmly grasped it. Boom. With the tiger claw exerting force, the massive metal peak was directly shaken. Seeing this scene, the present experts could not help but show signs of surprise. Some among them had tried similar actions, but it never worked. Why could a heaven-pristine realm martial artist move the metal peak? Up! Dalton shouted loudly, instantly causing the metal peak to rise from the ground. The slaughter runes on its surface retracted, dissipating the overwhelming aura. Witnessing this, other experts could not resist making their move. They could not allow Dalton to claim the metal peak. Dalton was well prepared. With a thought, he summoned the three-headed serpent. This was not the Dragon Gate-connected secret realm where there were restrictions. Here, various hidden cards could be used freely. Over the years, the three-headed serpent had healed completely under Dalton's care and achieved significant advancements in all aspects. Now, it had reached the peak of the 12th rank, and if it progressed further, it might break through to the 13th rank or even transcend into immortality. However, it was essential for Dalton's cultivation of the Black Tortoise mystical art, so he wasn't ready to let it ascend yet. Roar. The three-headed serpent let out a sky-splitting roar, emitting an incredibly fearsome aura. With Dalton's aid, it underwent a reconstruction of its foundation and now possessed tenfold breakthrough potential, surpassing any supposed limits. If it could break through the 12th rank, it would gain 11 breakthroughs in total. Blocking the attacks aimed at Dalton, it retaliated the toxic mist corrosion. Next, the rock Eleoturtle shook its body, launching countless rock spikes from its back. Each spike was sharp and formidable, comparable to a 12th rank spiritual weapon, making it extremely challenging to withstand. Undeterred, the three-headed serpent unleashed chilling cold air from its central head, freezing the space along with the incoming rock spikes. Then, it whipped its tail, shattering all the rock spikes into pieces. Roar. The rock Eleoturtle roared furiously, as the cold air couldn't freeze it. Its power surged like waves, and enormous stone mountains rose from the ground, surrounding the three-headed serpent, smashing down with overwhelming force. Bound by the power of the earth, the three-headed serpent was momentarily immobilized, swiftly buried by multiple stone mountains. Take this chance. Seizing the opportunity, another Tribulation Transcender expert targeted Dalton, attempting to seize the metal peak. Humph. Dalton gave a cold laugh. Was he being mistaken for someone easy to bully? Summoning the six-winged crack-sky golden bee with a thought, he responded. Poof. Space warped slightly as the Tribulation Transcender expert reacted too late. Blood spurted from his left shoulder, nearly tearing him apart. Daring to attack my master. You're courting death. The six-winged crack sky golden bee revealed its true form, exuding a chilling killing intent. Though recently achieving the 12th rank, it had rapidly advanced with abundant cultivation resources provided by Dalton. Its strength rivaled that of a 6th-level Tribulation Transcender, and in combat, it far surpassed even peak Tribulation Transcenders. Using spatial techniques, it killed the Tribulation Transcender in 2 strikes, utterly annihilating both form and spirit. Such prowess stunned the other experts. The pressure from the 6-winged crack sky golden bee rivaled that of the 3-headed serpent. A heaven-pristine realm martial artist having 2 fearsome 12th-rank beasts as guardians was astonishing, leading everyone to speculate about Dalton's origins. Boom! Breaking free from the layers of mountainous pressure, the 3-headed serpent emerged, releasing an even more terrifying coldness, forming an ice world that froze the rock Eleotridal entirely. Despite its struggles, the rock Eleotridal soon became immobile. Poof! The 3-headed serpent's tail pierced the rock Eleotridal like a spear, effortlessly penetrating its hard shell. With this blow, the rock Eleotridal's life force rapidly faded, marking its end. It was simply no match for the 3-headed serpent due to the significant disparity in strength. Chapter 653. Attaining Dao Truehood. Taking advantage. Even if they all attacked together, the result would likely be total annihilation. Soon, the year-long period came to an end, and Dalton vanished from the spot instantly. Back in the secret realm, Dalton examined the Metal Mountain Peak closely. Without a doubt, it was an extremely precious heavy treasure. He could sense that its Slaughter Dao runes were profoundly intricate, surpassing the spirit martial level, suggesting it might originate from the heavenly realm. Sitting cross-legged before the Metal Mountain, Dalton immersed himself fully in comprehending the Slaughter Dao runes while cultivating the White Tiger mystical art. Fin. At a certain moment, the Metal Mountain Peak trembled violently, emitting intangible Dao vibrations that resonated with Dalton's own Dao rhythms. The Slaughter Dao runes on the mountain surface separated on their own, revealing a cave entrance. Without hesitation, Dalton moved into the cave. He was quite excited. If everything went as planned, he would soon uncover the greatest secret hidden within the Metal Mountain Peak. Golden light flowed within the cave, filled with dense and pure metallic elemental energy, along with terrifying murderous aura. Fortunately, Dalton had cultivated the White Tiger mystical art to an advanced stage, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. A short while later, Dalton reached the end of the cave, where a pool emitting golden mist appeared before him. Through the swirling golden mist, Dalton saw what lay within. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw a golden tiger coiled in the pool, seemingly asleep, but radiating an incredibly formidable aura that calmed distended respect. Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger. Dalton was greatly shocked. This was an extremely rare mythical beast, famous in ancient times, yet vanished after the primeval era. The strength of the Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger was indisputable. Moreover, it was closest in every aspect to the White Tiger Divine Beast, pure metallic attribute, focusing on the path of slaughter. At its peak, it might rival the White Tiger Divine Beast in power. The state of this Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger is unique. Its spirit is door-destined and requires external assistance to awaken, Dalton concluded after careful observation. After consulting the inheritance memories of his imperial ancestor, he soon found a viable solution. Before awakening the Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger, he first established a blood pact with it, ensuring it would serve him once awakened. In its current state, the Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger couldn't resist, so the blood pact was easily established. Of course, this was also due to Dalton's cultivation of the White Tiger mystical art and deep understanding of the Slaughter Dao. Phoenix was a mutated bloodline of the Phoenix clan, as rare as the 9-clawed Azure Dragon, controlling flames that rivaled those of the Vermilion Bird. As for the Tungsha, it was revered as a deity in the underworld, a guardian of order, holding a high status and immense growth potential. What amazed Dalton was that each of these newly born mythical beasts possessed peak tier 12 cultivation upon birth, comparable to the 3-headed spirit snake and the Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger. Without a doubt, these creatures were extraordinary and not mere hatchlings. Dalton, however, didn't bother with 2 Dustini questions. Now, with 6 powerful mythical beasts, he could cultivate the 4 symbols mystical art and the Tungsha mystical art to their utmost potential, possibly surpassing the achievements of his imperial ancestor. After all, as far as he knew, even his imperial ancestor hadn't Dustin aged to find 6 such powerful mythical beasts to harmonize with the 4 symbols mystical art and Tungsha mystical art. Logically, the 6 mythical beasts he sought were nearly unique at the time. Even though Tungsha still existed in the underworld, finding another in the mortal world was virtually impossible. Immediately, Dalton extracted the essence, blood, and life laws of the 4 symbols and Tungsha, distributing them among the 6 mythical beasts. It was most fitting for them to inherit these elements. Relation was formidable, its destructive aura spreading across the vast sky as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, with his immense strength, Dalton braved through it, even using the heavenly tribulation to perfectly align himself with the heavenly Dao, surpassing Dustini peak Ha-Dao realm cultivators. The Crimson Flame Golden and I also went through a heavenly tribulation simultaneously due to breaking through at the same time as Dalton, coinciding with his own. However, like Dalton, it possessed an extremely profound foundation, making the tribulation not overly challenging. After they both passed the heavenly tribulation, they were also teleported to the next level of the secret realm. Over 20 years had passed. It was unknown whether anyone still existed on this level. At the Dragon Gate conference, 2 people from the Grey Wolf region stood out. One was Dalton, and the other was Hilton from the Thunder Spirit Valley, who was then at the peak Tiangang realm. Theoretically, he should have been able to break through to the Ha-Dao realm within the secret realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to proceed at all. Master, there seems to be a battle ahead. The Crimson Flame Golden and I turned to Dalton and spoke. Dalton carefully sensed the area and nodded. Indeed, and it's quite intense. Let's go and take a look. Though he had just broken through to the Hadao realm, he was unafraid of encountering any trouble. Speaking of which, he already rode atop. Just as the Cade was about to attack again, he suddenly noticed Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden Eye approaching. If you don't want to die, scram as far away as possible. The Cade spoke dominantly. Mainly because he perceived that Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden Eye had relatively low cultivation levels and thus did not catch his attention. Dalton said coolly, who lives and who dies will only be known after a fight. Seems you're tired of living. Then I'll kill you first. The Cade raised an eyebrow, emitting terrifying killing intent. He stretched out one hand, fingers spread wide, and immediately 5 lightning bolts shot out, each containing tremendous power. Dalton merely waved his hand, blocking all 5 lightning bolts that shot towards him. Here's your return. Dalton waved again, and the 5 lightning bolts returned along the same path, clearly enhanced in power. The Cade immediately dispersed the 5 lightning bolts, revealing a surprised expression. Interesting, meeting 2 lightning cultivators today, and they are both courageous enough to challenge me. It seems those from obscure regions really don't know the might of my Leizu sect. The Leizu sect indeed has great renown, but what does that make you? Do you have the qualifications to represent the Leizu sect? Dalton mocked bluntly. The Cade's killing intent intensified. You'll soon find out. His hands quickly formed seals, summoning the lightning power from the heavens. Vast lightning gathered around him, wrapping around him, making him appear like an embodiment of lightning. Being able to wield such powerful lightning relied on a potent law he condensed himself, a pure lightning law, inherently very powerful. Cultivating a lifebound law in the Hadao realm, indeed, quite accomplished, Dalton said calmly. He was certain that upon entering the secret realm, the opponent had received extraordinary opportunities and successfully condensed his lifebound law. Generally, martial artists condense their lifebound laws during the Tribulation realm, when they approach immortality. Condensing a lifebound law, a whole major realm earlier was quite remarkable. But this achievement alone wasn't enough to boast in front of Dalton, who had condensed his lifebound law long ago, unparalleled throughout history. Swoosh. The expert who had plunged into the ground soared up not far from Dalton. It was none other than Hilton. Hilton's current cultivation level was equivalent to the Cade, both at the 4th stage of the Hadao realm. Advancing to the Hadao realm and further enhancing it within 20 years was quite an accomplishment. Hilton naturally recognized Dalton, his eyes filled with shock, stirring a wave of astonishment in his heart. He remembered clearly that during the Dragon Gate conference, Dalton was only at the fusion realm. They annihilate the Blashning deity lineage and seize the Thunder deity art, but they never succeeded. Millennia ago, the Leizu lineage suffered a huge blow in the heavenly realm, nearly being eradicated, and has yet to fully recover. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Hilton couldn't help but gasp. Such a formidable Cade was so easily subdued by Dalton. Even witnessing it firsthand felt unreal. Hashtag chapter 655. The peak of spirit martial arts. True Blashning law? What a joke. Dalton murmured, his eyes filled with disdain. The strong Dustin from the Thunder Ancestor sect felt bitter inside. He clearly had a higher cultivation level than Dalton, yet he was utterly defeated, truly disgracing the lineage of the Thunder Ancestor. What he couldn't understand was how Dalton could be so strong. His own constitution and aptitude were not poor, and the cultivation techniques and skills he practiced were top tier. He had always challenged others at higher levels, but this was the first time someone surpassed him and crushed him. In the next moment, the thoughts of the Thunder Ancestor sect strong Dustin were cut off as Dalton directly snapped his neck, annihilating his life force and willpower with immense power. Then, Dalton released the ethereal divine fire, reducing his corpse. The Crimson Flame Golden Eye sneered. Dalton chuckled. If it were anyone else naturally, I'd leave it to you. But he's different. He's from the Thunder Ancestor sect. I must handle it personally. The Crimson Flame Golden Eye didn't say anything further, carrying Dalton away as light streaked through the sky. Hilton stood there, deep in thought. He had already prepared to hand over the 12th rank spirit herb as gratitude for Dalton's help. To his surprise, Dalton left directly. This young Dustin's future achievements will be boundless, Hilton muttered to himself. But soon after, his eyes shone brightly. The 12th rank spirit herb he had obtained previously was extraordinary and held immense significance for him. Once refined, it would completely transform him, and his path to immortality would be within reach. Another 30 years passed in a blink. Calculating the time, it had been 50 years since entering the secret realm. Dalton's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Dao Union realm, stagnated for dustini years. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through, and the Crimson Flame Golden Eye faced the same issue. During this period, Dalton found the 3rd spatial station and used it to visit a mysterious place in the Thunder Spirit world, benefiting greatly and slaying several Thunder Ancestor sect strongmen, thoroughly severing ties with the Thunder Ancestor sect. Inside a rare spiritual pool, Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden Eye both meditated in seclusion. They sensed the opportunity for breakthrough, confident they could succeed in breaking their limits. This would be their 11th breakthrough. Success would hold significant meaning. Their auras connected, resonating with the cosmos, entering a profoundly mystical state. Boom. At one point, both of them simultaneously emitted immensely powerful auras, causing various laws concealed in the cosmos to clearly dustinifest, with countless complex Dao patterns intertwining in the void. They seemed like embodiments of the Dao, truly in union with it. Buzz. A powerful Dao aura spread from the Crimson Flame Golden Eye, resonating with the cosmic rules and Dao patterns, quickly coalescing into a massive martial soul. This martial soul was identical to its original form, even more imposing and domineering. Master, I've succeeded. The Crimson Flame Golden Eye was visibly elated. The martial soul was extremely difficult to condense. Even among top-tier immortal martial experts, few could dustinage it. Legend had it that this was the foundation for reaching the divine martial realm. Being able to condense the martial soul in the Dao Union realm was no easy feat throughout history. Very few could achieve this. Dalton smiled in satisfaction. Well done. Isidore's of effort have finally paid off. If not for Master's guidance, I would never have succeeded. Thank you, Master. The Crimson Flame Golden and I expressed gratitude. Though it had inherited a martial soul from a fellow clan member, deciphering its mysteries was incredibly challenging. Only through Dalton's generous sharing did it gain hope for condensing the martial soul at lower realms. Establishing a foundation for becoming a deity early on would undoubtedly make the future path smoother. After another decade of consolidation in the Dao Union realm, Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden and I broke through, entering the final realm of spirit martial arts, the Tribulation Transcendence realm. As expected, the Tribulation Transcendence realm came with heavenly tribulations, terrifyingly powerful ones. Typically, fewer than 3 out of 10 people successfully ascended to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, most perishing under the tribulations. Thus, Dustini who had the ability to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm often dared not do so, waiting until their lifespan dwindled before making a last-ditch effort. Hence, although the lifespan of Tribulation Transcendence realm experts was long, the number of accumulated experts wasn't large. Any expert in the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the backbone of top-tier powers, serving as crucial pillars of strength. Despite Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden's profound foundations, they paid a prior to this, they had attempted to penetrate the cavern a dozen times, but returned each time defeated. Twice, they nearly lost their lives. It was certain that this spirit plant had miraculously grown to the point where it had broken limits in 12 realms, virtually invincible in this world. Moreover, it could summon the terrifying power hidden within the cavern, pushing its combat prowess beyond the limits of the spirit martial realm. Though Dalton and the Crimson Flame Golden and I had diligently practiced, they still couldn't break through in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The difficulty of the 12th breakthrough was far greater than the sum of the previous 11. Dalton was determined to enter the cavern because he suspected it contained opportunities to help them break through in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, as evidenced by the spirit plant itself. Thus, even with the risk of losing their lives, he did not give up. What frustrated Dalton was that this layer of the secret realm still had special restrictions. Except for the Crimson Flame Golden and I, he could not summon any other rare birds or exotic beasts. Otherwise, summoning the Stevie, Blood Flame Phoenix, and the others to surround and attack the spirit plant wouldn't have been so troublesome. The Stevie and the others all possessed unique advantages, having broken limits in the 12 realms. None of them would be weaker than that spirit plant, and some were even stronger. After all, their bloodlines were extraordinary, mastering various powerful techniques, making it almost impossible they could never break through the fengthua of the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram. Asterisk revised asterisk. With a thought, Dalton summoned the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram and channeled all his power into the 4 symbols profound art and the Tungsha profound art. Instantly, the diagram radiated brilliant divine light, dispelling the darkness. The figures of the 4 symbols divine beasts and Tungsha emerged, subduing the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Although the spirit plant attacked fiercely, it was unable to break through the seal created by the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram. Note, I replaced fengthua with seal for a more natural flow in English. A trace of a smile flickered across Dalton's eyes. This seclusion had deepened his understanding of the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram, enabling him to utilize its full potential better. This was the very foundation of his confidence. Suppress. Dalton roared as the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram slowly descended like an imposing mountain. To enhance its power, he also activated the 5 elements celestial boat, invoking the strength left behind by the ancient emperors, making the figures of the 4 symbols divine beasts and Tungsha even clearer. The speed at which the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram descended increased. Soon enough, they saw the true form of the spirit plant, a pitch-black strange tree without a single leaf, looking as if it had been scorched. Isidrod in reality, it contained boundless vitality that might exceed the combined strength of 10 peak Tribulation Realm experts. Boom. The spirit plant invoked tremendous power, causing the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram to tremble violently. With a thought, Dalton summoned the Ingerard twin swords, refined meticulously to become top-tier rank 12 spirit artifacts, immensely powerful. Sever body. Sever soul. Holding one sword in each hand, Dalton wielded them simultaneously, executing terrifying moves. The spirit plant, already suppressed by the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram, could not withstand such formidable attacks. Its trunk and soul immediately split open, suffering severe injuries. But despite this, the spirit plant still viciously tried to restore itself by drawing on the grotto's power. Sever Dao. Dalton lightly calmed Dustended, and a beam of sword light flew out from the supreme sword bone. As the sword light entered the spirit plant's body, its movement stalled. It was profoundly affected as its Dao was broken. Seizing this opportunity, Dalton summoned the 9 luminaries refining heaven tripod and immediately sealed the spirit plant inside it. He then imposed over 100 powerful seals on the tripod to ensure the spirit plant couldn't cause any more disturbances. Having successfully subdued the spirit plant, suddenly, Dalton noticed something else. He reached out and grabbed a clump of soil filled with primal energy from the pool. Primal vital soil. Dalton exclaimed again, genuinely astonished. The combination of earthly divine blastwood and primal vital soil was mind-blowing, far beyond imagination. He realized now why nothing else in the secret realm could compare to this discovery. Clearly, no one besides him and Mike had come here over the long ages. Otherwise, these treasures would have been taken long ago. Dalton took several deep breaths to calm himself. This great fortune would be coveted by any expert, be it at the martial or immortal level, inviting immense disaster if exposed. Don't stand around, start cultivating, Dalton urged. Without hesitation, Mike began absorbing the earthly divine blastwood from the pool. Absorbing as much as possible was ideal, but how much one could absorb depended entirely on personal capability. With such an abundance of earthly divine blastwood, Neither Dalton nor Mike had to worry about shortage and could absorb freely. Not only Earthly Divine Blastquid, but Primal Vital Soil could also be absorbed. More valuable than Earthly Divine Blastquid. Absorbing it greatly enhanced physical constitution and life force. Additionally, Primal Vital Soil could be used for planting spirit herbs, immortal herbs, and even divine herbs, and for forging art. Don't get too cocky. We still have a long journey ahead, and our goal is divinity. Isidros, I will definitely become the first god in my clan's history, Mike declared with shining eyes. Having condensed a martial true soul early on and now cleansed by Earthly Divine Blastquid and nourished by Primal Vital Soil, its future was bright. Suddenly, Dalton remembered something and immediately used his spirit energy to awaken the penny slumbering in the soul temple. Why did you wake me up in such a hurry? What important matter do you have? The penny asked, somewhat displeased. She was indeed sleeping, but she was also cultivating, crucially restoring her divine soul. If not for concern about Dalton's well-being, she wouldn't have emerged. Dalton smiled. Elder, please don't be angry. I woke you because I have good news. Good news? What good news? She asked. I have found a way to help you reshape your true form, Dalton replied. You have gathered all the materials needed? Her eyes revealed a glimmer of joy. Naturally, she desired to reshape her true form rather than remain confined in the soul temple with no freedom. Dalton shook his head. No. Are you joking? Without gathering all the necessary materials, how can I reshape my true form? The penny's expression turned sour. Dalton said, I have found two wonderful things. With them, I believe you can transform her powers, so there was nothing to worry about. Dalton had no objections. To him, completing this task left by his imperial ancestor lifted a significant burden off his shoulders. It's time to leave. Dalton made up his mind quickly. Having spent 100 years in the secret realm, he gained Destiny opportunities, advancing from the fusion stage to the plasmid breaking stage in the tribulation transcending realm, surpassing what most people achieve in 1,000 years of practice. Considering it closely, he had only been cultivating for about 200 years. To reach the pinnacle of the spirit martial stage in such a short period of time was unprecedented, though there were very few who could compare. Typically, one would need to die to exit the secret realm, a situation Dalton certainly did not desire, nor was it necessary. He had already found a way out on the last layer of the secret realm and could even choose which region to travel to next. After all, this secret realm connected simultaneously with 12 realms, so any destination was possible. Let's go back to the wilderness realm. Dalton came from the wilderness realm and intended to return before ascending to the immortal realm. Most importantly, there were people he couldn't bear to part with there. Above the Sea Dragon City in the soaring dragon region of the wilderness realm, space suddenly warped, and two figures appeared from nowhere, Dalton and Mike, Crimson Flame Golden Leopard. The sixth stage of tribulation transcending, holding a high status within the palace. He attacked them because he believed they must have reaped great benefits after spending 100 years in the secret realm, hoping to plunder them. Such commotion naturally alarmed the mystical sea palace. Soon enough, two other tribulation transcending cultivators arrived. Seeing the subdued old Dustin, the two Darrells were greatly shocked. They knew they were far less powerful than him. Clearly, whoever subjugated the old Dustin was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Brother Daoist, may I ask why you took action? Was there perhaps a misunderstanding? One of the new arrivals asked courteously. At this moment, they dared not act arrogantly, fearing provocation. Their focus was entirely on Mike, while Dalton was ignored, as he had been merely a fusion stage cultivator 100 years ago, insignificant. Mike said coldly, misunderstanding? This old fool saw us appear and attacked immediately. Not killing him instantly was already giving face to your mystical sea palace. As he spoke, Mike replayed the scene where the old Dustin extended his hand from the void. Undeniable proof, leaving no room for argument. Seeing the replay, the two new arrivals' expressions darkened. The situation was far more complicated than they anticipated. This is indeed Gregor's fault. Please calm down, Brother Daoist. We are willing to offer compensation, the other Darrell said hastily. Mike sneered, standing on a 100-foot-high wave. What an act, nose-picking pig? Mike scoffed. The black-robed Dustin's eyes flashed with anger. Insolent. He waved his sleeve, and massive waves surged toward Mike. Mike stood still, enveloped in fierce crimson flames. The waves evaporated upon contact. Dared to make a move? You really thought you could get away with it? Mike's eyes flared with rage. It swiftly moved and collided brutally with the black-robed Dustin. Before he could react, the Dustin was sent flying. His black robe, a rank 12 treasure, blocked most of the attack but suffered damage. The black-robed Dustin spat blood, his face showing shock. He was a peak 9th stage tribulation transcending cultivator, nearing immortality. His talent was extraordinary, breaking limits 8 times, making him unparalleled in the wilderness realm. Isidros now, he felt immense threat, realizing Mike's power surpassed his expectations. While he was dazed, Mike released a torrent of flames, forming a sea of fire engulfing him. The temperature was scorching, burning everything to ashes. His black robe quickly deteriorated. Where did this monster come from? How can it be so terrifying? The black-robed Dustin was both shocked and curious, unaware that the wilderness realm harbored a power like Mike. He felt like he was not facing a creature at the spirit martial stage, but rather a celestial beast. Otherwise, how could he have been so utterly overwhelmed? Daoist friend, please show mercy. The dark-robed Dustin did not dare to persist stubbornly and quickly lowered his stance. He thought to himself that if he continued to resist, it wouldn't take long before he would be utterly annihilated. He was someone who had the potential to become a Shan, immortal. Dying like this without any clarity would be too humiliating. Enough, don't really burn him to death. At this moment, Dalton finally spoke up. Isidros, master. The crimson flame golden and I nodded in response, and then opened its mouth to retract all the flames back into its belly. Master? All 4 of the Shenhai Gong, Josephine and High Palace, experts present were stunned, thinking they must have heard wrong. A beast so powerful actually called Dalton its master. It was simply unbelievable. Their memories still lingered from 100 years ago when Dalton was merely a junior participating in the Dragon Gate Assembly, someone they hadn't even given a second glance. So what if he was a Tensai prodigy? The world was never short of prodigies. How Dustini could actually cultivate to the Tribulation Transcender realm, and weren't they all considered prodigies in their youth? The Dustin in black robes did not dare to persist stubbornly and quickly lower reason. It would be too frustrating. Enough, don't really burn him to death. At this moment, Dalton finally spoke up. Isidro's master. The crimson flame golden leopard responded, then opened its mouth to retract all the flames back into its belly. Master? All four of the Josephine High Palace powerhouses present were stunned, convinced they must have misheard. A beast so powerful actually called Dalton master. It was simply inconceivable. Their memories still lingered 100 years back when Dalton was merely a junior participating in the Dragon Gate Assembly, someone completely beneath their notice. So what if he was a genius? The world never lacked for geniuses, but how Dustini could cultivate to the tribulation transcending realm, and weren't they all geniuses in their youth? Chapter 658. Even a half-immortal will be punished. Dalton glanced at the four Raids Realm experts from Black Sea Palace, his tone calm. I don't wish to create trouble, but given the current situation, your Black Sea Palace should give me an explanation. What kind of explanation do you expect from us? The Floyd inquired. Dalton pondered for a moment and then replied, for rank 12 spirit artifacts, in exchange for your lives. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the four Raids Realm experts from Black Sea Palace sank. Even with Black Sea Palace's resources, producing 4 rank 12 spirit artifacts was no small feat. The preciousness of rank 12 spirit artifacts stemmed not only from their rare materials, but also because very few alchemists could craft such high-ranked artifacts. But they were out of options now. Refusing would likely result in losing their lives here today. Fine, we agree. The Floyd gritted his teeth and conceded. Under another's roof, one had to submit. They never imagined being so severely bullied right outside their own territory, a first in Dustini millennia. In the end, the 4 masters of Black Sea Palace each produced a rank 12 spirit artifact. Each item made their hearts bleed. These were their most cherished treasures. After receiving the artifacts, Dalton ordered Joshua to let them leave. Master, those old fellows aren't trustworthy. If we release them, they will likely cause more trouble, Joshua grumbled. Dalton chuckled lightly. It's fine. If they dare to cause trouble, we'll make them pay even more dearly. Let's head to Azure Dragon Island first. Why are we going to Azure Dragon Island? Joshua asked curiously. Dalton smiled mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. Azure Dragon Island lay deep in the ocean, home to a first-class power in Tunglong domain. Its strength exceeded even that of Black Sea Palace. After all, dragon clans were immensely powerful, arguably the strongest. That of a dragon, not an illusion. You're just standing around? Aren't you going to invite my master into Azure Dragon Island? Joshua barked. Understanding the hint, the current Walt immediately responded. My apologies, Honorable One. Please enter. Joshua stepped forward, carrying Dalton into Azure Dragon Island. Azure Dragon Island was vast, populated by various dragon clans and beasts allied with the dragons, making it a place of Dustini formidable warriors. Sensing the island, Dalton grasped its overall condition. Currently, 15 rank 12 experts resided on the island, an impressive number compared to Grey Wolf Domain, which had none. Inside the main hall, Dalton sat in the seat of honor, looking down at the respectfully standing senior figures. They were the elite of Azure Dragon Island, usually high and mighty, now standing cautiously, not daring to breathe loudly. You don't need to be so tense. I have come to bring you something, Dalton said with a smile. Despite their profound respect for him, Dalton did not act arrogantly. He waved his hand, summoning a tree radiating purple gold light, the purple gold dragon blood tree he had obtained from the secret realm. Initially, it was just a rank 12 spirit tree, but after cultivation by the 9-clawed grey dragon, it miraculously transformed into an immortal tree, an extremely rare occurrence in the earthly realm. This is an immortal tree. The Dragon Clan experts were visibly moved. Dalton explained, this tree will be planted on Azure Dragon Island. I will set up a symbol array to ensure it doesn't wither. Growing an immortal tree required meeting certain conditions. Otherwise, it would perish. Though unrelated by blood, Dalton fulfilled this task due to the 9-clawed grey dragon's request. According to the dragon, it shared a lineage with Azure Dragon Island's dragons but couldn't pass on its special bloodline, leaving only the 5-clawed blue dragon's heritage. Over time, the dragon bloodline on the island weakened, no longer producing 5-clawed blue dragons. Thus, the 9-clawed grey dragon specifically arranged the purple gold dragon blood tree to strengthen their bloodline, significantly enhancing Azure Dragon Island's power. The prospect of an immortal tree added immense prestige to Azure Dragon Island, bringing immeasurable joy to its experts. After fulfilling his promise, Dalton left quickly without lingering long. But upon leaving, Dalton sensed a concealed malevolence. As you predicted, those from Black Sea Palace aren't honest, Dalton murmured, his eyes flashing coldly. Joshua sneered, if they won't behave, then we'll teach them a lesson. Let's deal with this old fool first. Before finishing, Joshua acted, extending its claws and pulling out a Dustin from the void. It was a frail-looking elderly figure, entirely gray-haired and stooped, yet incredibly powerful, emitting a faint aura of immortality. Bestowed with immortal energy by a heavenly realm sect, shaping an immortal body early on to achieve half immortality. Black Sea Palace of the Heavenly Realm really values you, Dalton commented casually. He saw through the old Dustin instantly. His strength far exceeded ordinary peak Raids Realm experts. Someone like him could ascend to immortality at any moment, guaranteed success due to possessing immortal energy and being approved for ascension. Achieving this wasn't easy. His Heavenly Realm sect must have paid a huge price to cultivate him. Such individuals had immense potential, capable of boundless achievements. Naturally, to enjoy such treatment, one needed exceptional ability. Dalton had already figured out that the old Dustin was an exceptional genius, having completed 9 plasmid breaks. His true strength was comparable to someone who had broken through 10 limits. Only someone like this would warrant such a heavy investment from a heavenly realm sect. Under normal circumstances, such a person should be invincible in the earthly realm. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Dalton and Joshua. Even becoming a half-immortal with celestial chi nourishment, how could it compare to Earth God Blastwood and Primal Chaos Loam? Realizing he was thoroughly trapped, his life in the hands of Joshua, he pleaded, "Please spare me, friend Taoist." He bowed deeply, lowering himself completely. It had been difficult for him to reach his current level, with a bright future ahead. He didn't want to die. He was willing to lose his dignity to survive. "How dare you harbor ill intentions towards my master? You truly don't know when you're beaten," Joshua sneered. Cold sweat dripped down the young Dustin's forehead as he feared Joshua might kill him in a fit of anger. At this moment, Dalton spoke up. "I have already given you a chance, but alas, you failed to cherish it." Hearing this, the young Dustin's heart trembled. He hurriedly replied, "I realize my mistake. Please give me another chance. I will agree to any condition." He genuinely didn't want to die. He had spent millennia cultivating his secret technique, finally achieving success only to face death. It was too heartbreaking. "Very well. I'll give you one more chance. In exchange for your life, provide me with a divine artifact. Consider carefully before responding," Dalton said indifferently. The young Dustin's heart sank. He hadn't expected Dalton's condition to be so harsh, to Dustinding a divine artifact. Black Sea Palace indeed possessed divine artifacts, but they were the palace's treasures, its most critical assets. Handing them over would likely result in... With the immortal sword secured, Dalton did not delay further. Mounting the Chiyuan Nate, he headed straight for the Grey Wolf territory. He had walked out of the Grey Wolf territory and naturally wanted to return and see it again before ascending to the immortal realm. More importantly, he needed to find Magnolia. After all these years, it was time for her to emerge from seclusion. On the way to the Grey Wolf territory, Dalton reunited with his immortal bone alter ego. Without the secret realm's blessings, the alter ego's cultivation speed was far inferior to the main body. Of course, this wasn't an issue. By merging them directly, the alter ego would quickly achieve the same cultivation level as the main body. Now, there was no need for the alter ego to continue training outside. It could focus on cultivating within the treasures of the cave. Soon, Dalton arrived at the waters where Magnolia was in seclusion. With his current cultivation, despite the place's uniqueness, he could perceive some of its mysteries. Using his remarkable spatial abilities, he cleverly entered the hidden folded space. This folded space had dustiny layers, like a maze, where ordinary people would get lost. Dalton passed through dozens of layers of folded space and finally reached the end, only to be greatly shocked by what he saw. He saw a massive skeleton, about 10,000 miles long, clearly a fish bone. "Is this the legendary ancestral fish?" Staring at the enormous fish bone, "Blasselu, when can you come out?" Dalton asked. His voice directly penetrated the core space ahead. The space contained the power of a great Heim-level ancestral fish, making forced entry impossible. Magnolia responded instantly, sounding excited. "Dalton, how did you get in?" "I used some effort to enter. How's your cultivation going?" "I am inheriting the Dao fruit of our Pablo and can't leave yet. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll have to wait for me in the heavenly realm," Magnolia said helplessly. Dalton looked startled. "Inheriting Dao fruit? Can you directly inherit the great Heim Dao fruit?" "There's some hope, but the last step will likely depend on myself," Magnolia answered. Dalton's eyes widened in surprise. This ancestral fish Pablo was indeed extraordinary, having retained a complete great Heim Dao fruit that could be passed down. He was also delighted for Magnolia. Even if she couldn't become a great Heim directly, after inheriting the Dao fruit, she should become a near great Heim, an unprecedented opportunity. "You take good care of yourself here, and I'll wait for you in the heavenly realm." Dalton didn't stay long, feeling strong rejection forces pushing him out. Knowing Magnolia was safe under the protection of the ancestral fish Great Heim, he felt relieved. Leaving aside distractions, he visited the Golden Bamboo Gang first, remembering his 2 sworn brothers there. Disappointingly, Isaiah and Master Antonio were not present, having left decades ago for trials. The current leader was Isaiah's son. Next, he sought out Anson and Annette, reconnecting with old friends he cherished. Later, he went to Peafowl Valley, visiting Gay and his sister Vanessa, and finding Kennedy. Everyone's cultivation had improved significantly over the years, but paled in comparison to Dalton's. North Ridge Snow Plain. Gazing at the vast, white snowfield, Dalton couldn't help but recall past events. Once, he and Anson had come here searching for Annette, facing numerous dangers, but luckily obtaining the profound and divine tortoise egg. Back then, he was too weak. Even a minor danger could have cost him his life, so he never dared to explore the North Ridge Snow Plain. But today was different, especially since the profound and divine tortoise egg had already hatched, leaving him with no threats here. Using spatial teleportation, Dalton appeared inside a cave in the core area of the North Ridge Snow Plain. Unlike the icy exterior, this place was filled with lush vegetation, thriving with life. A stark contrast to the barren snowfield outside, making it hard to imagine they were still within the North Ridge Snow Plain. At that moment, 2 individuals were engrossed in a game of chess under a large tree within the cave. Dalton was familiar with both, Immortal Lord Anton and Hendrix. As the owner of the cave, Hendrix quickly sensed an intruder. "You actually Dustin age to enter my cave undetected," Hendrix said, surprised upon seeing Dalton. Immortal Lord Anton greeted with a broad smile. "Junior brother, you've finally returned." "Senior brother, it's been a long time," Dalton replied with a smile. Immortal Lord Anton examined Dalton carefully before asking, "Junior brother, what is your current cultivation level? Why can't I see through it?" "Peak tribulation transcending realm," Dalton answered. Hearing this, Immortal Lord Anton was utterly astonished. To advance so much in just a century was truly unimaginable. Using spatial movement, Dalton appeared in a cave deep within the heart of the North Ridge snow plain. Unlike the icy exterior, this place bloomed with life. Inside the cave, two people were engrossed in a chess game under a big tree. Dalton recognized them as true monarch Anton and Hendrix. Hendrix, the cave's owner, quickly sensed the intrusion. "You dustin-age to sneak into my cave silently," he exclaimed upon seeing Dalton. True monarch Anton greeted warmly. "Junior brother, you're finally back?" "Senior brother, long time no see," Dalton replied with a smile. Anton scrutinized Dalton and asked, "Junior brother, what's your cultivation level? Why can't I see through it?" "Peak tribulation transcending stage," Dalton replied. Hearing this, Anton was astounded. Achieving such a rapid increase in cultivation within a mere century was unimaginable. In the past century, his own cultivation had soared rapidly. Isidrat, relying on the accumulation from the previous 3,000 years, he had only dustin-aged to reach the 7th level of the tribulation transcending realm, still a considerable distance from its peak. After all, the further one progressed, the harder it became to break through each level. Fortunately, he practiced thunder techniques, so he wasn't afraid of powerful heavenly tribulations. Spending 100 years to advance from the initial earthly calamity realm to the peak tribulation transcending realm, that secret realm truly isn't simple, Hendrix marveled. He was also taken aback. His current cultivation and strength were the result of thousands of years of practice, incomparable to Dalton's rapid progress. Moreover, just by Dalton's ability to enter his cave undetected, Hendrix knew Dalton was far stronger than himself now. Dalton turned his gaze toward Hendrix and said, "I have come here to unlock your seal, so you can ascend to immortality." With that, he swiftly formed peculiar hand seals, channeling them into Hendrix's body. As for the first person, it was naturally Berkelein, who taught Dalton the primordial spirit sword scripture. After staying in the Grey Wolf territory for a while, Dalton set off on his journey, deciding to see the scenery of the 12 Earth realms before ascending. After all, once he ascended, there would be no telling when he would have another opportunity to return to the Earth realms. Chapter 660, Captured for Mining. The 12 territories were vast, home to billions of living beings, and exceedingly prosperous. Among them, the Wilderness territory was the most desolate, with the weakest overall strength. Any other territory had far greater power. Among these, the Golden Spirit territory and the Fire Spirit territory were the most formidable, teeming with countless powerful figures. Dalton stayed a bit longer in these two territories as part of his journey. During his travels, Dalton also carried out missions for the Shadow Assassins organization, eliminating numerous malevolent and wicked powerhouses, essentially carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Once he had toured all 12 territories, Dalton did not linger further and straightforwardly ascended after weathering the heavenly tribulation. In recent years, his mastery of thunder magic had made remarkable progress, reaching an exceptionally high level. Hence, although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it could not subdue him. He was not alone in ascending. Others like Mike, Josephinian Divine Eliotridal, and Stevie also ascended simultaneously to ensure they could ascend to the heavenly realm together. Which of the heavenly realms will I end up in? As he was enveloped by divine light, Dalton felt both excited and somewhat apprehensive. Typically, ascending from the territories leads one randomly to one of the heavenly realms. Of course, disciples of major factions can use special methods to accurately ascend to the specific heavenly realm where their ancestral sects reside. Moments later, Dalton regained clarity about his surroundings. He had arrived in the heavenly realm. In front of him lay a celestial pool, filled with swirling divine mists that radiated extremely strong Tao rhythms, and laws floating within. Beside the pool stood a stone stele inscribed with dustiny complex characters. While they were unreadable, using one's spiritual power could decipher their meanings. With a mental sweep, Dalton immediately grasped much valuable information. He had ascended to the primordial heaven realm, and the celestial pool before him was known as the sculpting pool, which could quickly aid in converting power and shaping a mighty celestial body. Primordial heaven realm, Marcy was guided here. A thought flashed through Dalton's mind. He vividly remembered Malia telling him about the immortal mountain in the primordial heaven realm. But at this moment, easy, but it becomes immensely challenging afterward. The immortal Heim realm, especially, is exceedingly difficult. Few have ever achieved it since time immemorial. Since the great calamity of the ancient era, only the Penny's master attained the fruit of the immortal Heim in 10,000 years. Of course, another 10,000 years have passed since then. Who knows what the current situation in the heavenly realm might be? Perhaps new immortal Heims have already emerged. Achieving immortality does not mean eternal life without death. Though theoretically immortal, celestial beings must face various tribulations. If they fail, they will perish. Even the mighty immortal Heims must weather calamities. The unavoidable hidden disasters lead to their downfall. The Isekai origin world has existed for eons, giving birth to countless powerhouses. Over time, most of these powerhouses have fallen, and even traces of their existence have been wiped clean. Some historical paragons are entirely forgotten today, leaving behind no legends. Since I've ascended to the primordial heaven realm, let's go to my cave abode first, said the Stevie. Having undergone rebirth, it was once very powerful and could still sense its cave abode despite the dramatic changes in the Isekai origin world. Returning to the cave abode, it could rely on its previous preparations to quickly recover. Dalton's grip was incredibly strong, preventing him from breaking free. Next, Dalton felt intricate rune restrictions enter the Dustin's body, sealing his strength safely. This frightened him. How could a freshly ascended individual possess such prowess? Let go, or you're in for big trouble, the Dustin threatened. Dalton snorted and, without wasting words, directly used the soul control technique to extract the Dustin's soul information. Since someone had come knocking, he might as well gain some information about the primordial heaven realm. After a moment, he understood the situation. The place he ascended to was near a mine, and those who typically ascended here had no significant backgrounds, leading them to be forcibly captured for 10,000 years of mining labor before gaining freedom. Behind the mines was a major force in the primordial heaven realm, the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Dalton's gaze turned somber. He hadn't expected to encounter the 10,000 Beasts Palace immediately upon arriving. Forcing him to work in the mines for 10,000 years was unthinkable. He noted this down as another grudge against the 10,000 Beasts Palace. He had much to do and couldn't waste time here. Thankfully, this time, only a 5th stage Earth Immortal lackey had come. A more formidable opponent would have caused serious trouble. Thinking fast, Dalton cast a secret technique to control the Earth Immortal and, of course, to maximize profits, Destiny forces preferred capturing slaves as free labor. Those like Dalton, who only needed to mine for 10,000 years, were already considered lucky. However, the situation in the mines was complex. In those 10,000 years, no one knew what might happen. A misstep could mean losing one's life, and there'd be no chance to leave the mines alive. Mining was a highly dangerous occupation, with countless deaths each year in the mines. At that moment, there were Destiny people inside mine number 3 because it had recently made a significant discovery. Astonishing phenomena had appeared, hinting that they had dug up something extraordinary. This mine primarily produced immortal iron ore, but sometimes other celestial treasures were found as well. Historically, even a king-grade immortal herb had been unearthed. Immortal items were divided into 6 grades: low, middle, high, supreme, king, and Heim, corresponding to the 6 realms of immortal martial arts. King and Heim-grade immortal items were incredibly rare, often impossible to obtain, and even with immortal stones, they were difficult to buy in the market. Arden followed a group of people into the mine, neither actively working nor slacking off, just going through the motions. Boom. However, before Arden and the others reached the deepest part of the mine, an unexpected change occurred. An extremely terrifying force surged from the depths. We would have been in great danger, Dalton muttered, still feeling uneasy. What luck! It seemed that after just ascending to the heavenly realm, he encountered a terrifying immortal king-level beast and yet survived. This fluctuation. Suddenly, Dalton sensed something. Without hesitation, he moved deeper into mine number 3. Soon, he arrived at the end of the mine, where the terrifying beast had once resided. The area was in ruins, filled with destructive forces, and scattered bones covered the ground. It appears that someone set up elaborate traps here, sealing away Destiny powerful creatures. Over the long ages, only this beast survived and escaped. Based on the scene, Dalton made this deduction. After being sealed away for so long, the beast still possessed immortal king-level power upon emergence, indicating its peak strength must have been formidable indeed. The primordial aura. Could this seal date back to the primordial era? Dalton was taken aback. From the primordial era to the present, such a vast span of time made it hard to imagine that any creature from then had survived. After searching meticulously, Dalton found something emitting an enigmatic fluctuation. It was an ancient seal, stone-made, buried under rubble, making it difficult to notice. Dalton picked up the seal without examining it thoroughly, instantly storing it and swiftly moving towards the mine exit, which he could identify through his divine sense. On top was an engraving of an unknown beast, resembling a Judalin, exuding a majestic presence. The Chaos Imprisonment Seal, Dalton murmured, finally understanding the nature of this seal. Named the Chaos Imprisonment Seal, it was indeed a naturally born supreme treasure born in chaos, possessing overwhelming suppressing power. The beast above was the Imprisonment Celestial Beast, a living entity but integrally connected to the Chaos Imprisonment Seal. However, after being isolated for eons, the Imprisonment Celestial Beast's power was severely depleted, putting it into a door-dustant state. Without a doubt, a supreme figure used the Chaos Imprisonment Seal during the primordial era to suppress a group of powerful beings. Logically, they should have perished over time, but one beast survived, seizing the opportunity when the Imprisonment Celestial Beast was weakened. Of course, if not for the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Palace's mining activities, the seal wouldn't have been broken, freeing the beast. Truly an extraordinary treasure, Dalton marveled, admiring the Chaos Imprisonment Seal. The ancient Josephinian Huang world existed for too long, giving rise to numerous supreme treasures. Many were destroyed or vanished, leaving few that persisted till today. The Chaos Imprisonment Seal was an excellent example, having remained hidden since the primordial era, leaving no legends in later times. Seizing the Imprisonment Celestial Beast's door-dustancy, Dalton used secret methods to refine the Chaos Imprisonment Seal. Otherwise, once the Imprisonment Celestial Beast awoke, refining it would become much more difficult. Normally, only an Heim-level powerhouse could perfectly control the Chaos Imprisonment Seal. For Dalton, obtaining the Chaos Imprisonment Seal was indeed an unexpected gain. After refining the Chaos Imprisonment Seal, Dalton continued his journey to the Stevie's lair. However, the primordial heaven realm was vast. Despite Dalton's best efforts and even using spatial transmission arrays, it still took him several decades to reach his destination. The Stevie had made thorough arrangements initially, so over the long ages, its lair remained intact and undiscovered. This lair was immense, with excellent conditions for cultivation. Not only did it contain numerous resources originally stored there, but over the years, Destiny celestial treasures and rare materials had emerged within the lair. Dalton naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately utilized these resources to enter a secluded retreat for cultivation. Of course, he didn't solely focus on cultivation but also ventured out at times to train, balancing work and rest. With this method of training, his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. Once his strength improved, Dalton went to other heavenly realms to retrieve the resources left by the Blood Flame Phoenix, Black Een Divine Eliatrital, and Skyslaying Golden Tiger. With ample cultivation resources and his exceptional talent, Dalton grew rapidly. Finally broken through. In a hidden lair, Dalton opened his eyes, excitement evident in them. Within the first 1,000 years of ascending to the heavenly realm, he finally broke through to the Immortal King realm, joining the ranks of true powerhouses. Achieving Immortal King in a millennium. Hardly anyone would believe it if told. Boom. Suddenly, a heavenly thunderbolt struck directly atop Dalton's head. The Immortal King realm was a significant milestone. Anyone breaking through inevitably faced a terrifying heavenly tribulation. The danger of transcending the Immortal King tribulation was extremely high, with only about a 20% success rate. In other words, 4 out of 5 people died during the tribulation, which is why Immortal Kings were rare in the heavenly realm. However, Dalton was not afraid. It was just a heavenly tribulation. Since ascending to the heavenly realm, he had faced a heavenly tribulation every time he advanced in cultivation. If he didn't face a tribulation upon breakthrough, he would feel unaccustomed. Chapter 662, Snatching the Bride. Boom. With a series of terrifying celestial thunders descending, the heavenly laws within the grotto completely churned up. Destructive energy pervaded, resembling the arrival of doomsday. Not only Dalton was enduring the tribulation, also the 9-clawed gray dragon, the crimson flame golden knee, and other rare and exotic beasts were undergoing it. In recent years, their cultivation realms had consistently paralleled Dalton's, their Tao having long since merged into one. If not for this unification, the heavenly tribulation would not have been so intense. Were it an ordinary celestial king to undergo the tribulation, they probably wouldn't endure more than a few celestial thunders before perishing along with their Tao. Before long, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and Dalton, together with all the rare and exotic beasts, successfully ascended to the celestial king realm, joining the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Only by becoming a celestial king could one truly go anywhere in the 9 heavenly realms. It's time to see Scarlet. After some additional seclusion, Dalton emerged from his retreat, preparing to visit the ancient clan, G family. The reason he visited Ingrid first was because he was currently in the vast heaven realm, and this cultivation grotto in the vast heaven realm belonged to the Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger. Before leaving the grotto, Dalton left behind his immortal bone avatar to continue comprehending Tao and cultivating here. May I inquire what is happening? Inform the senior, today is the great day of union between our G family and the Shinto family. Everyone has come to celebrate the wedding feast. Since the senior has arrived, might as well join us in the festivities. The Golden Immortal replied hastily. Dalton nodded and said, that sounds good. He was intending to enter the G family anyway, and entering as a guest was perfect. Senior, please. The Golden Immortal of the G family warmly welcomed him. Having such a significant figure attend undoubtedly added prestige to the G family. Before long, Dalton was led by the G family's Golden Immortal to the venue where the wedding was being held. The place was festively decorated, filled with guests. Given Dalton's cultivation level, he was naturally seated in an excellent position, receiving the best treatment with dedicated service nearby. You are quite unfamiliar, may I ask your name? A voice sounded beside Dalton as soon as he sat down. Those seated in this area without exception were all Celestial King realm powerhouses. Turning around, Dalton saw a very sturdy middle-aged Dustin, thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a rather rugged appearance. Despite focusing on cultivation, he often went out on trials and thus had a pretty good understanding of the Celestial Kings across the 9 heavenly realms. No small matter. It may even change the power structure of the vast heaven realm. The vast heaven realm had numerous forces, but both the G family and the Shinto family undoubtedly belonged to the top tier. Their unity might leave Dustini forces uneasy. Dalton did not care much about these things. He came for Ingrid. Whatever the G family and Shinto family wanted to do was none of his business. Soon, the main characters of today's union appeared. The groom was Shinto family's most outstanding genius in recent generations, Carl. Born only 5,000 years ago, he had already reached the Celestial King realm, his prospects boundless. As for the bride, her face was hidden under a veil, impossible to see. I heard today's bride is an incredibly beautiful Wadustin with an extreme weak water Tao body, seemingly summoned from a lower realm, Celestial King Mario chuckled. Upon hearing this, Dalton's heart skipped a beat, immediately following up. What is the bride's name? It seems to be G. Leilani. Yes, that's right, Celestial King Mario answered after pondering. At the sound of Ingrid, Dalton erupted internally. He couldn't remain seated. He hadn't expected, coming here for a celebratory toast, that the bride would turn out to be the one he had yearned for night and day. But he always believed that Ingrid would never betray their feelings, thus this marriage arrangement must be flawed. Dalton's gaze softened as he said, Leilani, it's me. I've come to see you. Who are you? To dare cause trouble at my wedding? Carl roared angrily. He could clearly see that Dalton and Ingrid shared an unusual relationship. If he didn't step forward now, who knew how things might escalate? Dalton, however, did not pay him any attention. His gaze remained fixed on Ingrid. Leilani, come with me. Outrageous. The G family Immortal King immediately roared. Ingrid spoke in a hurried and anxious tone. Great ancestor, please don't harm him. I will listen to you. From this sentence, it was clear that she had not consented willingly but was coerced by her family. The G family does not welcome you. Please leave. The G family Immortal King coldly ordered. Dalton snorted heavily, saying, if you let Leilani come with me, I will naturally leave. He then turned to Ingrid, his tone resolute. Leilani, come with me. With me here, no one can force you to do anything. You're courting death. Shin Elliot Hongyuan burst into fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he ignored all formalities and struck Dalton with an open palm. Clang. An invisible barrier appeared, deflecting Sean Elliot Hongyuan's attack. What do you think you are? To dare attack my master? The crimson flame golden knee appeared out of thin air, looking to... For those who wanted to harm Dalton, regardless of their identity, the crimson flame golden knee would not show mercy. Dalton walked up to Ingrid, immediately noticing the strong restriction placed upon her. He casually waved his hand, dissolving the restriction completely. Leilani, I've missed you, Dalton whispered softly before embracing Ingrid tightly. Tears filled Ingrid's eyes as she leaned closely against Dalton. Shagu, I've missed you too. Come with me. Isidros, wherever you go, I'll follow. They murmured quietly, their deep affection strengthened rather than weakened by their long separation. Ingrid now threw away all reservations. As long as she could be with Dalton, even if facing imminent death, she did not care. My, how daring this lord imprisoning heaven is, actually running to the G family to snatch a bride. Martin, Immortal King, widened his eyes in shock. This was the G family, a clan that had produced immortal Heims, whose heritage ran deep and unfathomable, with no one daring to cause trouble over the centuries. He is still too impulsive. This strike will probably prevent him from leaving. Martin, Immortal King, shook his head and sighed. He did not have much faith in Dalton. After all, this was the G family territory. Even an immortal Heim might struggle here. Outrageous. Another roar sounded. Seeing the commotion, both the G family and Sean Elliott family powerhouses could not sit idly by. In a flash, 6 figures appeared on the platform, all immortal kings, showcasing the strength of the ancient clans. Ayo. Ho. Dalton did not move, but 6 rare and exotic beasts flew out from his inner world. Slaughter Sky Golden Tiger, 9-clawed Grey Dragon, Blood Flame Phoenix, Profound Divine Elioturtle, 3-headed Spirit Snake, and the Ascending Snake. By now, Dalton was not afraid to reveal his secrets anymore. All his hidden cards were ready to be played. Everyone present was stunned by the appearance of the 6 rare and exotic beasts. Except for the 3-headed Spirit Snake, the other rare and exotic beasts existed only in legends, unseen in the current world, including the Crimson Flame Golden Knee. It was unimaginable how Dalton Dustinaged to find these rare and exotic beasts and tame them. The newly emerged 6 rare and exotic beasts centered around Dalton, instantly forming a profound 5 elements great array, gathering 5 elements laws and forces to evolve the Ingerard 5 elements Tao diagram, creating what seemed like a new world. With a thought, Dalton timely activated the 2 instruments Tao diagram and the 5 elements sealing heaven diagram, resonating with the 5 elements great array. The 2 instruments Tao diagram, born in the exile place, had grown stronger over the years and was now a powerful king-level immortal weapon. With the enhancement of these 2 treasures, the 5 elements great array's power greatly increased, emitting boundless, terrifying pressure. The 6 powerhouses who appeared on the platform were forced to retreat, feeling immense pressure. Not just them, Dustini guests present also changed color drastically, Dustini collapsing on the spot, unable to move. How could he be this strong? Martin, Immortal King's voice trembled, even he felt pressured. Chapter 663, Breaking Through the Foundation. Whoever tries to stop me from leaving will not be spared my disrespect. Dalton spoke with extreme coldness. He did not want to cause trouble. He only wished to take Ingrid away. But he was not afraid of conflict either. What could the G family do? He had no fear. Audacious. Is our G family a place for you to act wildly? With a rebuke, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. Boom. The 5 elements great array emitted an incomparably radiant 5-colored divine light, colliding with the massive hand. Despite its power, the giant hand was still pierced by the 5-colored divine light. Subsequently, the 5 elements great array unleashed even greater force, exploding into the void. Pooh. Immediately, blood rained, aiming to keep Dalton under control for now. The G family's ancestral array? Unfortunately, it cannot hold me. Dalton's indifferent voice echoed from within the ancestral array. Next, a piercing sword beam emerged, cutting through a huge gap in the G family's ancestral array. This sword beam was emitted from the Supreme Swordbone, a trump card left for Dalton by his ancestor Heim. Even an immortal Heim might struggle to withstand it. The 5 elements great array flew out from the gap, breaking free from the ancestral array's constraint. How is this possible? The powerful immortal king of the G family widened his eyes in disbelief. That was an array set up by the G family's immortal Heim, never before broken by anyone from ancient times to now. Not even an immortal Heim could achieve what Dalton did. A mere immortal king ruptured its foundation. Sky-severing palm. Dalton personally attacked, employing the ancient martial art obtained at the Longmen Conference. Bang! The powerful immortal king's body exploded again, unable to withstand Dalton's palm. His intrinsic Tao aura was also partly erased, causing his cultivation level to nearly regress. This is the long-lost sky-severing palm. The powerful immortal king of the G family trembled in shock. The magnitude of astonishment within him was incomparable. Hit it back. Under the backlash of divine light, the immortal mirror instantly dimmed. And Dustini of the G family's strong warriors spat out blood, suffering significant retaliation. My patience has its limits. If you force me further, bear the consequences. Dalton spoke coldly. The G family's continuous use of 2 major foundations to deal with him enraged him. If not for Ingrid's familial ties, he would have already unleashed havoc. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent from Dalton, the G family's strong warriors all sucked in cold breaths instinctively, feeling fear. Jokingly, neither the ancestral array nor the imperial grade artifact could defeat Dalton. How could they contend with him? Continuing this confrontation would bring great disaster to the G family. Don't let him go. Seeing Dalton about to leave, Carl immediately stopped him. Dalton turned to look at him and casually struck with a palm. Pooh. Carl's body immediately burst apart. Stop. Shinto family's strong warriors quickly intervened. This was Shinto family's top prodigy with a promising future. He couldn't die here. Dalton stopped, not wanting to push things too far. However, after that strike, Carl would certainly suffer greatly, potentially falling from Immortal King back to Golden Immortal Realm. With one move, Dalton took Ingrid and left the G family, no one daring to obstruct him anymore. Even the ancestral array and imperial artifacts failed against him. Any further attempt would mean certain death. Without a doubt, after today, Dalton's name would resound throughout the vast heaven realm, even spreading to other realms. As for Dalton, he vanished without a trace. No one knew where he went. Dalton brought Ingrid back to his cave Dustintion, deciding to spend some quality time with her to soothe over a millennium of longing. From Ingrid, Dalton learned that she had been specially nurtured after being received into the heavenly realm. Her weak water body evolved into a weak water Tao body, accelerating her cultivation speed and bringing her to the immortal profound realm. With her talent, reaching Immortal King was only a matter of time, which was why the Shinto family chose her for a marriage alliance. Though unwilling, Ingrid could not resist. For the family's benefit, the ancestors of the G family sacrificed her. Fortunately, Dalton arrived in time to save her from the predicament. I will help you quickly reach Immortal King and eventually return to the G family, becoming its ruler, Dalton said earnestly. Based on what he knew, Ingrid had received the legacy of the G family's ancestor Heim. Becoming an Immortal King would naturally entitle her to lead the G people below the Immortal Heim level. Dalton then left his own clan, the Shao family, and traveled to the Eternal Heaven Realm's Undying Divine Mountain, where he met Malia. Malia possessed the heavenly cicada Undying body, earning her significant respect at the Undying Divine Mountain, where she received the best nurturing. When Dalton entered the Undying Divine Mountain, she had just crossed the heavenly tribulation and become an Immortal King. Seeing Malia thriving and achieving great heights, Dalton was pleased and allowed her to continue cultivating there. Next, Dalton went to the Cloud Heaven Realm, using all his resources to finally locate his grandfather, Silas. Silas had initially been accidentally transported to the Cloud Heaven Realm, where he entered a major power within a secret domain. After undergoing a special baptism, he underwent a transformation, gaining the attention and support of the powerful faction. Over the years, although he hadn't reached the Immortal King level like Ingrid and Malia, he had cultivated to the Golden Immortal Realm, with potential to become an Immortal King in the future. Dalton spent some time with Silas before departing. His final destination was the Aiden clan, where his mother's family resided. He did not rush to find his parents, as he could guess that they were likely within the Aiden clan. Knowing that as the successor of a great Heim, without sufficient strength, he might not receive much attention upon return. Surprisingly, Dalton learned that his mother was the current head of the Aiden clan, herself a powerful Immortal King. But becoming an Immortal Heim seemed insurmountable. He knew the overall environment had deteriorated, making such advancement extremely difficult. However, the Aiden clan's secret realm offered hope. With the legacy of two emperors who had ascended to godhood, he might break through the constraints and become the second Immortal Heim since the ancient catastrophe. Immersing himself fully in cultivation, Dalton trained alongside various rare beasts. Despite the increased difficulty, their interconnected thoughts accelerated their enlightenment process. Many, like the Slaughter Heaven Golden Tiger and Nine-Clawed Azure Dragon, had once been Immortal Heims and retained insights from that level, providing a significant advantage. After 3,000 years of seclusion, Dalton and his companions broke through the immense barrier, reaching the coveted Immortal Heim realm. They faced terrifying heavenly tribulations, but with their perfected lightning techniques, they crossed this perilous path smoothly. Thus, the Josephinian Finong ancient world now boasted 10 Immortal Heims. Dalton himself, his true form, and 8 other rare beasts, including his Lucian, which had only reached the Immortal King level. Immortal Heims were exceedingly rare. Reaching the Immortal King level already made one a powerful figure. After another 3,000 years of cultivation, Dalton and his companions attained the peak of the Immortal Heim realm. Their next steps involved either breaking through the limits of this realm or directly advancing to the Divine Realm. Neither path was easy, given the weakening connection between the Josephinian Finong ancient world and the Divine Realm since the ancient times. Time to return to the Exile Land, Dalton murmured, deciding to leave the Aiden clan's secret realm. Chapter 665, 2 Divine Artifacts. The Exiled Realm was located in an extremely chaotic space-time continuum, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to pinpoint its location, let alone enter it. However, for Dalton, this posed no difficulty at all. He extended one hand into the void and casually grabbed. In no time, he had locked onto his target and seized it firmly. Despite some resistance, he forcefully broke through and powerfully pulled the Exiled Realm out from the temporal chaos. The sudden extraction of the Exiled Realm immediately alarmed major forces like the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, the God-slaying Demon Sect, and the Black Sky Demon Palace. Powerful figures followed the spatial trail without delay. They regarded the Exiled Realm as their private garden, longing to obtain the supreme treasures lost within, and could not tolerate someone else snatching them away. Finth. Dalton emitted a heavy. With a swift movement, Dalton appeared in the Celestial Wolf Forest. The true body of Zoltan was still sealed here while a clone he had previously brought out remained outside. Over the years, Dalton read Dustini ancient texts of the Aiden clan and learned Zoltan's identity, a famous colossus from ancient times, reaching the peak of the Immortal Heim realm, nearly stepping into the Immortal Heim realm but unfortunately suppressed. Isidrat, with unextinguishable Tao resonance, he endured through the long ages without perishing. Dalton came to free the true body of Zoltan. Break! A loud shout shattered the seal and disrupted the natural order. Immediately, a gush of black water rose, forming a Hu-Dustin figure, none other than Zoltan. In just 8,000 years, you've broken through to the Immortal Heim realm. Zoltan stared at Dalton in astonishment, knowing well how arduous the breakthrough to the Immortal Heim realm was. He himself had spent hundreds of thousands of years at the peak of the Immortal King realm but never took that crucial step. Dalton smiled. I took some shortcuts. Let me send you out first after being sealed for so long. Without another word, he sent Zoltan out. Next, he went to the Celestial Python Ridge and the Eastern Sea to free the true bodies of Celestial Python Sovereign and by Shui, Aiden and June. Upon merging with their clones, their powers should significantly increase, though Reeful Seal. Although the cursed Heaven Pearl fiercely resisted, it was ultimately sealed. Now a divine artifact, it remained ownerless, and Dalton knew how to counter its power. Successfully sealing the cursed Heaven Pearl greatly uplifted Dalton's mood, an unexpected gain. Next, he would refine the cursed Heaven Pearl, comprehend the divine Tao resonance within, aiding his own path to divinity. However, he did not leave the exiled realm yet. His true goal was the legendary artifact believed to be hidden here. Despite thorough searches, he found no trace of it. It seems finding the legendary artifact truly relies on the extreme Tao martial scripture, Dalton murmured. He possessed both the upper and middle volumes of the scripture, having perfected the upper but lacking some refinement in the middle. Factually, the scripture was notoriously difficult to master. Even those who became deities struggled to achieve great completeness in the middle volume. Despite this, Dalton's search was not entirely fruitless. He discovered several special jade swords, familiar objects he once obtained from the Zhou family. Back then, he knew these swords were valuable to powerful heavenly realm factions, indicating extraordinary origins. Now, he understood their purpose. They were keys to an ancient treasure. Collecting all 9 jade swords, Dalton successfully located and opened the treasure, revealing an endless sealed realm of creation. Within this realm lay the sole primordial divine artifact of the Josephinian Huang ancient world, the Jade Finong sword. Born before the formation of the Josephinian Huang ancient world, the Jade Finong sword condensed infinite essences of heaven and earth over boundless time, eventually becoming a divine sword. Unlike the cursed heaven pearl, the Jade Finong sword was a primordial divine artifact, far more potent. The cursed heaven pearl was merely a lower-grade divine artifact, while the Jade Finong sword was a higher-grade one, exceedingly rare even in the divine realm. Gathering all 9 jade swords and opening the treasure, Dalton became the destined owner, and the Jade Finong sword immediately acknowledged him as its master. The Jade Finong sword had been nurtured in the realm of creation for an immensely long time, not only reaching the upper grade but also developing an extraordinary sword technique on its blade. Having obtained 2 divine artifacts consecutively in the exiled realm, Dalton was naturally overjoyed. It seemed that fortune truly favored him. However, he still did not give up on searching for the legendary artifact. He once again came to the burial ground of gods but did not enter, instead sitting cross-legged outside. This was the center of the exiled realm. Here, he would close himself off to cultivate and comprehend the extreme Tao martial scripture, hoping to achieve great completeness in its middle volume. Chapter 666, A New Era Begins, Grand Finale. Unconsciously, Dalton had been in secluded cultivation outside the god burial wasteland for nearly 2 millennia. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the 10th heaven of Immortalheim realm, completing all realms limitations within both the spirit martial and immortal martial stages. Calculating the time, it was roughly 10,000 years since he started on his path of cultivation. For ordinary people, this was undoubtedly an exceedingly long time. However, for supreme experts, this amount of time wasn't much. Compared to the history of the primal world, it was even negligible. To cultivate to the point of breaking all 18 realm limits in 10,000 years, throughout history, while not unprecedented, there were absolutely few who could compare. The Supreme Heaven Martial Sutra is indeed difficult to cultivate. Dalton couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why no one could achieve great perfection in cultivating the middle chapter of the Supreme Heaven Martial Sutra under the divine realm. The text was incredibly profound. No matter how talented one was, it was difficult to thoroughly comprehend, let alone cultivate successfully. But Dalton did not give up. He liked these kinds of challenging matters. Moreover, or chapter, but also bring forth the legendary object containing the Supreme Heaven Martial Sutra autonomously. This diagram was named the Divine Martial Diagram, a supreme treasure born from the legendary divine realm, containing the ultimate secrets of martial Tao and revered as the ultimate artifact. Dalton, having cultivated the upper and middle chapters of the Supreme Heaven Martial Sutra to great perfection during the immortal martial stage, earned the recognition of the Divine Martial Diagram, becoming its first owner since its inception. Finally, this legendary object falls into my hands. Holding the Divine Martial Diagram, Dalton couldn't help but laugh loudly. To say the Divine Martial Diagram was the greatest fortune across all worlds was not an exaggeration. As long as he could thoroughly understand it, he had a chance to reach the peak of martial Tao. Blasola has finally reached the heavenly realm. Just returning to the heavenly realm, Dalton sensed this immediately. With his current cultivation strength, any slight movement within the entire primal world wouldn't escape his perception. Without hesitation, Dalton immediately abandoned everything and rushed to reunite with Magnolia. Having spent a long time acquiring the full inheritance from the ancestor fish race, Magnolia successfully ascended to the Immortalheim realm. Not long after, Ingrid also broke her shackles and entered the Heim realm. Seeing his 2 beloved women become immortal Heims, Dalton was very pleased. At this point, Dalton decided to formalize his relationship with Ingrid and Magnolia, marrying them in a ceremony witnessed by his parents and grandfather. After the wedding, Dalton proceeded to do something he had long planned to do, settling scores with powers like the 10,000 Beast Heavenly Palace and the Deicide Demon Palace. With his nature of always repaying kindness and enmity, he needed to make these forces pay for harming the exile zone and confronting him. Of course, he knew that behind all these actions lay the leaders of great powers, so it wasn't necessary to involve everyone. He acted forcefully, remotely capturing the leaders of these major forces. After doing this, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden black hand behind the scenes. He had suspected that these immortal kings wouldn't be capable of establishing the exile zone, nor could they mix the righteous, demonic, and savage beast forces together. This hidden black hand was deeply concealed. If someone else were involved, it might have been impossible to uncover it. After considerable effort and without alerting anyone, Dalton identified the black hand, a gravely injured Wuha divine spirit who had been hiding in the primal world for countless years. Its injuries were severe, its Tao fruit crumbling, and it couldn't recover at all. This explained its desperate desire for the divine. He couldn't imagine what it had gone through. You arrived much earlier than I anticipated. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed. Dalton turned and saw a majestic figure, the great ancestor who left him his inheritance. Greetings, master. Dalton bowed respectfully upon recovering his senses. Aiden smiled, nodding. There's no need for formalities. It makes me happy to meet you so soon. Master, what happened to the divine realm? Dalton couldn't help but ask. The highest and most revered divine realm had transformed like this. It was truly hard to accept. Aiden sighed. Everything changed due to the war between two divine realms. Finn? Two divine realms? Dalton looked puzzled. He believed the divine realm should be unique. Aiden explained. Each universe corresponds to a divine realm, the ultimate destination for all cultivators in myriad worlds. Universes don't usually intersect, but our universe encountered another. Worse yet, this universe was highly aggressive, launching an invasion against us. While the situation wasn't terrible initially, our universe birthed a great evil spirit at that critical juncture. Between internal turmoil and external threats, the divine realm eventually met its demise. After paying an incredibly heavy price, we destined age to resist the invasion from the external universe and suppress that great evil. But the situation has been increasingly severe in recent years. The external universe might launch another large-scale invasion at any moment, and the abyss of chaos has also shown signs of disturbance. Aiden's brows were tightly knit, his eyes full of worry. He had ascended to the divine realm over 30,000 years earlier than Dalton and thus understood all these matters thoroughly, causing him endless concern. To break this deadlock, our hope lies within this ancestor deity hall. We must reach the ancestor deity realm if we want to end this war, Aiden said seriously. Since ascending to the divine realm, he had continuously cultivated in the ancestor deity hall, where his strength rapidly increased. However, he was still far from reaching the ancestor deity realm. The deity realms were similar to those in the immortal realm, comprising 6 stages: Earth deity, Standing deity, Profound deity, Deity lord, Deity king, and Deity Heim. According to legend, above Deity Heim was the ancestor deity realm, the supreme state, where immortality could be achieved. But countless years had passed, and no one in the divine realm had ever reached the ancestor deity realm, not even the great evil spirit that caused chaos here, who had only reached the peak of the Deity Heim stage, leaving no path forward. Speaking of which, the reason why that great evil spirit wreaked havoc in the divine realm, slaughtered numerous deities, and attempted to destroy the divine realm itself was to try and break through to the ancestor deity realm. There were no ancestor deity experts in this universe, nor in the other universe. Therefore, the emergence of even one ancestor deity expert could end all disputes. There are 7 positions within the ancestor deity hall, 6 of which are already occupied. The last position is vacant. You can try to see if you can occupy it, Aiden said. He certainly hoped that Dalton could secure a spot, but ultimately, it depended on Dalton's own destiny. Dalton nodded and immediately went deep into the ancestor deity hall to attempt occupying the last position. According to Aiden, all those cultivating in the ancestor deity hall were newly born deities who had ascended from myriad worlds in the past 100,000 years. That they could ascend to the divine realm amidst significant changes clearly indicated that each one of them was extraordinary. Entering deep into the ancestor deity hall, Dalton immediately saw 5 others, 3 men and 2 women, each outstanding and far surpassing his current cultivation level. He did not disturb the 5 and walked straight toward the last empty position. Surprisingly, he faced no resistance and smoothly reached and sat on the position. Very good. Cultivate diligently. War might erupt again anytime soon. Aiden showed signs unaffected by external disturbances. Isidores passed until one day, the 5-element sky ceiling diagram showed unusual activity, rousing Dalton. The essence of the great evil spirit has emerged, the 4 symbols divine beasts said anxiously to Dalton. Without doubt, once the great evil spirit's essence breaks free from the abyss of chaos, its first move would be to seize its body to restore its peak condition. A sharp light flashed in Dalton's eyes. If it dares to show itself, let's eliminate it. With that, he left the ancestor deity hall and rushed toward the abyss of chaos. From afar, he saw chaos at the abyss of chaos, where a fierce battle was raging. The deities responsible for guarding the abyss of chaos suffered heavy casualties. Even several deity heims were heavily wounded and struggling to hold on. The great evil spirit, carrying overwhelming chaotic energy, rampaged indiscriminately, seemingly unstoppable. Dalton couldn't help but feel that the abyss of chaos seemed to have been refined into the great evil spirit's new body, explaining its terrifying power. Boom. Seeing several deity heims blasted into pieces, Dalton finally arrived, wielding the Jade Radiant sword and delivering a single slash. Miraculously, this slash cleaved open the entire abyss of chaos, severely wounding the great evil spirit's essence. Leave the 5-element sky ceiling diagram, although they required time to recover. Dalton fused the 2 principles Tao diagram and the 5-element sky ceiling diagram, crafting an artifact nearly approaching ultimate status. Boom. Before Dalton could catch his breath, a terrifying force erupted nearby. Not good. Translation continues seamlessly from previous content, preserving the narrative flow and ensuring coherence. Dalton's expression changed. He knew something monumental had happened. Their defenses had ultimately failed, allowing a powerful entity from the external universe to breach through. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the front lines. At this point, it was clear he couldn't continue cultivating any longer. The battles on the front line were brutally intense. The number of strong individuals on Dalton's side paled in comparison to those from the external universe, and they were being completely overwhelmed. Finth. Inigo spat out blood, his divine sword covered in cracks. Die. An alien powerhouse swung a divine spear towards Inigo, intending to pierce through his chest. Clang. Dalton appeared out of nowhere and blocked the spear with the Jade Radiant sword. Then, he delivered a palm strike, sending the alien powerhouse flying. Master, how are you? Dalton supported Inigo and asked with concern. Inigo shook his head. I'm fine. If not for their coordinated attack, would I have been injured? One-on-one at the same level, he feared no one, not even the most extraordinary beings from the external universe. Dalton handed the Jade Radiant sword to Inigo. Master, use my sword. I'll handle the rest. Saying this, he lunged at another alien warrior wielding a saber, facing the divine blade barehanded. His punches were incredibly fast, delivering hundreds in an instant, so rapid that the saber-wielding alien struggled to keep up. What alarmed him more was that his divine saber developed numerous cracks, and the highest-tier Imperial-grade divine weapon could not withstand Dalton's fists. In truth, this was thanks to the great evil spirit. By deciphering its fleshly secrets, Dalton Dustinaged to train his own body to such a formidable state. Of course, his physical strength already surpassed that of the great evil spirit, nearing ultimate divine weapon levels. Thus, he gave the Jade Radiance sword to Inigo. Crack! The divine saber finally shattered, and the alien endured over 10 punches before his body exploded. Before he could reform his body, Dalton summoned the Ingerard 5 Elements divine map, absorbing the fragments of the alien's flesh and grinding them down. Compared to the great evil spirit, this alien's physical body and essence were far weaker, making the process much easier. But before Dalton could finish grinding down this alien, 3 more attacked him simultaneously, surrounding him. With a thought, Dalton summoned the Crimson Flame Nate and the 6-winged splitting air golden bee to deal with 2 of them. He then unleashed the full power of his 5 elements profound art, bringing forth the 9-clawed black dragon, the heaven-slaying golden tiger, the blood flame phoenix, the mystical Eliotridal, the 3-headed spirit snake, and the ascending dragon, enveloping him in a peak aura as if ready to transcend the deity Heim realm into another. In this state, he blasted another alien warrior apart, similarly subduing him into the Ingerard 5 Elements divine map. However, things didn't stop there. In an instant, multiple more alien warriors attacked. Only now did he fully grasp how dire their situation was. There were 2 Dustini supreme powerhouses from the external universe. Even though Dalton was immensely powerful, besieged by Dustini, he also suffered significant injuries. Their side faced crushing defeats, suffering heavy casualties as the external universe seemed poised to sweep through. In this critical moment, the Wu divine diagram suddenly dissolved, infusing countless mystical patterns into Dalton's flesh and essence. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Dalton's body. He broke through, stepping into the legendary ancestor deity realm. Even deity Heims felt a shiver upon sensing Dalton's current aura. It should end now. Dalton murmured, his eyes emotionless. With a casual wave, all the alien warriors on the battlefield burst into blood mist, which burned away in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing this, their fellow powerhouses stared in disbelief, amazed by the ancestor deity's terrifying power. Then, Dalton waved again, pushing the connected part of the external universe rapidly into chaos. Dalton didn't go too far, merely slaying the top powerhouses of the external universe as a fitting price for their invasion. Next, he employed profound techniques to repair the damaged core of the divine realm, restoring its vitality and re-establishing connections with myriad worlds. From now on, this universe would return to its original state. With Dalton, the ancestor deity, present, there would never be fear of invasion or internal disasters like the great evil spirit. A new era had begun.